Dear Monsieur Nervillet, how are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Wing.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meripede is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you!
What even is this? It's completely inedible!
Suck it up and eat it!
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here. Kitty, where are you?
Worry, confusion,
My flowers aren't...
anxiety.
My plant is dying already.
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. feels like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. When spices are abundant, it all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume is
and
really popular. Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
After an incredible day of battles and duels between worthy challengers, it has been proven that knowledge, strategy, wit, and confidence reign supreme as I welcome all of our wonderful travelers watching from home to Day 2 of the Prince Cup Pacific Region 2024 knockout stages, where we will have another bevy of incredible battles for these players to move on to the final day of the competition. My name is Stafa. Once again, I will be your host for this incredible event. And after yesterday, our top 8 challenges have been narrowed down to our top 6. At the end of today, we are going down to our top 3. And that means that the competition is only going to get even more intense with even more heated duels coming your way that you do not want to miss. Not to mention plenty of prizes from raffles and the such. So I think you know what that means. I think it's time for us to kick off Day 2 of the competition. And of course, who better to do it for y'all than our wonderful casters. So allow them to take the stage and present you incredible battles. Once again, guys, the time is yours.
Hello, travelers, and welcome once again to the 2024 Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific. I am Kojo Creations, one of your cats today. I'm very excited to be joined by none other than Sumi.
Hello, everybody. It is I, Sumi, your favorite player turned caster. And as Stafa said, after only a single day of competition, 8 players now reduced to only 6.
And both of us respectively casted the other 2 halves, so we got a taste of both. And my goodness, I ended up watching 2 grueling best of 5s with Flex going within and way out. But how about you?
I mean, my matches were comparatively faster. The players I casted really did like their aggressive decks, and it's going to really be a clash of styles here in the lower bracket because we have Enkoe, who really enjoys more aggressive decks, very decisive, versus someone like Chikuwa, who brought a lot of slower decks to grind down their opponents.
Oh yes, absolutely, and I'm quite familiar with Chikuwa's more stall gameplay, but I'm absolutely ready for any of that, and I hope you all are ready to scan that QR code right below. You can see it on the table. If you have any feedback for us as we're getting started on Day 2 of the Prince Cup Pacific.
Yeah, and what an exciting day it is going to be. Even if the matches are long, the strategic depth in it will give us something to talk about and something for you to look forward to, as well as our wonderful raffles, as Stafa mentioned earlier.
Absolutely, and I think both of us are all a little used to a bit of a slower game because we've been doing this for about 2 years, the entire lifespan of Genius Invocation Team. You and I have been casting for the community for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been certainly a long road, but that makes it even more exciting to be here. Van Gem, the wonderful owner of the Hotel de Bar, has welcomed us here to comment over his games, to give his guests, his patrons, the wonderful games they deserve.
Absolutely. So here is the schedule we have today. First up, we're going to be seeing Mango versus Inagi. Next up is going to be KDF Enkoe versus Chikuwa. And afterwards, Z Crimlet versus Dio, where we'll flip over to the other casters. And the last match is to be decided because we need the bracket to advance a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, starting off already, it's going to be a banger match to start off the day. Mango and Inagi, if you didn't know, were actually practice partners. Before the start of this event, they were cooking decks together, seeing what worked, what didn't. So facing each other right now this early, it could be super interesting if they decide to bring these wacky counter picks.
Absolutely, and here's a rundown of the bracket once again. If you missed it yesterday, Z Crimlet takes down Mango in the uppers, and KDF Enkoe versus Dio. Dio moves on in the upper bracket, and unfortunately in the lowers, we can see our fallen comrades, our fallen players, Minty and CJRs, were unfortunately knocked out in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, sad to see them go, but they do still get to hang around and enjoy the wonderful scenery we have going on, and hopefully cheer on their fellow players as well. That is, we're all hoping for the camaraderie, the sportsmanship. That is what a tournament like this is all about.
Absolutely, and then once again, seeing the players where they ended up, and we're going to be moving on to that side, but I'm quite excited to see this first match because it should be, Mango, right? I do wonder, how things are going to go out and what decks they are bringing around this time, because players can actually switch their decks in between their sets.
Yeah, it's certainly something to look forward to. I know KDF and Enkoe in particular said that he's really trying to snipe his opponents. Find a deck that they really like or playstyle that they lean to, and then pick a deck that counters. And we kind of saw something happen yesterday with Chikuwa versus CJRs. Chikuwa brought a very unconventional stall deck and managed to get a good matchup in Game 5 against a very aggressive deck brought over by CJRs, and he just couldn't break through.
Yeah, CJRs did their best to adapt, play around some of the lines, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to practice against stall when it hasn't been around for a few months at this rate. And stall is also one of the hardest deck archetypes to pilot. So, trying to get practice and also against something that's very difficult to fight against, you're fighting a bit of an uphill battle.
It absolutely is, Coach. Stall is a deck that takes a long time for games to conclude. So when you practice against it, your practice takes longer, so you get less reps in. And it's also a rather unpopular archetype towards some of these players because the games do go long and they do require a lot of mental resilience.
Absolutely. Now, as for their opponent, are you expecting them to bring anything in particular? Any of these 4 players that we'll be watching today for our 2 matches that you're excited to see them make some changes to their levels?
Ooh, well, I mean, Inagi is the combo master. He is our champion from the Southeast Asia, Macau, Hong Kong, Taiwan Prince Cup, the first seed. He won the entire tournament, facing off against Mango, his practice partner, the Korean Prince Cup top 4. I expect to maybe him go over to some comfort decks just saying, I am better than you. My placements are higher than yours, so I can bring comfort decks and I can still afford to beat you on it. And I guess the mental block of just playing something that you're more familiar with, more comfortable with, could help him advance even if the decks aren't quite as good.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'm definitely looking at is that Inagi ends up bringing the double dragons again, because that was the one deck that he struggled on a lot, with their first matches, and they were able to clutch it out in the end with that very lucky pull of the Fresh Wind and Freedom, but otherwise they would have gone home just yesterday, and that's so insane to have such a high stakes in this tournament, because if you don't know, or if you're new to the channel, it is $60,000 prize pool, and the winner takes home 16,000 of that.
It is a 1-6 with 3 zeros. That is a lot of money. Lots of stakes on the line, but it looks like we are moving into the deck selections. Let's see what they bring.
Absolutely. Wow, look at this beautiful hotel that we're in. I'm sure to get some yummy snacks later, that wonderful Fontaine cuisine.
It is certainly one of the highlights here at the Hotel de Bar. And the wonderful desserts, the pastries we have on the side, while the patrons watch these even more wonderful games.
Absolutely. Yep, the players are getting set up right now. And I think, let's see here.
Ooh, okay, Inzagi's brought out the notebook.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see what he's cooking.
Yeah, if only we could see
Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's Mango. Mango has
yeah,
the notebook.
that's Mango. We're looking on the other side, flip-flop. Yeah, looks like the players are currently figuring out what deck they want to pick, but we do see the conventional ban of Whale. See you later. Unfortunately, the Whale will not be showing up to the hotel today.
Ooh. And you know what? Something else that's not showing up is a unique list. They are bringing the stock standard that we have been seeing throughout the tournament, just bringing a Sayu deck, a Kuki deck, and also a Sino deck, although the Sino variations they chose are very different.
Yes, this is quite interesting. On the side of Mango, we have the Sino Crab, and on the side of Inzagi, we have Sai Noverload, and we actually got to see this matchup yesterday, so it'll be really interesting to see if this ends up happening once more, but it's so interesting to see how Sino ends up in a deck that is stall, and then one that is pure aggro. There's no in-betweens.
Well, Sino Overload does have some combo components, but yes, it is an aggro deck through and through. It is all about finding that early aggressive potential and then sniping a character with Pyrus, removing them from the equation, and then winning from there once Sino gets the 4 stacks and you just overwhelm them with the damage.
Absolutely. Now, the other deck that I'm definitely surprised by is because I didn't end up getting to see it yesterday. It is the Kuki, Nahida, and Linny deck, because I personally think the deck is all right, but when we were seeing Atlantic, only a few people brought it, and otherwise, they're like, oh, maybe this will work out, maybe not. But I think for the most part, since both of the players are bringing it, they're definitely confident in its abilities.
So I personally think it is on the weaker side of decks. It is an aggro deck very similar to the finally official Nahida Linny that was very popular back in 4.1 and a little bit of 4.2 as well. It has a lot of the similar concepts where you get early electro application, you charge over one of your Nahida bursts or something like that, and then you I haven't lost Adeptus Burst to do 7 damage, finish off a character, and then your other damage should win you the game from there. But the problem is, with a deck like that, there isn't a lot of dice generation, especially after the Gilded Dreams and Lyre Song changes. So that kind of struggles with consistency in that regard, but it can very easily overwhelm more combo-related decks with its turn 1 and turn 2 pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. You know, there are things about saying that, you know, maybe you do an Overload opener, maybe you do a Kuki into Nahida opener, but regardless, you're either going to be putting the Seed debuff on them or disrupting their setup, which we've seen happen a lot now because of the Herald decks and or the Cryo Cube decks. A lot of people want to sit still. We saw specifically in the matchup for the last half of the Prince Cup Pacific that players who tried to sit down on just one character in the start ended up getting hard punished for it.
I mean, the thing is, when there's so much damage, so much dice going around right now, if you just sit still on a character, you are liable to getting sniped, and that is something that this Kukinali deck in particular is really, really good at. It runs the very seldom seen Adeptus Burst and also I Haven't Lost Yet. Being able to get that extra energy and also dice as well lets you put that extra dice into the 3 damage burst buff from the Adeptus Temptation, and you can very, very easily snipe away a character. Especially with how much damage the deck already has, it's very easy to get a character below that breakpoint.
Absolutely. And since we were casting the online sets for this as well, it's really interesting to see that, you know, the variant that was run around that time, and just because of how the cards were the way they were, Herald, Yao Yao, and or someone else, and then Kuki, right? And now you see this switch over, but to an extent the same mentality. I wonder if anyone's going to be bold enough to bring Kuki talent.
We did see some of that yesterday. Kuki talent is just so strong. You get that damage amplification when you are below 6 HP, and of course that ever-present revive, letting you tank 1 extra attack no matter the circumstances, being able to outlive just 3 extra dice minimum, because your opponent has to spend just that much more to get rid of her, and if they don't, well, they're going to have to deal with her next round and the round after that, so on and so forth.
Absolutely. The thing I'm most surprised by that talent is the checkmate endgame, as I call it, where you're, you know, doing your best to field on Nahida and Linny, but then you have hiding usually in the back. It depends if they run it this time around. I assume not. The I Haven't Lost Yet, and then of course hiding the talent card, you know, just waiting to strike, and then they have Quicken, Overload, etc. And then they just go in for a massive nuke, and that can just totally wipe out your opponent because they cannot have any defense to hold that off.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what decks the players bring, but we have something else coming right up before the games.
Wow, look at those opposes. These players are ready to go. And like you mentioned earlier, since both of these players have been at both the Korea Prince Cup and the, or I should say the Korea Invitational and the Asia Invitational, they have both fought each other multiple times and also practiced together multiple times. So this is a really interesting matchup, and it's very unfortunate that this is in the lower bracket.
Yeah, these guys are practice partners for this tournament too. I think we are in for some great games, some great fundamentals from these players. You need to know how to play all your decks very, very well to get here, but just, I'm sad to see no wacky counter picks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you know, well, unfortunately, it isn't the common used deck tab, but it's not going to be played, but we absolutely will see that Herald Claymore deck once again proving its worth. I do wonder which variant they're running, because I know Inagi, being, you know, the combo master that he is going to be running that solo Wolf's Gravestone, and that'll be enough to do the job. But a lot of players have switched over to that Wagner's weapon banner, right?
Yeah, they have swapped over to it, I believe, after seeing Kevin Z's success with that variation over in the Prince Cup Atlantic. That deck runs a little bit of... It doesn't have the second gravestone, right? So if you are having your carries taken out, it is hard to get that second weapon equipped. But we can talk about that a little bit in-game. Here is Inzagi's.
Yes, we have the protagonist and the Sloth tag, that very coveted doll that Inzagi talks about in his interview. And we can also see a good blast from the past, the Yoimiya Tartaglia Bennett in the commonly used deck. Of course, Inzagi being the combo master, that it was what really pushed him all the way forward into showing people at the Prince Cup that he is truly the combo master.
Unfortunately, Tartaglia and Yoimiya have fallen out of favor in more recent patches. Combo has shifted towards dice generation with weapons, as opposed to just pure burst damage with the follow-up and stuff like that. But Bennett, though, we could see some more play in the Bennett double revive deck if slower stall decks start to emerge.
Absolutely. I know Bennett double revive struggled a little bit in Atlantic, but it's doing a little better this time around, and it's really interesting to see, you know, possibly the different playstyles within region and players that are causing this to be the case.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with that, though. I'm excited to see the games progress, but the players, I believe, have something to say to us.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think we have a little bit of player interview, and you'll be able to see, you know, what we were just talking about.
I'm Inagi. I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character is Kazuha. The group stage was particularly tough for me. I lost the first best of 3, and I went to the lowest bracket right away. So to qualify, I had to win 4 best of 3s in a row. And 3 of those were on the same day, back to back to back. So it was really tiring, but I was very proud of myself. So after my first loss against 8, I reviewed my games, and like every other Genius Invocation TCG player, I told myself that I got unlucky. So what I did was, the community knows me for having a sloth plushie that I bring to every live tournament for good luck. So I took my sloth and I gave him a last name. So I called him Sloth Lumen. So at the beginning of every other game, I would take my plushie and pray. And I was blessed with Lumen Stones in my starting hand every game. With every live tournament I go to, my goal was always to make it to the live tournament. So once I'm here, I'll just do my best and enjoy myself. There's not really a particular player I want to face. Being in the lower bracket, if I'm going to win, I'm going to have to basically face every other player.
All right, that is some wonderful words from Inagi, and we can see here once again the full deck lineup and the first picks that we're getting into the first round. Sino, Crab, and Herald Claymore on Inzagi's side respectively.
Ooh, this is going to be a very tough matchup for Mango. As we all know, Herald Claymore is known for 2 things: Wolf's Gravestone and a lot of dice. And you know what Wolf's Gravestone does?
It hits people who are at 6 HP or below. You're going to get a +2 damage bonus on top of all the damage that you're already doing.
And guess how much max HP Crab has?
Only 6, and unlike the whale who can increase their HP, Crab only increases those shields, and like a Crab being with the shells, you will be able to crack it down with that gravestone.
Yeah, as you said, Kojo, this is a very, very difficult round 1 for Mango. He's going to have to fight tooth and nail for every single advantage, although, of course, this is the spicy crab variation as opposed to snow crab, so maybe he can do some work on Sino.
Absolutely. And now that we are on the second day, we have some card statistics for you all. The most played character cards sitting all the way down in 5th place is Dea, 4th place Sino, and then the trifecta here, Chongyun, Sayu, and Herald, all in the top 3.
Herald does have a slight edge on the pick race as he is used in other decks, and not just Herald Claymore, which Sayu and Chongyun are almost exclusively used in, but still very, very high usage rates for all of those characters, and they are all very strong in their own rights.
You know, it's really interesting, like, you know, I talked about this in the online series for Pacific, but it's really interesting to see how this sort of Hydro, Anemo, and Cryo deck has evolved over time, all the way back when Mew was super popular.
Wow, and we can talk about that later, but ban rate time, Kuching at 100%. I bet you did not expect to see that one.
Oh yeah, me neither. 100% ban rate alongside the whale as well, and then Cryo Hypostasis, of course, being paired sometimes with the whale, and then Layla. It's almost a 50-50 on those banners that you wish for. My goodness.
I mean, whale 100%, not very surprised. In the online stages, it was like at 95 point something, but yeah. Oh 93.8.
My goodness, yeah, this is about as high as we saw in the online series. Lyman making his return once more, which is super nice. And then also Countdown to the Show showing up once more with a 71.4% usage rate. My goodness.
So actually, another thing I want to point out here, though, is that Leave It To Me has actually increased its usage rate. I think it used to be 4th or 5th in the online stages. Gambler's shooting up as well, replacing Cavarina at the coveted 4th slot. And Countdown to the Show, our newcomer here, is actually the newest card here to pop up at 71%. It wasn't actually there in the online Pacific stage. It was a tech that was brought in at the tail end of Group C to help you with more consistent openings.
Yeah, and we can see even in a slower deck like this with Crab, you have the Initiator, the General Mahamatra Sino, making use of that Gamblers, and that's why that Gamblers rate is shooting all the way up.
It is a very strong card, giving you 2 dice after you knock down one of your opponent's characters. If you play it immediately and get that passive right away, it is +1 dice. If you pre-equip it, it is effectively +2. And Sino being able to do as much burst damage as he does is going to make great use of it.
Absolutely. And moving on to the side of Inagi, we have the Herald Claymore deck, not running the Wagner's Weapon banner. I'm personally a big fan of Double Gravestone. Gives you so much checkmate potential. Assuming you draw it, I don't think you'll have a hard time with it. And then Inagi, once again, always being the combo master with double parametric.
But parametric, the double parametric in particular, actually, is a new innovation from this patch. Because last patch, of course, Lumenstone was all the rage, but after its recent change, it's not as viable in a lot of decks. So we bring in the parametric transformer to replace the dice generation.
Absolutely, yes. So this should be a really interesting match. It's actually interesting to talk about this matchup because earlier, right before we were getting started, they're like, yeah, you know, I probably am going to fight Crab, so I should bring Sayu into it. So we should probably be A-okay. I wonder if that's the mentality Inagi was capturing going into this matchup.
Well, mentality aside, though, we can see both players are super nervous. The game hasn't even begun, and both players at a very healthy 120 and 140 BPM on their heart rates, respectively. They know what's at stake. If they lose this best-of-5 conquest, they are out.
Oh yes, absolutely. And we are burning with anticipation to see how this will go. And I'm sure you all at home are burning with anticipation to see your ever so wonderful segment of these streams in the competition. The raffle should be going on around some time. Look for a moderator message and they will tell you how to enter with Let's Go, the player that you think is going to go in, Mango or Inagi, and then your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And if you do like these Primo Gem raffles that we have, you're going to see a QR code pop up in between the player portraits. Let us know what you want us to do. If you want more raffles, if you want bigger raffles, or anything else we want to improve on or you want to see.
Absolutely. But we are getting into the game. Inagi doing a very classic opener using the companion engine through the means of Dunyarzad. Starting on Chongyun, though, once again, a form of counterplay to take off any elemental application on important characters like Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Herald, you do want him to tank most of the damage because he has the revive, right? Able to tank a lot of it and still come out on top. But you don't want him to fall too early because that curse on the undercurrent is so powerful on that talent, and you do want to make use of it if possible. I believe Inzaki there was debating whether or not he wanted to play the second Liven, as he did have 6 dice to pass over, or whether or not he would choose to go for that Timaeus.
Absolutely. The coveted 6 Liven opener. It is quite high rolly and a little risky to do, to be honest, especially with your fighting with someone I'd like to call the archetype of an initiator with Sino, who can immediately pop off round 2. There are not a lot of cards who can do stuff like that.
Well, and speaking of pop off, Chongyun could actually get popped out of this game. Look at Mango's hand. Pyro Resin starting on Toma. Toma's skill does 2 damage, and Sino with Pyro Res with Overload will do a grand total of 8. And if you do the math, 10 plus 2 equals 10. Wait. 8 plus 2 equals 10.
Yeah.
And Chongyun has 10 HP.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the very scary part about fighting. You know, in general, the higher powered reactions like Overload, but also someone with the power of Pyro Resin to take full advantage of it. And this is a really big deal for a deck like Herald Claymore, because if you get rid of Herald or Chongyun super early and they're not able to deploy any of their skills, you are fighting a losing battle. If you have no freeze, Sayu cannot cleanly sweep out the game.
Yeah, and because Sayu is in a prepare skill, she's super vulnerable. Yes, because it is a prepare skill, you are able to double dip into that Wells Greystone passive, and that is one of the strengths of this deck. But you're also leaving her out to dry in range of something like a Pyro Resonance.
Absolutely. Inzagi looks like they're going for the 5 Liben opener. They have all the companions that they want. Could have held on to one more dice, but I think it's A-okay. Now it's the question if Mango sees the line of the Overload and is going to go down on Chongyun.
Another thing to consider as well is whether he goes for it, because if he does do that, you are not playing your Timaeus, and you're also not passing dice over with Vanarana. And look at how much ramp Inzagi has. 1 Liben, 1 Timaeus. The second Liben will be at 2 dice, so it won't pop this round, but it will the next. And just, are you able to deal with the amount of dice he's able to generate? Because once again, this Herald Claymore deck is also a hyper magic deck. You're also able to generate additional dice with things like the Gilded Dreams, like Golden House, like Lyre Song. So you could easily get up to 14, 16 dice.
Absolutely. We see the Toma skill go in right there. And that was actually the thing I was going to comment on as well. The opener is a little wacky. Looks like they're probably going to go for the sign. Oh, no.
We're going for it.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Okay, Pyro Res. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a big boy strike, and Chongyun will be out of the game.
Ooh, don't have enough Electro Dice though. What do we tune? All 3 of our cards are so valuable. Tamaze is going to let us get our artifacts for free, especially in a deck like Crab. Shield stacking is so important. You need the tenacity of the Millilith. But, I mean, Crab Talent is great as well. But if we tune Vanarana right now, we don't get to pass dice in the next round.
Ooh, Timaeus is quite bold to go for it, but boom! Out goes Chongyun, and now it is just Herald and Sayu's game.
See Inagi accepting the fact that his Chongyun is down. Now look at his player camps. I'm not sure if he's okay with taking the gamble, or if he's like, oh, I can't believe it, he had that.
It should be a lot better than yesterday because, you know, when Inagi was fighting Minty, he sort of just threw his hands up in the air when Minty had a double tenacity in the middle of this. It's like, come on, man. Those are the most valuable cards you can get. So I'm very surprised Mango ended up tuning that Timaeus. I personally would have wanted to keep it to make sure I can draw out those shielding artifacts.
Oof. Problem for Inagi, no Wolf's Gravestone just yet, and when we're already down a character at the start of turn 2, we do desperately need that weapon to even it out. Of course, Timaeus and Golden House will help us generate some more dice, but if we aren't able to even out the HP difference soon, Sino will take over the game.
Yeah. What I'm suspecting here is that Inagi is probably going to try and field out a little bit with Herald and just try to trade the HP values, swap back and forth between the 2 characters, and then from there, if they can generate more dice from the magic engine, that'll be their best bet before they can get that Claymore.
Oh, but disaster for Mango. Sino doesn't actually have enough dice to do the skill, so that means next turn he will not be at the very critical 4-stack breakpoint. We'll need to wait at least another turn or use 3 more dice to charge that up. This will be a slower turn for Mango, and Zaki's going to have a great opportunity to even out the odds.
Absolutely. You can feel the difference of not having any ramp or those tenacity of the middle list, which will generate you 1 dice if you get hit. And now pretty much I think the entire turn for Mango is just going to be an elemental skill from Toma, and after that they kind of have to hang on and see what Inzaghi is going to throw at them with the multiple dice generations they have.
Oh, free Timaeus. What do we get?
Well, fortunately, it is the Golden Troops reward. You would definitely want a second Gilded. Even if you probably wouldn't be able to play it this turn, Golden Troops reward is not going to help too much. You only have 2 characters remaining, and only one of them could use it.
I mean, as long as you end your turn on hill, you can pop that over to Sayu, and it will give you +1 dice to work with next turn. I think right now, though, if you do want to make something count, you will need to go over to her to do her skill.
Yeah, most definitely. I interestingly think that Inzaghi may be playing a lot more confidently because you can only ever have 2 Resonance Wovens inside your deck, and of course Mango is playing a Resonance deck, so they already spent 1. So the chances of 3 cards in their hand and, you know, having another Woven isn't too likely, so they're just okay kind of sitting on Herald because, of course, Toma will probably proc the revive by using an elemental skill, but afterwards, it's not really going to be much.
Great choice here for Inzaghi. Just staying on Herald, doing the elemental skill. If Mango skills on Toma to generate shields for Crab, it will overload onto Sayu, in which case she can do her prepare skill of her own and instantly get that swirl, because if you cannot swap off after you do an action, unless you play a card like Monset Res or the When the Crane Returns, but both of those cards are very unpopular.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't be seeing any of those shenanigans. You'll just see the other Mondstadt card, the Freshman in Freedom, which honestly, I mean, it's not going to come up anytime soon because Mango only has 2 dice to work with. Inzaghi, the field is all his to mess around with.
We are now on Sayu. We could equip that Gilded Dreams to get some more dice to work with as well and do a skill. It will draw some cards to work with as well. Hopefully the Gravestone will be a talent to work with on top of that. We are unfortunately only able to do a single skill this turn with the cards we currently have in hand, but we do have a Liben ready to pop as well, so we can pass the remaining dice over to him.
Yeah, I'm suspecting a Gilded Dreams, generate a few extra dice, and then send the rest into Liben, and I don't believe we could play Countdown.
Oh, hold on. Gilded Dreams gives us 2. We can do 2 skills. That's good. That's very good, actually.
Yes, absolutely. Get those double swirls, and the great thing about Sayu is that the first hit is Animo, but if you make sure you hit an element in swirl, you will absorb that element and then hit it again, guaranteeing that all characters on the opposing side will have the elemental application.
Ooh, unlucky. I believe that Countdown was trying to pull for a second Gilded Dreams because we have a Timaeus on 2 stacks and a Golden House that would make a second Gilded 3, and we also got a Boar Prince on top of that.
Whoa, okay. Super nice top deck off the Gilded. We have a Wolf's Gravestone. That's going to be great for next turn.
Unfortunately, we cannot use it just yet. No dice to play with it right now, so we will need to wait, and hopefully next turn as well, we do get our Ancient Courtyard. Another thing that Inagi needs to be careful about is his hand is very, very full. He cannot pop the life right now, otherwise he will overdraw. He needs to get rid of some cards in his hand right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, Inagi definitely, I would probably take out the seed box, right? Put down some golden houses as well. And then from there, you can probably work with the most. But you couldn't take out the 0 stack Timaeus, because Timaeus, you have to wait every single turn for him to gain 1 stack. And you can still make use of that 1 stack, but, you know, more than likely, you'd rather just have golden house, which will work on all of those 3-cost weapons and artifacts that you are so desperately fishing for.
It will really depend. Typically Liben is the one that goes over first, because he doesn't generate any value unless you actually pass dice over to him. It's not free dice effectively, but unfortunately Liben is on 2 stacks, so I don't think we actually want to replace him just yet. He could become very, very key in our victory later on.
Absolutely, getting that extra dice generation, especially when Mango has none. One of the things I'm super scared of Mango top decking is, of course, Sino Talent and Fast Swap. Those 2 things could absolutely push Inagi to a very uncomfortable breakpoint.
Well, first off, I mean, Sino Talent is very, very powerful, but it doesn't actually do enough damage to one-shot Inzagi's Sayu, which is the character that Mango is looking to snipe right now because she has no pyro. And this is one of the pain points of Spicy Crab. You don't have something like Overcharged Drill plus... Prospector's Drill plus Overcharged Ball to get that instant pyro application. You have to do everything the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, absolutely. All the elemental application. That was another comment I was going to make. There is no elemental application available on Mango's side. You know, they're probably going to go for a Toma burst at some point so they can really maintain the edge with Sino. But if not, they're going to have to just hold out on Toma and Crab, and that will start to lose tempo, and Zagi will take massive advantage of it.
Oh, there's the second gravestone. Unfortunately, cannot use it. And the Lyre Song late as well. I think Inagi replaced the Gilded Dreams that was sitting on Sayu. I'm not sure if it is still there, but if we did replace it, Live will proc right now as well to hopefully draw us another one.
Yeah, they tried to make their best use of Boar Princess, but we may have a lucky break here, folks. We have Herald Talent available, and thanks to Golden Troop being on them and being able to equip Herald Talent off here, it'll cost them 0 and make Mango spend way more dice.
Ooh, Toma Burst coming out as well. That would be more shields going over to Crab, and it will also give a Pyro follow-up attack on a normal. So Sino could very well start to hurt right now. And 3 stacks as well. A single skill will put him over the edge to that critical 4-stack breakpoint, making every single skill of his do +2 damage at no extra cost.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting quite scared because, like I mentioned earlier, that Fast Swap is now available in Mango's hand. Sayu will live for 1 more turn, but after that, it is going to be a critical breakpoint for both of them.
You know what else is critical? Mango's dice are not looking very good. Only a single usable dice and only 4 cards in hand. This is a terrible time to brick. This is the time you need to take to try to win. Sayu is vulnerable. She has Pyro. You're almost at 4 stacks. This is where you need all of the usable dice you can get to try to snipe her off with Sino. And unfortunately, just not having the resources this turn could let Inagi sweep from here.
Yeah, absolutely. You may even be forced to do a few normal attacks on Sino, but that does not give you, you know, Pack Sword and Pack Leader stacks, which is a big problem because you want to hit that very crucial 4 breakpoint like you just mentioned.
It is, the onus is on Inagi currently. It is his turn. He really does want to scale on Sayu, get that damage down, but he is worried about a Fast Swap skill from Sino and powered by Talent that will be enough to snipe her off. Unfortunately, we know that Mango doesn't have it.
Very nice. Looks like Inagi was able to hold on to that Gilded Dreams. They were doing some board replacements earlier to make sure they could proc the Liven. So they're going to have at least 2 more dice to do another action. Going to be a lot to play with. I do think they should put down the parametric because they need to make sure they can feed in and just push the dice advantage to its absolute limits.
So first we played Lyre Song because if Lyre Song is your first card that's played, it will give you its original 2 dice discount as opposed to 1. But if we skill on Sayu here and Mango does have that Fast Swap Sino Talent, she will fall. Looks like we are gambling though. This could be very risky.
Absolutely. Here we go. Should see this ice skill. Are we going to play Parametric Inagi? It is the combo card of the century. If anything, it would actually be Herald Talent into Parametric. Just put it in. You might as well make sure to stop any form of dice that Mango could possibly use.
We are really considering that Herald Talent because if Mango does have that Fast Swap into Sino Talent, that is 2 actions, which will more be enough to claim the game because he will be at 4 stacks. Will be enough to one-shot the Herald of Inagi no matter what. We might want to play that Talent to avoid that possibility. If Mango has it, the game's over. We need to play around this.
Absolutely, yeah. Inagi just very carefully thinking through every possible line, making sure that the breakpoints are enough. You know, looking at some of the alternatives, right? If Mango is not able to attack much, of course, they can just normal attack on Sino thanks to the Electro Infusion. But at any point, you'd have to tank on Crab. I don't think Crab could survive the onslaught of a Wolf's Gravestone Sayu.
No, for sure not. Especially now that Parametric is in play. It should be a near guaranteed activation as long as Mango does a singular skill. And if he does not, that's fine. We'll pop it next round.
Absolutely. Already 4 damage. Toma is hanging by a thread, and now, ooh, yep, and we got to see the Herald talent played as well. So now it's up to Mango to work with the very little dice that they have already, and all of their skills and bursts costing 4.
Ooh, that Larson that we just top decked is actually huge. It will give Inagi an additional dice to work with as well. So hopefully, actually, an additional 2 dice to guarantee a parametric proc on his own with no help from Mango. This is very, very nice. And now with that Curse in the Undercurrent, there is no way Mango actually has enough dice to skill twice this round and also swap to Sino in order to claim the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This actually is a really interesting, like you said, the Liar Song is quite lucky for another reason as well, because now that Toma is sitting at that dangerous 1 HP, if at any point Mango swaps over to Sino and Crab, they will be swirled off and defeated, and Inzaghi will be able to pull back their Gilded, put on the Gamblers, and gain even more dice. He's really pushing this dice advantage to his limits.
What I am surprised about a little bit is that Inzaghi did not choose to replace the artifact on site with the Gambler's Earring. It is free right now. If Mango decided to stay on Toma, it would have been a free +2 dice on the reset. And we are expecting at least 1 character to fall this turn, although perhaps gambling on the Fresh Wind, if we did get that from the 1 draw on reaction that Gilded Dreams does give us, it could have given us more dice to work with as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that is a great point. Wow, Mango even tosses away their own Fresh Wind, because at this rate, they're really starting to struggle in the damage department. They just throw out an attack, give Sayu pretty low, and at this rate, Sino can absolutely take out Sayu regardless of what they do.
More dice going over to Crab, but because Sino is locked into the Prepare skill, this does let Sino take the field. But with that Curse in the Undercurrent, Sino is only able to do a single skill.
Absolutely. It is nice that Mango earlier did equip the Golden Troop on top of Sino, so you can see the skill cost is actually the same. Oh, wow. Okay, perfect. They're able to drop it out. But 1 dice remaining and 1 Herald. Will Herald be able to hold out for the rest of the game?
But that is the Parametric pop, and Mango has no dice remaining. Herald, with his Revive pop, now does 5 damage on skill. That is enough damage to at least take out 1 character with the dice he currently has. And if he managed to do that as well, that will be a free Gambler's Reset.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking at it here. Mango, it's pretty much the only thing. You know, they couldn't even play any cards at this rate because their Crab talent costs a Pyrite. Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, that's right. We got a Gilded Dreams, another Parametric, and the Ancient Courtyard, so we can start equipping for days.
Lots of free dice here in the hand of Inzaghi, and also a second Parametric to work with as well. Inzaghi needs to, if he wants to pop the Parametric right now, needs to get to 9 dice plus Parametric on field, so a grand total of 11. With this current dice, I'm not sure it is possible. He also needs to do plus 11 dice before he plays it, does an action as well in order to actually get it to stack.
Absolutely. You know, I kind of wonder, would you be willing, because you'll guaranteed take out Sino, right? Would you be willing to take the Crab versus Herald 1v1? Because Crab on its own cannot do a lot of damage unless it has its Elemental Burst active.
Oof, that is true, but I don't know how much I like Inzaghi digging even deeper. He was at, I believe, 11 dice before, no, 10 dice before this. Now he's back on to 7, of course, with the Parametric Transformer. But he could have just had more dice, I think, if he just went for the skill and Gambler's Replace earlier on.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, because the big thing about Parametric, right, is that it is going to give you those stacks when you do an elemental reaction or elemental skills, and the big thing is that your opponent can do it, but of course, Mango has no more dice, so Inzaghi's going to have to fully rely on himself to proc this Parametric, and of course, Herald having a Prepare skill has a funky interaction with Parametric Transform, if you don't mind explaining that.
Yeah, so the first hit of skill will pop it, but the second one will not, so you are only getting 1 stack per 2 hits of this Herald. But both hits are buffed by his Watery Rebirth passive, and look, only 1 skill remaining because Mango did swap over to Crab. I think Inzaghi loses here, just not enough damage to break through Crab because Sayu with the Grayson was unfortunately taken out, and because of that, we do not have enough damage.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as Herald, you know, is able to soak up a lot of hits with that revive in this endgame situation, no reaction, and the towering Emperor of Fire and Iron standing over them, it's just going to be maybe not enough dice to push all the way through.
Herald right now, if Inzaghi is able to get 2 more skills, will be 10 damage. Crab currently sitting at a very healthy 15. So Inzaghi needs a minimum of 3 actions in order to eliminate Crab, plus an additional 1 after that to take out Sino. And all Mango needs to do is live until next turn. Herald is at 4 HP. A single normal attack for Sino will be more than enough to win.
Absolutely, and unfortunately looks like this is going to be just a little too short of making sure you can finish off Crab and Sino cleanly. That one extra dice that Mango happened to have was enough to save them from absolute destruction.
If it was a Herald Crab 1v1, I'm fairly certain Herald could have won, but unfortunately Sino just has too much damage. Would have one-shot the Herald. A single action is all Mango needs, and as long... I mean, Mango only needs one usable dice with the follow-up attack from Toma, so it's not like he needs a tune for skill either.
Yeah, Inagi even had the Boar Princess there to do a Gambler's Replace so they can lethal the Crab and regain 2 dice, but 2 dice is not enough to do another elemental skill, unfortunately.
No, it will only refund you 2 dice, and an elemental skill will cost 3, so unfortunately just 1 dice short of victory.
Yeah. And we might see the player cams come in a little bit into the despair. Mango is just locked in, watching the onslaught of Heralds go in, go, go, go. And Inzagi's holding his breath like, I'm so close. I just needed more dice.
Mango knows this is his game. Unfortunately, Inagi just a singular dice short of victory, not able to claim this one. I think it really did come off the back of that turn 1 Chongyun Slam. Yes, Mango in turns 2 and 3 really did struggle with that dice, but because of how massive an HP lead he had already, was just able to leverage that from there.
Absolutely. You know, it is unfortunate because I was thinking about, oh, maybe there is a Dice of Cringe line, but Mango still will draw 2 in the end phase as the standard Genius Invocation rules apply. And look at that, actually, Inzagi is out of cards.
Yeah, Inzagi's drawn through his entire deck, but just still 1 dice short here. All Sino needs to do is a singular normal attack. With 4 stacks, that will be more than enough damage.
Absolutely. I wonder if Mango is going to feel themselves a little bit and go in for a little bit of white glove shenanigans. Probably not, because they can't actually draw it out. But this should be game right here, just one normal attack. Maybe even the burst for funsies, because this game is sealed.
Does not matter. The Herald has been judged by the General. He's locked into a defeat.
Yes. Unfortunately, the game one, you were just 1 dice short on both ends. It was looking pretty bad for Mango at the start, and Inzagi, you know, finally picked up all the momentum they could, but unfortunately, those end game dice break points just 1 short.
It was a great round 2 for Inzagi, despite his Chongyun being felled early, perhaps gambling on the Pyros a little bit too much. It is some fortune for Mango, though. If he didn't have that, I think it would have easily been Inzagi's game, especially with how well he played the rest of it.
Absolutely. You know, it's a really interesting variant to see, you know, Sino and Crab and how they interact with each other, because not only have I seen this happen before, where Crab ends up not really going for their original game plan of doing the stacking up into elemental bursts, and one thing that I'm sure you all have been anticipating is the raffle winners right below here. You can see if that is your UID. Congratulations, you just won 1,000 Primo Gems.
Congratulations to our 2 winners, both from the North American region, so congratulations there. But that was the game 1 between Inzagi and Mango. We will have at least 2 more of those, so if you do want to participate in the raffles, go to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, where our lovely moderator will tell you how to enter.
Absolutely, yeah. But going back to the conversation we're having, the interesting thing about having 2 carries inside of the Sino Crab deck is that people are quite literally using the Crab as the Emperor of Fire and Iron, and just making an iron wall that people can't break through, and then letting Sino finish the rest of the job.
Well, the great thing about Crab is because of how its mechanic works, it will just absorb shields from other characters. You don't really need to invest anything to heal it, right? You just do your skill on Toma, and then you will become this very chonky Crab that can tank hit after hit after hit.
Yeah, it's surprising that even through the means of Wolf's Greystone, of course, Sayu did fall a little early there, but, you know, even that probably wouldn't have been able to tear through Crab's about 11 plus 5 and 6 HP.
Well, the thing about Wolf's Gravestone, right, is it is plus 3 damage on every single instance of damage that you do if your opponent is below 6 HP. So first hit of Sayu does 1 plus 3, which is 4, and it'll be 2 plus 5, so it'll be 9 damage per 3 dice, which would have been more than enough to rip through Crab, but unfortunately, Sino, the Protector, was there to eliminate the threat.
The Denro Mahamatra, the Initiator, as I'm starting to call this new archetype. How do you feel about the idea of Initiators? But we'll put that aside for a moment. Here is the next deck selection. Oh no, it's the Mirror!
Ooh, Herald Claymore, both very popular decks. I'm sure these players have got their reps in. But this is a mirror that's all about setup. Both of these are combo decks. It's all about collecting your pieces, collecting your dice, collecting your Timaeus, finding your guilds, finding your Lyre Songs, and then comboing that one very big turn with infinite dice and infinite damage with the Gravestones. But whoever gets that first will be in a lead, and whoever doesn't will unfortunately be sentenced to a loss.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's a lot of interesting personal factors we can talk about in this matchup and the players, right? Because, you know, like we mentioned many times already before, is that Inzaghi and Mango have seen each other multiple times thanks to the Korea Invitational and Asian Invitational, but also Inzaghi is the combo master, but he does not like mirror matches.
Ooh, I mean, mirror matches is a battle of both luck and skill. It is about who can pilot the deck better, who understands the core mechanics of the deck better, but it also has that 50-50 luck element where if you roll bad and your opponent rolls good, there's really nothing you can do, no tricks you can pull because you are playing the exact same deck.
Absolutely. There's even more, you know, probably doesn't come up as much in pro play because, of course, these players are quite advanced, but anything you do, your opponent can do also, assuming they're running the same list. So, you know, whatever they do and you see a line that's like, oh, hey, I can do that too. It makes all the card counting a lot more easier, right?
Yeah, you know exactly what this deck can do, and you also know exactly how to beat it, how to play around it. Both of these players are extremely familiar with this deck. We'll need to see which one of them can come out on top on the matchup, though.
Absolutely. You know, it's actually funny. Well, maybe not too funny for the players, but they were dreading this matchup of the Sayu mirror earlier. So, you know, it would inevitably happen because nearly everybody is playing this Herald Claymore deck, right?
I have seen this mirror go very, very wrong for players. One of them just rolls poorly, no ramp turn 1, 0 usable dice turn 2, and then the other guy's got pass 8, you got double Liban, double Timaeus, and you're just rolling in 16 dice turn 2 and you just win.
Rolling as in Sayu doing the rolling bowling ball?
I mean, either way, they've won.
Absolutely, yeah, but Mango cites themselves as the unlucky roller, so hopefully that's not the case. But let's take a look at their deck here once more. It is, once again, the double Wolf's Gravestone, no Wagner's Weapon banner.
We are running the Sayu talent in here, though, which I think Inzaghi did skip on. This will let us draw more cards, of course, if we do manage to find it in time. A lot of players haven't been doing that more recently, but only a single talent does add that inconsistency element for it. But the free draw is always nice, especially when we aren't running the Wagner Weapon banner in order to find our Gravestones.
Absolutely. The Sayu talent, personally speaking, it quite literally can be described as a snowball card because once you have it, being able to draw 2 every time you swirl is pretty ridiculous, honestly.
Especially with how much aura Sayu is able to pull out. I mean, you have to get that first swirl first, but just getting free draw every time you do it, especially with how much of it you do put out with the swirl and then the application afterwards on her prepare skill is ever so threatening.
Otherwise, not too much out of the ordinary. 1 Lotus for defensive utility. Hopefully, we get to see that because Lotus can be an absolute clutch. Of course, staring down the Gravestone, maybe not so much. You may have to, you know, avoid some kills there, but otherwise, this is pretty standard.
Yeah, more or less, it's all about the dice generation. Curious, though, that we are not bringing over the parametric transformers that Inzaghi did, instead preferring to bring over a second Herald talent, and of course, the Sayu talent, which we were talking so much about earlier.
Absolutely. You know, I think, you know, the parametric transformer is just very unique to Inzaghi being the combo master, because not only is the ultimate combo card, but, you know, he just plays it super well, and we will see his deck in just a minute, but my goodness, I don't know. There really is nothing.
I do think the parametric is more of a high rolling card. If you're able to get it at the right time, it is so much more dice for you to use, but you do sacrifice the slowdown potential of a Herald talent and also the draw of Sayu.
Yep, and flipping over to refresh ourselves on Inzaghi's deck, only a solo Herald talent, 2 Gravestones, a little bit of a high roll, but I'm sure he'll have no problem drawing these cards out, and the consistency card of the Ancient Courtyard Arcane.
I mean, consistency in the sense that you always get in your first hand, but it does kind of sacrifice your mulligan because you always draw it in the first hand, which means you always throw it away, and that is one less opportunity for you to draw a Liban, a Dun, or a Timaeus turn 1. So it can help you with the free equips, but it'll also really hurt your early game if it makes it so you struggle to find all of your ramp cards.
Absolutely, and with these strategies that players do, with the Hydro Abyss Herald being, of course, that countdown to the show into Libans and at least maybe a Dunyazad, maybe a Timaeus, that is what the golden hand is, as some people call it.
It is certainly a wonderful hand. It lets you get so much dice for so little cost. It is free guild, it's free dice, free draw, free everything. Of course, though, you do need to find it first, which is where the countdown to the show comes in. 3 dice is a steep cost, but if you play it turn 1 and you sit on Herald, you can take all of that damage and it lets you find all of your combo pieces.
Absolutely. You know, to an extent, maybe this is a little bit of a puzzle piece build-in deck. You know, we were very familiar with all the way at the start of the game, the Noel, where you equip the Wolf's Gravestone, an artifact, and all of that shenanigans, and you're just supercharged. And to an extent, I think Sayu is really recapturing that role, right?
The great thing about this deck over Noel, though, is that you don't actually need to build towards burst to do big damage. And of course, you also have more discounts to work with as well. So the burden on your dice is a lot lower.
Absolutely. And here is the matchup. You know what? That's funny. They are doing a little bit of the reverse lineup. Mango is sitting their Herald on the right side while Inzaghi is on the left.
Well, I mean, this is the micro optimization probably for the Cryo Cube matchup. We haven't seen a lot of it here, but we did see CJRs bring it yesterday. Whether the players will choose to bring it again will be a different story, but the micro optimization here is for the Overload, so which character you want to swap to after you get force swapped off, as well as Cryo Cube, which one you want to tank the cryo hit on.
And already pretty decent openers. Inzaghi has the Herald talent and a few other ramp cards, and then Mango tossed away a bunch of stuff, but boom! The Sayu talent. We're going to be able to draw our entire hand out as long as Mango gets that swirl.
Not what you really want turn 1, though. A Sayu skill turn 1 isn't ideal because first you do have to apply that aura and then you need to swirl it. So it is inconsistent in this deck because there is no fast one to even guarantee it, but it also sacrifices your ramp as skill swap skill is 7 dice, sorry, leaving you only 1 to ramp.
Absolutely, but you know what is going to be consistent, Sumi? The raffles that should be happening around this time. Go into the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, type in "Let's Go," your player that you think is going to win, and your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And if you see the QR code right there in between the players' portraits, be sure to go give that a shot. Let us know what you like to see, whether you want more raffles, bigger raffles, or just anything on the stream you can improve.
Absolutely. And wow, Mango did the countdown to the show, and we got some interesting cards. But like you said, you know, as much as I really like these, it's not really what you want in your opener.
Unfortunately, Mango struggled to find a Timaeus or anything of that sort. Only a Liven to work with and the Gravestone, but we cannot play both as that would be 6 dice. We are unfortunately 1 short. We can Liven into the Herald talent, but that still leaves us with 1 dice to use. So unfortunately for Mango, he did not find the ideal start.
Yeah, most definitely not. I think Inzaghi, conversely, is doing, you know, relatively okay. We can use the Dunyarzad to and the Liven combination to draw, hopefully, a Timaeus, but from there, they may respond in kind of actually just Herald talent or maybe even a skill.
It really does depend on what that Dunyarzad does draw out. You do have the Liven to proc her once per game companion search. That will help you out, give you more options. But it really does still depend on the RNG.
Now, how do you feel about Mango? Like I said, the ramp turn maybe isn't the most optimal, but they now have guaranteed Sayu talent, Herald talent, and the Wolf's Gravestone, all very key / and or helpful cards that are going to be able to push down their opponent and slow them down.
They are certainly great, but unfortunately we can't play any of them. We want to discount the Gravestones. No, Golden House can't do that. Just the Gravestone naked is a huge investment, and I mean, Sayu talent, Herald talent, they're great to have as well, but you don't have the dice to consistently skill on Sayu anyways if you don't have that ramp.
Mango's still just taking their time. The 20-second timer, though, should be popping up about now. All right, we get down the Liven Herald talent. Looks like we're going to hold out. Yep, and just the artifact. All right.
What shall Inzaghi respond with, though? That was an unfortunate turn 1 for Mango, but Inzaghi's could, in theory, be bricked just as bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, the Dunyarzad does not low roll. I highly doubt it. It is such a low chance of that ever happening, but we don't want to jinx it. So he's just calculating through the lines, hoping that something could go in his favor to really have a high advantage over Mango.
If that Dunyarzad rolls into a second Dunyarzad, Inzaghi will be in big, big trouble because he does not have another companion in hand to trigger it, as of course you do need to play Liven first in order to activate the draw effect. Unlucky.
No! Oh no, the caster's curse. It's no longer the curse of the undercurrent. Very unfortunate. A second Dunyarzad.
Not the worst thing in the world, though. We can still Herald skill play talent, also pass 1 dice into the next round. Ooh, it looks like Inzaghi auto dice there. He used the unaligned dice of the Animo dice, so we will need to tune again if you want to pass dice over to Herald. Unfortunate there. Maybe we just go for the skill swap skill line, guarantee us full Hydro on the opponent. Because, I mean, both of the ramps aren't looking that good.
Yeah, as much as it's incredibly unfortunate, I am okay with the skill swap skill line, getting your Hydro application early, so that way you don't have to worry about it later. Because if post players decided to pass and ramp over, of course, you will still get that application on each other, but, you know, other times they might start to avoid it, and that is very annoying for Sayu.
If you do go for the line right now, you will be able to knock Herald out of his revive immediately, but with no ramp to deal with the Curse, the Undercurrent is going to be a real pain. Though you are able to get guaranteed swirls later on, or freeze, depending on how it goes.
Absolutely. Looks like they just went for a normal attack to actually fix their dice. You know, while we're on the subject, could you tell us a little more about the auto dice and what that means for our players at home?
So basically what auto dice means is that when you play a companion or a support or a weapon or whatever that needs dice, as long as it's not a skill, because that will always consider line dice anyways. So things that like don't care about what particular dice it uses, when you use it, you can actually choose which dice it consumes, and it will the game will automatically make it choose dice that your characters cannot use for their elemental skills. And that comes up in a situation like that, where because Inagi took unaligned dice and Laiba needs 3 unaligned dice, he wasn't actually able to pass the dice over to him.
Yeah, absolutely. That dice management is so key to ensuring that you do not spend the wrong one. I myself have made it happen many of times. And what are we doing here? Pulling back the Heart of Cavarina. Are we trying to bore Princess into the Gilded? I don't believe that should work out, right?
Don't need to do it just yet. It will just be a replace on the Cavarina, and just in case Inagi punches back for now. We don't need the dice at this point in time in particular, so we will just save that discounted Gilded Dreams for a rainy day.
Yep, and unfortunately, no second Timaeus from that. I guess it's not the biggest deal, but a second Liban, you're probably not going to deploy it anytime soon. You have a Gilded Dreams in Inzagi's hand and a 2 Golden Hub. Ooh! Never mind, I stand corrected.
Ooh, that is really big. That Gilded Dreams in conjunction with a Golden House plus the Ancient Courtyard will be a free equip, which will let Inagi match Mango's dice for the most part.
Absolutely. We were talking about the consistency of Ancient Courtyard. Of course, it does mess with your mulligan a little bit. Now that you got lucky enough to draw into it, of course, ideally you would want it for the Wolf's Gravestone, but hey, you can make perfect use of it here.
You can, but the onus is on Mango first to make an action. He really doesn't want to steal again on Herald, because that is kind of a waste of dice. You really want to swirl something, but right now, the Herald of Inagi is not locked into a prepare skill, so if he swaps over to someone else without the Leave It To Me in hand, Inagi will just swap off in kind to avoid that reaction.
Absolutely. This is the swapping and avoiding the elemental reactions I talked about earlier, is that when you have these openers that don't do anything the first half, you can accidentally give someone else the advantage and make them mess around with your tempo. And, you know, as much as it's not the most ideal to just move around, it really can mess with the matchup, because then players will be locked into a swap stall match until they can find that opening.
You're equipping everything onto that site. Looks like we had a fast prepared last one. May have been free play.
Yep, very nice. We ended up getting that already. And the Sayu talent. Mango is about to draw out more cards. What do we get this time?
Ooh, second Gilded. Lotus is okay as well, but we also popped the revive of Inzagi's Herald, which does mean the Curse the Undercurrent is also now applied onto Mango's side.
Yep, absolutely. So it's going to cost Mango 4 extra dice to do their elemental skill and burst. Quite expensive, especially with the fact that they don't really have a lot of Gilded setup. They did grab a Timaeus, but no dice to actually play him out. And if you play Timaeus late, he will not have those 3 stacks that you really need to make sure you can get a free Gilded Dreams.
And Inagi is in a little bit of trouble here. If he swaps off, his character is going to take a lot of damage, but he can't stay on Herald because Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone on that follow-up hit will do 5 damage, and 5 is greater than 4. So which will knock out Inzagi's Herald before Mango consumes even a single stack of the Curse Undercurrent. So when it reapplies, it will only basically, it'll effectively do nothing. You waste a little bit of value on that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the, you know, sort of scenarios that I saw yesterday, you know, not the specifically mirror matchup, but when fighting the Cryo Cube, who also captures the same mentality of staying still on one character, but only Hydra application is available on Mango's Herald. So if Inzagi's Herald falls now, it's going to be an uphill battle of ever trying to actually target and get that swirl.
On the other hand, though, if we swap off, our character is going to take a lot of damage. Just playing the Golden House for time for now. What do we choose to do here?
Absolutely. It's a difficult decision. I think ultimately I would not want to give I wouldn't want to give them a free lethal onto my character. I would rather just swap over. I think Chongyun is okay to take one hit because you know Mango most likely cannot generate enough dice. At worst, Mango will do one more skill.
That is true. Mango doesn't really have much dice to work with at the moment.
Very good that we had that ancient courtyard because it gives Inagi the freedom to tune away the golden house, and Herald goes down for the sacrifice.
All right, so the problem with Herald going down was that you were going to struggle with the Hydro application, but with that burst, that's no longer a problem. There's Hydro on Sayu now, and if we do a skill on our own Sayu, that will be Hydro Swirl. All of Mango's characters will now have Hydro.
Yeah, thankfully, a very lucky break, and making sure to use that burst because it's a lot more powerful, but also refreshing that curse of the undercurrent. And now both of the players have a 4-cost burst and skills. My goodness, it is an expensive matchup.
It is, but it is advantaged for Mango. He currently does still have a rather healthy HP advantage, but more importantly, he still has his Herald, which means he can use it to tank another hit, and when Herald falls with talent equipped, it will actually refresh the curse and undercurrent for Inagi.
Absolutely. Yeah, here, you know, Mango is just deciding to do with their last dice. They don't really have much they can do. You can feed it to Liben. You could pre-equip a Gamblers. I would not recommend that. But otherwise, Inagi just has 3 dice, and I really don't foresee them doing another skill because they don't have a Wolf's Gravestone, so they couldn't cleanly take out the opposing Sayu.
Deciding who to swap here to, you actually can't stay on Sayu. The follow-up hit of Inzagi's will put Sayu down to 3 HP, and he does have 3 dice thanks to that Gilded Dream, so another skill will be more than enough to eliminate her, and she has all the investment, right? She has the Gravestone, has the talent, even has the Gilded Dreams equipment. We haven't drawn her second one yet. We need to swap over to someone else.
Yeah, most definitely. If not, it's just going to be a scoop into Liben. But players are thinking very hard about it. Mango running out of time, almost 10 seconds on the clock. What will they decide, or will they throw to Liben? Okay.
All right, interesting proposition here. If Inzagi does have one more, actually normal attack would be enough as well. So Inzagi here has a decision to make. Do you normal attack and Lethal Herald, consuming the stacks of the Curse Undercurrent and making sure he doesn't get, and Mango doesn't get bonus value because there's still 2 stacks. When you kill Herald, he refreshes. It will still be at 2 stacks. It doesn't go beyond 2. Or do you play the Liben and just bear with the extra usage of the Curse on the other currents?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Mango ends their turn. It's Inzagi's ball in the park. Normal attack, I don't know. I think ultimately I would want it because since your Herald is already down respectively, right? Mango's Herald needs to go away too, so that way you're more even in the HP pools, and you could probably snipe off Sayu at some point on Mango's side.
Well, instead choose to go Liben. I do understand this because Herald Curse the Undercurrent is -2 dice. Liben gives you +2 dice, so it more or less evens out, and Liben will give us the extra draw to work with as well to refill our hand.
Absolutely. And we can see the differences in openers really, because I talked about how, you know, I was okay with Mango's opener, but, you know, they have such a full hand and they've barely been able to play any of these cards that Timaeus is just sitting there unplayed, is not able to decost any of their artifacts until they throw it out there.
Yeah, Mango was able to get a slightly better opening, but just unfortunately not finding a lot of the combo pieces he needs. All bottom deck. He's gone through more or less half his deck at this point, though, so they should be popping up soon.
Absolutely. The Boar Princess, because when Herald falls, the artifact will be considered destroyed and it'll give them an extra dice. Should be just going for a skill or a normal attack to put a little bit of damage onto Inzagi before they say goodbye.
Alternatively, though, we can keep Herald off field for a little bit longer, protect him just a little bit. When he will live on 1 HP to a roll, and we can have him come back later to tank a hit from Sayu.
Absolutely. On the side of Inzagi, I do wonder if he goes for that countdown to the show, the 3-cost Linny card, you know, because they did use it last time to ensure that they would pull out the rest of it. But at this rate, I think they're holding a pretty okay advantage. The one thing they're worried about is the Chongyun sweep and a fast swap.
The thing we are worried about here, if we play the countdown to show for Inzagi, is that we could search for Gravestone. That would be good, but we don't actually have a lot of dice to work with. Only 10 right now. We burnt a lot of our magic last turn, and there's also the Curse of the Undercurrent to consider. We can also even refresh it as well if we are Mango to put us onto effectively -3 or maybe even -4 dice, depending on how the game plays out.
Absolutely. Yeah, once again, timer is ticking down. It's a lot of things to manage and consider, but you must make a decision eventually. 10 seconds on the clock. Mango, what are we thinking?
Will it just be another skill in Herald, or perhaps do we swap off to another character? We do have a foul swap in hand as well. We could freeze the Sayu of Inzagi.
All right, just go to the elemental skill, and that will most likely seal Mango's Herald's fate. Inagi, I imagine they would not pass on the opportunity to lethal Herald.
Thing is, though, if we want to take out Herald before his second follow-up attack, we will need to normal attack. Sayu's prepare skill only does 1 damage on the initial hit, which wouldn't actually be enough.
Yeah, without that gravestone is going to be a bit of a challenge, and then from there it'll be a bit of a freeze trade because most likely Mango would simply swap over to their own Chongyun, freeze Sayu, but then otherwise Inagi would probably fast swap and also freeze their Chongyun respectively. It's a bit of a freeze battle.
Dice being evened out, though, Mango did consume one of the stacks of the Curse of the Undercurrent, being it a 4-cost skill, and with no ramp, he only came into the round with 8 dice in total, so being put down to 4 is a huge, huge deal.
Absolutely. They have at least 1 Gilded Dreams to make a little bit of that back, but no Timaeus to spare, so they could reduce it a little further.
Inagi is currently operating at a dice advantage. Recognizing this, we'll play the countdown, try to search for, unfortunately, no gravestone just yet.
Yeah, very unfortunate. They do have the seed box and parametric combo, but outside of that is simply strategize, and from there you really have to rely on your Gilded Dreams to draw out that card that you were so desperately searching for.
Can't afford to go play the strategize to dig even deeper. Inagi needs to try to do something now. Ooh,
let's go.
Okay.
All right.
And with Ancient Courtyard, that is free. It will discount it by an additional 2 dice, so it is a free gravestone.
My goodness, they hand those out for free?
But even so, Inagi spent a lot of dice doing that. It does have some magic in hand to even it up. We'll have a rough time going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I do wonder, does Inagi ever put down the parametric? Because you can make it 1 cost, but you know, that is a hit to your dice economy. You're now, like you said earlier, even if it looked very nice, 6 dice remaining is not a lot to work with.
It is effectively less than that because there is still the double Curse of the Undercurrent to deal with as well.
Absolutely. There we go. Free gravestone off the Ancient Courtyard. Are we going to do that parametric, Inagi? Now is the time to shine.
It's a very brave option to equip the gravestone if we actually do choose to do the skill. If Mango can go over to Chongyun and equip a gravestone and skill, which is a lot of dice granted, it will do 7 damage, knocking out Sayu, leaving Inagi on solo Chongyun. This could be a very risky play.
Absolutely. You know, I think it's hard to say because I'm like, if you don't want to use all those dice as skill, you might as well just do a normal attack because it still takes out Herald, but then you don't get the very valuable swirl that you want to ensure that Mango Sayu has Hydro application so your own Chongyun can sweep the game.
It's a very tough decision. We are forced into this now, forced to do the skill, playing the parametric as well. I guess expecting Mango to hit back. If he does, that will be 1 extra action. Ooh, gamblers as well, that's big.
Yeah, absolutely. That's gonna fix a lot of our funky dice breakpoints, and they go for the elemental skill, Hydro on both of the characters, but Chongyun is locked and loaded. Here it comes.
We are expecting Mango to hit back onto Chongyun. No reason not to. Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone is such a huge, huge threat, especially now with Gamblers equipped on top of that in a parametric ready to roll.
Absolutely. Mango, you know, they may be considering putting on that Wolf's Gravestone. Most likely not, because there is no means to reduce it right now.
If we can get up to 7 dice, that's it. Gravestone skill, and that's Sayu gone.
Yep, absolutely. Could they capitalize with the Gamblers as well? It does not look like they have a Boar Princess available. It would be quite expensive, I believe.
It will be, but I mean, that is Sayu with the Gravestone out of play for Inagi, and after that, he's just solo Chongyun, no weapon equipped. He can get an extra action with the parametric transform, but I don't think it's actually enough to win this turn.
Absolutely. Inagi sits back in his chair a little bit. Darn. Got punished by that. Very unfortunate, but they may be able to hold the dice advantage all the way through because now they're going to freeze Mango's Chongyun and have a parametric proc to go along with it.
Thing is, though, with the Curse of the Undercurrent, still 2 stacks because Herald just had fallen, resetting it. I'm not entirely sure if it is enough to actually give Inagi another action. And even if he did, with no weapon on Chongyun, he's able to do a maximum of 7 damage, making it so that Mango's Chongyun lives to next turn no matter what. And even if he didn't, there is the Frost Field, and this deck doesn't have Fresh Wind, so all it would take next turn is a normal attack from Mango on any of his characters to freeze his Chongyun.
Absolutely, yeah, it is. You know, Chongyun, it's great that he has the Frost Field on the side of Inagi. When you have no more friends available and facing down 2 characters, it is quite hard to win this freeze 1v1.
Mango as well will always have turn priority. He should end first. Both characters with Gravestone equipped. As long as Mango can get a freeze off on Inzagi's Chongyun, he basically just guarantees the victory.
Oh my, yeah. Inzagi definitely had to go for a little bit of a desperation play. Uses the countdown to the show. Did pull another Gravestone. Are they going to end first? I think they are.
This is a smart play for Inzagi. Mango actually has no dice to swap back over onto Sayu, which means that if he skills and freezes Chongyun, Chongyun actually lives on 2 HP, making it so Mango has to swap over onto Sayu, and then we can get a skill there, kill her, remove her from the game, leaving it just on Chongyun solo, which we can then win with the extra dice from Parametric Transformer. But of course, Mango throws a wrench in the plan with the Leave It to Me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's also a Gilded Dreams as well, and Inzagi will not have to worry about dice too much this turn. It's going to be a question of if that Leave It to Me is going to be enough to seal the deal of the game.
This is the start of the next turn, though. Inzagi should just go for the skill. There is not much to think about unless we do want to play that second Parametric Transformer for the extra dice. Could use it, actually. Could use the extra dice from Transformer.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be pretty useful. Just make sure Inzagi, once again, push the dice advantage to its absolute limits. Give Mango no room to breathe with the 8 dice that they have, because they're out of the Curse of the Undercurrent now, so everything's back to 3 cost.
It is true. It is back to 4 dice on the Elemental skill and a burst. Inzagi can use the Parametric to discount that a little bit, but we do still have to activate it first.
There we go. There's the hit on Chongyun, but Mango, they've been waiting for this. The fast swap, the Leave It to Me in their hand. We should see it come out. Yep, there it is.
This is why we see that this card has a 75% pick rate. If it wasn't for that card, Inzagi would have actually been able to win. Has enough dice to do 2 skills, and both of Mango's characters are within Gravestone range, but he knows with that freeze, it's over. There's nothing he can do.
Yep, absolutely. And Sayu does their final bowling the ball to the Parasphere. The Parametric triggers, but it is not enough. Inzagi sinks into their chairs for a 1-1 score. Congratulations to Mango for taking the second game.
Mango is now on the verge of victory, 2-0 over Inzagi. He's on the verge of eliminating the first seed from the Southeast Asia, Macau, Hong Kong, Taiwan Prince Cup.
Oh yes, absolutely. It is quite the struggle to see a 2-0 going on down to our Prince Cup champion for first place in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Because, oh man. But although, you know, yesterday with the game with Minty, we saw an absolute comeback from Inzagi. He was able to hold it down and push through all odds.
I mean, Inzagi in Game 4 and Game 2 as well, with a series of very fortunate rolls, was able to mount a comeback. So we could see it again. This could be another reverse sweep. And in Enkoe versus Dio matches as well, Dio did take a 2-0 lead, and then Enkoe almost made a reverse sweep as well. So this could be Inzagi's chance to do another upset.
Absolutely. And you will not be upset because you have just won 1,000 Primo Gems. You have your UID right here. Go ahead and take that and pull on any banner you so desire. We have lots of fun characters coming your way. But like you were saying, you know, kind of in competitive gaming, right, we have sort of that underdog or the, you know, Game 4 boost in a best of 5 when you're, you know, backed into a corner, you know, sweating. It's going to be your last chance to make it to the tournament. You lock in and you push through with everything.
And especially in Conquest format, that means Mango is on his last deck. He cannot play the decks he's won with, which is this is his weaker deck, or the one he feels most uncomfortable with, or the one he thinks the matchups are the worst for. So Inzagi could utilize this advantage. He still has all 3 of his decks remaining. He can absolutely push for another game.
Absolutely. And we have explosive matches still coming your way because we have that Linny, Kuki, and Nahida deck, because that is going to have very strong openers. You will have to mess around with your dice gen a little bit, but if you can get a really strong opener, you're going to be in a solid spot.
The problem with that deck, though, is that once it does its thing, it really runs out of steam very, very quickly. You don't have dice generation to work with, really only have 8 dice to work with every single round. So once you do your 2 skills, that's it.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see the matchups that the players end up picking going forward. I believe Mango should be locked down to just 1 deck at this rate, right?
Mango has 1 to 2. He's brought 3 decks, so yes, on a single deck. He just needs to win with this one, and then he will advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and Inzagi still has some options, right? So do you think that Inzagi could snipe any form of a counter pick matchup, or it's just not likely to happen?
I mean, you do still need to win with all 3 of your decks anyways. Inzagi could be like, all right, I'm just going to get the bad matchup out the way. If I lose, I was probably going to lose anyways, but if I win, it's going to be very easy from this game forward.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you think there's any, you know, deck that's currently in the meta, just in general, doesn't need to be part of this set, that would pretty harshly punish the Kusanali deck?
Well, I mean, this deck is very, very weak against stall, very weak against lots of sustain, so maybe if we see Inagi bring out Chikuwa's Ningguang stall deck, which we know, of course, he doesn't have, but this would be a very good matchup for him. If he can find a way to slow down his opponents, he could very easily claim Game 3.
Do you think that Herald Claymore would have just enough, slowdown capabilities to push against a deck like that?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Herald Talent is so powerful, makes your opponent spend that much more dice, and when your opponent only has 8 to work with, 2 stacks Curse the Undercurrent, 4 plus 4, that's 8 dice. You can't even swap off.
Yeah, we saw how that was punishing them in the last mirror match. That's probably the most value I've seen Herald Talent get out of any of the matchups, because a lot of the times earlier today, and through the rest of the tournament, a lot of people have been seeing their Herald fall too early before they could ever get an Elemental Burst or that Talent card out.
The strong point of Herald Talent is that you're always guaranteed to get value somehow. It only costs 1 Hydra dice to play, and your opponent has to go through at least 2 dice worth of debuffs.
Yeah, it is so expensive. It's been cool, to see the existence of Golden Troop really finally making its return, because, I've sort of not valued Golden Troop and Golden Troop's Reward. Those are the 2 cards respectively, right? That will reduce your skill cost, but more and more people now being able to actually utilize it is going to be really useful to stop things like Curse of the Undercurrent and or getting free skills.
You do still have to equip, and you need to wait 1 turn to get the value, so it does take a little bit of setup to do. We'll need to see if Inagi is able to play a deck that is able to benefit from that, but here is Game 3 with Inzagi's back against the wall.
Absolutely. It is going to be, we'll see if we get the losing boost, we could come back from the depths of doom. But here we go, the pick, of course, Mango needs to play the Kuki Nahida Lini or the Kusanali deck, and then Inagi once again picks the Herald Claymore. And we did say that this matchup would probably favor Inagi a little bit, so we'll see how this goes.
As we said, it's all about that slowdown, withstanding the early pressure, and then when they run out of steam, that's when you take your chance to go in. Inagi has struggled with this deck, currently down 0-2, failing to win against Spicy Crab and also failing in the mirror. He either needs to turn the tides this game, or it will be all over for him.
Absolutely. The matchups between Kusanali and the other decks, may go a little bit of in other ways. Maybe still in the favor of Inzagi's court, but regardless, having to always be, struggling a little bit with the Kusanali deck is going to be difficult, because, if you get a flimsy opener, what are you going to do about it?
Historically, this deck has suffered. It is an aggro deck as opposed to a combo deck. Inzagi's, as we said, it's all about gathering all of your puzzle pieces and putting them together one by one to complete the game picture for your win. Whereas Mango, it's less so about that. It's about taking what pieces you have and then making them work.
Absolutely. And then if you get all the other, all those puzzle pieces that this deck runs are more of just a supplement. Most of the characters can work, just with their elemental skills and bursts. So I'm really interested to see what Mango actually has inside their deck this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if you were put it into gaming terms, Inagi is playing a RPG game where he needs to go through his side quests to beat the final boss. Mango is playing more of a sandbox game where he has a bunch of tools to work with, but it's all about how he uses it to complete the picture.
Yes, indeed. So what you're saying is that the whale is a teapot where you build a bunch of cards, right?
Not really. Whale is whale.
Whale is whale. They do their own thing. We won't see that because right now, here we go. The Kusanali deck. Kuki, once again, Nahida and Lini. That's why we call it that. Double Gilded Dreams, my favorite card. The Veterans of Visage. And then some Chef Mao and food to top it off.
Yeah, it does bring a little bit of a sustain to mess with breakpoints. This deck is all about gas. It's how to get that just extra bit of damage out against your opponent, but it is all temporary advantage. Once you use your food, once you use your liars, once you use your gilded, it's gone.
Absolutely. And we do see the I haven't lost yet, but no Kuki talent cards. So we could see the checkmate endgame come out because, of course, Kuki's burst still does a lot of damage and heals herself, but, we won't see that double revive to really mess with the opponent's breakpoints.
It has a lot of early game damage, but once it does all of its stuff, it will fall out, and one of the big detractors from that is the lack of draw. We'll need to see if that comes up, but here, once again, is Inzagi's Herald Claymore list.
Yep. Once again, if you need a refresher, that double parametric that he's been able to roll into quite consistently, hopefully, the dice are a little more kind, or just in general, the game is a little more kind to him because he's going to need a lot of these puzzle pieces to make sure that Mango doesn't doesn't just blast them with a massive overload, right?
Last game, Inagi really did struggle to find that Walls Gravestone, and he was lacking in the damage department because of it. Hopefully this time he is more fortunate. This is why we do run the countdown to the show. It has a massive amount of draw, and Tameya's and strategists as well will help us search for our components. And Tameya's and Dunya's art in particular will thin our deck for non-Gravestone related cards.
Absolutely, yep. Ooh, and now we have some pre-match data. The strongest single strike, not too high, but max dice spent in the first round. That is such a fun statistic, because can you believe that this is the game now that before, like, oh, I only have 8 dice, but you know, we have all these cost of reductions.
Yeah, it is max dice spent in 1 round. Sorry, a little correction there for you, Kojo, but that is a lot of dice. For those of you who are unaware, 16 dice is actually the maximum the dice counter will go towards. If you get more than 16 dice, you will actually not gain anything. So if you want to spend more than 16, you have to get a lot of dice, spend it, and then get more dice.
Yeah, absolutely. What else do we have here? Average card draw in rounds 1 through 2, 15. Okay, not bad, I'd say. And then what else? Anything interesting?
It draws around like half his deck, which is pretty good. That's a lot of chances you have to find what you need. And round 3 is when games end anyway, so it does mean that you are more likely to find what you want by then.
Absolutely. You know, I have a feeling that when we flip over to Inzaghi statistics, the parallelogram or the five-sided shape will be a lot bigger once we see it, because, you know, during Atlantic, we saw players just, their shape ended up filling. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it was very different. Strongest single strike jacked all the way up. Actions taken per turn jacked all the way up. Average cards drawn jacked way up. And max dice spent in 1 round, it is all the way up to the highest setting possible.
Yeah, a little bit of a flex with these stacks. We're going to see them increase more and more, assuming the players can keep taking games back from their opponents. But this is such a fun statistic in contrast to the online, because there are some things that we can see in the live show that we can't really see otherwise.
But this does point to Inzagi's role of being the combo master. Pretty true, right? Strongest single strike is all about like finding your adeptus and whatever and putting it to practice. Average cards drawn, I mean, combo needs to find its tools, right? 20, that's like most of your deck.
Yeah, that's pretty much
like
the whole of it.
Max dice, it means he has like a lot of gilded combo going on, and also more actions means more dice spent.
Absolutely, yep. But we are getting into the game here, and I would like to remind all of you that the more games we do, the more raffles we can get. Go ahead and check out the Astra Carnival YouTube channel. You could win 1,000 Primo Gems. Look for the moderator comment. Let's go. The player that you think is going to win, Mango, Inzaghi, and your UID, and you have the chance to win those 1,000 Primo Gems.
This is game 3, though. Mango versus Inzaghi. Just like in game 1, I will give the matchup advantage over to Inzaghi, but it's all about how we draw and how we make use of it.
Absolutely. Oof. Already Inzaghi a little bit crawled back into his seat, but we'll see it. You know, just like yesterday, they immediately started popping off. The light re-entered them, and they were able to push through and crush it.
Yeah, 2 very unfortunate games for Inzaghi. The thing's just not going his way. His opponent in Mango did roll quite well, finding the pieces he needed exactly when he did. Finding like the turn 1 power res, also the back-to-back Walls Gravestone was rather fortunate, so maybe feeling rather unlucky his opponent just had the things he needs.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Looking at the mulligan right here, timer is starting to tick down. Inzaghi should be mulling out their cards right now. Yeah, folds them all out. Ooh, all right.
Okay, great start. Countdown into live, and is already 6 dice we can pass over. If we can just find a Timaeus or something similar, that would be very nice for Inzaghi.
Absolutely. This is definitely something I want to talk about with the Juniors on Timaeus available on Mango. Hopefully they end up drawing the Veterans Visage, because I did mention it's one of my more favorite artifacts, and for a reason, because it can fit into decks that don't even necessarily play around its style. As long as you take damage or heal yourself, you are going to gain 1 dice and then 1 draw afterwards.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We do, I mean, Parametric can allow us to pass 2 dice into the next round, so it's not that, oh, that's even worse.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, not too hot of an opener. You know, at least you can play the Golden Troops Award and the other artifacts, and have Live and scoop up the rest. But this is very weak, and this gives Mango an opportunity to go for a pretty good setup or snipe.
Inzaghi not really finding what he wants. The thing is, this Kusanali deck, it really struggles to go through Herald. There isn't actually enough damage to one-shot his revive form, so it will take minimum 3 actions to actually go through him. Skill swap skill on Herald is also kind of wasted, because I mean, he's the dispensable character here, especially with that talent on right now. You don't want to deal with the curse of the undercurrent just yet, and we do have Dunizard plus Timaeus in order to get some ramp going on our end as well.
Absolutely. It is a bit of a lucky break that Inagi was able to draw the Herald talent, so that way at least if Mango decides to pop a revive, it will ensure that they will be punished for it in the latter turns. What do we get here? So yep, there it is. Veterans Visage for free.
Very nice draw to get on the side of Mango. That is exactly what we were looking for. The free discounts, the extra dice being drawn, the extra cards on top of that. Whether we want to equip it now or perhaps just do something else with our dice as well. We do have a second Dunizard and a Strategize in hand as well. We also have the free Gilded Dreams for an extra reset to pass.
Yep, I was suspecting that they would equip it now because, of course, Kuki does 2 piercing damage to yourself that gives you a perfect dice break point to swap over to somewhere else. As for how you use it, not too sure. Like you said, you probably need to do some tuning because you could swap over to Nahida and then do a normal attack, but that's not very valuable.
No, I don't think it's a great idea right now. We also could just pass our dice over onto Alive, and if we are to top deck that from Strategize or something along those lines. We need to see what Mango chooses to do here. Right now, his cards aren't the best in order to pass dice.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a little bit of a luck sack if they can get something off of the Strategize. If not, just play it out and then also play the Dunizard. Maybe you get another companion, but after that, let's see what happens. No.
Ooh, that's not great. Not getting what he wants right now. We could still swap, get that Electro over onto Herald, also draw the extra card as well from the healing from Veteran's Visage. But after that, what do we do?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to take this swap to Nahida, get the Electro application down, make use of it as soon as possible. Oh, they got the Live-In, but it's one too late. Mango's like, come on, man.
This is still okay. We have that Dunizard in hand right now. If we can play Live-In, we can draw out one of our other companions, and as long as it's our second Timaeus and not the Live, it's a bit of a 50-50 right now, we are golden.
Oh, yeah, and just like you predicted it, Timaeus comes out. We can make maximum efficiency of this, probably get another one of our Veterans Visages, equip it to someone else so you can have another character who can generate dice on the fly simply by getting hit.
We should be replacing one of our Dunizards here. The only companion left in our deck are the Chef Mouse and Live-In, and they're both either 0 or 1 cost, so we can just discount them with a one remaining Dunizard.
Yeah, unfortunately, Drew the Gambler, Drew the Veterans anyways, never mind. Though Mango has pretty much their entire artifact engine set up. As for discounting it, you may struggle a little bit, but this is good. Mango has lots of tools to play with.
Very critically, though, as well, that is going to be a free Gilded Dreams this turn. That is plus 2 dice in the hand of Mango. And in a deck like this, that's all about damage and early aggression. That will be very, very critical.
Absolutely. Looking over onto the side of Inagi, you know, they did have a bit of a rough opener, but they have a lot of things that they could do here. We have the Golden House. We also have Seed Box and Parametric, so we can get that to line in as well. As for what they'll do, should just be, it kind of has to be the Herald skill, right? There's no way you don't Herald skill.
You need to apply the aura over on the side of Mango, so yes, Herald skill will come out. It is 2 instances as well, so that will help Side get more consistent throws if Mango swaps off. Although I am expecting him to do a skill here instead.
Yep, there we go. We get one of those in there. What else are we looking at?
We should just do the skill on Nahida, not really a reason not to. It will give us that quicken stack, and and Herald is locked into that prepare skill. If we skill again, it will apply Dendro, which is nice as well if we want to do reactions off that later. But more critically, it will spread the Seeds of Skanda to all 3 of Inzagi's characters.
Yep, that is that crucial mechanic of Nahida. If at least one person gets the Seed of Skanda debuff, everybody can get it and join in the fun. Looks like they played Gilded Dreams just to get that reaction buff. Is that a 5 cost? It is.
Oh, this is great. I mean, the 5 cost with Quicken does exactly 5 damage with the extra Seed of Skanda, and I guess you can save an extra 2 dice over because you didn't need to skill twice, although that does sacrifice an additional energy for Nahida.
Absolutely. Yeah, and now they're starting to get a little bit critical. The Curse of the Undercurrent is now here, so all of Mango's skills are super expensive.
Yeah, that is a rather hefty tax on the side of Mango, and it's not like he has something like a very powerful weapon-infused normal attack in order to just pop the pop Herald without triggering another reset on the curse.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just see a pre-play right there. What are they going to use it for? Okay, we move to Linny. Get the... Oh, wait! The Electro! There we
normal
go.
attack does too if we want to do that over prop air. Wait, prop air counts as a normal attack. Hold
Yep,
on. It's not taxed.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that. I'm like, hey, prop arrow technically counts as a normal attack. So yeah, you can simply just do that and tune out, probably get rid of the Sweet Madame. You probably don't need it at this rate. And then Linny should be able to knock out Harold quite cleanly.
We did tune away the Veteran's Visage. That does make sense. It is the least useful one other than Onkuki. The other two characters don't benefit from the most for it. But in our hand, Lotus Flower Crisps, Sweet Madame, Gilded Dreams, and Vanarana. Which one do we tune? Probably the Vanarana, as we do still have a Liben on field. And both of those cards do not interact the best with each other.
Yeah, absolutely not. Even if Liben is in the front of the caboose, you need to spend, or well, really pass all those dice over, and boom, there goes Harold. And now only Hydro is applied to Nahida. It is an aura management battle. Inagi is starting to wipe his head, sweat a little bit. This is getting rough.
11 dice to work with, though, so we are still firmly in the driver's seat for now. But Harold did not apply nearly as much Hydro or as he wanted. Sayu cannot get a swirl off on Linny right now.
Absolutely not. And then, of course, Mango still has one more action that can use all 3 dice to swap around. Most likely, they're going to swap over to Kuki and then just try to hold out from there.
To make things worse as well, Inzaghi didn't get any Timaeus the previous turn, so all of his Gilded Dreams in hand are full cost right now, and no Ancient Courtyard either to discount even further. He also can't equip Gravestone at a discount, so despite having a lot of dice, it is not enough to work with.
Absolutely. You'll see the massive differential, you know, depending on how Inzaghi ends up playing here, because without all of these extra discounts, it just makes it so hard to not only regenerate dice, but also get that damage. I think that's a good play. Get the Gravestone in as early as possible because you'll still take good amount of advantage of it. But 9 dice to work with. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi just equipping the Gravestone, foregoing the reactions that will cost him extra dice, just going for the pure base damage of Sayu. Even if a character isn't below Gravestone range, that is still 5 damage on a skill. And then when someone does get below that threshold, we can start doing 11.
Absolutely. What else are we looking at here? You know, there is something that's kind of funny that Mango could do. Probably not worth it, but Linny, when he uses his elemental skill, the Bewildering Lights, of course, isn't an elemental dice to do it, but it will be able to heal him for the amount of prop surplus stacks. You can see that status right below his foot. But, you know, I imagine they're going to want to hold on to that for a more explosive endgame.
Doesn't want to use it just now. You're right, Kojo. I guess we just... Ooh, all right. I think we really would have liked to pass those 3 dice over onto Liben, but unfortunately, if we did leave Linny out to dry, would have been over for him. But ooh, the Veteran's Visage coming in clutch.
Veteran's Visage. This is why I like this card so much. You get so much value, and there is the second proc of it, drawing him out. Another Liben. You don't need that.
Unfortunately, though, we aren't able to stay on... If we stay on Kuki, she will fall, so we aren't able to get her burst out, which is a very strong one of this team. And we're also going to lose the Veteran's Visage as well, but no better play for Mango right now. He has to sacrifice one of his characters, and Kuki, at the moment, is the least valuable.
Yeah, most definitely. Kuki still has one more charge of the Grass Sanctifying Ring, that first status you can see below her card, so that way Mango still has Electro Application to be used in the next turn. They just need to swap over to someone else. Did Inzaghi equip Gamblers? I believe not. Right?
That should be a Gilded Dreams over onto Sayu. Inzaghi has yet to draw his Gamblers. No Timaeuses or anything to search through his deck for that either, so only a single skill left. But even so, a single skill is more than enough to actually eliminate one of Mango's characters.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Wow, Mango going for a very bold play because Linny is effectively the carry inside a deck like this because he does the most amount of damage. He can actually increase it, unlike Nahida and Kuki. But you really want to prevent that swirl on Sayu to stop the Chongyun freeze endgame.
If you do that, though, yes, it would be Hydro applied on both characters, and I believe Nahida will fall too. So I guess at least this way you keep your big burst. I mean, Nahida burst does do a lot of damage, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be pretty much up to Linny. Let's do some line calcs, right? Most likely Linny will drop in a skill in the next turn. Pyro will also be applied to Sayu.
Wait, actually, Linny lives on 1 HP. Not in Gravestone range right now, so it is 2 into 5. No, that is 7.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, no, math does math out.
Math does math out.
I was worried there for a little bit, but no, math does math out. If Alina wanted to live, he needed to be at 1 HP healthier, but Mango already used a Sweet Madame, so no free healing, and if you want to pass on live, but he couldn't have eaten the Lotus Crisps.
Yeah, perhaps a little too greedy with doing all that, and there goes Linny, pop goes the Weasel, and now it's a Nahida solo. Not very confident in this one, are we?
No, I don't think so. Especially because we can't use the Sanctifying Ring. And the great thing about Kuki is she also provides healing at 3 instances of Electro, just like Fish. Sorry, 3 instances of Electro and damage, just like Fischl. But she also has the extra healing as well for breakpoints. But we can't actually use it if we can't swap.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta be with your partners. Our bond is strong, and unfortunately, there are no more bonds left. So it is a Mango solo with Nahida. Inzagi just needs to make sure they can crack through the Lotus that they have in their hand, and they should be a-okay for this game.
A single skill will be all it takes for. Wow, Mango 191. That's the highest I've seen.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, shoot.
That is by far the highest heart rate I've seen from a player.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yep. There we go. Chef Mao, probably the second Chef Mao as well to get out those free foods. Let's see that Lotus on top. Ooh.
I mean, just a single skill, it will be all it takes. And Nahida doesn't have burst yet either, and we also can't use it, and I haven't lost it either because we need a character to fall in the round we used it in order to get its effect.
Yeah, interestingly, Inzagi is praying right here. They're really hoping they don't have something. Is it the egg? Why would they be scared of egg? Because I feel like they still would have enough damage to push through, no?
Not entirely sure what we're hoping for right now, but yeah. No, egg would actually make it so we may not have enough dice. Nahida takes 2 attacks here, minimum. She can live 2 attacks. Sayu locked in a prepare skill. She lives that, and then skill burst. Sayu falls.
Wait,
no Chongyun.
I think I understand what the problem is here. If you egg, oh no, okay, well the Pyro application's on, but you're going to be able to make use of Kuki's skill again, right?
Yes.
That may be enough breakpoint and Electro application to actually completely mess.
No, we have no Quicken right now, so it's
fine. Right.
It currently only does 1 damage. We would need Quicken to make it 2, but we also can't swap with a Chongyun here, which means that our Sayu will fall, and then afterwards we can egg swap over, and then the end phase with the extra damage from these Nahida burst, right, making all reactions do +1 damage in conjunction with the burning and the overload. Maybe at that point, it's hard to say. Also, another thing to consider as well is that Mango might not have enough dice to do that.
Yeah, most definitely. They're still having the Curse of the Undercurrent, 1 more stack. They do have a Lyre Song, Boar Princess, and a Gilded, but no discounts available, unfortunately. I think they could get, maybe a little bit extra dice out, but it's, it's not really worth it.
Does depend. We'll need to see what goes on right now. And Inzagi's going for a combo of his own. His Sayu will fall to the next attack of Nahida. Just needs a single skill in order to eliminate her. But the Curse of the Undercurrent is coming really big here, forcing him to spend extra dice. He can't actually do the egg. Well, no, he can still do it.
Yeah.
He can't skill burst into the egg play is the problem, though.
Yeah, because that egg play would definitely push in the Zagi back, but that is not the case here. What are we going to do if we can push through this end game? It's so difficult.
I mean, Sayu is only able to get the first hit off on her skill. I'm leaving on to Chongyun. Chongyun's skill with no Gravestone equipped isn't actually able to eliminate Nahida right now either.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay, swapped over to Chongyun on purpose. Even plays the Boar Princess ahead of time just to make sure that if Chongyun happens to fall, unlikely, but that way they can gain 1 extra dice to close that end game. All the port is yours, Mango. 186 in the heart rate monitor. Gotta think about it.
Nahida is Sayu is just 1 HP off of being able to be egg swap skilled and having the Scan to take her out. She will live on 1, and for that, man, you can't go for that play. I guess we just burst because it's the most damage over onto Chongyun, but if we do that, our Nahida will get frozen. We can't swap onto the character we egged as they will be on a single HP.
Honestly, I was thinking of the words on how to say it, but shout out to Mango's top deck discipline, right? Because they could just as easily throw out the egg. They may have to do it, to have a little bit extra time, but a lot of players would just see that and go for the move immediately because, of course, they have an elemental aura play.
Wait, play here. Burst, 4 damage. Chongyun is on 4. Egg swap. Ring is 1 + 2 from that, 3 from burst, 4 from no seed, so Chongyun will actually live on 1 HP.
Yeah.
All of that is 7, and Sayu will be on 1. Both characters will be on 1 HP. Depends on whether or not we can win from there. I don't believe so.
Yeah, absolutely. Uses the Gilded Dreams to just fix their dice. Still stuck at only 6. How are we gonna pull through this? I think you can tune some of your foods. At least maybe you keep you could keep a Lotus or a Sweet Madame to play on one of your other characters, but outside of that, it's gonna be a little difficult.
Another unfortunate thing as well is that we can't skill egg swap. We are unfortunately 1 dice off of that. So if we burst on Nahida, we cannot swap off.
Yep, there we go. There is the burst holding away from the A. Now it's up to Inagi to just make sure they can finish the job. Do they have a chance to swap back to Sayu? That will decide it.
I mean, he will have more than enough dice to swap back to Sayu. It's all about whether or not he thinks Mango has more dice as well, because Curse of the Undercurrent is gone. Mango just needs a single extra dice.
Oh, top deck double gilded. My goodness.
I mean, Inagi has already drawn all of his other artifacts already, so that was the only one available. Right now, though, if Mango has a single extra dice, as Inagi swaps back over to Sayu, it is game over. So we're playing around that, staying on Chung Yun instead, making so that's not a possibility, guaranteeing the freeze.
Absolutely, but that gravestone probably seals the deal. This is why we love running just the 2 gravestones. Sure, you can't consistently draw it, but you know, for the most part, you have no draw power to pull it out anyways. And now both of the Claymore people can use it, and now I believe Chongyun should be able to clean sweep it, yeah?
Should be just a single normal attack will do 5 damage. So this should be Inagi taking game number 3, extending the series just a little bit further.
Absolutely. Yep, goes for the egg revive. Really wanted to have an extra dice to play around this. So, you know, we will go into the next turn, but outside of that, that's going to be game.
Inagi does have enough dice for 2 normal attacks, so even with the egg, it is not enough. Those characters on 1 HP as well, it's not even close.
Yep, no, with the Gilded Dreams actually being drawn off, that really does set off everything. I was still operating under the idea that no Gilded Dreams available, but oh, there it goes. 2 HP Linny. Can you stand up to the gravestone? No, you can't. GG's.
Unfortunately, Linny was just barely not healthy enough to survive that follow-up skill from Sayu. It was just he had 1 more HP to work with, or perhaps we ate a little bit of food there. We could have taken the game, but if we did that with the Curse of the Undercurrent, we wouldn't have been able to skill it twice.
Yep, there we go. 2-1 for Mango versus Inagi. Inzadi holding it strong. This could be the comeback that he is hoping for, but the stress, you can see, is starting to take a toll on these players.
His tournament life is on the line right now. A single mistake and he is out. He still has 2 more games to win as opposed to Mango, which he only needs to win 1.
Absolutely, yeah. It is very difficult to look at that situation. Even as much as it is hyped to see for the you viewers at home, it is all the more stressful to have to play out all 5 games and be hanging and dangling by that thread for your tournament life.
Just a single mistake is the difference between Inagi staying in the tournament and unfortunately being forced to drop out. Whether he can overcome the pressure, though, will be up to him. Still, he's won his very first game. Harold Claymore is out of the picture now. What do you think he brings into game 4?
It's hard to say because they have the option of Sign Overload, I believe. I think Sign Overload is just the strongest pick that you can get because it does so much upfront damage and there's not really a lot of counterplay. You know, there is a little bit of a caveat there in the fact that they do have defensive food, but outside of that, not too much you can work with.
Well, we can go into that later when the players have decided their deck. We have our raffle winners currently on the screen. Congratulations to you.
Yep. If you see your UID here, you just won 1,000 Primo Gems. And of course, because Inzagi won, we are taking it to a game 4. So that means another Primo Gem raffle is under its way. So stay tuned and stick around for more of Genius Invocation madness.
Yeah, our lovely moderator will tell you how to enter those wonderful raffles. When we get into game, of course, be sure to follow their instructions if you do want to participate.
Absolutely. But yeah, like we were saying, Sign Overload is definitely the matchup that I want to go to because ultimately, since players have only effectively had 3 to 2 weeks to really practice these matchups, Sign Overload just doesn't have a lot of counterplay realistically.
I think it is a very strong generic deck. It has a lot of things going for it. You have the pirates, the snipe characters, the drill gets some defensive utility, and Sino by himself right now is probably one of the best character cards in the game, but it is vulnerable to freeze if you can't find your tadas, and it is also vulnerable to a lot of burst damage as well.
Absolutely, and I believe Mango should be locked into their deck right now because you have to win with 3, no?
Yeah, you need to win with all 3, and currently the one deck Mango hasn't won with is this Kukinali deck, so he needs to win at least 1 more game in order to advance.
Absolutely. I do wonder if they're going to be able to pull out, you know, maybe they switch up their mulligan a little bit because I think they were doing pretty okay, but it was at that end, like you said, it started to run out of steam, and especially with the Curse of the Undercurrent was really stopping them from making a lot of those interesting plays like the egg.
The good news here for Mango, though, is that you cannot deal with another Curse of the Undercurrent. And Inagi won with his only deck with that character allowed currently. So, no longer factor. You won't have to deal with dice taxing on you anymore unless Inagi brings something wacky in his action card list. But for now, we are safe from the menace that is the Abyss Herald.
Yep, they have been banished back to the Abyss, cursed away. I do wonder, one of the clutch cards that could definitely come up in a Sign Overload matchup is the I Haven't Lost Yet, because you already know that Sino is probably just going to stack up to 10 damage and knock out your character. So that I Haven't Lost Yet can come in super clutch.
It definitely could, I mean, especially if you're able to get a surprise I Haven't Lost Yet burst, as you mentioned. That is up to 7, potentially more damage coming in on Sino, maybe knocking him out instantly, because there's a lot of damage amplification in that deck, and piercing damage mixed in as well. And the drill on Sino, the Prospector's drill, it only reduces one instance of damage 2 times, right? So it is very, very weak to just massive amounts of damage coming in all at once.
Absolutely. You know, because we have a little bit of time right now, do you want to go down the full list of the Prospector's drill? We can kind of trade off, because the description that this card does is super, it's incredibly long, but also it makes a lot of sense why, because despite it being a 2 cost, it really only works on Chevreuse and Sino. If you put it into any other deck, it is an active hindrance.
Yeah, it will kind of discard the cards you want. So the way it works is it costs 2 aligned dice to play, and when you equip it onto a character, it doesn't actually give you damage amplification like the White Tassel or many of our other weapons. It's like in the newer line where it doesn't give base damage, but it can give you an extra effect to work with. And what it does is that every time the character equipped with it takes damage on field or off field, as long as it's not piercing damage, that doesn't count. It will reduce the damage you take by 1, discard the highest cost, original cost card in your hand, and then it will also give you a stack, stacking up to 2 stacks per round, but I think the stacks itself do go infinitely. And then the next time that character does damage with a skill, it will increase the damage by 1 and also draw you cards according to your stack amount.
Absolutely. So at base, or a quick summary, it is going to be able to discard a card for you, give you a damage bonus, give you damage reduction 2 times, and that is just so much all rolled up into one weapon, no?
And the reason this is so great in combination with Chevreuse is because when you do an overload with her in your team, she doesn't even need to do it herself. She just needs to exist. She will give you an overcharged ball from her passive, which is a 2 dice card, so you know, pretty high cost in general. And if you take damage with Sino, you can have the Prospector's drill discarded, and then you will have a pocket overload up your sleeve.
Absolutely. Those coordinated tactics, just like Chevreuse's passive in the main game. You don't need to do anything specific on her. As long as she exists and you trigger overload, you will be able to get that overcharged ball in the TCG or the resistance shred in the main game. So that is a lot of fun. I'm really glad they designed her in that way.
I really am enjoying the new line of characters that Hoyo is making. They're taking the game design in a different step, where instead of just giving them strong numbers, you add these mechanics that are weaker individually, but when combined with other things, make a beast of a unit.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think the most interesting thing of the evolution of Sign Overload, because Sign Overload has been something that we've always seen as we're getting ready for this match right here, you know, with Yoimiya. But the problem with Yoimiya, right, is that like many burst statuses, you only have it for 2 to 1 rounds. So you can't utilize it then and there. You're pretty much stuck on a solo Sino, and that's not feeling great.
Yeah, and especially because Sino before needed to wait turns for his passive to stack up. You couldn't really just increase it by yourself by doing a skill. It made him very clunky to use, and the setup was just not very easy to do.
Absolutely, yeah. I think with the existence of Chevreuse, like you said, a sort of pocket overload, I really like the concept of that. I wonder if in the future we can see more characters who function like that, because being able to hold on to the power of application, we've always sort of joked, you know, in TCG, it's like, what if we had like a fireball that you could throw out, you know, and just do like, you know, 1 damage. But here it is, you know, in the form that's very well implemented.
Yeah, I do love it. I mean, it has very specific combination of cards, and if you just play it as its own thing, it is rather weak. So you need to have a deck built around it, and I do love characters like that.
Absolutely, yep. It looks like the players need a little bit more time just to take a breather. Once again, it's a very stressful match in the lower bracket. You know, both of these players are on their tournament lives, and of course, Inagi already had to clutch up yesterday. So, you know, give them a chance. Just give them a chance to breathe, right? We have plenty to talk about while we're waiting for their match to come.
Just a reminder, Mango is forced to play on that Kuki Nali deck, Kuki, Lini, Nahida, or as Inagi has 2 decks to choose from, either the Kukinali of his own, or the Sign Overload deck with the Sino, Chevreuse, and Dea. Whether he goes for the more aggressive deck or perhaps go in for the mirror match and just outplay his opponent or outroll his opponent will remain to be seen.
You know, personally, this is a good time to actually talk about if the Game 5 scenario comes up, because personally, I think that Sign Overload should clean sweep the Kukinali deck. But how do you feel about the mirror between these two? Because we're very used to the Finally mirror back in 4.3, but now that things are a little different, the dice generation isn't as high. Do you think it's a pure high roll matchup?
I mean, aggro decks or just mirrors in general will always have that roll aspect to it. If someone rolls poorly, someone rolls good, you are playing like the same deck. No funny tricks or anything. The one who rolls better typically will have the advantage. But an aggro deck the mirror is a little bit different. Yeah, you still need to roll good dice, of course. But unlike something like combo mirror that's super reliant on setup, an aggro deck is able to make use of all of its resources whenever it draws into it. So it will be just who can use their hand better, and that there's the skill component in that.
Absolutely. We also will be interesting to see what Inagi actually has inside their own Kukinali deck, if they have something a little different like Talent, because honestly, Talent is such that really big curveball that could really turn around the game. Of course, Nahida's Seed debuff, or the Seed of Skanda, as we call it, is going to be an issue. Oh, what do we have? The mirror. We were just talking about it.
All right. This is a great pick for Inagi. He needs to get this mirror out of the way eventually if he wants to win. And Sign Overload, as you said, Kocho, is the typically advantaged deck in this matchup. So now we got our confidence back. We won with Herald Claimer. We were struggling with that deck. We regained our confidence. We're going into Game 4 for the mirror match in hopes of outplaying our opponent and having an easy round 5.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it is a little bit of a debate if you go with the stronger deck first or the deck that, you know, because no matter what, like we always say, you do have to always play on every single deck that you have. So maybe Inagi will be able to knock out Mango right here and then have a very, you know, a lot more favored Game 5. It's going to help out a lot to have something like that.
It does depend on how the game goes yet. We have yet to go into the game. Not even a single round has passed. So what will happen for this game remains to be seen. It will be up to the players to decide their fate.
You know, honestly, it is interesting, you know, in this meta that character order has started to become much more relevant. Number one, because of the existence of Overload, right, which pushes you to the rightmost character, but also the existence of Cryo Cube, who can target characters with its Elemental Burst Summon.
It is like a funny mind game for your opponent because, of course, if you're playing Cube, right, it's like, oh, I put this here to snipe this character, and your opponent foresees that. And it's like, okay, I'm going to do this ordering instead, so they can't do that. And your opponent's like, oh, wait, but they're going to do that ordering because they know I'm going to do this ordering, so I'm going to do this ordering instead. It's just a really funny mind game sometimes between the players.
Absolutely. You know, despite only having 3 options, I think this is definitely the funniest way to put it. To really throw a wrench into this entire meta is if we had things like Wanderer much more relevant. Not to say that Wanderer is any less weaker, it's just that these decks are much more solid, much more reliable than what Mew can typically do. So
yeah, Mew is a very straightforward deck. It has a lot of baseline power, but when you compare it to the ceiling of these decks, it is a lot lower.
Yep, just a refresher on Mango's version of this deck. We have the Veterans Vishas. They were very lucky to roll into early. Kuki made max value of that, and all of the food with the Chef Mouse. They can generate extra dice and draw more. Adeptus, Lotus, Sweet Madame, and the Tevat Fried Egg. We are going to have a buffet, my friends.
Tevat Fried Egg has always been a constant state of debate among the players because its Revive passive is very, very unique. There's not another card in the game that can do it, but it's very expensive at 2 dice, and sometimes, or actually most times, it doesn't pay off, but there's very few instances where Egg will win you the game and you would really wish you had it.
Absolutely. You know, it's pretty accurate to the main game when I revive against a boss, and then I immediately get whacked down, but you know what? They tank the HP, and that is the most important part. It's really interesting that that is how the TCG players have ended up using this card. Very similar to how you would otherwise.
Yeah, there's the swing potential in that egg. Maybe like this character has a tool I need that will let me win the game, but I just don't have it. But we can talk about that more in the game itself. Here is Inzagi's list.
Yeah, funnily enough, very similar to Mango's list, but that talent, ooh, that talent, I will be very excited to see that, especially with the combination of I haven't lost yet.
I think we took out a food card in there. Artifacts look the same, companions look the same, double strat as always. I think we did take out another food for that talent. Not entirely sure what he removed. It might have also been Arcane, but I don't think Mango's running that either.
Yeah,
we'll
no.
need a refresher.
Yeah, I believe it's actually one of the action cards. The food looks quite similar. Now, I think the funniest thing to talk about, between these two decks is the Sweet Madame, the funny breakpoint card that players always sort of memed on. It is the only zero-cost food that will actually heal you and then, ensure that you get 1 HP. But of course, 1 HP used to really not be a thing that would ever help you. But with this aggro mirror, HP and your little tiny breakpoints matter the most.
I mean, aggro is the deck of big damage. It's all about one-shotting your opponent's character, and 1 HP, as long as they live, will allow you to mount a comeback with their skill. So, very crucial in this matchup, and it also combines great with Chef Mao himself. When you eat a food with Chef Mao on your companion slot, he will also give you 1 random elemental dice to work with as well. With Sweet Madame at 0 cost, it effectively acts as a woven that heals you. So pocket treasure, I suppose, like scuffed treasure.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm always a big fan of the Chef Mao companion engine, being able to feed yourself with delicious food, and he's ready to give you seconds. But here we go. The Kukanali mirror, Mango versus Inagi. The game 4 scenario. Will they be able to pull it out, or will Mango send Inagi home?
Well, I mean, step 1 will always be to roll good. In an aggro match, dice becomes oh so important because unlike a combo deck like Herald Claymore, you don't have a lot of draw to work with. So what you have in hand in turns 1 and 2 is basically what you have to work with for the rest of the game. And if you have to tune those very critical resources in order to do your skills, you will quickly find yourself running out of steam.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should definitely see similar openers across both of these players. But I know that there's a common opener that we always do at the start of these rounds, and that is going to be the Primo Gem raffle. Go ahead and head over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems. Look for the moderator's comment, type in "Let's go," your UID, and the player's name that you think is going to win, and you could be the winner of 1,000 Primo Gems.
And when we do get into the game, if you look in between the players' portraits, there will be a QR code popping up occasionally. That is for the feedback form. So be sure to let us know what you like about the stream, whether you want more raffles, bigger raffles, or just anything in general you want us to improve.
Absolutely. Mulligan already looking a little funky, and Inagi once again sunken into their seat. They were able to take the last game, but they're still hanging on to a tournament life. The amount of stress and pressure required to battle through all odds is immense.
Inagi down but not out. Still 1 more opportunity to even out the game and potentially amount the reverse sweep against Mango.
Absolutely, and that is something that comes to fruition. Honestly, it is an incredible story to have because Inagi did talk about it in his player review, and of course told us as well the fact that this is basically the ultimate odds they've ever faced in a tournament. When they got knocked down earlier in the online series down, they had to win 4 best-of-3s in a row, didn't drop a game there, and now they have to win 4 best-of-5s, and then finally in the finals a best-of-7. It is going to be a struggle.
It certainly will, but his hand is looking good. Hopefully to mount a comeback right here, right now. Dun, Timaeus, Liven, the 3 companions right now. And if he draws into another one with the passive as well, it will set him up for a very nice turn 1.
Absolutely. And Mango, unfortunately, not rolling too good. It is okay. You'll be able to work with it. But Timaeus and Liven, no Dunyarzad to reduce it at all. And then a bunch of food with no Chef Mao. Not looking too hot.
If we do play our Timaeus, we could, in theory, draw a Veteran's Visage, and with that skill would make it effectively a 2-dice skill, giving us 3 dice to pass over onto Live, but choosing to go for the safer play instead.
Absolutely, and from the heart of Cavarina, they were able to drop a Live, so they will be able to cleanly push the dice into the next turn, but they drew another food and no Chef to cook it all. Meanwhile, Inagi got in the Chef Mao and a reduced Timaeus, so we can play with our food.
Very nice here. Unfortunately, not drawing into a second Timaeus or another Live, and Chef Mao is less effective as a ramp option early on in comparison to the other companions. But even so, we do have a food to work with in our hand, which I do believe is Egg. So he could come up quite big.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Got the Veteran's Visage. Perfect, exactly what you want. You do need to tune 1 card in this scenario, but ultimately the value that Veteran's Visage gives you on Kuki early is just so much. It's really the best thing you could ask for.
I mean, turn 1 especially is so critical. It'll give you 1 more dice and also 1 more draw to work with, and it will also give you even more value in the coming rounds as well.
Yep, here we go. Use it. Veteran Vista is going to generate 1 more dice. Can play that Chef Mao and let Lyman scoop up all the dice. Wonderful turn 1.
Alternatively, could also choose to swap and then pass the dice alive, and you will also get the Donuzar discount next round, so there's no reason to drop the Chef Mao now. And you will also give Kuki that 1 extra Electro application on the aura that you can react with later on.
Oh, that is a good point. You know, the only argument I would really make against that is the fact that Mango is probably never swapping back to Kuki anytime soon, especially because they don't have talent, but it's definitely a good point to make. You know, Dunyarzad will always be there, be your best friend, so they will always be able to discount companions in the future.
It all really depends, because if we do swap off of our own Kuki, Mango does have turn priority. So if he will swap off of Kuki first, because after you do a skill, there's not much to do on her unless you do want to Eye Velocity at Burst, which you can't turn 2, as of course one of your characters haven't fallen yet, so you cannot get that extra energy or dice. If we do swap off to another character, one of our other characters will be eating that Electro Aura, and they are much more valuable.
Absolutely. Yeah, that fast swap in Mango's hand is quite scary. Despite them having a little bit of a mess up mulligan, they will do this, right? And like you said, now the turn priority is pushed over. If Linny gets Electro applied and then moves over to their Linny with a fast swap, they'll be able to push them right back to Kuki, and we're back to square 1.
Even so, that's not too bad, because if we do fast swap onto Linny and do a skill for the Overload, it will also apply another Electro Aura onto the Linny of Mango. And if we swap over to Nahida as well, yeah, Linny is going to take a huge chunk of damage. We also apply Electro on her as well, so lots of aura for Inzaghi to work with.
Absolutely. Hopefully we get better dice off of this. Not looking too hot. Woo! 3 Omni and a 2 Dendro.
Exactly what you want turn 2. This deck really does like to go to Nahida as a second character, get the quickens, which will buff your skill damage on Nahida, your burst damage on Nahida, and also the sanctifying ring damage as well.
Absolutely. Ooh, looking a little rough for Mango. Will definitely be able to do a Linny charged attack, maybe even a skill if they're feeling so silly. But of course, players both had Liben proc, so we have multiple dice to work with. Once again, why are they getting a buffet of food and only like 1 Chef Mao?
Timaeus as well in the hands of Mango. Unfortunately, was not able to play him last round, so no free Gilded Dreams just yet. We could do a free Veterans if we so desire, but neither Linny or Nahida make great use of that artifact.
Yeah, Linny will definitely be okay, but that's if you feel like going for that risky line, because like I said, you're going to go back to square 1 if you respond like that. So from there, I don't know, it's a bit of a stalemate situation. It depends how these players choose to spend their resources.
Right now, Mango wants to output damage on Nahida, but cannot do that as Inzaghi did swap over to the Linny. Outputting damage on Linny right now is fine, as well as this. He is this deck's late game anchor. His 3 damage base skill, and also you can amplify that even more with the prop surplus, but Nahida is the one that does the damage early. She is the one that brings all of your characters super low, and her burst is the one you want to be building towards. You want to snipe her early if you are Mango. It is just, unfortunately, you cannot do that right now.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, we put down to Timaeus. What are we fishing for? Oh, another Veterans. That's wonderful. Are we going to put it on top of Nahida? Okay, so we're swapping over to Nahida. Very interesting that we're not going for the Linny line. Just going to do it slow, keep it slow, and see what Inzaghi does.
No point in doing the Linny line. You want to charge burst onto Nahida. Linny is your anchor of this deck. There's no point in going onto him early. He doesn't provide any value other than damage, whereas Nahida has her burst, her damage amplification, the Seeds of Skanda help with breakpoints. She is much more valuable as a character early on than Linny, then her damage is just greater than his at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should be seeing the Quicken and the Seeds of Skanda. Oh, looks like Inzaghi handshakes to that. It's like, all right, you're going to put your Nahida onto the front line. So will I.
This is a great choice by Inzaghi. If Mango skills on Nahida, yes, he will spread Seeds of Skanda and do a lot of damage over onto Inzaghi, but it just lets Inzaghi respond in kind and also doing the same as Mango, but also getting Quicken with the extra aura from the Sanctifying Ring.
Absolutely. Aura Avoidance is quite huge in this deck because a Quicken can make any of the characters, even a Kuki's Grass Sanctifying Ring, into 2 damage, becoming an absolute monster, really messing with Breakaway. Mango even anticipates this and puts on the Lotus to make sure they stay safe.
This will prevent a little bit of damage incoming out. Keep Nahida healthy, let her build towards the burst that much safer. Even so, though, Inzaghi can respond, has a Lotus of his own, a Sweet Madame as well as Chef Mao being discounted by Dunyarzad. I'm not sure if we're thinking about doing skill, which we do have the skill burst, which you have the dice to do, and it will do a massive chunk to Mango, or whether or not you prefer to do the 5-cost skill into a skill on Linny as well with a prop arrow.
Looking like just the 3-cost. I was thinking about 5-cost, but honestly, Inzagi's really trying to maintain that dice tempo because, you know, Mango's about to run out of gas right here, especially with no Timaeus stacks available. May even been a call out, realizing that Timaeus can't do anything at the moment.
Ooh, swapping over to Linny here. If Inzagi stays on Nahida, that will be a burning stack, which will do an extra little load of damage onto her, as well as provide the little summon at the end phase, which will apply even more Pyro Aura for Mango to use.
And that is quite important because the really fun thing about Kugi's skill is that since it works simply off of swapping, all you need to do to really mess around with someone's game plan is swap, and then you can get potentially 2 reactions. You can use a fast swap as well. So they could definitely do that and push them off their crucial carry. However, once again, this is where Overload Order comes into play. Linny will be next up to the plate, and he could easily just punish him back.
Especially considering that Inzagi still has enough dice to do a skill into burst. That will chunk out Mango for about 8 damage if I'm correct on my math, leaving Linny on just 2 HP, and of which Inzagi just swaps the Sanctifying Ring, even without the bonus quicken damage, just with the reaction damage itself, will be enough to knock him out of the game.
Yep, the timer is coming down, and you can see Mango's heart rate immediately starts jumping from 90 to 107. Oh my goodness, it is getting intense. These players truly do react within what is happening. I wonder how high it will get later on in the matches. Oh my goodness, the value!
Oh, this Adeptus is so huge. This allows Inzagi to skill into Adeptus Burst, knocking out Mango's Linny if he doesn't manage to find the extra dice to swap off. This could be very dangerous.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, Nahida's Burst, very powerful in its own right, but combining with it Adeptus, you can easily take someone into a knockout, and that is the last thing you want, losing your very crucial Linny endgame anchor on a Mango side. All right. Is that a 5-cost? This 3. Nope,
No.
just a.
Was 3-cost skill coming out, not to bring the Seeds of Scotland to all of Mango's characters, but I mean, Kuki is kind of less valuable as a seed target. She doesn't do anything without burst right now, so no reason to spread it onto everyone, and this lets us preserve our dice if we want to Adeptus Burst. Adeptus Burst right now does do 8 damage, so even with a Sweet Madame, which is the only free healing food, if we still want to eat food, heal Linny, and also do a skill, he will fall regardless.
Yeah, we'll definitely get tripped up by that boost to quicken, but they decide to fire back, and there is the 2 bouts of Pyro in the end phase, but watch out, Mango. I think Inzagi's going to go for it.
So if we do go for the Adeptus Burst, that will mean Nahida will be eliminated in the end phase. Well, not quite. She will take 2 damage, but Mango, with the turn priority, will be quickly able to take her out after that.
Yep, looks like they decide against it. We can hold Adeptus for another day. And looks like they're going to allow themselves to be pushed on to Kuki later. Because actually, that's a pretty safe spot. She's at a healthy 10 HP, has a Veteran's Visage, so you'll generate another dice for it in the next round. So this is a pretty great position.
Another smart thing to think about as well is that Kuki will tank the summon. She already healed 1, so she already used her dice generation effect from the Veteran's Visage. So because we overload on the first summon, the second summon will hit Kuki, doing 1 damage, 1 Pyro, and also drawing a card for Inzagi to work with. And in an aggro deck with very little draw, even a slight micro optimization like this to get you 1 extra card could be the difference in a matchup.
Absolutely, especially like I said, the players have been drawing a bit of a buffet. Mango, of course, has a little bit of setup, but does not have that Timaeus at higher stacks, so that way there is no Lyre Song or save to make them play that Gilded Dreams. And similarly on Inzagi, there is a Timaeus. You'll get 2 stacks, you have a Lyre Song, but you still need Gilded Dreams to really push that all through.
Ooh, not choosing a skill on Linny. I mean, Inzagi didn't have the dice where it had 1 Omni, 2 Electro, so when you need to have 2 of his very useful cards, there's nothing in your hand you want gone right now. Lotus would be great for breakpoints. The Sweet Madame could help you get more dice, and I mean, just Leave It to Me and Lyre Song are so valuable as cards. You can't afford to get rid of them just yet.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, there's the Gilded Dreams I was just talking about. Inzagi, very nice top deck.
Especially considering that Timaeus is at 2 stacks now. Just if you play the Lyre Song, even if it is not your first card, it will still discount it to be free.
Absolutely, and all this dice generation is gonna be super useful going into this. For Mango, what do they need to do to play out that Gilded Dreams right now? It's unfortunately just a Lyre Song, I believe, right?
if he wants to play the Guild of Dreams, he will need to play the Lyre as his first card. That way it discounts it by 2 dice instead of just 1 dice, and will utilize that last Timaeus stack in order to play it for free. But if you do that, you need to remove one of the artifacts on your other characters first.
Absolutely. You know, I'm seeing a few lines here for Mango. I think the best thing they could do is try to push Inagi into a little bit more of a critical position, use the fast swap and Kuki's Grass Sanctifying Ring, move over to Nahida, and then, you know, do a little bit of damage, but most likely just skill so you can spread the Seeds of Skanda across all of Inzagi's characters.
If you swap over onto Nahida, though, yes, you will overload onto Inzagi's Nahida, but his has burst. And you also suspect at this point he has Adeptus as well. He's eaten quite a lot of food, and he did use the Chef Mouth food searching effect already, so very, very high odds that it is in hand. You must play around this.
Absolutely. It's a big deal if you choose to end up, you know, letting that sacrifice play again, because you, on your own side, will not be able to make use of your own Nahida, which is a pretty big deal.
I'm not sure if that was fast swap played. I believe it is, so it will overload onto Nahida, yes. Currently, Nahida's skill with no Quicken does only 3 damage if you play the 5 cost.
Yep. Oh, hey, I didn't even check that. Inzagi also has their Grass Sanctifying Ring because now it goes away. And yep, they did use the fast swap, so Mango contains turn priority. Absolutely a 3-cost skill.
So, if you want to eliminate Nahida here for Inzagi, you need Tendori's 5 cost. Unfortunately for Mango, that card is not in his deck. The 2-cost food currently is Adeptus Temptation. So Inzagi's Nahida here will live no matter what and will only need to burst in order to even out the game.
Absolutely. I think, I don't know.
A burst, Seeds of Skanda, Quicken, that is 5 damage. I mean, Lotus Flower Crest, that will save from that, but unfortunately for Mango, Inzagi's got Adeptus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Here comes the big damage. I'm still okay with getting the Seeds of Skanda debuff across the board, because personally I think that is much more important otherwise, because the chip damage that it can provide in the end game is quite strong over this Elemental Burst.
Are you sure? Because Elemental Burst is 4 damage. That's enough to knock out one of Inzagi's characters outright, especially in conjunction with the Adeptus Temptation. The Seeds of Skanda do provide a lot of damage value, but I would much prefer just eliminating a character outright so I do not have to deal with any of their shenanigans.
That is quite fair. We'll see which line ends up coming out on the side of Inzagi. Once again, just calculating through, it's like, okay, is it truly worth it to push all of my damage in right now? How does Linny respond on the other side, right? Because thankfully, there's no gamblers out just yet, so that way, you know, if even Inzagi's Nahida goes down, they're not actually going to get much advantage off of it.
I would say it's absolutely worth. You take out that Nahida before she gets her burst out. Mango just used his second Lotus Flower Crest. That's completely out of the game now, and if he wants to clap back, he needs to go to Linny. Kuki right now doesn't have burst. It is only 2 damage, so that means Nahida will live and get another Quicken off of that. So he has to go to Linny to even it out. But if he does that, we go to our own Kuki in burst, and that will also eliminate his Linny because we'll have the Quicken, the extra damage as well, the damage buff from Nahida bursts, and the Seeds of Skanda. Like, if we just Adeptus burst on Nahida, I don't really see a situation where we could lose.
Absolutely, and Inzagi also... Oh my goodness! I was talking about gamblers not being here. There it is! And also, and I haven't lost yet in the pocket, so once Inzagi trades, they'll be able to hop over to maybe Linny if they really so desire and drop in one of their, you know, or be closer to their Elemental Burst.
I think the correct play here is always Gambler's Adeptus Burst.
Absolutely. There we go.
I think it is. With this play, I do not see a world in which we lose. No matter what Mango does, it benefits us in some way at the very least.
Absolutely. There we go. Here comes the Elemental Burst, the Shrine of Maya. Boom! And there goes the opposing Nahida. The piercing damage taking her out, going across the board, hitting the Linny, and now it is Mango's chance to try and push back.
And now it is trouble time for Mango. No, I haven't lost yet in hand, which means he cannot go Linny or go Kuki in order to eliminate Nahida. Needs to go Linny. But if he does do that, then Inzagi goes over to Kuki and burst, and we are still in big trouble. Kuki solo can do a lot of work, but this is a Kuki with no talent, right? Mango does not run that card in the deck, which means she is a much weaker anchor as a final character than she otherwise would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Without that Kuki talent, you can't have a double revive, and you know, you're very lucky that you don't have the Seeds of Skanda debuff, but you know, if you don't take out this Nahida now, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. Yeah, is there any food that they could even feed to Linny to help out right now? No, there's just, I believe, a sweet madame. That's not too great.
Mnet will not help with the breakpoints. Kuki right now should do 7 damage on her elemental burst. Inagi should absolutely invest it right now. It will be left on just a Kuki solo for Mango.
Yeah, even if Linny used the higher skill with the bewildering lights to heal from 2 from their prop surplus stacks, that still is only 7. That's not going to be enough to pass through that Kuki burst. Inzagi is actually deciding though, because they don't have talent, they really want to hang on to it. Interestingly enough. Nope, no they don't. Never mind.
Another line we could have gone for was just to do the skill on Linny, the 3 damage one, because with Shrine of Maya, with reaction, with Seed of Skanda, it would have done enough damage in order to knock out Mango's Linny. And then we could have kept the burst for Mango's Kuki, but just deciding to invest it now instead.
Absolutely. You know, should it be locked in, just run through the lines a few times, make sure all these calculations works out, but I'm sure both of us can agree that is Kuki burst unquestionably.
Kuki burst is a great decision to do here. I mean, Linny's skill would have worked just fine as well. I could have propped arrow too if you really wanted to. But
yeah.
No matter what, we should eliminate Linny from play on the side of Mango. If it forces our opponent onto just a single character and it chokes away what options they have remaining at a comeback.
Absolutely, yeah. Being maximally dice efficient, Liar Song into the Gilded Dream's gonna get a draw off of this lethal as well. Super duper nice. Yeah, there is actually no gamblers, but I guess at this rate it doesn't matter, huh?
Only running 1 gambler in the deck, but it really doesn't matter. There's always enough dice for Inzagi to do 2 actions no matter what.
All right, we got the Lotus as well, just to make sure we are nice and protected. 2 healing, 7 damage. There goes Linny. And now it is a Kuki solo on Mango's side. It is looking bleak.
So we ate that Lotus there to play around the Ivan Lost Adeptus Burst on Kuki. It would have done 8 damage, and with that Lotus it puts us on 9 effective HP, which prevents Mango from doing that play. And now Mango, no Timaeus attacks, no discounts, even with Ivan Lost, that only puts him onto 2 dice. So if we want, we can safely swap over to Linny, and then Ivan Lost yet and do our prop arrow. And after that, it should just be our win.
Absolutely. That Shrine of Maya, we haven't gotten to see it too often, even in the finale deck all the way back in 4.3, because it's better just to make sure you use Seeds of Skanda to hit all those breakpoints. But in this case, it's going to be enough extra elemental reaction damage to push you over. Whoa, what are we doing? Oh my.
Ooh, I actually don't hate this. I think I actually kind of like this play.
Yeah.
We don't actually have enough to win this round, so we bring Nahida back as insurance. We can then play the Ivan Lost yet later at some point to charge the burst, and if we need to, we will have the extra quicken damage from Nahida as well when we do a quicken reaction if we ever go to her. But even so, like a worst case scenario, she is Ivan Lost yet bait.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think in an endgame situation like this, that is more valuable than just doing another skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can agree with that, being able to have, you know, another means to proc your I haven't lost yet, but also just make sure that all the damage and application stays away from the ever-present Mango. Even without talent, Kuki has plenty of healing, and of course this deck runs food, so you do have that extra to make sure you can outlast a very small endgame.
Is just going to play the Ivan Lost as well. I mean, Kuki Burst is a very, very strong Veteran's Visage just for that extra little dice value, because what else we can do with the dice? I don't know if we necessarily needed to play the Ivan Lost yet now.
Yeah.
I think it's probably still okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Inzagi's just making sure to be thorough because, you know, right here, Mango will actually knock out Inzagi's Kuki. But once again, not the biggest deal because all we do is get force swapped onto our own Nahida. And then from there, you know, maybe just throw in a skill for the funsies. And then it is a Linny, 10 HP, facing down a Kuki with no extra abilities.
It is currently Inzagi with turn priority, though. He will be able to act first. Doesn't the Leave It To Me as well can swap to any of his characters and guarantee that you get at least 1 skill off. Which one he chooses to go to, though, is a mystery at the moment. I mean, we did invest the Ivan Lost on Kuki, so surely we want to keep her alive just a little bit longer in order to get our burst back up.
Yeah, are we scared of the Adeptus Burst from Kuki? I don't believe so, right? There's no extra boosting that we have.
Adeptus Burst on Kuki will do 7 damage, enough to eliminate his Kuki and Nahida, but not Linny.
Yeah, most definitely. Linny may not have the prop stacks, but, you know, it is still ultimately okay. I think they're just being, you know, make sure to be very careful. After all, this is once again a game 4 situation where Inzagi is on their tournament life. Mango only needs to win 1 to make sure they can make it through move on in through the bracket. So you might as well be a little safe just to make sure that you don't miss anything.
Even though it looks very advantaged right now for Inagi, it is still a very losable game. Kuki Burst does a lot of damage, and also it will also provide an extra bit of healing as well to mess with Inzagi's breakpoints. And 2 of his characters are super low HP. If he plays this wrong, it is not impossible for Mango to mount a comeback.
Oh yes, absolutely. Just think it through, think through all your lines. What is the best play here? I think, do you ever Kuki normal attack or Nahida skill?
I think if you were to do that, you would not have played the Ivan Lastia on Kuki last round. If you just played the egg and held the Ivan Lastia, we could have went over onto the Nahida, kept the Ivan Lastia for later, but this is still fine. We get a refresh our Kuki, and the extra shot of Maya damage would be great as well, and the also extra Seeds of Skana to work with will be +2 damage later for now.
Yep, and once again, Shrine of Maya and Quicken. That's a big hit. 5 damage, my goodness. Oh, and a strategize. We're gonna have fun today.
All right, 3 HP Kuki, but Burst does provide a little bit of healing, so she will be brought back on to 5 HP shortly.
Dunyarzad, what are we trying to fish out? We probably have another Dunyarzad. Not like this.
Not what we're looking for. Really would have appreciated that second Timaeus to pull us out, hopefully a Gilded Dreams or something we could use. Even so, that it would not have let us play it for free. Maybe we're pulling for a second Chef Mao or something along those lines. Either way, though, Mango is struggling in terms of the HP department. I mean, a skill, if we burst on Nahida, we waste the damage of the burst, but it'll make it so a skill from Inzagi's characters will not be enough to eliminate her from the game just yet. But that will mean we have less burst damage to use if we want to try to eliminate Linny.
Yeah, and to an extent, they're kind of forced to because there is no healing food. It is only the Adeptus. So it's really not going to help you out in that department. So I think you're forced to burst here.
It is really sad though, because Nahida is just 1 HP. I would have really much liked to prefer it if invested onto the Kuki, even though she's 4 HP, the Overload, right? Her burst is rather threatening, or the Linny sitting healthy at 10 HP. We really do not want to put that damage on the 1 HP Nahida.
Could you imagine if we had Talent Card here? Because Talent Card, you know, still has yet to come up on Inzagi's side, but there is the See the Skana debuff, of course, but it could have been very useful in this.
Out of my way!
Burst is forced out for Mango though. What will Inzagi go to? Probably the Linny. We just need to skill twice at this point, and we win 6 dice is more than enough to do that. Skill will do exactly 6 damage, which is 1 more than the max HP of Mango's Kuki.
Yep, one of the very rare times you see Linny using the Bewildering Lights elemental skill, the 3rd one that you can see right there. And it's gonna be, you know, you usually always stack it up with your charged attack first, but you just do 3/3 and you're all good to go.
And Bewildering, the prop air will also do the extra damage in the end phase. Plus, I mean, I think prop air skill is better because you get that 1 extra damage in the end phase anyways to make it 3, but you also get the extra prop surplus stack. So you technically, if you do prop air into skill, you do 7 damage as opposed to 6, which is more value overall, and the 1 piercing damage doesn't change breakpoints in this situation.
Oh yes, most definitely. There we go. Veterans Vicious, boom, boom, boom. 4 dice to work with. Kuki is on her last leg. What are we gonna see from you, Mango? Throws out the Adeptus to just get 1 more dice. They know it is over.
There is no chance for Mango, but this is Inzagi claiming game 4 in the Kukinali mirror match, bringing us onto our game 5.
Yep, there was definitely a little bit of a low roll, I would say, on the side of Mango. Yay, the sloth! That is the personal tag of Inzagi that they made sure to craft up. And I think, you know, like they said in their player interview, it is the one that kept them lucky. We're going to a game 5 situation between these 2 players.
We were in this exact same situation yesterday with Mango and Enkoe. Enkoe fell down 2 games early on, was able to bring it to a game 5, but unfortunately fell short to a high roll by Dio. Will history repeat itself, or will Inzagi be the first player in the Prince Cup Pacific to finally mount a reverse sweep?
Yeah, and Inzagi already had to do a reverse sweep yesterday against Minty. They were just getting shaken, rattled, and rolled all over the place. But this is their chance for a comeback because, like I said, the mirror match is very awkward to play against, right? And now we are sitting on our last deck, Sign Overload versus Kukinali. How is this going to work out?
Sign Overload has been one of our standout decks. There's lots of combo pieces working together to make it super strong, but it also has lots of burst damage. And unlike other aggro decks, it doesn't face the same draw problems because you have Nature and Wisdom. The Sumeru are resonance card that lets you mulligan your hand to search for the cards you need.
Yeah, we'll see who Nadia blesses in their favor. But fresh from the Sumer Academia, we have our Primo Gem raffle winners. If you see your UID there, you have just won 1,000 Primo Gems. And of course, it's Game 5, folks. We have another raffle coming for you.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi was able to bring it back, but so far reverse sweeps when you're down 2 and you need to make it 3 games in a row have not been forthcoming. Enkoe struggled in that Game 5, unfortunately losing and being knocked down into the lower bracket. Inagi could face a similar issue.
Absolutely, but honestly, I have a lot of faith with this deck matchup and making out one of the hard matchups early. It's just going to be a matter of you can draw all the stuff that you need out, and Kukinali cannot pop off too early. So we'll see how things go. But can you believe this is the Game 5 scenario once again? This is something that I cited yesterday, but the idea of people going to multiple games down the line means that there's definitely, you can see that there's a more equal skill difference between the two players.
It shows that they're evenly matched, right? These are 2 big name players and they have been performing to our expectations, trading matches back and forth, although perhaps in a bit of a delayed manner.
Absolutely. There's also another thing that, I was talking with the players earlier about, different formats of tournaments, like the online series, it was just a best of 3, but this one's best of 5, and a lot of players decided that, yeah, I could take a best of 3, I only need to take 2 matches, but this is where it just gets stress inducing, and we'll probably see a little bit of that stress go onto Mango's camera. Here is the deck selection like we just talked about.
It is Game 5. Both players only have a single deck remaining for the Conquest format. They are forced to play it for their final game. Mango on the Kukinali. He is currently 0-2 on this deck against Inagi. Needs to win, otherwise he will be eliminated from the tournament. On the other hand, Inagi bringing in the fresh deck here. Sign Overload, very, very strong. We've seen it struggle a little bit yesterday, but he hasn't shown it yet today against Mango. He also needs to win this game, otherwise he will also be knocked out of the tournament. Whoever wins here advances, and whoever doesn't will unfortunately leave.
Absolutely. I'm always talking about, some other player clutching up, but effectively speaking, this is a clutch up situation. Mango may have taken the advantage early, but now Inagi has come back to haunt them, and now it is do or die for both of these players. Who will be going home today?
Game 5. This is the final decks for the players, and this is where the nerves will be setting in, especially for Mango. He has been struggling on this deck. There must be so many things running through his mind, so many concerns, so many doubts, but he needs to stick it through.
Absolutely. It's really interesting that we've been more oriented to combo and aggro archetypes because the whale has been so consistently banned, because whale I consider to be more of the mid-rangey and stall archetypes, right?
Will doesn't really have the same healing factors of swap stalling and all that, so it's more of a mid-range type of deck where you have a slower early game and then build up to this big mid-game finish. But if you also can't capitalize off of that, you can very easily fall off in terms of dice, in terms of damage. But yeah, Will is able to capitalize great into a lot of matchups just because of how consistent it is, and mid-range typically doesn't struggle in too many things as it's great. Well, it has things to do at every stage of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've already covered this matchup that we're about to see kind of ad infinitum, right? Because, we know how Sino Overload goes, right? As long as you get, and just enough of the pieces, just Prospectors is really enough to really push you over the edge and make Sino an absolute powerhouse. And if not, Sino himself can just do a lot of damage. So are you really worried about it?
The name of the game here for Inagi on this Sign Overload deck would be to snipe a character and then wait for 4 stacks. If you are able to do either of these things, you should be very easily able to take over the matchup. Mango, on the other hand, needs to get damage out early and snipe with I Haven't Lost Yet burst.
Absolutely. Here we go, a refresher on what Mango has, and yeah, I do believe it is just one of the action cards. They had a bit of a change in between. Maybe it was a single boar princess, right? Because the food set is actually the same. Hopefully they don't roll into a buffet this time because they got all that food, but they could barely make use of it, effectively.
I believe it's actually the Vonarana that we didn't see from Inagi. That was the change there. But yeah, that was removed on the side of Inagi. But this is Mango's list. The Vonarana lets him carry a few more dice over into the next rounds if his opening is bad. But this is an aggro deck through and through. It will be all about how Mango can use the first 7 cards he's able to draw in his hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, Vonarana honestly makes a lot of sense because it is a bit of a debate card if you need to put this in, because it's always going to be super duper solid. But at the end of the day, if you're not passing dice, I mean, just feed it to Liban, or okay, you don't need it.
It all depends on whether or not Mango passes dice to Vonarana. If yes, it's a great card. If not, you should play something else. But it always has that consistent value that the clutch factor in that card, being able to carry extra dice forward, is super great and should never be underestimated.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Inzagi's Sign Overload looks like. It should be pretty standard with what we've already come to expect from most of these decks, right? But it is always the potential that players can roll in some curveballs because we do have the ability to change decks between sets.
I will say that the Mango's deck is just weaker at sniping characters, especially against a deck like Sign Overload, where it's reliant on a singular character. Being able to do massive amounts of burst damage onto that one character and removing them from the equation is super, super important. And this deck just isn't quite as good at it as Sino in the mirror. But even so, the I haven't lost the Adeptus Burst is a lot of damage. If Mango can bait Inzagi into eliminating one of his characters and having that combination of cards in hand could very easily turn the tides of the match.
And we can see finally Inzagi's Sign Overload deck looking pretty standard. We got the Catherine and double Leave It to Me's to ensure that you can get the fast swap, Fresh Wind and Freedom, Prospector's Drill, Pyro Res, and all that damage boosting from Sino's talent. We've got the whole shebang.
Yeah, this is a super consistent deck. It knows what it wants to do and it has all the pieces to do it. Runs a lot more draw than your typical aggro deck. The countdown to the show is so big because this deck is a pass on 5 deck. You stay a skill and then use the rest of your dice to ramp into the next round, which is why you can afford to run these consistency cards.
Absolutely. You know what's a really interesting parallel? Of course, the characters are a little different in the other way around because Inzagi's favorite character is Kazuha in the main game. So it is interesting, right, that we have Sino and Dea who were in that trailer, and then we're facing off against Linny, right? Linny throws off the big fireball at Dea before Sino rises up and then tosses a spear at the opponent. So maybe we're getting a little bit of the repeat of the trailer, no?
Potentially, although right now Mango does not have Dea in his deck, so it's the opponents working together to triumph over it. But Inzagi does still first need to win in order to advance.
Yeah, this is something that I think I definitely saw in the Atlantic, but the macarons, right, if I pronounce that correctly, you can correct me on that. But it definitely came up in the Atlantic, but otherwise hasn't gotten a chance to shine too much over here in Pacific.
So macarons are really, really great at small amounts of chip damage. It makes it so that small amounts, like small spurts of damage, do not change your breakpoints and make it so you are able to live the things that you wanted to live. In a matchup like this, it could actually come up as you know, Seeds of Skanda, right, are a very small instance of damage. It could change breakpoints for Sino, but otherwise, it might not matter as much as we think.
Absolutely. Here we go into the mulligan. The game has started, and once again, the reminder for the round 5, it is another Primo Gem raffle. You can win 1,000 Primo Gems over at the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Go ahead, look for the moderator's comment on what you need to type in and go quick because this game is a double aggro mirror. We're going to go super fast.
These decks will win or lose by round 3 more often than not, especially Mango's deck. There is no defense options in his. It's all about damage, and how you're able to output it.
Absolutely. And once more, the QR code to let us know if you have any feedback about our show, if there's anything we can improve on for next time.
Sino is very loud. I do think that Mango stays condemned, but its opening is not the lots of cards you want.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be okay with a Veteran's Visage into a Liven, but outside of that, Inzagi is going to be fishing for that overload opener, and thanks to Dea having a summon, you're most likely going to guarantee it regardless if Mango chooses to swap or not.
Does have the countdown to show. Will play that first. Not at all surprised. You do want to find your combo piece at the Prospector's Drill. We did get a Lion, but unfortunately cannot skill and also play. And we really wanted another 2-cost card to combine with him.
Absolutely, yeah. And once again, you know, I did say that, you know, technically speaking, Sino doesn't need too much to function, but this time having 0 of the setup cards that you actually want, you don't have Prospector's Drill, there's no Pyro Res, there's no easy means to swap over to Sino and get that extra dice to do an overcharge ball, so it's got a little clustery up here.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi's struggling in the early game a bit, but that's fine. Still playing against an aggro deck, and Mango's not going to have a lot of ramp either. So as long as he can play to his strengths, being able to one-tap the opposing character, he should still be A-okay.
Absolutely. Inzagi's deciding what they want to do with their last 2 remaining dice because you can feed it into Liben, but once again, it's an aggro matchup. These decks end by round 3, so if you need to get that Liben on turn 2, I don't know. Whoa, nice.
The Prospector's Drill coming just a little bit too late, though unfortunately we no longer have the 5 dice to pass it over on Live and Prospector Drill. We need to play another card instead. Could pre-play the Gamblers, that's going to be very nice. Sano is the only character here doing damage anyways. Or alternatively, we can play the Woven Prospector Drill, but that kind of feels bad as we do not have an overcharged ball for it to discard just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to make sure you're using Prospector's Drill while you have overcharged balls or, you know, some card that is okay with being discarded, because if not, like I said, it is a detriment to decks. It'll discard anything inside your hand with the highest cost first.
Does still go for the play, though. I think this is fine as well. You do still have the countdown to the show in hand, so we'll discard that and let us draw it back at a discount and fill our hand with cards once more, and also turning all of our dice into Omni dice.
Absolutely. White Glove and the Fisherman summoning called for cleanup, and hey, maybe not what you want, but Lotus is always nice to have.
Another great thing about the White Glove and the Fisherman is that it gives you like a pocket crowd resonance. It's a 0-cost card. It's called Calling for Cleanup, by the way. It's a 0-cost card that will boost the next instance of damage you deal by 1. And White Glove and the Fisherman as well, once it uses its second stack in the Companion Zone, will draw you an additional card.
Yep, super duper useful for draw power. I'm super happy to see it finally being played, because before, you know, you already had enough damage and dice to really work with it, so you didn't really need that damage boost. But because this is so hyper aggressive, Sino only needs, you know, maybe a smidge of a damage boost to really just knock out all his opponents. It's really cool to see it in full effect.
Breakpoints are the name of the game, and sometimes one damage is all the difference. White Glove and the Fisherman helps you claim that, because so you're not as reliant on just the singular pyro, the double pyros you have in your deck. It gives you another option for damage amplification.
Looking at Mango's side, getting a little unfortunate. It feels almost like the last game we just watched. They have 3 of their foods, none of which they really need to use at the moment. Egg and Adeptus. They have 2 Chef Maos this time at least. 1 Timaeus though, and not enough to decost their Gilded Dreams.
Gonna really struggle on dice this turn. We did have the Live though to bail us out a little. A lot of Dendro to use as well, especially on turn 2. This deck really does like to go into Nahida, so that will be great. The unfortunate part here for Mango is that you want to go Nahida and also do a quicken reaction in order to get the damage buff, but we cannot do that because if we swap, the Electro goes onto Dea, and as long as Inagi swaps off, that's no quicken for us, and just smacking a character that already has Dendro Aura with Nahida doesn't feel the best because we are wasting damage for the lack of reactions.
Oh yes, absolutely, and Dea is going to be one of those tank and soaker characters. All she needs to do is leave that fiery sanctifying ring on field and then leave, and then Chevrolet and Sino can do the rest of the enforcement.
All Dea needs to do is just get that first instance of Pyro, and then Chevreuse with the overcharged balls will take it from there. But good thing here for Mango, though, is that because he did start on Kuki and summon only attacks in the end phase, he can swap off to another character and avoid that initial Pyro reaction, which will force Inagi to wait at least 1 more turn to get his overcharged ball.
Absolutely, and if not, you need to play that Catherine to ensure you can make the overloads happen. And yep, there we go. We see the swap on to Nahida. We should see Inagi swapping in kind.
Question here though is perhaps do we want to Dea skill first, just apply that power and then go over to Sino? I guess we don't have enough dice for that, so we really should just go into him first. The skill as well with the way Sino passive works. Now the first time you do an elemental skill will increase his stat count by 1, so that will accelerate how fast he can get into that 4-stack breakpoint and get his transformation as well.
Absolutely. We'll awaken the Wolf Within, the Sacred Right, Wolf Swiftness, and Hermanubis. Should just be a move to Chevreuse, like you said. Honestly, I don't see any reason to stay on Day. You don't have the dice for it, but also it's just, you know, go onto someone who can actually make utilization of all of this.
With that Catherine down there, it will let us guarantee at least 1 skill and to guarantee the aura. It looks like we did choose Sino's skill here. Will hurt quite a lot. It will let us guarantee that Electro over onto Nahida, and if Mango stays on her too long, we can get that overload in the end phase as well.
Yeah, definitely a decent move regardless, because now they'll also be able to discount the countdown to the show. Just make sure that Nahida hits in, which I imagine she will, because with 10 dice, surely you make a move.
No reason not to. And Zagi right now has at most 1 more action remaining. He already burnt 1 Woven in turn 1, and that is his only form of dice generation, as he's not running Guild because this is a Resonance deck.
Yep. In Resonance decks, you need to have a rainbow, just like Mango up here. Hey, that rhymed a little bit. Kuki, Nahida, and Linny. Otherwise, Gilded Dreams will not generate the extra dice that you're looking for.
Okay.
All right, very nice.
Prospector's Drill discarding the countdown to the show, reducing the damage Sino takes as well. putting it back into the deck.
Absolutely. We can see a chance for Inagi. Maybe wants to go for another elemental skill and or a normal attack, but outside of that, you could also pass with Liven to push up the advantage. But Mango has 7 dice. It's too much to work through.
Yeah, it's so much, and we expended so much dice, and we didn't have the ramp to match Mango. So we are forced to swap off a Sino. If we stay on him too long, there's a very real chance he does get eliminated. And with how important he is for this deck, he is the only character realistically doing damage here. You cannot afford to lose him at any stage of the game.
Oh yes, absolutely not. Yeah, moving over to Chevreuse is definitely the best play. Nahida's gonna keep applying Dendro and those seeds of Skanda. I do wonder if Mango's feeling a little greedy. Maybe we go for another one if they so desire.
It does depend. We have 4 dice remaining, so we can swap off to another character and do a skill. In this case, most likely Linny, because we have Dendro, Electro Aura on all of Inzaki's characters, so we are able to guarantee at least 1 reaction in the end phase, and also an extra Aura as well.
Absolutely. If we can get, yeah, Linny does make the most sense because, there's not really a point in applying Seeds of Skanda to the entire party because Dea is not really going to do much in the end game. She's more of a protector than she is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. So, in this case, definitely would see a Linny skill.
Yeah, I'm expecting so as well. Although if Inzagi does swap over to Dea, there is an argument to just burst there as well, do a lot of damage, and also generate that Shrine of Maya, the buff for Mango, making all of his reactions do +1 damage. That could be very, very big.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, the Shrine of Maya, we saw it used to great effect in the last round. Very uncommon that we get to see it anymore just because the games go a little too fast. Okay, put on the Gamblers onto Sino. He's the only one who's really going to make any utilization of it. What do we want to do with this one costume? It's probably a Lotus. We're going to leave it alone.
Could also just play it on Chevreuse. I mean, she is the character in the firing line right now, and she is also the one generating our overcharged ball, the one giving us our pyro auras for Sino to react with, and she does need to be alive for that to work. It's like a Nilou talent. You need her to be alive to actually make use out of it. It's not quite the same as, the Bennett talent. As long as you played it earlier, it'd be fine, but you do need Chevreuse to still be alive.
Yep, you need Chevreuse to generate that pyro ammo, and if she's gone, she's about to hit the firing line. And exactly as you predicted, the Lotus went on top of Chevreuse, and now Mango has full reign to do what they want with their 4 remaining dice.
Could still choose to go over to the Linny. It will give us a burning as well as an extra pyro aura onto Chevreuse as well.
Absolutely. All right, Linny, what you got? Probably a tune into prop arrow. That's really the best you can do. I cannot imagine ever doing a actual normal attack, which only does physical damage.
The one worry here, though, for Mango is that if you do tune to skill on Linny, you have no more dice to swap off, and there is the captain for Inzagi guaranteeing his fast swaps. And Sino right now, his Prospector's Drill is +1 damage because it did discard 1 card, and if he has a Pyro Res, that will do 9 damage.
Yep. Oh, wow. Using the Gilded Dreams to fix up their dice. Very interesting. I don't know, maybe a bit of an expenditure of a resource, but you know what? I guess if it works, it works. There goes the prop arrow and 2 summons coming on the field, burning, and the little Grim Malkin hat.
I mean, end phase though, Linny will go down to 8 HP, but more importantly, the Pyro Aura. As long as Inzagi can find a Pyro Res or a second call-in for cleanup, he will be able to eliminate him from the game.
Absolutely.
But that could also be exactly what Mango wants. Double Leave It to Me, Adeptus in hand, Nahida Burst ready and waiting. And also, if we skill on Sino and kill Linny, he will also eat, Sino will eat the Sanctifying Ring as well, so that might actually bring him below breakpoint range for Adeptus Burst on Nahida.
Oh, I see your angle. That's actually a pretty good point, because we've been looking around a lot of it, just very scared of Sino, but there is a potential thing that you can do here, thanks to having those double fast swaps and being able to have full maneuverability and just being able to crush Sino beneath your heel.
Looks like Mango isn't going to bait the Pyro Res skill here. Did choose to heal Linny up with a Sweet Madame, forcing Inzagi to have a Pyro Res if he does want to remove him from the game.
Absolutely. Oh, snap. That's pretty good. I like to see that.
Second Woven is always nice. More dice can never go wrong. And also the 2-cost countdown to the show that we did draw back thanks to the White Glove and the Fisherman leaving its second snack could help us draw into exactly what we want.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Ooh, the dice are looking a little funky on the side of Mango. You can definitely still utilize it, but those are mostly for Nahida and not so much your other characters.
Not quite sure what to do yet if we are inside. We do have the turn priority. We also have a fast up with the captain. Whether or not we choose to snipe Linny remains to be seen. If we want to do it, because he is at 9 HP, we do need to find that pyro resonance.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a hard argument because, you know, the fact that we aren't having
talent works too.
Yup, that works too. Yeah, with the damage boost now, we're gonna be okay. But in general, you know, the fact that no overcharged balls have been generated on the side of Inzaghi, it makes it really difficult to actually justify going on to Sino without those snipes. Now that we have it, of course, it's gonna be a-okay. But otherwise, you know, from there, it's gonna be Linny, and then we're gonna have to try and whittle down Kuki and Nahida.
The talent is so big here. Drawing the second one, though, is a little bit unfortunate. That will mean we aren't able to discard our overcharged ball. But because we still have the Prospector Drill, we can't even play the second one to reset because Mango's Sanctifying Ring will attack into our Sino, forcing us to discard the second one.
Here's a really chaotic play, okay? Because you swap onto Sino, play the Woven, and tune the other talent,
Ready to do my utmost.
Yes, that is the best play right now because it will, like, get rid of the second talent and also make it more likely for the overcharged ball to be tuned when Mango attacks into us, but that will also mean we need to play the macrons we have in hand as well, because that is a 2 cost. It's a little bit of a 50-50.
Yeah, a bit of a 50-50. Honestly, too much dice risk to make so much shenanigans over all of that. Just let it happen pretty much.
We still have a lot of damage, though, even if we don't discard the overcharged ball. It will overload onto Kuki as well, so that's fine. She already has Pyro on her, so if she hits back, it doesn't actually matter. So no, I don't think we actually need to tune the second talent or the macrons just yet, because Kuki will be the one we overload to, and she already has Pyro on her, so there's no point in having the overcharged ball attack onto her right now.
Wait, is he gonna do it? There's no way.
We just play the talent, keep the second one, and then overcharged ball we save for Nahida.
Yeah. Okay, called for cleanup. There we go. Okay, so we're not going for the crazy line, but we're definitely going to knock out Linny for sure.
We do not need to Woven talent tune right now. Just keep it for the later. Yeah, perfect.
Go boom! 9 damage. There goes Linny. And now it is going to be Kuki and Nahida versus the General Mahamatra. Can they do it?
The Gamblers we pre-played onto him earlier as well refund us 2 dice, and the macrons here are actually very big. Makes it so Sino stays at a very healthy 10 HP.
Yep, and there's the Gamblers as well. Ah, yeah, keep... Oh! Oh my, oh my.
Wish we had that one earlier.
I know, right? Unfortunately, Fresh Wind and Freedom coming just a little too late. As much as Sino has Gamblers, you need to have 1 extra dice to ensure you can continue the Gamblers chain, as that is not going to be the case.
More importantly, though, Sino is finally at 4 stacks, and he also just popped the discard on the Prospector Drill. So right now, on his skill, he will do grand total of 6 damage base, and then it'll be additional 2 from Overload, which is 8, and then the last Conflict in hand right now will make him do 9 damage. If Mango wants his Kuki to live, he must heal her.
Absolutely. Yeah, thankfully they have some food available to work with that, but that's still going to be a ton of damage and pushed on to Nahida, and then from there, they're going to have to figure out how they can push through that end game, and honestly, it is looking quite bleak.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough, especially because Nahida has Electro Aura on her, and there are still 2 Pyrests in Inzagi's deck. That makes it so the burden isn't just on Sino. As long as we are able to eliminate Kuki, we still have something else in order to take care of Nahida.
Looks like Mango is not interested in doing that and goes ahead and fastballs over to Nahida. I definitely suspect the Lotus because Sino has a lot of raw damage anyway. Yeah, you can get it for free. And also, was that just an Adeptus I saw?
It was. I mean, Nahida is the only one with burst ready, and we are expecting her to fall this turn, or at least get too low to be of use to us. So just playing that now instead. A lot.
Massive damage, 7, but then the overload comes out, pushes you back over to Kuki, but there's no defenses here. Sino should just take him out now.
We're 1 day short of actually winning this turn, but yes, Woven into calling for cleanup into skill wins us the game. If we want to really secure it, we can also Fresh Wind and swap over onto our Chef Cruz as well, or Dea.
Honestly, it's worth it because you got Catherine and she's going to be refreshed next turn, so I would go for it. Just make sure that this game is as solid as you can, because once again, game 5, someone is going home after this.
As long as we are able to eliminate Kuki, which we actually do have the damage to do, and keep Sino alive, we win. Mango has at most 2 actions, and 2 actions is actually not enough to eliminate both Chef Liz and Dea. And then end phase, the Simon will guarantee apply Pyro Ore onto Nahida. And then Overload from Sino will be all it will take, especially with the Cast and Fast Up to guarantee it.
Absolutely. Let's see that fresh one in Redom pop Inzagi. It is the best way to solidify this game and make sure Mango has no chance of pushing you back into the jaws of defeat.
Inzagi, though, he's still calculating. He's a little bit unsure about this, but it should be 9 damage. I trust in my math. I'm sure it's correct.
Yep, absolutely.
Just the question right now, though, is do we want to play that Fresh Wind of Freedom in order to get that swap off of Sino before Mango is able to do more damage to it?
Yeah, it is very scary to consider the Liar Song into Gilded because Mango has held so many cards in their hands, right? So it is always a potential thing that can happen, and then Inzagi would basically be swept off their feet. A Nahida solo with Shrine of Maya and Quicken would be a big deal.
It looks like my math was correct, though. 4 stacks into the Woven Calling for Cleanup does do exactly 9 damage. Mango did not heal Kuki, greeting the food, greeting the dice, and gets punished hard for it. This should be Inzagi's game to lose. I believe there is no way for Mango's Nahida to do enough damage to kill all 3 of Inzagi's characters this turn.
Absolutely not. You see Inzagi even doing a little bit of the clap. There's like, there's no way. There's no way. Even looks somewhere. He's like, that's not real. There's no way you can pull back from this. Come on.
There is nothing in Mango's hand that will let him win. He can only do a single action with the cards he currently has in hand.
Oh, the Vanarana. That's a sigh of relief. You know they're trying to pass their dice. Ah! There we go.
Okay. I mean, the Egg, we've seen Egg swing so many games. Will it do the same?
Not too likely. Inzagi's about to enter the next turn with tons of dice, and once again, if they need to be safe, they can simply swap to Dea and then swap right back onto Sino, fresh win, and knock out both of these characters.
Unfortunate thing here for Inzagi, he doesn't have enough dice to do another skill, so we'll need to swap off onto another character. I believe he should, as if he just stays on Sino, a Linny skill would actually be enough to win.
Yep, absolutely. You could actually be a little greedy here, put in a Tada, make sure, oh, actually, no, because...
you already used 2 stacks, yeah. Just swap Chef, or swap Dea, either one, just don't
swap
Sino.
Dea for sure, in my opinion. There's no... Chef is actually pretty close to a break point, right, because Shrine of Maya and Quicken is available. Dea is more likely to survive.
Yeah, just stay on Dea. Yeah, you give them a Quicken, but that's fine. You keep Chef alive, make sure they don't get a Freshman or Gambler's Reset. This deck isn't actually running Freshman, so no Gambler's Reset. You also get the overcharged ball, which you can Tada yourself for as well.
Yep. Trying to make sure that just everything is completely clean in this end game. Are you going to make sure that you make it? Yep, play the White Glove as well. Make sure you can get a little extra stacks, and then if you really need to, Sumeru Res to pull the rest of it out. We are moving to our final turn of this set.
Zaki is praying right now, has the Sloth, is praying to Lumen, making sure he gets exactly what he needs, or perhaps alternately making sure Mango cannot find an out. I think it is his game. I do not see a line where Mango can win, but we can never be sure until the game is over.
Never be sure. You know, even with all the resources expended, etc., these decks just output so much damage that you never know what could come in swinging. But here it is, the crucial final turn. It is Mango's ball to play. Can they actually pop off here? Most likely not. Ooh. Dice are a little cringe for Inzagi, thankfully.
That's fine. We can just tune our entire hand.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just tune out Sumeru Res. You also don't need the Liven either. Gambler is probably unnecessary at this rate. You already have one on side. Gilded and Liar. Oh my, oh my.
That is exactly what you need at a time like this. But even so, I don't think it's actually enough for Mango. It does give us extra dice to work with, but when our HP bars are so low, our opponent has a fast swap, and also Inzagi has a fresh wind. There's just no way we win, surely.
Yep, absolutely not. You know, with the means of Gilded Dreams, you can generate tons of dice, but you can't use any of that if your characters fall. 2 Lotuses left, I believe, on Mango's side. Will they be able to actually not greet it this time and use it to its full effect? I don't even think it protects you from Sino. No, 6-stack Sino, all equips and top.
Fire Res, too. Like, there's no way.
There's just no way.
And this... this like snowball, the collapse of Mango's team really resulted in last round not playing the Lotus on Kuki, letting her fall prematurely and getting punished super hard for it. Inagi had the damage, he had the dice, but Mango was just being greedy on that food. We should have expended it.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, the last hurrah from Nahida. Take out Dea thanks to the Seeds of Skanda and reaction. Another white glove. Oh my, oh my. Watch out, Sino is about to deliver judgment to all.
Inagi drawing in the extra damage. Not that he needs it right now. I think just Sino by himself has more than enough. The fresh wind of freedom in hand as well. Chevreuse with the over that we were about to do over onto Mango's Nahida will also generate us an overcharged ball, which we can then tada ourselves to discard, breaking the Lotus on Lini. And also the Gambler's reset on top of that. Inagi has all the tools he needs to win despite Mango's last-ditch efforts.
Yep. Just running through it, fresh wind of freedom into a skill, and then if you really want to be flashy, you can do a burst to knock Lini out. Should be enough damage, especially with an extra white glove to knock it and take the game home.
On top of that as well, we even have the talent giving Inagi even more damage to work with. Not sure what we're searching for here. We should just have all the cards we need to win anyways.
I think Inagi, you know, from the online series, because they know they won, I think they're going to have a little bit of fun after such a hard-earned set, you know, using the Sumeru Res to try and fish out the rest of their deck for a little bit of funsies.
See on his player portrait, looking left and right, thinking of which card to discard. What are we looking for, Inagi? What would you like to show us today?
Yeah, I think definitely here we take out the Gamblers, take out the Live, and what else can we not really need at this rate? Lotus probably as well.
Take out the second Sumeru Res.
Yep, that as well.
Oh, Lotus, okay.
All right, 2 fast swaps. Interesting. Probably not gonna use it. All right. No more card shenanigans to be done here besides the tada. You can definitely do that, but outside of that, should just be double knockout.
Don't see a reason why we wouldn't. I mean, we have the Gamblers, right? There's no way we don't have enough dice to claim the game this time, especially considering we can even tada to break through the Lotus. I mean, even if it was for that Lotus, we didn't have a way to break it prematurely. Sino just with 4 stacks doesn't have to do 5 damage anyways and go through it. So as long as you have that fresh win, skill always wins.
Oh, plays the Lotus for a little bit of flex. Be careful, Inagi. You need those dice. I know you have Gamblers, but getting a little scary over here with only 6.
I think Inzagi's having a little bit of self-doubt. The pressure is getting to him. He has the line to win. There is nothing Mango can do to turn the situation around, but the pressure of being on stage, maybe getting to Inagi, messing with his mind.
Yeah, a little bit. There is also the factor of tuning. Definitely can't unconsider that. But ultimately, I think you have enough to make sure you can clean the game because you don't even need those Pyro Reses. You can see Mango sits back in the chair in defeat. Their heart rate has been going up, down, all over the place. And now that it's finally time, their heart rate once again is rising. It is just a matter of time before Sino brings down judgment.
All right. There is the line in hand. Inagi just needs to see it, needs to confirm it. He's still thinking through all the different possibilities. I would never count out a player of this caliber of Mango to not be able to make a comeback.
Yep, absolutely. There it is. The fresh win, what we have been waiting for. Let's see the spear go down for the hammer slammer, and Nahida will be knocked out.
Now he's at 7 effective HP, but with all of the buffs currently on Sino, he does way more than that.
Ooh, oh wait, you know what? That's what he was calcing. Going for the burst line to give themselves a little bit extra, you know, pushes their stacks all the way over, and now they might reset themselves.
That's why we played Lotus. There was still the Sanctifying Ring over on Lini. I missed that. If it wasn't for that, if we didn't play Lotus, Sino would actually be dead here.
Ah, no wonder. Yeah, that is a good point. You know, Kuki has been down and out for so long that we never really recognized the fact that she still has the Sanctifying Ring available, but boom, ta-da, into the Chevreuse overcharged ball, and now it should just be Pyro Res into game.
Don't see why else it wouldn't happen. Yeah, the white glove as well. Inagi knows that he's getting that sigh of relief. You can see the happiness on his face, and this is game 5. Inagi versus Mango, and it will be Inagi with the reverse sweep, the first in all of the Prince Cup Pacific, and you can see what it means for him.
Yeah, more like the second of the reverse sweeps happened earlier yesterday with Minty, a 2-3, and once again the stress coming down, and you can see finally a sigh of relief come out from Inagi. It has been such a stressful match and set to play through.
His back was against the wall. His opponent was up 2-0, only needing a single game to win, but Inagi was able to reset his mental, calm himself down, and come back to claim it all. But that does mean that Minty will be dropped from the competition, and what a tough loss it is. You were up 2-0. Just one game is all you need.
Just one game is all you need, but you cannot doubt the game for Inagi. The players come in for a handshake. Good game, well fought, very difficult. A big smile on his face, finally having that sigh of relief, because you could see it through the entire time. Just stress sinking into your chair, and then boom, I come back with the 5-0 reverse sweep.
That is the protagonist buff. That is one of the tags he chose, right? This is Inagi, the protagonist, and when protagonists of shows, they typically go down early and then they make their grand re-appearance.
Absolutely. What an incredible round from these two players. Whew, I can't believe that's our first game of the day, and we still have 3 more to do today, no?
At least. We have one more, well, I mean, no, yeah. 3 more matches,
sets.
but at least 3 more games, for us at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely yes, because later on we will be flipping over to our other casters, but with this victory, you too at home will be winning because we have the Primo Gem raffle winners right below. If that is your UID, congratulations, 1,000 Primo Gems into your account for any of the next characters that are upcoming.
And be sure to stick around because we have another exciting series for you. This will be Enkoe versus Chikuwa. I mean, both of these players last time brought it the complete distance.
Absolutely. They went all the way to a game 5, and so that does mean every single match gives you another Primo Gem. But here is this post-match data. My goodness, look at the disparity in that max dice spent.
Ooh, single strongest strike of 14. I mean, Sino is a beast. He does a chunk amount of damage.
Nearly hit the limits. Needed one more white glove. You want to do the maximum damage of 15. Not even a tenacity in the middle and multiple barriers that Chikuwa plays would be able to save you from that kind of damage.
Average cards drawn in the first 3 rounds. The most critical rounds is 18.9 for Inagi. He draws almost 2/3 of his deck within the first 3.
Oh yes, absolutely. Even saw to the point where they ended up drawing out their entire deck, which is more common last patch. Now it's a lot harder to do, but still ended up happening in the end. And once again, the 2-3 victory. There it is in the lower bracket. Mango 07, goodbye. Thank you for playing, and well played regardless.
And that is the series. That does mean Inagi will advance. The protagonist buff remains. And next match, we will be doing KDF Enkoe versus Chikuwa. Both of these players also went to Game 5 yesterday.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit of a revenge match as well. These players face each other in the online series, and now they're back once again in the lower bracket, have to fight tooth and nail to make sure they can continue on just like Inagi.
Here is the schedule for the matches. We just finished Mango versus Inagi, and KDF Enkoe versus Chikuwa will start somewhere around 1600 GMT plus 8, which is like 4 p.m.
Yep. And then afterwards, once we swap over to our other wonderful casters, Staffa and Windflower Leah, it'll be Z Crimlet versus Dio and Inzagi's next losers match. So wow, he's getting put through the ringer, just like he said inside his interview and the notes. You have to go through so many lower bracket matches to even have a chance of making it into the top.
But that is how the lower bracket goes, though. It's all about fighting tooth and nail for every single advantage you can.
Absolutely. But with the conclusion of this set of 5, we're moving on to another one later on. We're going to take a short break, grab some water, grab some snacks, and come back for more Primo Gem raffles and Genius Invocation TCG matches.
I'll see you soon.
Kitty, Kitty, where are you? Worry, confusion,
My flowers are.
anxiety.
My plant is dying already.
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. When spices are abundant, it all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume
and
is really popular. Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific 2024. Once again, I'm one of your casters, Kojo Creations, and joining me once more is...
This is Sumi, your favorite player turned caster, and we are back for our second set of the day. It is KDF Enkoe versus Chikuwa, and I know you, Kojo, have some fun facts about this one.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We'll dive into those in just a moment, but my goodness, we already had a very crazy Game 5 scenario. Inagi was able to make it out of the clutches of defeat from Mango, and that was so tough, already having to do that twice, and we'll have to play again later today, but that is the previous match. We have to focus in on Enkoe versus Chikuwa.
The name of the game here is Resistance. Chikuwa brought stall yesterday. The games were so long, and if he brings it again here today, it will be up to Enkoe to keep up the mental pressure to make sure like he doesn't lose his composure as the games go.
Yeah, both the mental pressure and the mental fortitude to outlast a stall game, because CJRs was able to crack down on Chikuwa's stall just a little bit before unfortunately taking the last game in defeat. But this time around, we are going to have something interesting because, of course, in this tournament, players actually can switch their decks between sets. So this morning, the players had a chance to switch things up, and Enkoe is someone who likes to target matchups or MUs. So this is a great opportunity to see if they know that Chikuwa is playing stall, they could look at it and they could knock it out.
Do you think Chikuwa is crazy enough to bring stall again? Stall is so bad in the current meta. Everything is about combo, and combo typically beats stall. And especially looking at the popular decks right now, right? Herald Claymore, it's like, well, Grayson's gonna wreck you. Sign Overload could snipe your characters, and even if he does it 4 stacks, he's basically a combo character of his own. And there's even like that Bennett double revive deck that can really mess things up for you. Are you really sure you want to bring this archetype?
Honestly, I think Chikuwa is simply built different. They are going to be able, if they were going to do it yesterday, they're going to do it today.
I love the confidence, but if we do see it, we are going to be in for a very, very long series. The average stall game typically goes like an hour, 20 minutes, and like the normal game is like 20 to 30 minutes. So if we see 3 stall games, we can be in here for a very, very long time.
Yes, absolutely. But with our caster experience doing this for 2 years, you and me, we have been through the ringer, right? The past metas of MMEC and Bin, those have always been traditionally long matches. So at least it's going to be combo into stall. So we should see at least a minor speed up instead. Let's take a look at the players we'll be watching today. My goodness, look at those poses. Personally, some of my favorites. Chikuwa putting the heart on their sleeve, and Enkoe with a very nice salute with historical significance. But the players are lining up and getting ready. We'll see their decks in just a moment.
Love the poses, love the confidence, and the players will need to bring forward that confidence into the games themselves. We could be in here for a very, very long series. It looks like Game 5 has been the name of the game here in the Prince Cup Pacific. I think we've already had 3 or even 4 of them, so series do go long here.
Absolutely. You know what's going to be the most interesting thing? You think we're going to see the whale this time around?
No. I mean, at the very least, I expect Chikuwa to ban out Whale. Whale does very, very well against stall. It just does so much, like 5 base damage. It is so much to deal with, and you can't stall out that. So at the very least, Chikuwa will be banning it. Whether or not Enkoe will, though, is another story. If he does want to counter stall, if he is the counter picker that we expect him to be, he could bring Bennett double revive, and that is a deck that does very well into Whale.
Absolutely. Calling themselves the Mastermind and the Mathematician. We'll see if that comes up. Look at Chikuwa, Dice Magician, Mathematician, and Master Eye. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of Mastermind rivalry here.
Ooh, it's all about the big brain plays, especially like a stall player. If you are playing stall, you need to understand how your opponent's deck works as well. You need to understand their threat window and when they can actually take out your carry, when they can eliminate your carry, and when they can't, that's when you want to charge energy on them. That's when you want to go on them to do damage.
Absolutely, and it's a good time to talk about a bit of their achievements. I believe Enkoe has participated in a few of the tournaments. I don't have it solidified right here, but of course, they had a bit of a revenge match because one of them was knocked to the lower bracket, and now they meet once more. Enkoe is actually very excited to have this matchup, but it's a little too early in the tournament for this to happen, especially in the lower bracket where they only have 1 life left remaining.
I mean, Chikuwa is such a threatening opponent to face so early on in the lower bracket. Chikuwa is the champion of the Japan Prince Cup. He won the entire thing against players of similar caliber to Enkoe, and he was also placed top 3 at WGC Busan, so a lot of stage experience and is a veteran player.
Yeah, Prince Cup Titans here to look at you and stare you down in the lower bracket is the last thing you want to see, because it's not only the intimidation factor, but the experience. You know they are taking this game very seriously, and they are planning around everything that you're going to bring to the table.
that Chikuwa has a lot of experience, knows all of the decks that Enkoe will play inside and out. Enkoe, though, is a newcomer, relatively speaking, has played in a couple Catstails Gathering, qualified through the Series Showdown, so we know he's been having excellent placements throughout the regular season, but just compared to Chikuwa's achievements, I have to admit he is falling short.
Absolutely, but Enkoe has that drive, has that energy. You'll see them. They're going to do lots of expression on camera if they win or lose, so we'll see how this ties up. But yeah, going back to more of the sort of player information, Chikuwa specifically was very surprised to me that they are very much a stall player, and oh no, there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the stall deck we saw yesterday. This is a variation of DP Diona penalty. It is Layla. No, sorry. Barbara, Ningguang, Xingqiu. Typically, we do see either Layla or Diona in the place of Ningguang, but I guess Chikuwa swapping her out in there for, I guess, just general meta reasons.
Absolutely. We can talk about that a little more later. The first matchup is going to be Sino Crab versus a Cube or Bennett double revive combo. So that's actually interesting because this is one of the decks I believe someone recommended the other day. I believe it was CJR is a big fan of that cube, but here we go.
This is KDF Enkoe's first deck. This is Spicy Crab with Sino and Crab. This is a very, very great deck. There's Crab and Sino, so dual carry. Even if one of them does get knocked out, there is still the second one to consider. Shield stacking on Crab is very, very strong, and Sino, of course, brings in the burst damage if you want to snipe away a character. This is also a deck that's great against stall, because Sino, when you stack him up to 4 stacks, will do massive amounts of single target damage. And of course, you have Crab there with infinite scaling damage on his shield stacking passive, could also start one-shotting characters as well. So this is a pick, this is a counter pick in a sense against Chikuwa's tendency to play stall decks.
Absolutely. Yeah, just running through here, we do have the Moon Piercer to not only decost your skill, but also your talent. Sino is the one who's going to want that for that extra +1 damage as well. So that's super nice. Something that should be really interesting into this matchup as soon as we see Chikuwa's deck as well is that, like I talked about before, the Emperor of Fire and Iron or the Crab has been sort of being used as a stone wall. All they do is stack up enough shields, never actually do any actions, and this is enough to take out another character and eat all that damage.
Here is Chikuwa's deck, though. Bennett double revive. The plan of this deck is to first get Bennett Burst, preferably with talent, and then you can do your prepare skills on Herald and Cube. And because they are prepare skills, for a kind of insignificant amount of dice, if you are able to get all your discounts down, is able to double and even triple dip into the +2 damage amplification of Bennett Burst.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that healing as well. The biggest thing here is those golden troops and golden troops reward both the 4 and 5-star artifacts, and honestly this is the deck that really sold me on them because I was never really the biggest fan because you always have to wait for them. But if you get a perfect opener, you're gonna start throwing out cube skill for, instead of 5 dice, 3 dice. That is very cheap for such a powerful ability.
You can even stack further to 1 dice as well if you get that second stack. You may get 0 dice too if you can find it with that Storm Terror's Lair. And speaking of, that Storm Terror's Lair is in the deck to help draw out your talents. The card the 2 cards I'm shocked about in this deck right now is the Arcane card. It is running Day of Resistance and also Liu Su.
Yeah, Li Su is something that we actually got to see yesterday with a similar deck like this because they really want to be able to charge up that Bennett Burst. You know, it was much more common practice all the way back when in earlier metas, but now as long as you're able to draw early, you start on someone else, move into Bennett, and that is very, very efficient for you.
It lets you amplify your Bennett Burst charging. It also gives you some more dice to ramp on as well. Only running 1 copy as it doesn't come up as often, and it's not the best card, the strongest card in the game right now, but the Arcane card is surprising. Typically in this deck, I prefer if you choose the Stove God, because with its recent buff it got, if you play it on turn 1, if you're running at least 2 different talent cards, it will always draw you into one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. With Storm Terror's Lair, maybe there's an argument against it, but making sure you have all your talents, especially against, you know, a sort of, you know, middle of the road, not necessarily not being able to play both stall and aggro with Sino and Crab, you know, you're going to want to make sure you have undercurrent curses so that way you can slow down your opponent as much as possible.
Yeah, I think right now, though, this matchup is favored against Enkoe. It doesn't look like it because Crab is technically a stall deck, and this deck beats stall. But the big issue here, though, is that Sino is able to overload your characters off, and Chikuwa's running basically only prepare skills. And if you overload a character off their prepare skill, unlike Freeze, it will instantly cancel it. Whereas with Freeze, if you have the Tada, you can play that as you can continue on your combo.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need to find some way to avoid these elemental auras. And honestly, with the point that you brought up there, Enkoe Enkoe, you know, may have a bit of a favor into this matchup. Now, one thing I would like...
That opening is so good. That opening is so
What?
good!
What the heck? That's crazy! My goodness. Do you mind telling us a little bit why having a double tenacity of the middle is the nicest opener you could ever ask for?
So Crab is a shield stacking character. So basically what that means is that Crab has a passive where that he will take away the shields on the other characters every time you do an action. So if you equip double tenacity of the Millith on your characters, they will all get absorbed onto Crab, letting him stack up shields infinitely, effectively infinitely. I think there is a soft cap of 999, but realistically in a game situation, you will never actually get that much.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Some of the players in the online series of the Prince Cup, I believe it's Dark Shrine, did a maximum stack of 99 crap to get 1,000 damage. That's all fun and games. Enkoe cannot stop winning here. And you know who else can also win? Our travelers at home who are watching this, head to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel to enter the 1,000 Primo Gem raffle. 2 of you can win. Go over there, find the moderator's comment, and you'll be able to enter just like that.
Ooh, unfortunately for Enkoe, despite his excellent opening, he isn't actually able to play double tenacity of the middle. It has 3 Electro, so it was able to play 1 of them, but because it is 3 aligned dice to play and only has 2 Hydro and he can't even tune for that, cannot get the second.
Yeah, looks like Enkoe may go for the full conversion, play the Pyro Woven, and tune something out. But do you really want to tune any of these cards? Fresh Wind, oh my goodness, that is crazy.
So typically Fresh Wind would be kind of a painful card to tune, but in this situation, I don't actually think it matters. Because there are double revives on the Cube and on the Herald, meaning you need to kill them twice in order to actually benefit from Fresh Wind, and that's just something that typically doesn't come up in games.
Yeah, that's very fair. It's actually something I had missed the other day because Fresh Wind was inside the Sino Crab deck, but they had never drawn it in the first place. They still had their Arcane Edict available next to their name tag. So I'm like, really? They actually run this card? That is quite surprising. But yeah, like you said, I think ultimately you'll be A-okay with it, especially with the specific matchup advantage of Overload into Prepare skills.
I mean, Fresh Wind is typically great when you allow Simon to snipe away 2 characters at the same time, but you can't snipe away Revive, right? You always need to take 2 actions for that, and Fresh Wind of Freedom does not activate on Revives, and neither do Gamblers.
Yeah, so it's definitely an A-okay card to tune. Get pretty efficient with it. KDF Enkoe taking in those 2 dice. We'll have to activate it later, but thankfully this game is definitely go a little longer than just 3 rounds. Should be hitting the 5-round mark, if anything.
Looks like Chikuwa is doing a Herald start, just trying to ramp the dice, knowing that if all things are equal, KDF Enkoe will have the advantage. So he's trying to get a dice advantage and then go in for turn 3 as opposed to turn 2, which is when Bennett typically gets his burst out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this makes a lot of sense too, because realistically, the way that this has always been played ever since Electro Cube was introduced back in 3.7, it's the core of Bennett and Cube that make up the most difference. Herald is just here because they are pretty similar to Electro Cube, but they can definitely be sacrificed if necessary. You don't like it, but you can do it.
Cube is the core of this deck. It's able to triple dip into Bennett's passive, able to do 11 damage with Talent if you're able to get all 3 hits up. Herald is no slouch either, though. With Revived proc on his Prepared skill, he can do 9. So both characters are able to do a lot of damage if left to their devices, but it all depends on whether or not we can get that Bennett Talent off first.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Toma coming into the field. This is the typical character that you want to sit on for a while until Sino can start popping off. Chikuwa getting plenty of resources that they need. They have Storm Terror's Lair, Bennett Talent, and they also got to equip 2 Golden Troops onto both the Cube and Bennett respectively. So this skills and burst is going to be super duper cheap.
Lots of discounts here, but not a lot of damage coming out just yet, unfortunately. On the other hand, though, Enkoe is going to go on to Toma because Toma's skill does generate shields, right? It'll generate 2 shields. Unfortunately, with no Crab Talent, it won't actually instantly go over to him. You need to wait until he does another action first.
Absolutely. Yep. Oh, looks like they're trying to field off any form of application first because, of course, you know, elemental application is going to be the name of the game for Sino. Once he has the overload and in his sights, you are going to be done. And wow, Enkoe responds in kind and moves back to Crab.
This is fine as well because Crab skill also generates you 2 shield, and if you are above that 6 shield breakpoint, yes, Crab has those 2. His skill will also deal 2 damage as opposed to just 1 base.
Absolutely, and also you do have tenacity of the Millith equipped, so you can take in the extra dice. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a slow swapping stalemate, but now we have to start making some actions. Chikuwa, it is your time to shine.
Swapping over to Bennett now, finally. The reason we do this now is that KDF Enkoe, unless he has Woven Pyro Res and Foul Swap as his card, is not able to Foul Swap over to Sino and then Pyro Res skill in order to do 8 damage in order to eliminate Bennett. And of course, with only 2 cards in hand, that exact combination is impossible. So now Bennett cannot get sniped for the remainder of this round, and we can safely build our burst.
Yeah, very smart to play carefully against a Sino deck, even if this one's more traditionally to the stall orientation. You know, you still have to... Wow, yeah, they even Lotus. They are really scared of ever letting Bennett get sniped.
I don't think that Lotus is oh, wait, no, we attack into Crab.
Yep, it is.
So now we don't need the Woven. If we just had Woven Pyro Res, no, that does make sense because Crab does have Tenacity. Forgot he had that. It's been a while since I saw that card, but Tenacity of the Millers, what it does is that at the start of every round, it will give you 2 shield. That will refresh at the start of the next round, and if you take damage on the character equipped with it, the first instance of it will give you 1 aligned dice.
Yep, and that is super duper nice for Crab right now because they're just kind of chilling. They're going to be able to take that. Moves over to Toma, really trying to scare off Chikuwa. Boo, look out for my overload.
Be a skill in response, just charging Bennett a burst. 2 dice remaining here. Not sure what we want to do with it. We could just play the Storm Terror's Lair, maybe get our Herald Talent, which would be very nice for slowing down Enkoe. The deck that he is running doesn't actually run a lot of dice generation, just the 2 Liebits, and I guess technically the Tenacity of the Millers to give extra dice. So the extra tax on his skills is going to be super, super impactful.
Yeah, I think ultimately in this situation, no matter what, just drop the Storm Terror's Lair and you can end pretty safely, right? Because thanks to Lotus being on top of Bennett, if Enkoe really wants to full greed line into Sino and go for a skill, it's not going to lethal him now.
No, it shouldn't. I mean, if he has Fast Swap Pyro Res, it will, because, you know, 3 damage base plus 2 from Overload, that's 5, and then plus 3 from Pyro Res is 8. That is a very critical breakpoint Chikuwa has been playing around. If he wants to do that, he needs to swap off, otherwise Bennett can get sniped. We've been working so hard to avoid this so far.
Yeah, Enkoe takes, honestly, the best line that they could possibly. They're going to ramp up with Lieben, and both of them will be filled up thanks to having 4 dice. Still plays the strategize, gets Herald Talent anyway, very nice, but now Chikuwa is forced to swap, and they even pre-play the fast swap just to show Enkoe who is boss and also not to overdraw.
Yeah, the Herald Talent is going to be big. It doesn't actually do anything until Herald Revive is pumped. Even so, though, when that does happen, Enkoe is going to have to deal with the tax from it. Spicy Crab is a stall deck that has the dice generation of an aggro deck. So it's kind of the worst of both worlds in that regard, but it has the survivability of the stall deck and the damage of an aggro deck to compensate.
Oh yes, absolutely. The General Mahamatra brings down punishment. Now this is actually really interesting. We're having a little bit of an Opera Epiclase battle. Could you tell me a little bit more about why both of them having Opera Epiclase and the equipment cost is having a little bit of an issue here?
So Opera Epiclase, the way it works is that it is a 1 dice card to play, and then what it will do is that if you have equal or more equips than your opponent, it will generate you 1 aligned dice to your active character before you do an action at the start of every turn. But if you have less equipment than your opponent, it won't actually do anything.
Yep. And that is becoming the case for Chikuwa because since Enkoe was able to get a very nice opener, both characters are currently sitting at 6 total equipment. Now another extra because they played the Crab Talent. And so Chikuwa is basically always behind. Golden Troop only costs 0 or 2. So, you know, at best, you're probably sitting only at 2 equip. You only have Gilded Dreams if you want to really try and match that.
You can also match it with Bennett Talent. Bennett Talent is a 4-cost equipment. If you put that on, it will be 7 total. As I believe one of these is probably a 2-cost Golden Troop. And then right now Enkoe has 7 because 3/3 plus 1 for the Crab Talent. So we need to also equip the Herald Talent in order to match.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the Opera Epiclase battle once again. We saw it maybe more in other patches, but this time now it's super awkward, so they can't even make use of it at the moment.
Could also tune it right now if you do want to do the Herald too. You will get a Vaporize over on Crab, so it's not terrible, but we are once again trying to swap sell our opponent out of dice so they cannot snipe our Bennett before the talent. We do actually have the fast swap, so we can just go for it anyways, and then play a bunch of cards to ramp into next turn, but unfortunately no Lieben or anything, so our ramp isn't even that ideal.
Yeah, Chikuwa decidedly, since they were able to move over to the next turn, and now Enkoe has 11 dice to work with. Oh, okay, yep, there's a pre-play fast swap coming into our play here. Bennett is going to be safe, but I feel like they probably had a lot of opportunities to just stick around on Herald a little bit before moving over to Bennett and starting to go for the punch.
You could have tuned one and skilled, but I believe with the way the dice work out here, it is much preferable to go into Bennett now. And then you can even swap over to Cube. It should be at least a -2 dice, so we're able to do a 3-cost rock, paper, scissors combo. And assuming we don't get overloaded, we should be able to get all 3 hits in.
Yeah, aura management, like we said, is going to be very important to this matchup. And Chikuwa has actually honestly done a great job making sure Pyro only stays on Bennett, the one character who, you know, he cares a little, but not to the extent of Cube or Herald.
Even if we do get overloaded off of Cube, we should still be able to get at least 2 hits of the rock, paper, scissors. So that will be 8 damage going down on the side of Enkoe. So it is still quite nice.
Yep, absolutely. Now we have 4 dice, a little bit cringe. Tune out those Opera Epic places. You're probably never going to proc them, but otherwise, are we going to Cube skill, or are we going to lock down on Bennett and just use our whacking stick?
I think ending on Bennett here is fine. We want to force Enkoe to spend more dice. If he goes over onto Sino to one-shot Bennett with the Power Resonance, that is -1 Power Res he can use for the rest of the game.
Ooh, very interesting move going for the Herald instead. Once again, no application, so you're not going to worry too much about getting overload off the prayer skill. And thankfully, it's not like rock, paper, scissors, which is 1, 2, 3. Herald is simply 1 and 2. So that way you can get full value of it while still sticking around.
Other way around, Sayu is 1 and 2, Herald is 2 and 1. They kind of swapped it around there. But yeah, we could just tune one of our cards and do a skill. We'll do 5 damage because both hits will be buffed by that Bennett burst. I kind of understand the swap off of Bennett because you're only using the Power Res to snipe him, right? Because both Herald and Cube are low HP, like max HP wise, right? So you can easily take care of them once Sino gets his talent or something like that. And in conjunction with an overload, so you'll really only need the Power Res for the Bennett. If you keep him alive, it kind of forces Enkoe to just have that card in his back pocket.
Absolutely. Chikuwa doing the considerations of their line. Enkoe just goes in for a skill, so this is the opportunity if they really wanted to overload with Sino, but honestly, not too worth it. You're just going to put yourself back to square one.
Why we've been sitting here though, Enkoe has just been skilling on a Crab. You don't just need to use Tomo for shield generation. Crab on his skill would also generate 2 shield for itself, so you can just sit quietly here if your opponent isn't going to do anything to force you off.
Absolutely. Gilded Dreams comes out and makes Herald easily being able to skill with 5 dice remaining. It would be a pretty nice vaporize, not too much though.
We'll do a 7 damage on the initial hit, taking away some of the shields Crab has so painstakingly gotten.
Whoa.
Not doing that just yet, though.
That's interesting.
Lots of Hydra dice. We need to tune if we want to skill on Cube. I guess we just don't want Crab to be, or Herald to be low, because if our opponent has a fast one onto Sino, he doesn't even need the Power Res if he wants to knock him out.
Yeah, very carefully Chikuwa is trying to aura manage as much as possible, and this is a really interesting scenario that could come up because when we saw this played in this matchup last time, they ended up being able to use the Lee Su once more because, you know, Bennett Burst only lasts 2 turns, so you need to refresh it at some point if you ever want to be having those massive benefits.
Yeah, I mean, 2 turns isn't a lot to work with, especially when you're spending a lot of your dice managing your auras, swap stalling around your opponents.
Yep, absolutely. We can see the Opera Epi plays a difference. Enkoe is still able to benefit off of all those dice and have just enough to do 1 overload. Everybody has Pyro now, so somebody has to take the hit.
And at this point in the game, you expect Enkoe to also have that Leave It To Me. He's drawn at least half of his deck at this point in time. Very likely to have it at this point, as he does have 2 in his deck.
Absolutely. Ultimately, though, the nice thing about Chikuwa playing very carefully, very methodically, is the fact that now, if Enkoe wanted to swap over to Sino and do Pyro Res, it is no longer possible.
That is true, but even so, with all of your characters at 6 HP anyways, you don't necessarily need it. As long as you have talent, all of them will be knocked out of the revive or just altogether in Bennett's case.
Absolutely. I think the best thing that you could go for here is definitely a Herald skill because I do believe, you know, unless Sino has Gamblers, which I don't believe he does, should be enough to knock out. Yep, there we go. Enkoe's even willing to pass it over.
There's nothing to be scared of here for Enkoe. Just get the shield snacking going again. Whatever damage Chikuwa does here with the Herald will be refunded for the most part by the extra shield generation on Toma. So just ramp, maintain our dice advantage, and force our opponent into a bad situation. Chikuwa must play around the overload, otherwise he wastes so much dice. So as Enkoe, we can afford to spend the extra time ramping.
Honestly, you know what's a really interesting question here? What if we played Joyous instead of Days of Resistance?
It It would certainly benefit a lot here as we would be able to avoid the overload, but I think it is worse into other matchups like the Kukinali.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense because, you know, Days of Resistance, the whole reason that Chikuwa is running it is because you stay still on characters for a long time when using prepare skills, especially the Cube, who has the longest prepare skill, only matched up by Duvall, I believe.
Yeah, both of them are 3-hit skills, so that's a lot of time you need to stay on the characters. And Joy's here would help us avoid our overloads, but I mean, their Day of Resistance is really great against small instances of damage. It is 4 instances of 1 damage reduction. Oh, overdraw, that's gotta hurt. Oh, Chikuwa knows he messed up.
Yeah, he get a big face palm there.
You shouldn't have played the Tada. The Tada is what overdrew him.
Yep, the Tada caused him to overdrew, and that is a Boar Princess going away. That is a big deal, especially because you are doing a rainbow deck with Gilded. You can't get that extra little smidge of dice, and especially because with Gilded changes, that's going to make it so that it's a lot harder to get that extra dice break point.
But yeah, no, as I was talking about earlier, Day of Resistance is great against smaller instances of damage when getting peppered one by one because it is 4 instances of 1 damage resist, which is great against a deck like Kukinali, which does lots of small hits of damage. But against a deck like Sign Overload or Spicy Crab, where the damage comes all at once, it doesn't have the same punch.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 damage reduction is not enough to survive the beast that Sino is, and now Enkoe has talent. Ooh, it's looking a lot. Oh, and Gamblers too. Oh my, it is getting scary.
And the dice to use them as well. Enkoe is setting himself up very, very nicely for a 9 game. And Crab also has his burst up. Unfortunately, in this matchup, not the most relevant thing in the world because, I mean, no matter how much damage you can do infinite damage and it still wouldn't matter because as long as you have that revive up, your characters are guaranteed to live on at least 1 HP.
I'm a little surprised Chikuwa went for tuning the countdown to the show because you do have those 2 operas in your hand, which aren't actually doing anything. I think it is a fair and reasonable assessment, the fact that you will eventually lethal one of Enkoe's characters and you could swing that around, but at that point, it might be a little too late.
I think it's more of our hand is already so full, we're not going to play that countdown anytime soon, and it's much more likely for Opera to come in. Look at the HP on Toma. If we can eliminate him, it's the artifact difference will swing in our favor once again.
Oh yes, absolutely. Looking at it, Sino's now staring down Herald. It will definitely go for a lethal. What does Chikuwa want to do? They can attack again, or they can swap off.
The problem with attacking here is that we run out of dice. Look at the dice difference, 5 to 9. Chikuwa needs to swap stall a little bit, but if we swap stall, we're either going to lose our Bennett or Cube or Herald's Revive, and we don't really want to do that.
Absolutely, and having only that much HP is definitely not going to be enough to make sure you can go all the way through, especially Bennett is only on his last charge of burst. You're going to have to refresh it if you want to see it again.
Only a single turn remaining on it. Chikuwa needs to make the most of it here. I don't know if I agree with that skill on Herald. I think I would have preferred it if Chikuwa went for the burst instead, as if Sino does go for the skill as Enkoe is posturing, doesn't go for it instead, we would have been able to apply the curse of the undercurrent and slow down his game a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely could see a tune for that. Now, that is quite interesting. I think Enkoe, once again, is employing the strategy they did in earlier turns. Just let Chikuwa try and struggle a little bit while they maintain massive dice advantage over them.
And now Chikuwa is completely out of dice. It looks like that choice was correct. His characters were so healthy. There was never a chance in the world he could have been threatened by anything unless Electric Cube came in with his massive buffed rock, paper, scissors doing 11 damage every single combo.
Yeah, absolutely. But no means to cleanse off this Pyro. And of course, not cleansing elements in other decks, you know, not the biggest deal in the world. But Mr. Mahamatra himself is going to just one-shot you with that Pyro Resin talent.
And potentially more crucially, it will force you off of your prepare skill, making it so you do not get the extra damage that comes from it. And with an investment as big as 5 dice on Electrocube prepare skill, you can't afford to waste it.
Yeah, you can even see Chikuwa earlier just shook their head. They're like, oh, I can't make it through this. Enkoe simply has too much dice. These Tenacity, the Millith, and the Opera Epic Place difference are just snowballing them into a very nice position.
Finally swapping back once again onto the Electric Cube, but it's not like we even have the dice to use a skill. I'm not sure what artifact... No, it can't be the 2-cost Golden Troops, so it must be a 1-cost. The skill is at least 3 dice, and there's just no way for us to get to that point.
Yeah, it's currently 3 dice, and unfortunately, Chikuwa never decided to play Storm Terrors because they didn't need to draw out talent, but it does help out Cube, and now this would be a chance they could have tuned 1 and then gone for a extra skill, but it is not going to be the case.
Just doesn't have the setup, and oh, there's a crab burst coming out. Enkoe knows. This is the victory. This is the pain point. Right now, crab burst does half a shield amount, which is 6 plus 1, which is 7 damage, more than enough to eliminate Bennett and also pop Cube and Harold out of the revives.
Yep, Harold is going to be the one to take the sacrifice. Here it comes. Boom! 7 and a 2 piercing across the board. Can you believe we're actually seeing a crab burst this time around?
It's been a while since I've seen one of those, but Enkoe is now more or less out of dice. Chikuwa is just equipping an artifact and calling it a day. There's not much else he can do.
Yeah, it is quite the struggle. At least they're making sure they can play stall the most effectively, and Enkoe, of course, cannot go for a Sino skill yet, but they really have him in a chokehold here. It is such an impressive way that this deck is playing against the combo.
Importantly, though, Harold's revive is down. No fresh wind in the deck. That was tuned away earlier, but that is just one more character Sino could reset a Gambler's off of, which Enkoe does have in hand, and at 4 stacks. Let's go.
Yep, Sino is now in his super form. He has a flat +2 damage on all of his attacks, so watch out, Chikuwa. You're about to see some Mahamatra punishment coming your way.
Enkoe is poised to win this game unless Chikuwa can do something crazy to turn it back around. I think the start for Enkoe was too good. He got his artifacts early to start shield stacking and drew into the Opera Epiclesis so he can generate even more dice on top of that.
Absolutely. Being able to have that great opener just became a wrecking ball because now they had plenty of time to, you know, basically just play with their food, and Chikuwa cannot do anything about it because being forced onto prepare skills versus overload simply is just going to be a bad matchup.
Yeah, there's not a chance that Chikuwa had in this game. I mean, it was already favored for Enkoe matchup-wise, but having such a more superior start in comparison to Chikuwa really is just set it in.
Absolutely. I'm very surprised. You know, obviously in the first match, since players have 3 decks to choose from and 1 ban, you know, the matchup is going to be, you know, there's a chance you don't end up getting the one you want, but this time around, it just worked out so well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Enkoe getting the snipe on maybe one of his more pain point decks, depending on what else Chikuwa brought. But even so, I think Enkoe brought a great lineup overall in order to counterpick Chikuwa, and we were seeing it here.
Yep, and Chikuwa finally evens up the equipment cost difference thanks to that Bennett talent and the Golden Troop on the cube. So now Opera Epiclesis can trigger, but that's not going to be enough to save you at this moment.
No, unfortunately not. 2 characters already within breakpoint range of Sino. Crab Shield is stacking ever higher, and talent coming in as well. One
interesting point to make here is that Enkoe technically only has 2 characters alive, because the thing about Crab is that they take these shields immediately after you do any action. So that way, Toma's actually going to go from 3 effective HP to 1. And obviously, I think, you know, all of the characters here could easily knock out Toma.
I mean, like, 1 HP dies to anything that does damage at all, and this deck runs no healing at all. It might have a Lotus Crypt in there, but there is... if we go cube, yeah, the piercing damage.
Oh, wait, we're cooking. Very nice. Piercing damage goes through a shield. Toma is out of here.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think this is enough to turn the tides. I mean, like, Bennett Burst wore off, right? So it's not like Crab was going to take that much damage, and even if he was... our prepare skill is getting canceled.
Oh yeah, Sino's got plenty of damage in the tank, even holds down the talent for a surprise. And here we go. Oh, back to Harold. So painful.
Oh, and with no Bennett Burst right now, Harold's skill only does 3 damage. No Bennett talent to go buff it up. There's nothing we can do.
Yep. Enkoe even has Gambler to take full advantage of this cube. Honestly, I know that you're trying to swap stall, but Harold talent would have definitely helped.
I don't think it makes a difference. Like, there's Gamblers gonna be putting on Sino soon. There's his talent as well. I mean, what does Chikuwa do? I don't think there's any outs. And Crab is as well is on 16 shield.
Yeah, if you're not fighting the General Mahamatra, you are fighting the tank. And, you know, I think while it's a more realistic matchup that Chikuwa could take, Crab is stacked up too much to the point where it's not going to be possible.
Realistically, I do not think Chikuwa can break through. He will either fall to the might and punishment of Sino, or Crab's continuous shield stacking will be the one to do him in.
Yep, absolutely. It's actually really interesting to see the scenario come out. Wow, okay, Days of Resistance on top of Bennett, but you know, Enkoe once again swapping over to Crab to just take the game slow. They don't even need to worry about the fact that they don't have a fast swap because Sino is in the range to knock out everybody.
Yeah, like Enkoe is slowly but surely winning this match, playing it very slow, knowing he's in the lead, and all things being equal, he will eventually take the initiative to win game 1. Chikuwa trying everything in his power to desperately turn it around.
Yep, just stay in the slow lane. No need to go full speed. It is your game to win. Just take it slow, and you'll be able to get this very methodical win on a Sino Crab deck, which honestly, I mean, what other matchups does Sino Crab realistically have a really strong advantage against? I don't think too many, right?
It's great into stall. It has an okay mirror against the other Sino decks, and I think it also beats Kukinali, so it's got 3 like okay to favored matchups.
Okay, that's pretty fair. Yeah, so because of course if Enkoe wins this, they will lose the ability to play this deck again. They're gonna have to make sure they win on everything else.
That will certainly be a challenge still. I mean, he's in the lead right now, expecting to go 1-0 very, very shortly, but this is open deckless conquest format. You need to win with all 3 of the decks you brought, and we have seen players struggle on that final deck before.
Oh yes, absolutely. Hopefully Enkoe is confident with all their cooks, because if not, Chikuwa could easily reverse sweep the entire game. Days of Resistance, honestly, surprisingly enough, puts in work because Enkoe, once again, very happy to just stick on Crab. So now Bennett is only taking, like, you know, very little damage in this instance.
Oh, and the Curse of the Undercurrent as well, stopping Crab from skilling, making it so he can't stack more. And great play by swapping over to Cube, right? Because it's not just eliminating a character for Enkoe, it's eliminating the shield stack potential from Toma as well, because he had an artifact equipped.
Yeah, here is a bit of a funny play that we can definitely do. I don't think it will make too much of a difference, but Chikuwa could easily move over to Herald, sacrifice them, and then use the I haven't lost yet on top of Bennett, and that way they can burst again, which will definitely give him a big power boost. But as for surviving that, probably not.
When everything is at 1 HP, doesn't really matter. All Crab needs to do right now is press the burst button, and the piercing damage will take out Cube and Bennett if he stays. But like, but if he stays on the Bennett directly, the direct damage from him will be enough to knock him out as well.
Yeah, without healing, unfortunately, Crab Burst does do 2 piercing to all opponents, and piercing goes through things like barriers and shields, so Bennett would not survive this interaction.
Crab shield right now is at 10, 12, 14. That's 8 damage right now. Bennett right now has 5 HP. Yeah, our burst coming out. Even if Bennett attacks in here, heals with his burst as well, I don't think it's enough to save him.
Yeah, lock it in, and there we go. Both, either Cube and Bennett will die by collateral, and then it's going to be a Herald solo, and unfortunately, unlike the last matchup, is not going to be able to reverse sweep this game.
Even replacing the artifact on Crab with Gamblers, Chikuwa, or sorry, not Chikuwa, Enkoe is looking to finish the game this turn.
Look at that, Enkoe, he's cheering to the camera, go boom, and there it is. Bennett and Cube are out of the game. Herald is solo, Gamblers reset on top of the Crab. Can you believe you're seeing Crab with a Gamblers of all things?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Chikuwa do, and the Liu Su coming late, not able to charge that second Bennett burst up, unfortunately, and with 0 dice remaining, what are you supposed to do?
Oh, so unfortunate that Lee Su came a little late. Of course, we couldn't rely on too much. Opera Epiclaze to proc just to insult injury. Boom! And there it is. A clean OTK sweep from a Crab of all characters.
Ooh, showing something off. Not sure what it was. Like, I'll have to ask him later, but Enkoe is proud of his victory, having a little sigh of relief. It was a very dominant match from start to finish, but even so, I'm sure he's glad he's won.
Oh yes, absolutely. Being able to take such a definitive matchup like that and have those little interactions that are making it so that you can make it through the entire thing, that is a quite impressive feat. Congratulations to Enkoe for taking this first match.
He's writing down the notes and being like, okay, this guy likes to do this. I'm going to counterpick him again, but game 1 going over to Enkoe. Chikuwa bring a lot of unconventional decks, mainly the stall one. Maybe this is time to bring out the pocket pick.
Yeah, most definitely. That Ning Wong Barbara stall can do a lot. Now, of course, that Enkoe is no longer able to play that Bennett double revive deck. We're going to see something a little different. I wonder how they're going to handle the rest of the matchups, right?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I mean, Enkoe brought a lot of decks to counter it. I think he brought in like Herald Claymore. That's just, I mean, it's combo versus stall. What else can you say? The Bennett double revive deck as well was to target the Ning Wong deck. And I mean, it's even a better matchup than normal because there's no overload and there's no freeze in that deck either. So once you go into cube skill, you're just going all the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that is definitely an interesting thing that we'll have to see once it comes out. I wonder, what will they pick next? There's so many different things they could do, so many options. Of course, it'll whittle down because, like you said, it is the Conquest format. You need to win with every single deck to make it through.
Speaking of winning, though, we have our raffle winners. You can see your UID up on the screen. Congratulations to you. I think we're getting a new banner soon as well, so maybe this is the time to invest.
Yes, our wonderful Emil should be coming soon. That demo is quite beautiful. You've been seeing it playing in between our breaks. But yes, 1,000 Primogens for all y'all. And we're going to have more raffles coming your way. Just give us more time to see more of these matches.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to give away two prizes. Yes, two prizes of 1,000 Primo gems per game. So if you want more prizes, be sure to wish us more games.
Yes.
Although the games might be long, so maybe not.
the games might be long. I'm like, are you sure about that? But yeah, once again, getting into this matchup, like we said earlier, it is a revenge match. These two met in the online series of the Prince Cup Pacific, and now they are here facing off once again on the big stage in real life. So this is quite wonderful. And ooh, Sino Overload versus Bennett Cube.
Okay, I mean, Sino Overload has been one of our standout decks. It's so strong into so many things. It doesn't really have any bad matchups. There's always something it can do to turn the tides. But Bennett Cube, though, very much has bad matchups. Doesn't like overloads, but maybe with the addition of Ajda in there instead of the Abyss Herald, it could actually play around the overloads more because there's no prepare skill in Ajda. He also generates more dice as well. We could have some stuff going there.
Yeah, most definitely. The biggest thing you're going to have to worry about with traditional Sino Overload is the massive damage. But if Enkoe has some defensive utility available and Bennett Burst, they could just as easily start chewing away at Sino's HP. That Prospectors, those Lotuses, will not be enough to save you.
But this is going to be a very fast matchup. Either Enkoe is going to overwhelm Chikuwa's defenses with the Bennett Burst into Q prepare skill, or Chikuwa is going to blow up all of Enkoe's characters before he has a chance to find his combo pieces. Whatever the case, we're in for a treat, especially one as fast as this.
Oh yes, absolutely. See, I wonder if KDF Enkoe ends up taking the notes that they had from the last match, because it was so long. You could see they were clearly doing exactly what they needed to do in that matchup to make sure that Chikuwa did not have a chance to breathe on any of their characters. I wonder if they're going to be able to do an early cube line to make sure they get some value out of it before effectively getting locked into an Ajdaha solo.
It could also be the other way around. Maybe like you go on Ajdaha first to try to blow up the Sino, force out some fast swaps from him, and then you can safely go into cube a lot more convincingly.
Absolutely. It's definitely an option. Wow, look at that. And then the last match would be that sort of a life sentence, the Ning Wong Barbara Xing Cho. Very interesting stuff that we have there. Let's take a look at the deck.
Here is KDF Enkoe's combo list. Looking rather standard for the most part. You typically do like double Ajda talent, but only bring one this time in order to guarantee the Bennett talent from the Stove God, and just getting it more convincingly from the Stormtraitor's Lair as well. There's less RNG in that regard. Bring a ton of dice regeneration and reduction. The Gilded Dreams, a tons of golden troops to slap those on cube and reduce the cost of his skill. Even bring in the parametric as well for more dice generation. The card here that I'm rather curious about is that Lyra Harbor Wharf.
Yeah, maybe wants to make sure that you can have enough draw consistency throughout the game, because you will definitely make it to turn 3. There's no way you fall super early unless you make a ton of misplays. Now, parametric, once again, the ultimate combo tool. A little weird in this deck because we do have a prepare skill on the Electro Cube, but ultimately I think is pretty okay.
Yeah, I think like you're able to get a lot of dice with Asha Talent, with Gilded Dreams as well, so it could be very, very helpful, especially when you consider your opponent as well is going to be punching into you, especially in an aggro matchup like this. If Sino is not doing skills, Sino is not doing damage, and if Sino is not doing damage, Sino is not doing winning stuff.
Yeah, if you're not skilling, you are not winning, and here is Chikuwa's Sign Overload deck looking quite standard, but just like CJRs, they are a big fan of that changing shifts to make sure they can keep their dice generation at bay.
Yeah, getting some extra dice to work with helps us swap stall, helps us just have that extra flexibility. I'm not sure exactly what he replaced for it though. Everything comes at a cost.
Yeah, it most likely is going to be other cards that may be a little more utilizable. It is one of them is going to be Catherine, because people like to run Catherine and Leave It to Me's, which, you know, that sounds like heresy now, doesn't it?
So I believe what Chico did here is you replace the 2 Heart of Caverinas for the changing shifts. That'll be less draw to work with, but you will have technically more dice as well if you are swapping a lot. And replace the Catherine with the Vanarana. So his ramp as turn 1 will be a lot easier to achieve.
Absolutely. Being able to have permanent ramp through the means of a Vanarana. Hopefully you also get the Liben before that, but making sure you can pass those dice over, especially since you might have some funky breakaways you have to deal with.
Here's some player data though, now that we are in day 2. Looks like KDF Enkoe is a jack of all trades, master of none, but quite good in everything.
Oh yes, quite accurate to their style of plays with targeting matchup data. So that is going to be lots of fun. Yep.
So this is, yeah, it's like pretty accurate data. Looks like everything is more or less what you expect from what we just saw last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, an average round of 3.8. And that one's a little extended because we had to play a little bit of a stall and slow gameplay, but Enkoe had all the time in the world to make that work. And then, you know, 16 dice spent in the first round. Very interesting.
Spent in 1 round, not first round.
One
So that's
round,
how much
round.
dice he was able to generate / consume. I'm not entirely sure if that counts as discounts, because if it would be, it might be a lot higher or lower if it doesn't. But either way, it's a very impressive amount. 16 dice is the dice generation cap.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see what Chikuwa has on the other side. Woo, 21 dice spent in 1 round. Woo, we are expensive, aren't we?
Oh, average card draw in terms of 1 to 3 is 20. He's going through 2/3 of his deck within those first 3 rounds, and it's like his shape is nearly maxed out in all aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. Their shape, you know, going pretty much to every corner of it, you know, maybe, especially because they're playing stall, right? We might see that average number of rounds fully fill up.
Not this game, though. He's playing a faster deck this time around, but you're absolutely correct, Kojo. If we do see more stall, we can potentially see that area of the shape max out once again. And also, Chico is the one that caused it to be so inflated in the first place.
That is very true, but no slow gameplay this time around. Sign Overload versus a Bandit Cube Core. Let's see it. Whoa, okay. Not what you want, but that is a very funny opener for Chikuwa.
Liben is acceptable, but you would really like a countdown or something along those lines as well. So just unfortunately not having it right now in hand for Chikuwa. Enkoe, though, is a lot more fortunate. We do have the Tomatoes, we do have the Golden Troop, and that's basically all we could really ask for.
Yeah, and the seed box as well to make sure you can discount is quite a dice efficient turn 1. And with these openers, we're going to open up the raffle once more. Head over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Look for the moderator's comment and type in the player's name and your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
This is the start of the round, though, and also be sure to scan that QR code you can see pop up in between the players' portraits. That will lead you to a feedback form. Tell us what you like about the events. Maybe you want more raffles, maybe you want bigger raffles. Be sure to let us know there, or just anything in general you can improve for the stream.
Absolutely, but here's the turn 1, like I just said, seed box Timaeus, and we will hold on to the Golden Troop for now. Are we trying to fish out talent with this stove? I think the answer is yes.
We can also choose to do something else instead. It looks like, unfortunately, our turn 1 dice are rather cringe. We might need to tune one of the cards in hand, and Stove could be the first target of that, as it's the only card that doesn't generate us a dice right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There is the potential to take out the Golden Troops reward, the 0-cost variant, not the green one, the one that's grayed out right now. Definitely could be an option, but just 2 normals, not the strongest start that you could ask for.
That's fine, though. This is Bennett. Even if his start is weak, he builds towards some very, very powerful turns. The priority, just get that burst. and go from there.
Oh yes, absolutely. Chikuwa, you know, on the starting it, the reason I called it out is because changing shifts is super nice to have, because since a lot of players have been trying to, you know, run without it or, you know, do something else that reduces your swap cost, it ends up, you know, sometimes there's a chance that it doesn't get drawn into. And now that Chikuwa has it guaranteed, you know, maybe it's a little annoying, but you know that you're going to be able to reduce your swap cost all the time.
Being able to swap is so useful, just like making it so your opponent has to spend extra dice to match you or maybe put yourself in a better position. It's so useful. What we saw in Atlantic is that players were actually running debuffed Dawn Winery in there instead. It also was a great turn 1 start if we want to do Deia's skill into like you know, Live and Dawn Winery or something along those lines. So it's a great opening. Yeah, absolutely. As long as you can play it, you can make it work. And looks like Chikuwa will probably tune one of these changing shifts out unless they feel like something else is a little more valuable to do a Sino skill and guarantee that overcharged ball. Bennett could, KDF Enkoe could also swap off of Bennett as well. It really depends on what he wants to do. Still has 1 dice to spare, and Stove going out getting that talent. Yeah, unfortunately, the turn order is not going to work in their favor because Enkoe is the one being the first to end. So they could probably swap to Cube. Maybe, I guess Asia is all right. It's not the best, though. I mean, our main carry here is Cube. Ajda is just here to help us out in the mid game a little bit, and after his talent got tuned, he is a lot more dispendable than usual. Now, this is very interesting because typically we see Sino decks who move very fast, but since Chikuwa sees the opportunity that Enkoe is scared off, they will end up going just for the Liben ramp so they can have way more value into the next turn. Does have the powers, and they call in for cleanup. If Chikuwa wants to go for this, he can eliminate Ajta right here, right now. Absolutely. Ooh, Dice, let's be a little more friendly now. Don't like that at all. We need 1 power. We can't tune power on Sino. Unlucky. Ooh, that is not good. Oh, a Dyro Woven coming in. Oh, we had Liven to save us too. That's fine. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. That's why he always tosses out the wonderful dice. Oh my goodness. Oh, the gambler is actually so big here. If we want to do it, that's going to be a reset on Sino as well, letting us do another action after that with the +1 dice. Yeah, Chikuwa is locked in, just realizing that they actually have the potential to take a lethal out on Asia. Enkoe is frozen in time. They're like, oh no. Did they find it? They might have. Chikuwa has all the tools he needs here in order to eliminate Ajda, forcing KDF Enkoe onto just Bennett and Cube. And I mean, Bennett's talent is strong, but you really would like that HP buffer to work with. Dang, Enkoe even looks down. It's like, come on, man. There we go. Now it is just Cube and Bennett. Still a very strong core, but you're facing down Psy and Overload. He is going to immediately snipe out the rest of your characters. Good news here, though, is that Bennett has no Pyro Aura on him, so Chikuwa is not able to do enough damage to take him out before he gets his burst down. So it will give Enkoe a little bit of breathing room. Even so, is still at a significant disadvantage. Oh yes, absolutely. The likely response would be Enkoe to respond with Bennett talent, but thankfully, once again, it's definitely not the scenario that you find yourself commonly into, but changing shifts into Chevreuse, so you can probably go for another Pyro skill, or you could also go Dea, although Dea is a bit of a fringe scenario. You probably don't want to do that. Also just play the overcharged ball, but Bennett has 2 energy, and if we play our overcharged ball and not discard it, it will actually end our turns. We can't overload him off again, even if we do have the dice to do it. So we'll first just probably skill, apply the Electro, and give us some more damage. Absolutely. Yeah, I think ultimately the one thing I'm worried about is the fact that if you swap to Dea, is that once Bennett does his burst, right, it's going to be, you know, that amount of damage, and then he's boosted with talent, so you could probably actually knock out Dea immediately. So, you know, not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not something you want to hand out for free. Second Storm Tears as well. I mean, drawing as a second talent. Oh, wait, no, we didn't play second Storm Tears. What did we do? Is the Golden Troop, I believe. That's what happened. Yeah, always have that little backup Golden Troop, making sure that your characters are going to cost very much less with your dice. But regardless, now we tuned the second storm. That's what happened. Okay, that makes more sense. But now we're in this scenario. Sino at 3 stacks, about to go super mode. Hermanubis is coming in, and 2 more Wovens to play with. Chikuwa has the advantage. Certainly, there's a lot more HP to work with in general. I mean, Enkoe is slowly getting bursted out of this game, getting chunked out one by one by one.
absolutely. Swap over. Thankfully, Daya is no longer at that breakpoint that I calculated earlier. If they had swapped a little faster, but now it is going to be Daya probably falls in the next turn, and then Bennett is just going to do a nice little whack, keep the Pyro on a character who is not going to do much for the rest of the game.
There's not much Bennett can do right now. I mean, enough to do one more skill. But next turn, if we're left on Solo Cube, that feels very, very bad. The good thing about Solo Cube is that Overload can't swap you off. You have no characters to swap to. Bad thing about Solo Cube, you're playing Solo Cube.
Yep, one character is usually worse than 3, and of course you can do a good amount of damage, but there's no more Pyro application, so you're going to have to fully rely on Bennett Burst to make sure you can get enough damage out there.
Cube with Bennett Burst is certainly able to do enough damage to solo carry the game. Just the problem is getting it out. It's such a vulnerable character.
Absolutely, that's what happens when you hard commit, but hey, commit to the bit and you're gonna go all the way down or you're going home.
I think this deck right now that KDF and Enkoe brought out is very much a counter, expecting Chikuwa to bring stall. It doesn't have very many good matchups. I mean, Cube Bennett in general is such a vulnerable deck. It has a lot of damage potential. It is great at breaking through things, that when a lot of the meta is so aggressive and as fast as it is, you don't really have time to do it unless you are facing a slower deck. And this will be the deck that Enkoe is going to struggle on. But I mean, as long as he plays it for the remainder of his game, he is guaranteed to snipe stall eventually.
Yeah, wow. Enkoe even willing to seal the deal, just making sure to play it out. Hopefully drawing out maybe a clutch card like Lotus, but outside of that, it's going to be Cube versus the World.
Even if you do draw into it, it shouldn't be much help. You're going to overload off of Bennett. Yet he will live on 1 HP, so that is something to work with. You can swap back onto him later to tank some damage, but Cube solo is... I mean, he'll live at least 1 hit attack because of the revive, but even so, Chikuwa should have enough damage to win.
Unfortunately, not looking too good. I think we got Timaeus off of that. Hey, there's the White Glove, and the Fisherman's called for a cleanup. What else do we have here? Ah! Oh my goodness.
Sinotown is actually exactly what we need. If Enkoe just stays on Cube instead of swapping to Bennett, that will allow us, with the help of the White Glove and the fact that we just reached 4 stacks, to do 8 damage with no overload. Instantly popping the revive.
Yeah, instant punish for that. That is quite strong to do, and you know, even with that, they can simply just hide talent in their pocket and let Bennett, you know, fall, and then they'll do it again. Oh, I got a Lotus, and that's about it.
Enkoe cannot swap Bennett here, because if there's a Foul Slump Sino skill that will get us a Gambler's Reset, even through a Lotus, which I do believe he did just draw, so we are kind of forced to just skill on Cube. But if we skill on Cube, Daya falls, and it's a free swap into Sino, and if he has talent, if he has calling for cleanup, that's also 8 damage to pop the revive, and he has Freshman after that, we will just instantly lose, but no other choice, we'll have to go for it.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, did not go for the Lotus, but to be fair, Enkoe probably knows that it is over, and Chikuwa should just be dropping on the Sino and get in that talent, get in that call for cleanup, and knock out Q.
Ready to do my utmost.
There is not much Enkoe can do here. He is just completely out of options. His Ajda falling early was so bad we weren't able to threaten some earlier damage with him, and no talent as well to generate more dice, hopefully even out the odds.
There we go. 8 damage goes down. Cubes come right back up thanks to their revive, but now, boom, there goes a 6 damage right back at you, but now all we need is a fast swap to seal the deal.
Oh, wait, Chef Skill just wins because she discards her own overcharge ball, and Bennett's at only 1 HP. The firing squad has given their verdict, and it is that Chikuwa shall win game 2.
Yeah, that is a very good move there, because Chevrolet, we don't typically get to see her discard her own overcharge ball, but it is a main mechanic of her skill, and there it goes to Chikuwa. Very nice for taking that game back from Enkoe.
We even it out 1-1 now, but that is one of the stronger decks of Chikuwa gone. Can no longer play Sign Overload.
Yep, and you know, Enkoe definitely going for those matchup snipes is potentially dangerous, so that way, you know, Chikuwa may end up facing, once again, a very similar situation to game 1.
The great thing about being a matchup sniper is if you're able to find the snipe, you have a very easy time winning. The bad thing about being a matchup sniper is if you snipe the wrong matchup, you're at a significant disadvantage.
Oh yes, absolutely. And of course, the thing about matchup sniping too is that it is going to be a little bit of an issue for you to make sure you actually play the deck properly. But I'm sure you all have been playing the game correctly at home because we have our wonderful UIDs right here before us. If your name ID is right here, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. Congratulations.
Yeah, be sure to invest that into the newest banner. I'm sure a lot of players do love our new characters and, I mean, shiny toy to play with, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we are in Fontaine after all, and the next character coming up, I do believe, is Emile, right? So that's going to be a lot of fun as we say our goodbyes to this wonderful Hotel de Roche.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be super exciting to play for. Once I do get back, I can experiment with the new quest as well. Those are always very fun to do, but first off, we have to get these games done. We have at least 2 more to go. The series has been evened up 1-1. It really can go either way yet.
Absolutely. You know, maybe this is a false statement, but do you feel like that after, you know, the other day is sort of an outlier, right? But oh, actually, not really. But if we end up going to game 3, I think it's almost guaranteed that we go to a game 5, huh?
I guess it really does depend. Sometimes it's because on game 3 you kind of lose your one good matchup you had. You lose the 50-50 and it's bad matchups from there, and then the player can take it, you know, take the next 3 games. But sometimes it's just that, like, the mental strain and all that. It depends on how the players are feeling at the day.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now we're just waiting for the next player, giving the players a chance to cool off, get ready for their next match. I wonder if this is the moment that Chikuwa might have to pull out the Ningguang deck, no?
He still has 2 more decks to choose from. He has the Ningguang deck as well as 1 other. He can keep that in his back pocket for now if he's expecting Enkoe to bring the Bennett deck again. But if he expects Enkoe to bring another deck, maybe that's where he brings it in.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are still 2 deck options. I don't know. I just have this feeling that Chikuwa is going to pick it going into this matchup. Nope. It is going to be really back to Bennett double revive. Lost really hard first off, but now they have a chance to redeem themselves versus the Herald Claymore.
And, I mean, Herald Claymore against Bennett double revive, I think, is so favored towards Herald Claymore. Just Herald, of course, on the side of Chikuwa is always at 6 HP, so always within gravestone range, and Cube is 8 max HP, so like it's very easy to bring him within that range, especially once you consider that you can swirl him below that point as well.
Is this a perfect matchup, Snipe? Because now that we have this lined up, if we go into the next game, it's going to be the Agedaha Cube versus Chikuwa's Stall. That's going to be really rough, isn't it?
So I think what Enkoe did here was bring 3 stall counters, knowing that eventually Chico would have to play a stall deck, assuming he brought it. If he didn't, I mean, he was a little bit cooked.
Yeah.
And as long as you're able to have that one good matchup with all 3 of your decks, you can win no matter what.
Honestly, it's really starting to shape out in his favor. As long as Enkoe is going to be able to get the proper setup that they want on Herald Claymore, you know, they should be able to take out a Chikuwa. But of course, we'll see if they're running the Wagner's Weapon banner for a better guarantee, or if they're going for the full high roll double gravestone. And as for Chikuwa, at least this time around, they won't have to deal with their prepare skills getting totally demolished.
Yeah, there is no overload to work on, and you do have Tada in that deck, so you are able to pop that and continue on with your combo. The problem is, I think Enkoe is just much more damage efficient with his deck, and he's also able to go in a lot earlier. With Bennett, you burst at the start of turn 2, so that's already -4 dice to work with, whereas Enkoe, he can just go in immediately on Sayu, and with so many discounts, the Wall's Gravestone is effectively free.
Yeah, unless Chikuwa ends up getting a Lee Su early, or if Enkoe doesn't float, there's not really a means to go for the dodging of the elemental reactions, because, you know, you really want to start getting on Bennett as fast as possible, because if you don't, you're giving Enkoe more time in the world to draw that gravestone.
Speaking of, here is Enkoe's Herald Claymore deck. He is running the double Wolves Gravestone version, also running the 1 Gamblers, 2 Golden 2 Gilded Dreams, 1 Golden Troop, and 2 Covering Rangers, as is standard. The cards here that I think are a little bit more techy on his side is the 1 copy of Catherine, as well as the 2 copies of Rhythm of the Great Dream. I think players right now do prefer to run parametric as opposed to that.
Yeah, they're, you know, parametric, you know, it's a little more high rolly, but this is actually probably the most means of consistency, especially with the fact that Gravestone needs to be drawn into. You can't guarantee it with Wagner's. Now, that's really interesting, right? This is basically looks like hyper magic from previous metas.
I mean, that is the idea of this deck. It runs very similar action cards to Hyper Magic. It's a turn 2 deck. You spend the first turn ramping 8 dice and sitting on Herald. Then round 2, you go in with Sight with a free Gravestone, do either 5 or 9 damage on skill, and get infinite dice with Gilded Dreams and your Timaeus discounts.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Rhythm of the Great Dream in this new version of the Magic engine, because that's what I experimented with initially once the changes came through with Liar's Son, because I'm like, okay, so I need at least one more dice reduction. So Rhythm of the Great Dream is really a great card. It's super adaptable thanks to having Wolf Gravestone as well in your deck.
But here is Chikuwa's deck. We'll see how it matches up into this later on, but very, very standard for this list. The runoff Liu Su and the one Resistance, Day of Resistance is the two cards I really would like to point out for matchup reasons. I think in this matchup, it might matter a little bit more. It could help you reduce the damage from swirls and keep Cube and Herald healthy. But of course, Herald is always in Wall's Gravestone range anyway, so maybe it's not that relevant. And Cube could very easily be brought down into that range anyways.
Yep, who knows if the breakpoint will be able to be passed or drowned. We also have Lotus to prevent that as well. Now, the interesting thing is that you did say there is Tada in this deck, which is true, but unfortunately, there's only one of them. I'd personally be a little scared of something that can freeze so consistently, like Herald Claymore, and only having one Tada to break you free.
I mean, Herald Claymore can freeze you consistently, but it has to apply the auras first, and that is something it struggles with. Yes, Herald has a prepare skill, so you can apply 2 instances of Hydro, but it's a prepare skill. You can, your opponent can force it onto the characters they want.
Absolutely, yeah. Chikuwa, they're gonna have to rely on the and clearly Chikuwa is very good at managing auras, because we saw that first round they were able to hold off Pyro Aura on all their characters until the second round. That is very good, especially, you know, fighting against a deck like that.
A hidden cost to aura management, though, is that you're also spending dice to do it. You're like, yes, you're denying your opponent their reactions and whatnot, but you also need to spend that 1 dice to swap every time you do. Typically, your opponent does match you to try to apply the aura on the character that don't have it, so it becomes more or less an even dice count, but there is also that cost that you have to consider, and with a deck that doesn't generate a lot of dice, it could become the difference in a matchup.
Absolutely. Hopefully, the Opera Epiclase is actually able to proc this time, because once again, you know, since Enkoe is running the Herald Claymore, of course, Wolf's Gravestone costs 3, and then Gilded Dreams costs 3. You may have a little bit of an equip diff here, even with Opera Epiclase.
That is very, very true. I mean, this is a deck that does equip a lot of artifacts, but Golden Troop is cheaper than Gilded Dreams, and I mean, when you throw like Claymores into the mix, very unlikely to get a proc if you do play it later than turn 1.
Yeah, hopefully Chikuwa gets these Opera Epiclases early, and then Enkoe will have to face the situation that they were having earlier. But yes, we're getting right into this match, and once again, another game means another Primo Gem raffle. So for those of you watching over on Genshin Impact Official, head over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel, type it in, look for the monitoring message, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And as well, be sure to scan the QR code in between the player portraits. It will lead you to a feedback form. Let us know what you like to see and what you want to see instead. Maybe you want more raffles, you like the raffles, you want bigger raffles, or just anything in general you want us to improve or change. Be sure to let us know there.
Absolutely. A little bit of a funky start for both players, because the thing is they both have Countdown to the Show, but their other cards are a little weird.
I think Chico is perfectly fine. Countdown to the Show into Libin, Storm Terror's Lair is exactly 8 dice, so I think he's more than happy to do that, especially if you start Herald as well. And Koei is also happy as well, because Countdown Lineman Timaeus is a great opener, and that is also 8 dice.
That's definitely true. I think definitely the Gilded Dreams are throwing me for a little bit of a curveball there. It's odd to have that in your starting hand, but hey, if the mulligan goes, it does what it do. And okay, pretty good dice to start off with. We can definitely count down off of these.
Yeah.
There we go.
Countdown is great, because as long as we have 3 dice, we're able to play all of our ramp. It looks like both players managed to get it.
Yep, Chikuwa even more so, having 2 variants, 3 Dendro and 3 Omni, so no matter what, they're going to be able to have this working. And they're going to go for a Bennett skill to make sure they're not falling behind in tempo.
Ooh, I mean, typically when you have the perfect countdown play, you do go for it, but I think in this matchup it does make sense. Chikuwa is playing a turn 3 deck, because you need to spend that extra dice on Bennett on turn 2 to burst. You typically don't have your full combo until turn 3 with all of your discounts and all of that. On the other hand, Enkoe is playing a turn 2 deck, because you don't really need the same amount of setup as Bennett. You can just go in on site turn 2 as soon as you apply your auras. So he will have the momentum advantage. If Chikuwa tries to match the ramp, he will fall behind in terms of momentum, and he's going to lose from there. So he needs to speed up his game plan.
Absolutely, and I agree with that because Bennett has always been that rushdown character that really needs to get his burst out ASAP. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Chikuwa would try to make that happen. Yeah, there we go. Enkoe with the perfect opener, like you said, Liben into Timaeus, and now Chikuwa got your choices here. We can do some Golden Troop, we can do some drawing out with Storm Terrors, but outside of that, hopefully you get that talent card.
Two options here. We can do the Liben into Storm Terrors there to try to match the ramp of Enkoe, and because we did a normal attack there, we are still ahead overall in terms of tempo. Or on the other hand, we just go all in on the tempo angle, do another normal attack and play the Storm Terrors lair. It will hopefully draw into our talent as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is... yeah, no, not too much else out of it. Unfortunately, there's not enough Oh, we do want that Golden Troop, huh? Very interesting.
I mean, Golden Troop does need time to stack up, so playing it on Herald to start getting those stacks early. And unfortunate, no talent this time.
Yeah, but thankfully, maybe Liben will be able to come in clutch. Let's see what he draws in the map. But first, the dice need to be kind to our players. Looking okay. Let's see if we can get better.
So as long as Chikuwa draws a talent, whether it's Bennett or not, he'll be fine with the Storm Terror's lair. Because then you can play and guarantee like the Bennett talent if he draws the Herald talent, or you have a 50-50 on getting the Herald talent if he draws Bennett, but just unfortunately not finding it. So right now it is still a 25-75 on whether or not you get that.
Yeah, not feeling too great. And Enkoe was able to draw double Dunyarzad with the Timaeus as well, so they're going to be able to discount that. You won't actually use it this turn, to be honest, but hey, it's great to have it in the tank while you're slowly whittling down your opponent.
I mean, if nothing else, if you have dice to pass over, you can just play that as well, draw you into a lot of companions, thin out your deck, to hopefully make your job finding the gravestone easier. Not that Enkoe needs it, it's already in hand.
Absolutely. There we go. Dunyarzad, probably going to play the second Dunyarzad. Yep, there you go. And then Timaeus as well, or a Liben if you so. Oh, that's right, the Catherine, I almost forgot.
Ooh, a lot of cards in hand right now. Getting the aura down as well, that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Enkoe is definitely going for the prepare skill here, and then they're going to drop down the Catherine and swap over to Sayu and get Hydro applied to all the other opposing characters.
And it is also a free counter because of that second Dunyarzad, so don't even need to spend the extra dice for that either.
Absolutely, there we go. Ooh, a fast swap though. Are they looking to take out Herald early? I think so.
We can do that, and this is before Enkoe has placed the Curse of the Undercurrent as well. I mean, avoiding the curse when you have very little dice generation is actually so huge.
Yeah, honestly, there we go. And since the initial hit of Herald Prepare skill does do 2 and Vaporize adds another 2, Enkoe's Herald is going to be gone. Very good moves from Chikuwa, honestly.
Yeah, no curse to deal with is great. And you don't want to burst on Bennett either because you don't have his talent. And also, Herald skill is discounted by 2 dice because we played that 2-cost Golden Troop last turn.
Absolutely. Great moves. Now, once again, the Hydro app only stays on Bennett. We're going to swap to him at some point, but it won't matter if Sayu cannot swirl it.
The great thing about like the Bennett here against Sayu is that when you swap onto Bennett, you expect him to do the burst, so that's when you can swap onto Sayu safely anyways. So you are able to get a swirl eventually at that point, but with Herald down, applying that aura to swirl is going to be a lot harder if Chikuwa doesn't swap.
Absolutely. Just waiting through here, seeing what Enkoe wants to. It should just be Frost Field. You might as well get it out that way. You can have means to react and spread Cryo instead. Of course, it's not necessarily what you want, but hey, you need to get all the damage you can get, especially since your Herald got knocked out early.
Yeah, you need to try to get that aura down. Try to get the freeze. Try to stop Chikuwa, because at the moment, Chikuwa is very much in the lead.
Absolutely. Chikuwa, what are we thinking? On the other side, what could they really do? They do have Storm Terrors. They could also Liben ramp, although that is quite unnecessary at this rate.
No, I don't think there's a need to do that. You're already very ahead in dice. We also have the free free Gravestone equip as well with the Ancient Warrior into Golden House, which we should do. Yeah, no reason to keep our Dunyarzad there. She's already done her discount for the round.
Yeah, kill the dreams, very nice. Get a little extra dice, make sure you fix it, and the Boar Princess proc as well. Oh, we're putting on the Gravestone early. We're putting on some pressure, eh?
Yeah, and with Herald always below 6 HP or less, that is his max HP. You can't have more HP than your max HP unless you're Whale. very cool character, by the way, is able to do big damage on Herald.
Yeah, great moves on this side because especially since Enkoe has noticed that Chikuwa hasn't put out the talent yet, that means they probably don't have it, and they will be able to punish them in kind for staying onto Herald and not swapping off.
Going into Cube as well, just to make sure Herald keeps his life for that little bit longer. And Cube not within gravestone range, so Enkoe cannot get that extra damage down. Does have the live in hand, and if you are to play it now, would actually be a pretty good time.
Yeah, this is the best time you could ever play Liben. You already saw them expend one Gilded, so maybe you don't have to deal with it later. Now, what will Chikuwa do? Storm Terrors or Liben? I think I will go for the Liben, honestly.
I think you go for Liben. Storm Terrors gives you 1 dice, Liben gives you 2, so yeah, just go for it. And then you gamble on the talent. Let's go.
Come on, let's see it. Come on, Chikuwa, you can do it.
And if you don't get talent, that's fine. You play the Storm Terrors layer, and then Liben goes net neutral in terms of dice, but you go +1 in terms of cards.
Absolutely. There we go. The end phase draw not being too kind just yet, but Liben may be able to save both of these players. Enkoe's already sitting pretty nice. They could get another Gilded or other pieces to their artifact engine.
So Chikuwa needs to actually draw Bennett talent here. Yes, he is currently in the lead, but without the Bennett talent, like Enkoe just equipped Gravestone, he will slowly be able to take that back.
Absolutely. That lead does not last too long when you're fighting something like the Herald Claymore. Oh my goodness, stop! There's no talent!
Yikes, looks like all 3 talents were bottom deck. Chikuwa not finding what he desperately needs right now. He also desperately needs a fast swap, otherwise Ben is just going to die to Gravestone, so he needs to go find that too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Chikuwa. So there is a few options here, right? So we have Countdown to the Show. We also have the Storm Terror's Lair, but that is a lot of RNG to deal with if you're trying to make sure you find that talent.
Well, you know, Enkoe doesn't care. Enkoe press skill, Enkoe do damage, Enkoe happy.
Yes, exactly. And now Chonyun, after skilling so many times, has their burst, and literally none of these characters can survive it.
Another thing as well is now all 3 characters have aura. We can swap over onto the Sayu and start doing massive swirl damage.
Absolutely. And if we have the maintenance to make sure to hold still, we can actually wait until Chikuwa...
We also have Rhythm plus Golden House. That's a 1-cost Gravestone too.
Yep, Sayu not only will benefit from Gravestone, but if they have the top deck discipline, as I call it, to wait until they swap onto Bennett, they can fast swap onto Sayu and then chain freeze, and then it's a Bennett solo for the entire turn.
Or we just greed the value early. I mean, because everyone has aura now, right? We can just get that swirl anyways. Every single one of Chikuwa's characters is within Gravestone range, and Cube and Herald in particular are within 4 HP, which is enough damage to die to a single, to the first part of Slice Repair Skill with Wolf's Gravestone.
Oh, look at that. Enkoe's praying. Come on, don't have it. Please, I beg you.
Not sure what he's wishing for his opponents to not have. Oh, showing off a pin. I really do need to take a close look at that. The lighting is really bad.
I think it's just a personal pin, you know. Ooh! Very happy about that.
Wait, the day of resistance here is actually quite big. This takes it out of Wolf's Gravestone range for Sayu on her prepare skill. This will force Enkoe to stay on the Chongyun just that little bit longer.
I think ultimately you're okay with it. It looks like they're even going to do it. They dropped down the Catherine because the big thing, right, is that, you know, Chikuwa still doesn't have that talent and or fast swap. So no matter what, Enkoe is in a prime position if they choose to move to Sayu or not.
Oh, and I mean, Enkoe, as decisive as always, as soon as he saw the line, he went for it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is going to be an Elemental Aura Clash. Rip that Hydro, but it's okay because now Bennett's frozen. No chance of bursting at all during this turn.
Rock, paper, scissors now locked in for Chikuwa. That will be the revive being popped, but ooh, the Gambles equip makes it so we can't do another skill. I think Enkoe miscalc there. 1 dice short.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalc there, but that's okay. You're still holding pretty big advantage. Just make sure to keep
and you can see him. He's leaning back in his chair. He knows he made a mistake. This Gambles could cost him the game.
Yeah, most definitely. How much with Herald, I think you actually do enough damage to knock out Chongyun, or I think you're 1 off, eh?
So Herald right now will do 3 damage on the initial hit. So it'll do 5 in total. It'll be 3 into 2, which isn't actually enough to lethal Chongyun, but I mean, another cube skill will be one of your characters is falling this turn no matter what. It's just whether or not you can carry that momentum forward into the next round. If we didn't play that Gamblers, another Sayu skill would have actually been enough to lethal cube. We apply that double aura, and then Herald comes in, lethals our Sayu. And after that, it's hard to say because I think that it is still 2 cost Golden Troop on Herald, so its skill right now costs 1 dice.
Oh, wait, yeah, that is pretty big. If the fact that Golden Troop is available on the Herald, it might be Gilded Dreams, we'll have to see once we get over there, but it is going to make it so that Herald could actually very cleanly sweep the game if that's the case.
It does force the swap off of Enkoe, the extra dice being spent on Gamblers. I mean, the Day of Resistance proving its worth here. If it wasn't for that, Cube would have actually gone down, and Enkoe would have been able to get a Gambler's reset, and with that, he would have been able to claim the game. So very crucial that Chikuwa had that card at this exact moment.
Absolutely. Oh, wow, yeah, they're doing everything. Going for the Cube skill, keep Herald to the side, and here we go. This should lethal just Chonyun, I believe, right?
So it will do 2, 2, 3. So if we swap Sayu and then, oh, we can't swap back. That's a problem.
Yep. That's going to be the lethal for Chikuwa. Boom! And then here comes the other follow-up in Enkoe. Last move, but no lose that to play. You're just going to have to end your turn. Yep.
Oh, that is an issue. Oh, no, with Chongyun solo, I don't think we can win this. No fresh wind of freedom. We have the Lotus. Hold on. It's actually still possible.
Yeah, Lotus is definitely going to make it a possibility even without the fresh wind and freedom. Just make sure that you can get the Gamblers off on Chonyun. Ooh, a Liar Song too as well.
No. Oh, just the Lotus isn't enough. We needed Sayu to be alive. We needed 1 more dice. And if we didn't play that Gamblers, we would have had it. Because Chongyun would be at 1 HP, Sayu be at 2. We play the Gamblers right now. We lethal cube. Chikuwa needs to spend at least... No, we have Electro. We need to spend 1 more action there to do that. We do dash swirl. And then Bennett comes in. No, we would have lost no matter what. I think Enkoe always lost here.
Very unfortunate. Oh, trying to even draw out the rest of their deck just to see if they get anything. Nope. Very unlucky. They do have the Gilded Dream, so that is nice. You can match dice tempo, but outside of that, I think 7 dice is not enough.
Oh, and the Boar Prince is coming in just a little bit late. If we had that last turn, we could have had that free Gambler's equip. We'd have had still 1 more action. Everything would have been A-okay, but just not working out here for Enkoe.
Yep. Definitely equip the Lotus. Go for it. Skill, but outside of that is probably going to be it. You can't really generate any more dice in this scenario. There's no Liar Song. You have Boar Princess. You could replace some of the artifacts, but that's really the extent of it.
This should be the game for Chikuwa, and a very critical one at that, because this is one of his weaker decks. I think he brought it over to counter something from Enkoe. I don't think it's a very strong as a standalone deck, so being able to get this out of the way is great, but that does mean he's forced onto his stall deck as his last.
Oh, not bad. Did get something off of their strategize, so they can do that. Going to put on a Lotus. Are we going to do a second strategize? Nope, just going to hold it off.
It's not enough, though. Chikuwa always has enough for 2 actions. And he will always die to 2 actions.
Yep, the Hydro is cleansed. Boar Princess gonna replace probably... Oh, actually, what do you replace? Probably nothing. There's not really a card in here that helps you out. It's probably just for the lethal on Bennett.
You play it so that when Bennett goes down, you get 1 extra Omni dice to work with. That it should be what it is for.
Absolutely. Go in for the Fire Stick, Bennett. Oh, no. Oh, fun.
Well, I haven't lost it. It's good.
Yeah, I haven't lost it. It's great. Talent is a little funny because, you know, of course, we're not going to use it anytime soon.
We also shouldn't burst here. That's actually troll.
Yeah, definitely not. There you go. Perfect. Now on 2 HP, Herald easily sweeps the Chongyun off his feet.
And Enkoe knows his defeat is imminent. He misplayed his hand a little bit too much, overplayed his welcome. Not enough dice to win last round.
Is Chikuwa in the mood for it? Yeah, they're going for the burst. There it goes. Boosh! And Chongyun is out of the game. GG's.
Congratulations for Chikuwa for winning Game 3, and what an important Game 3 it is. This is one of his weaker decks, and I mean, Enkoe did bring a 3 next to counter the stall deck that we were expecting to see again from Chikuwa. Even so, though, he is probably glad to get this out of the way now.
Absolutely, and now it is going to be the next game on most likely Chikuwa's most comfortable deck that they have, because it is the one custom cook that they really do have solidified down. I can't wait to actually get to talk about this deck a little more, because I was a little confused on it the other day, but now I really understand why they do the way they do it.
Even so, though, he's going to be in for a tough time. Yes, he is still currently up a game. He only needs to win with 1 more deck. in order to advance in the lower bracket. But the problem comes from the fact that Enkoe built all of his decks around the fact that it counters stall.
Absolutely. And with Chikuwa taking the victory, you travelers at home will also take a victory with 1,000 Primo Gems. You two here have received that. Congratulations.
Congratulations to those players as well. And with a new banner just around the corner, if not already here, it'll be great to have that if we want to invest.
Absolutely. And since we're also going to another game, that means another Primo Gem raffle is coming. So stay tuned. I wonder if Chikuwa is going to be able to solidify it here, or if Enkoe has the power to fight back and take it out.
I believe Enkoe will have at least a chance, a pretty good one at that. All of his decks do great into stall, but I am not at all surprised if Chikuwa is able to make a comeback. I mean, we were doubting stall, but Chikuwa brought it and he won with it yesterday. If he can do it again, maybe this is the new meta. Maybe we should all be bringing stall.
I'm sure some players over in the other regions would be very happy to hear that, but there is the potential, right? Looking at the matchups, we have Herald Claymore and Asia Q Bennett versus Ning Wong Stall. Which one do you think matches up a little better? I have my opinions on this.
I think you first take the Bennett deck. One of the weaknesses of that deck is that Overload can counter Prepare skill, and so can Freeze. But Chikuwa's stall deck doesn't actually have either of those. So if you bring that in, you're able to abuse the Prepare skill Bennett combo to its fullest.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. But one thing that's definitely attracted me a little bit to the Herald Claymore is the fact that this is something that Chikuwa struggled with yesterday. They were fighting against a character with Cryo, so that means they couldn't actually use Barbara and Xingqiu's skill too often without negatively affecting themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, getting the cleanse off is very, very annoying, but the thing is, Herald can just apply the Hydro Aura. In that case, you don't really care, because, you know, Hydro Cleanse can't cleanse Hydro.
Yep, indeed. You can't wash something twice. Well, maybe you can, but anyways. There we go. We got the Bennett Cube and Asia deck going in for Enkoe, as we expected with the matchup. Yep, there it is.
This is all about damage for Enkoe. He can just build up the Bennett burst slowly. Chikuwa's deck, it doesn't really threaten him at any point in the game, so he just needs to work on building all of his pieces together. And unlike the previous matchup, he doesn't even need to rush it. He can build this as slow as he wants. He can wait till turn 5 if he wants to.
Oh, yeah.
Just gather all the pieces and make sure that when we go in, we secure the game.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, because, you know, on the side of how stall works is that Chikuwa is going to take a long time to do their setup. Of course, they aren't going to have to deal. You know, they're going to be able to cleanse off some of the elemental auras if they so desire. But otherwise, outside of grabbing, you know, some equipment, that's going to be the extent of their deck and trying to charge up their burst as fast as possible.
I think in this deck, the elemental aura doesn't matter. It's all just about the base damage, because Cube buffed with Bennett Burst on a rock, paper, scissors combo does 11 damage per rotation, and as long as you can do 2 of those, that is 22 damage coming down, even without reactions.
Absolutely. I would definitely like to dig into Chikuwa's deck once we get in there, but of course we have Enkoe's deck first. We've seen it already before, and like you said, it's the one fun thing about Cube. 11 damage per rotation off of the Bennett Burst makes it so that who needs reactions? You don't need those. You can just go and brute force it.
Damage is damage, and I mean, if you can get 3 rotations, that's 33 damage, so it's more than enough to win from there, and you have 2 turns of Bennett Burst to use, right? It's very easy to do it.
Absolutely. You know, I do wonder, I guess maybe there isn't any Lee Su in this deck, right? So I guess we won't have any funny Bennett reset turns. We haven't really talked about Asia though. I wonder what element does Asia really want to absorb? I think all of them are just a net positive regardless.
Ajda in this deck doesn't really care about elemental absorptions. He's there to tank damage and generate dice. That is why he is here. And I mean, I can sort an aggressive matchup as well. He can go in early to do damage without putting Cube at risk, and forcing your opponent to spend dice as well lets you do your prepare skill that much easier. But in this matchup in particular, I don't expect Ajda to actually come in as much, because 1, his dice generation is going to happen anyway, so you don't need skill on him, and 2, can't absorb Geo.
Yeah, no, can't absorb Geo when you were already Geo yourself. I do wonder how we're going to use this stove card. Once again, really should just be to draw out the Bennett talent. I would be surprised if it was used otherwise. Parametric to continue our combo turn. Storm Terrors to decost and also draw out the rest of our talents.
Yeah, like a lot of discounts, lots of searching here. Searching for talents in particular is oh so important. You are extremely reliant on Bennett talent to make Cube work because only 8 max HP. It is very easy to bring him below that 6 HP threshold, in which case he will no longer be benefiting from the damage buff. Especially considering that he's locked into 3 prepare skills. Even a stall deck can knock him out of that range.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, this is an interesting question while we were waiting for the players to set up. There is Tada in this deck, but of course there is no freeze matchup. Now, assuming this was a 1v1 scenario, no extra attacks, there is a very interesting debate to be put up here because it is mostly cited that Tada is quite useful because it has a lot of micro synergy with a lot of cards. There are things like Heart of Cavalrina, there's Veteran's Vicious that will always sync up well with it, but now that there's no freeze, you know, the big draw to it, is it okay to run this card?
I think it is. I mean, you're running it for just in case it is the matchup. But even so, if you Tada yourself, you'll draw 1 card at the end phase anyways. So it's okay to just cycle through your deck even more that way as well. And with the Bennett Burst will help you heal up as well. But we'll see if that becomes relevant. Here we have Chikuwa's stall deck here, bringing a lot of classic stall stuff. The quadruple tenacity just to get the shield second. This is the major component of the deck. It lets you have a lot of HP to work with, as well as the Heart of Cavalry is the 1-cost version to heal your characters as well.
Absolutely, yeah. This one has become less common because, you know, the 0-cost version is just a lot nicer because you still get the draw and it's for free. So, I mean, who doesn't love a free artifact, right? But the one thing that I've always been very interested in for this deck is going to be that Fruit of Fulfillment. You know, they've been able to pull it out every time and they play it every single time and somehow they just make it work because traditionally in this Ningguang stall deck, we run a Sacrificial Catalyst.
Well, I mean, there's just no reason to run Sacrificial Fragments anymore. I mean, and also no reason to run Barber Attack because you have Double Dawn Winery in here. That's like 4 free swaps a turn. That what? 4 free dice? I'm down. Anyways.
Oh,
so
yes.
the reason you no longer run it is because you don't need the extra damage from Ningguang. The majority of her damage does come from the burst, and just +1 damage on an 8 damage burst doesn't really matter too much. The thing I'm surprised about is that he is not running Adeptus Temptation. That is typically one of the combinations you run in a stall deck like this, where it is burst reliant. You build towards the burst and then snipe a character with Adeptus to turn the tides.
I think with the ceasing of treasure, of course, if you do play Lotus, then is going to throw a wrench in your plans, but there's no longer a means to really heal past their certain breakpoints where Bennett does exist here, but Ningguang should be able to just cleanly knock out anybody who has 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I guess food and healing in general has become less prevalent over the years, so not running it, expecting like Ningguang to get chip damage on the other characters anyways, and then by then they will be below the breakpoints, especially considering like other than stall and maybe some mid-range decks, they're not running healing anyway, so maybe the extra burst damage from Adeptus isn't necessary.
Yeah, most definitely. And you were referencing the fact that Dawn Winery would give you 4 free swaps. Chikuwa actually did that yesterday. It was hilarious. They were just going back and forth, and they were able to swap stall to their heart's content, really.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised. I think running the Double Dawn Winery over a Barber talent is very, very smart because Barber talent, I mean, you do your skill with the talent and it will give you 1 free swap a turn, but Dawn Winery gives you 2, so that's already more valuable. And it's also the consistency as well because you don't need to have like 2 separate things ready.
Make haste.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be interesting because Chikuwa did end up mulling into Fortress of Merylfeed. Of course, I don't think they did that on purpose, but the thing about that is with Enkoe, they're not really running a lot of those pop-off cards, right? It's more artifact-based.
Yeah, that deck is extremely artifact and just equip reliant, and of course the Prohibition stack from the Portrait de Merylfeed will not affect that. It only works on event cards, so things like Strategize, things like Lotus Crypt, things like Treasure that will give you instantaneous value. Things that you put on characters will not be affected.
Absolutely, but something you can all rely on at home, travelers, is the raffle starting up on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Go ahead and head over there, look for the moderator's comment to make sure it is active, and then you can enter and potentially win 1,000 Primo Gems with 2 winners.
And we'll be giving that away every single game, so be sure to stay tuned for more of that.
Absolutely, and we can also see in between the players' 2 faces that there's a QR code. If you have any feedback for us, please let us know how we're doing or if you want to see anything improved in the future.
KDF Enkoe starting off with the full ramp turn. As I suspected, there is no reason to rush out a Bennett Burst because this is a stall matchup. Chikuwa does basically nothing early game. It is all about building towards your Ning Burst, stalling out your opponent, burning out the resources so he can afford to play slowly and afford to play for the long run. As long as he gets his combo off, eventually he will become victorious.
Yeah, now this is one of the surprises that I am seeing here is that they're starting on Ningguang first instead of Xingqiu, because Xingqiu would be the typical start for this day. And Chikuwa shakes their head. They got General's Ancient Helm instead of the Tenacity of the Millilith, 3 cost or 5 stars I like to reference it, which is way stronger than the small one.
Could still play with strategist. Maybe he draws into it, and then he can tune 1 to equip that 3-cost tenacity, and oh, that's bad.
Ew. Yeah, definitely not a fan of doing. Was that a normal attack?
Wow, that's really bad.
Yeah, that is not ideal. I mean, here's the thing. So one of the things that we have not commented on about Chikuwa's deck is that they like to run a star sign so they can get an easy Ningguang snipe because they can just steal energy from Barbara and or Xingqiu. But double normal attack is not the opener you like.
No, I mean, it does only 1 damage. Like, that's actually pathetic. I would have much rather if Chikuwa just played the double tenacity and just maybe pass a dice as well. But the try to Cavalry on someone, I dislike the double normal attack opener. I think you could have done so many more better things.
Yeah, most definitely. It is nice that at least Ningguang is going to have a 2-charge burst, so she needs just 1 more to really threaten Enkoe. And maybe that's the alternative line they're going, because they did notice that Enkoe is starting on Agedaha, so that means Bennett Burst is not going to be active, so you can actually get a significant amount of damage on the characters who are not going to be healing at all.
I mean, that's true, but Bennett Burst does provide a little bit of healing of its own. If you're below 6 HP, no, if you're below 7 HP, it will heal you by 2 every time you do an action. So it does have that value built into it as well. But 7 HP is within a breakpoint of Ningguang Burst.
Absolutely. Looking at it here, what can we do on the side of Chikuwa? So this is actually a great time to mention it because I did mention I have lots of comments about Chikuwa's deck and the way they play it. So originally, this deck, specifically with Ningguang, is usually played with Kokomi in the slot of Xingqiu. And of course, if we want to go really the full reverse engineer stall, we can swap out Ningguang for Diona, and that's one I'm sure you all know are very infamous.
I mean, it's either Diona in the slot of Ningguang / Layla, or you replace Xingqiu with Kokomi, so you get that Hydra resistance, get the extra healing. But I think Xingqiu here does make more sense over Kokomi because I think his damage reduction on his skill is better. He does more damage on his skill, which is better as well. I don't like Kokomi is such a bad third character. I'm sorry for Kokomi fans out there, but she doesn't work the best in this deck.
Hey, it's okay. I am a Kokomi fan both in the main game and in the TCG, but it does make a lot of sense. Kokomi likes to be that own carry on the side, and with the Ningguang deck, you don't really have the opportunity. So what Xingqiu provides in here is that he not only will have that cleansing potential that Kokomi can also do with the on-demand, also having that damage reduction, and as well, the rain swords if they so desired. You're probably not going to do it, but hey, it is an option, and that is something that can last permanently.
Yeah, I mean, Kokomi, if you do run her in there, you could calx into a Koking Burst and you have that secondary carry. But the thing is, she only really does 2 damage on normal attacks. The healing is nice occasionally to get you back up. But if you want to heal, you should go over to Barbara instead and do her burst. And if you want damage, you can just stick to Ningguang. So there wasn't really a reason not Koking in there. And even if you wanted damage, you can do it on Xingqiu, and he doesn't need his burst to do big damage.
Absolutely, and especially with Xingqiu's talent card being run in this deck, eventually when Chikuwa draws it, they will have 3 sets of damage reduction instead of just 2. That is very beefy to break through. It's the typical debate in the Abyss of a damage reduction versus healing. But yes, let's get back into the TCG Electro Cube, huh?
I guess we're just going to a skill now, and not charging up the Bennett is rather surprising. I mean, even if we are able to take our time to get that burst, we should build towards it at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as we know that Enkoe is very willing to match the tempo and mess with the ideal game plan of a Chikuwa, slowing down with Bennett is a bad idea. He is a rush down character. He needs to get it out quick and make sure you can capitalize on it quick.
I mean, you can build towards it slowly, that's fine. It's not like Chikuwa is really pressuring anyways. You just need to eventually build towards that burst. Because if we don't build towards that burst, we will not have enough damage to chunk through Chikuwa. He's already gotten 2 tenacities in hand. He could potentially try into another one as well. And once Chikuwa gets fully equipped with those artifacts, you need the extra damage from Bennett Burst in order to actually do any meaningful damage.
Absolutely. And also we were able to draw out Xingqiu's talent card and the Fruit of Fulfillment. So +1 damage on top of Ningguang, and also just a free nice strategize. So that's cool. Merapy is not coming out. Yeah, I think Chikuwa knows. It's just like, this card's going to do nothing. We don't need to play it.
Just in the matchup, it's not very useful. And also, it only gets stacked when you take damage, which I guess you are doing quite often, or healing, which is the main way a stall deck gets the stacks. And with no Barbara Melody loop out, that's not really happening. Because you don't want to play the Barbara Melody loop unless your opponent already applied an Aura to you, because then they just get a free reaction, and you want to avoid the extra value from that.
Yeah, most definitely. At this rate, though, I feel like Enkoe just swap to Agedaha and start doing a little bit of damage, because you do have 2 golden troops to decost all of that value that you're losing right now. But like we said, Bennett Burst really needs to start coming out before Chikuwa equips a little too much.
We need to build towards eventually. I mean, Cube and Ajda just by themselves with no damage amplification do not perform the best. I mean, Cube does a lot of damage anyways. But his skill is expensive, so you really should pair it with the Bennett. Make the most of the dice you use.
Yep, surprisingly enough, thanks to that Golden Troop equip and is the 5-star variant, we can make sure that we can have a skill right now. See, it only costs 3. And Storm Terrors to add insult to injury. Oh my goodness.
Making it 2, drawing into the Ajda talent as well. Can't play it right now, though.
Yeah, no, we'll be able to use Ajda talent maybe a little bit later, but moving on to that side, just a raw cube skill, very interesting. I think next turn we'll definitely see the movement on Bennett. I would be shocked if we didn't.
I mean, this is the problem, though, of no Bennett burst. We just spent 5 dice to do 3 damage over onto Ningguang. I don't know about you, but the math ain't mathing on that one.
Yeah, no, the math ain't mathing on that one. The big thing that you have to watch out when playing Stall, especially against Barbara specifically, is that she's able to re-heal the entire team with an AoE. So it's going to be, you know, like, what's the point, right? If you don't trade the damage effectively, they're just going to heal it all back, and they can keep doing it so long as they're alive.
Yeah, Barbara will provide the infinite healing when your characters take damage, and the tenacity of the milliliths will prevent that from happening in the first place, making it so your characters only take chip damage at most, unless we combine it with some big Bennett burst damage. And so if you're only taking chip damage, Barbara will eventually heal your team up to full HP, even if she only provides 1 healing every turn.
Absolutely. That healing ends up stacking up over time. Now, here's an interesting scenario. Chikuwa, I do, because you do get +1 damage from Fruit of Fulfillment. They could go for a burst, but I don't know if it lethals Ajda. I think they're a little off because they don't have Jade Screen up right now. Jade Screen went up, and then using burst, just like the main game, will give you a damage bonus.
So base damage on burst on Ningguang, I believe, is 6. It's been a while since I played her, so I could be wrong on this one.
Yeah, it could be a little
and then
higher.
If you have Jade Screen up, it will increase the damage on burst by an additional 2 for a grand total of 8. So right now, even if we equip the weapon, it should only do 7 damage. Not like we want to do that anyways. We're playing a stall deck, right? We don't need to rush out a kill. This is the mistake a lot of stall players make. They rush to try to get a kill, and then they run out of dice. And then when they run out of dice, they can't swap, so they can't play to their advantage of slowing down the game state and forcing your opponent to waste resources. And then that's when they get taken out. That's when they lose their advantage.
Absolutely. It's such a weird stalemate that we have in the position because Enkoe and Chikuwa kind of both, you know, quote unquote, the handshake is when both players do similar actions, is that they stayed on their Geo characters and refused to budge, basically.
Ajda now with the talent equipped, passing the turn back over Chikuwa and generating these dice. The Dawn Winery does let us, like, reduce the dice we spent a little bit, but even so, Enkoe will be at a dice advantage this round. Maybe this is where they finally find the opportunity to charge up that Bennett burst.
Absolutely, and now thanks to that talent, Enkoe does have absorption on Ajda. So Barbara, so does Chujitsu skill. She will give them a free Hydro, which, you know, I mean, I think Ajda can really absorb any element, but of course you don't want to give it to them for free.
More swap stalling coming out for Chikuwa. This time over onto the Xingqiu. No element applied just yet either. Enkoe could go to Bennett, could go back to Q, maybe absorb some damage. So I think the reason that Chikuwa doesn't want to go Bennett just yet is if he is put below 7 HP, that's where he can come in with the Ningguang and burst and just swoop in.
Yeah, very odd stalemate situation indeed. One of the things that's really interesting about this deck, despite being the ability to swap stall with the Dawn Winery, Chikuwa has burnt out their Dawn Winery procs before, and since they're not having more permanent dice generation, especially because they haven't equipped too many tenacities, they actually sometimes do start draining their own dice just to swap stall, and it's usually a pretty bad scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than just a Barber Talent, because Barber Talent only gives you 1 dice. This at least gives you 2 as well, and will instantly refund itself on top of that. So, still okay for Chikuwa. He just needs to burn down Enkoe's dice into a safe point.
Well, much with the confidence, Enkoe swaps over to Bennett without any care in the world. Electro is applied on top of Ningguang, so all Bennett needs to do is skill, and then not only will they get rid of shields, put a little bit of damage onto Ningguang, but push him over to Xingqiu.
So Enkoe is perfectly fine here sitting on Bennett, because even if we put Fruit of Fulfillment onto Ningguang and skill, 1, we don't actually have the dice for that unless we use a Woven, and 2, Bennett will live on 1 HP no matter what. So this is our time to go charge that first.
Yep. Looks like they went only for the normal attack, really trying to hold on to those Pyro dice. I don't know. I feel like you won't use it this too much. Maybe they're trying to force Xingqiu to do a skill at some point, because Xingqiu is the cleanse magnet in this deck. But now, are you really going to swap back to Ningguang for what? You won't be able to lethal Bennett.
It is Barbara coming down. She does have a General's Ancient Helm equipped, so if unless we do a skill, Barbara will remain in a very healthy 3 HP.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, Enkoe really wants to force Chikuwa to be the one to take on their own Hydra application and make it their own detriment. But I think at some point you gotta skill on one of these characters. You can't just keep whacking with normal. There we go.
Melody Loop finally coming out. This will allow Chikuwa to heal up Ningguang a little bit while we're ramping instead of bursting. We do have that 0-cost burst, but we can't take advantage of it this round, so we'll just burst at the start of the next. It will still be 0-cost, and that way we have 2 rounds to work with as opposed to just 1.
Can you believe how incredibly clean it is to have a 0-cost Bennett talent carded burst? My goodness, that is what people dream of, because in typical Bennett combo, the big issue is that you throw out Bennett burst, but then you can't actually play it otherwise because you won't have enough dice to do other actions.
Not a problem here for Enkoe, and because he does it now instead of last turn, he still has an entire turn's worth of dice to work with on top of that. Unfortunately, didn't roll the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, the roll's not looking too hot, but it is 0-cost, so just throw it out there. Consume the golden troop that is on top of Bennett, and also the Storm Terror's layers. Probably just one of them. There we go. Lotus. I guess we are scared a little bit.
We're even going to get a very nice Vaporize over onto Barbara. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, no, Fast Swap Ning Burst would actually be enough to lethal Bennett, and I guess we're keeping him alive just in case we need to charge up a second burst.
Yeah, most definitely. There's also the additional factor of that if Chikuwa does not have a fast swap onto Ningguang, they will be able to overload Ningguang and get a good amount of damage, especially with their talented burst active.
Don't think we're going to go for that this turn yet. This should be where we go on to the Electro Cube. Look at how much dice we have remaining, and the cube has gotten quite a few discounts from that 2-cost golden troop. We could probably do 2 skills on him this round.
Yep, and we can see that Storm Terror's layer is still active, so we can get lots of shenanigans going here. Enkoe, what are we thinking? Are we going to stay or are we going to move?
We could skill here, get that free damage from the Overload. If we just skill and cube with Electro Aura on Ningguang, it's technically a little bit of damage wasted. But if we are able to do 2 skills on cube, we should do that instead.
Yeah, most definitely. The amount of damage, especially with the Bennett burst active. Ooh, there's the line that we had potentially seen. There it goes. Ningguang gets an Overload pushed off, and now at 3 HP, you need to start putting down that healing or Ningguang will get knocked out.
Does have the Hydra Resonance to work with, but Enkoe's dice is running low as well. As long as Chikuwa swap stalls just a little bit longer, should have the dice, the HP to withstand it. But even if we are able to live this round, there is still 1 more turn of Bennett Burst to worry about.
Yeah, and like you said, with the full rotation, the fact that Cube has so much free reduction from their golden troops and their Storm Terror's layer, I don't know. I mean, can we actually get a double 11 like you mentioned earlier?
This turn, no. Next turn, maybe.
Yeah, that would be quite the sight to see. Really goes for just a, okay, normal attack isn't the worst thing in the world.
It's fine as well. Looks like we're out of dice now for Enkoe. This is our time to go in if we are Chikuwa. Looks like there wasn't quite enough dice to do a skill on Cube. Maybe if we were to do it, it wouldn't have really changed anything. And if we wanted Cube, we might not have enough dice to swap off, and we want to keep our discounts going for next turn as well. So I think this is fine as well. Next turn, because we don't need the Bennett Burst, we will actually have more dice to work with on Cube, and we should also have a Parametric Transformer being activated as well if we do play that.
Ooh, that would be very strong as well. And they even have a seed box, I believe, to make sure they can decost that. So that's going to be lots of fun for Enkoe. But that's all going to happen next turn. Now, Chikuwa sitting... Wait. Oh! It's 0-cost cube!
Oh, it's 0-cost cube!
Oh my goodness, I'm like, there's no way you did that. But that makes a ton of sense. The fact that Storm Terror's layers are both active and the Golden Troop has fully stacked up to its maximum value. Enkoe, yeah, popping off. He's like, yeah, baby, look at it. Watch me go.
This is his time to shine. I mean, Cube is guaranteed to lethal at least 1 character. Chikuwa doesn't actually have the healing for this, I don't think.
Yeah, most definitely. They're going to drop in the damage reduction talent from Xingqiu, but it is going to be a big hit. Ouch! And they will not survive another hit. Even, I don't think, Hydra Res might save them.
Next hit does 5. Hydra Res swap Barbara. Barbara lives on 1 HP.
Yeah.
That's the only way we live right now. But Hydra Res gone. Barbara's at 1 HP. Will heal up to 2 in the end phase.
Yeah, but that is very rough. Cleanse off the Electro one. Ow! What a hit. Yeah, Chikuwa's gritting his teeth like, ah, man, they got me there.
I think this is game over for Chikuwa. There's nothing he can do. His characters are very, very low. I mean, the tenacity of the Millilith will help refresh some effective HP next turn, but one more turn of Bennett Burst to work with, and Cube can just do that again.
Yep. There is the potential line of Barbara getting Calx arted into Burst, but I don't even think that that's helpful because, like we said, 11 HP per skill and all the way discounted thanks to a Storm Turret. Maybe not as much this turn, but still, my goodness. Like, it's just how do you survive something like that?
Cube can do so much damage, especially when we roll good like this. Depending on how many discounts Enkoe still has left on Cube, we don't get the golden troop one, unfortunately, but depending on how many discounts is on him, we could still do 2 skills this turn.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let's see here. It looks like, yeah, it's already reduced a little bit. You probably, I think you could implore 2 this turn. Or maybe, no, I think we're 1 dice short, yeah?
We're 1 dice short, unless we get Gambler's Reset, in which case that's a different story.
But there is, I guess it actually would go net neutral because there is the option for Enkoe to go for the Elemental Burst, Lightning, Lockdown, but unfortunately it wouldn't actually do anything because Dawn Winery isn't playing.
I mean, it would make it so it costs 1 dice instead of 3 to do it.
That is true.
And considering with how Chikuwa isn't really running that much dice generation as opposed to like a classic stall deck where you run Tenshu and Vaughn and all that, spending 1 extra dice could actually be a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Chikuwa's mad. They are not getting the Calx art, so they really want to fully heal their team to have a chance at surviving. So, and that's all the draw that is available in this deck. So unfortunately, you're going to have to work with that food or you will fall to the cube.
Good news here, though, is because Enkoe wasn't able to get that extra golden troop discount. There isn't actually enough damage right now to do 2 RPS, and without that second RPS, he can't get that Gambler's Reset. So currently, if we're Chikuwa, we are safe.
Yeah, for now. Let's see here. We get the RPS. What are we going to do with those remaining dice? We could move over to H no and start stomping.
Could choose to do that. Oh, Fast Bennett's skill as well is only 7 damage. Xingqiu's just 1 HP off. I think we go for the RPS anyways, and then we can do a Fast Bennett's skill on any of the other characters, which would be enough to lethal at one of them, because they will all be at such low HP and with Electro Aura to boot.
Yeah, most definitely. But that amount of extra time is going Chikuwa the opportunity to draw into that Calx art, and that is going to be a big deal, being able to reset the HP, and Bennett Burst is gone. Enkoe needs to deploy it again at some point.
There is no draw in hand, though, so can't find the Calx. As long as Chico is able to lethal 1 character this turn, he will be in a significant advantage. Just needs to find that first.
Oh no, the parametric. Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
So because of the way Enkoe's dice works out, he can't even activate this parametric by himself.
Yes, it'll be Chikuwa who needs to help them activate it, and I think Chikuwa is going to recognize this and maybe even be prevented from using one of their elemental skills.
Ooh, this is dangerous. The lightning lockdown, the burst of Cube coming down, as you said, Kojo, eliminating the shield from Xingqiu, putting him to just 4 HP, setting us up for maybe a Gambler's Reset if our RPS goes off.
Yep, but are we going to allow it to happen? Lightning lockdown, setting the dice back to neutral, so it will cost Chikuwa 1 to move around. Only 5 dice and the Hydro. Lyman cannot help you. Vanarana could help you, but outside of that, you're also going to overdraw, so just watch out. Ooh, bold move.
Ning Burst right now will do 8 damage, popping the Cube Revive. The problem is that we don't actually have enough dice to do an action after that, which means Cube will live on 1 HP this turn, allowing him to complete the rock, paper, scissors combo.
Yeah, it'd be quite dangerous to stay still on Ning Wong. You know, you already have to tune it so much, and then Cube will simply come back and then go for their skill, and then you're still in the same scenario that you were before.
What Chikuwa might be trying to bait here for Enkoe is Burst to do 8 damage into double woven normal attack. That will do enough to lethal the Electro Cube.
And oh my, Enkoe goes in for the extra draw off of the stove, gets a parametric max value. Boar Princess as well, predicting that Cube probably will fall this turn. So lots of stuff and lots of resources that they can work with.
Unfortunately, Crown Cube falling is only a bait for Chikuwa. He doesn't actually have what it takes. Whoa, that's big.
No, the Gilded Dreams. Chikuwa is they're shaking their head. Nah. Oh no, that's so painful.
That's 6 dice. Oh no, that should be a guaranteed Gambler's Reset. We don't have enough HP.
Yep, nope. All the characters are unfortunately a little too low. Even if you Hydro Res, the Cube will eventually do that 5 damage skill from rock, paper, scissors, and you're going down. Oh, it hurts.
We could swap to Barbara, tank another hit, and then we need to eat like a Lotus on Ning, and then she lives on 1. Okay, this could still be fine.
Yeah, still could be okay. Oh, but it hurts so much damage, and you're being pushed.
Lotus swap Ning, and she lives.
Mm-hmm.
The problem comes next turn, though.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the problem definitely comes next turn. Let's see here. Chikuwa probably sees the line, but just calculating out any way that could make it a little safer. What about Xingqiu swap Lotus, no?
That would work as well. They're both at the same HP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you want to put them into that checkmate scenario, though, because afterwards, like we mentioned, right, Ningguang Burst has enough to take out a cube just off of the reaction. So, yeah, we're going to... Oh, okay. No, want to play it safe.
Xingqiu is better because he is less important than Ning in this deck.
Yeah. And we also have to deal with the end phase damage, right?
Only 1. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that is fair.
The thing is, though, because of that, there is no Gambler's Reset. Like, Cheek was having a sigh of relief there, but he does not like what he sees.
Yeah, no, it is a relief when calm before the storm, because even after Cube goes down, Bennett and Asia are super healthy, and they're a core as well in and of their own right that can absolutely take down other opponents and games.
Enkoe, though, probably not happy either. He wasn't able to get the Gambler's Reset that he so desperately wanted, so we'll just swap off, get those discounts back.
Absolutely. Boom! There we go. There goes Xingqiu. Gets a little extra dice. Of course, can't actually use anything. Wait, but there's a parametric reset.
Barbara's gone. It's solo Ning.
Yep, solo Ningguang versus 8 and 7. Definitely not going to happen from here.
And there's the Ajdaha burst as well. Unfortunately, because the Gamblers is on Cube, you can't actually burst onto Ajda right now.
Yeah, no. Oh, very bold. Oh, wait, yeah, because Gamblers reset here. Oh, my goodness.
Some more dice to work with. Probably just Vanarana, honestly.
Yeah, just Vanarana to pass it over, but that is maximum efficiency, and they're just going to stand. So it doesn't even matter if Ningguang takes out this cube. It is just going to come back, and Asia is going to go for a stomping party.
Ooh, no more healing for Ningguang. No more swap stalling for Chikuwa. His HP dwindling. His hopes falling by the minute. Looks like Enkoe will take game 4.
Yep, absolutely. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Probably even, you know, Enkoe's probably going to swap to Bennett after getting lethal.
I mean, even the lethal won't happen. There's the revive on Cube still. Just RPS again. What are you going to do?
True.
Burst on Ning is only going to do 6 damage right now. With the, you know, the extra crystallized shield, the Cube actually lives on 1 HP, and his revive won't get popped. So you can just RPS again and then go Bennett after.
Yep, let's see here. I believe that is Masutake reroll, so you can get a little bit of healing, but outside of that, ooh, okay, Judgment.
Little does he know, he has no cards to use.
Exactly. There is the fast swap, but it doesn't matter, of course, you know, setting up the Jade screen just to make sure that they can get a little bit of a damage boost. Ajdaha should be lethal here.
Well, and Chikuwa's getting a taste of his own medicine, getting swap style now by Enkoe. And of course, this is super effective because there's only one character left on Chikuwa. He can't swap style back. He's either forced to do a skill or just end.
Absolutely. Here we go. What are we thinking, Chikuwa?
And this is the pain of a stall deck. When you are forced onto that singular character, it is weaker in comparison to your opponents. You are reliant on the fact that you have more HP, more sustain, and more dice than them in order to outlive them. But against a deck like this, it's not really possible.
Yep, Vanarana is just to pass it over. Chikuwa knows their fate is sealed. Enkoe skill into, burst into skill actually, boom! And then go in for the big fire stick whack, I think. Nah, it still needs one more hit. There we go.
All right, one more action, we good.
Yep. Play a parametric for the funny. Nah. There it is. GG's. Enkoe takes another game. Thumbs up to the camera. And there is one more. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors into the KO. That is what Enkoe is trying to tell the crowd, and that is exactly what happened in the game. Enkoe evens it out 2-2, and this is his second time on stream in a game 5. The last time in the upper bracket, he lost, being knocked down here to face Chikuwa. Whether or not that will happen again and he gets eliminated, or perhaps he overcomes his obstacles and advances, that we'll have to see in the next game.
Yeah, that was a very surprising matchup, especially with the very slow start. And unfortunately, Chikuwa could not find any means to transfer that energy over to Katie or over to Barbara, right? Because that way they could have healed and survived a bit longer, but it was just not working out in their favor. And honestly, maybe even as a stall deck, they played too slow.
Maybe, but even though we weren't able to find the calcs to transfer over energy to Barbara, what's getting transferred to your accounts for the raffle winners are some juicy, juicy Primo Gems.
Look at those wonderful Primo Gems. And once again, we're in a Game 5 scenario, so we have another raffle coming your way, so stay tuned for that.
And we're going to have even more Primo Gems, so if you want to participate, be sure to go to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. There'll be a lovely moderator to tell you how to participate. But we are only going to give away 2 winners for every single game. So if you want more gems, be sure to wish for a longer series.
Yep, and I mean, hey, you got your wish. My goodness, can you believe both of our games, they've been in a Game 5 scenario, neck and neck.
I mean, I still retain my title as the counter who's given away the most Primo Gems, so if someone wants to do the math on exactly how many I've given away on cast, let me know in the comments. I'll take a peek at that later.
I think I could definitely look through that because we have our previous tournaments because we're always doing tons of giveaways, so it's going to be great for you guys to support the tournaments and let us know that you love these Primo Gem raffles, etc. through the QR code because I could definitely go calculate how many. I bet you're probably sitting at, let's see here, right? It's been these 2 matches. I bet you're sitting at maybe 10,000 or more.
Yeah, I even did a lot more, like 5 matches back in Atlantic, but that's something for another day. We have another game coming over. Enkoe is forced onto his final deck of the Herald Claymore. He's been struggling a little bit on this deck today, and Chikuwa, of course, forced onto his stall deck. This is the Game 5 for all the marbles. Winner advances, and the loser drops.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult in the lower bracket. It is going to be Herald Claymore versus Ningguang Stall or Life Sentence with a little bit of modifications from Chikuwa's custom package, and we'll see how this works out. Like we mentioned earlier, you have to worry about the freeze and your own self-hydro application.
Yeah, I mean, Enkoe, because he is facing a slower stall deck, can take as long as he wants for the setup. One of the pain points of Herald Claymore is sometimes in the turn 1, if you don't get all the ramp you need, you kind of struggle a little bit. But against a slower deck like this, you don't need to rush for it. You can take all the time you need to slowly gather all your pieces. And hey, save your discounts on the walls, great stuff for your artifacts instead. You can just play that at full cost and ramp for the next turn. Oh, might I tell you.
Yeah, you might as well. You may be able to heal up to 10 HP, but Gravestone realistically doesn't care about it, right? Because let's see the line for a Gravestone. We've seen it so many times at this, right? So you equip Gravestone onto your character who does a 3 damage skill, right? And then that's going to be, first you're going to do 4 damage to the opponent, right? Let's say they have some overshields, right? And from there, you should just be able to, skill 2 to 3 times, and then it doesn't matter if they have 10 HP and shields.
Man, it's gone. And with how much dice this deck is able to generate, you can very easily eliminate Stall in a single turn, but you need to make sure it's a single turn. Unlike the previous deck, you can't refresh your magic. You only have 1 use of it. You can't refresh magic like you can refresh a Bennett Burst. So you only have 1 opportunity. And if you cannot make the most of that 1 chance, you will never get it again.
Yep, as long as Chikuwa probably gets a little luckier. Maybe, one of the things we referenced, right, they played a little too slow. They were not willing to equip those artifacts immediately on that turn 1 because, you know what, Enkoe wasn't going to do much in the first place, right? And there was no point in doing a double normal attack, right? Ningguang does not do a lot of damage off of that. Even if you charged up your burst, won't matter when you can't actually make full utilization of it.
Yeah, I think what both these players need to do is fish for the setup. Get set up first, get set up faster, and then profit from there. Don't try to rush in the damage. There's no need to do that. You'll have plenty of opportunities down the line.
Absolutely. The better setup you have, of course, you don't get lucky with cards that help you draw. Okay, that's definitely fair. But as long as you can get your setup, you will have more opportunities to Ningguang Burst and or Barbara Burst.
Name of the game for Enkoe is to find the puzzle pieces, find all of our magic, find our gravestones, equip it, and then wait until we have all of our setup, and then go in with everything all at once. For Chikuwa, stall. I mean, that's his deck. So we wait out the magic for Enkoe. We try to bait him into using his resources prematurely. We want him to use it in like a little bit of a trickle. A little bit of magic here, a little bit of magic there. We absorb damage here, we absorb damage there. We don't want it to come in all at once because then that is too much for our characters to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as long as Chikuwa is able to weed out Enkoe's damage pop-off with the Gildeds, you will run out of resources in his deck. You're going to have to worry on raw damage with Claymore at the end.
Yeah, I mean, even with the raw damage on Claymore, it is still a lot, but it's not nearly enough to break through all of the shields and heals of this stall deck. So as long as Chikuwa was able to bait out the dice like a little bit here, a little bit of there, you should be able to win. But on the other hand, even if he does do that without the setup, without the artifacts to tank the damage first, he will never reach a point where he's able to win.
Absolutely. Now, what's going to be fun about this matchup is that this time, Fortress of Meadowfeed is actually going to be quite relevant because things like Liar Song, Boar Princess are all going to be disabled if you have this Fortress of Meadowfeed active.
And unlike the last game, I mean, Herald already applies a lot of Hydro anyway, so you don't need to be scared of doing the Barber Melody loop to get your healing. That will charge up the Faltka that much faster. So it'll be a very different matchup for Chikuwa. It's going to be played very, very differently, but the game plan for both players remain the same.
Absolutely. There's also Passing of Judgment. We got to see it played last time to no effect, though. So it is possible that this can also stop one of Enkoe's damage pop-off turns, but it is to be seen how else this will shape up. Hopefully they get those draws right. That's just the most important thing. If Chikuwa gets a clean start, they're going to hold a very much be able to match up with the tempo of KDF Enkoe.
The thing is that there's that if he doesn't get it, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Both of these decks are so reliant on their setups, but unlike Enkoe, this deck doesn't run countdown. It's going to be a lot hard to find your pieces if you don't have them in your opening hand.
Let's hope for a livened start for Chikuwa as we get this match started. It is the start of the Primo Gem raffle, the last one that me and you will be doing today, but don't worry, we have plenty more coming down the line. But 2 chances to win 1,000 Primo Gems, so head over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel and enter with the moderator.
Yeah, be sure to let us know what you... And also, when we get into games, there will be a little QR code in between the player portraits occasionally. Be sure to give that a scan. It'll lead you to a feedback form. And in there, you can tell us what you like about the stream, what you dislike, what we can improve, and if there's anything you want us to do on here on the cast, put it in there.
Absolutely. You can give Sumi more opportunities to give away tons and tons of Primo Gems. I'm sure you're hitting the record at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be another long series for us, though thankfully this time it's not in the middle of the night.
I know, right? That was me yesterday, but that's going to be A-okay. You know, I do expect some slow moments in this match, but at the end of the day, I'm very excited to see these two go head-to-head. Enkoe was excited for this matchup. Maybe it's a little too early, but regardless, this is Enkoe versus Chikuwa. Game 5, let's go!
Ooh, we can see Enkoe keeping the Gravestone turn 1. That's typically not something you do, but I think that he's doing this because of what we said earlier, right? He can take all the time he needs to fish for his pieces. So you just equip it early, you don't need to find it later, and you will have that insurance. You will always have that Gravestone ready.
Yeah, and as long as Enkoe can roll into a 0-cost artifact, they're going to be able to use Ancient Courtyard as well. I assume they won't keep it, but, you know, it is the way that you can actually make it so that you can make Gravestone free.
He already did his mulligan, so if it's enhanced, it's in.
Yeah, that is fair. There is the strategize and the potential, but we'll see how it works out. But this is actually a line that Enkoe took in the online series of the Prince Cup Pacific, right? They went for a Gravestone Hammer Slammer on Chong Yun and immediately took out someone's character, and I do wonder if that's what they're angling around this time.
That'd be an absolute aggressive turn 1 play for Enkoe. And it could also be fairly effective as well, because Chikuwa, the main defensive tool in this deck are the Tenacity Melons and General's Ancient Helm, but the turn you play them, they don't actually give you shield. So this is a window of opportunity that he could capitalize on, although most decks aren't able to.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, let's fix those dice first, my friends. Already leading for your chair, grab the water, take a sip. Let's see here. Oh, okay. All right. Problem for Chikuwa, huh?
Yeah, well, that is a little bit of an issue. Oh, yeah, that's actually a lot of an issue.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Enkoe suffering too. A bit of a dice of cringe opener. As long as Enkoe isn't able to retune out their dice with the means of the countdown to the show or otherwise. I think playing countdown to the show and into Gravestone doesn't actually work, huh? Anyway.
No, this is fine for Enkoe because he can just play the countdown to fix his dice, and he could still play the Gravestone at full cost and just strategize instead. Yeah. See if we can pull for anything at Liven or Timaeus would be nice. Ooh, unlucky. This is fine, though. This is fine.
This is okay. You know, thankfully, Chikuwa is not going to do anything in the first turn. There is a artifact equipped, but it's only the healing one, right? So it's not going to be the biggest deal.
We can swap Herald, Golden Troop Chongyun, and then Ancient Courtyard, Rhythm of the Great Dream, free Gravestone equip into skill. This is a perfectly okay play for Enkoe.
Yeah, it will reveal your hand a little early, but you gotta do it if you want to make sure that you can get that Gravestone shenanigans up in Chikuwa's face before they start equipping things like Tenacity and or barriers from Ningguang and Xingqiu respectively to make sure that you could not Gravestone them harder.
Oh, and you can see Enkoe does not enjoy this line. He would have liked to have something else instead, but this is the best thing he can do at the current moment. Not even go for the seal, just will equip the Gravestone at full cost.
Yeah, definitely an okay line because they do have Ancient Courtyard and Gilded Dream, so they're going to make utilization of that. But outside of that, here comes the next turn. Chikuwa has a very healthy ramp with the Liben and the Vonarana, I believe. I think it may have scooped up dice, yes?
Yeah, he should have 2 Car from Vonarana and 3 from Liben as well, so that's very, very nice. I'm a little bit surprised that we did put it on Chongyun. Typically, it does go on Sayu in most cases, just because she's more damage efficient with it. You are able to double dip into that repair skill.
Absolutely. I think it's the reasoning behind it is that since, of course, this is a deck that has the ability to swap stall and move around a ton, Sayu maybe isn't as worth it because Chongyun, like I said on the online series, this is where they went for the big snipe and just finished off a character super cleanly.
Another thing that Chongyun has over the Sayu is that burst. It's a 7 base damage burst that can really help with sniping characters through shield. Sayu doesn't really have that, so could be another reason to go over this Chongyun. Just charge over that burst early. It could let us snipe one of Chikuwa's characters, especially as he has yet to find one of his shield generation artifacts.
Absolutely. Here we go. Actually, okay, hey, Chikuwa was able to get Calc's arts, but outside of that, what else are they really doing? Because the problem here is that if you skill on Xingqiu, you will get frozen. That is the big detriment of Hydro Cleanse. Cryo will always counter you super hard.
The thing is, after that though, you can also just skill on yourself and cleanse the crowd as well, and you only really want to do 1 skill on Xingqiu a turn anyway, so after that, you're golden. Looks like it is just more swap stalling coming out though from Chikuwa. We want to absorb damage on as many characters as possible. We want to spread it out evenly, that way it is easier for us to heal.
Yes, absolutely. See here, yeah, moves back to Herald. Looks like they're probably going to go for a skill since they've accepted that Chikuwa is probably also going to skill. I mean, what else? Oh, okay, no, we're swap stalling. That's how it goes.
I mean, Chikuwa used to have 12 dice. Now he is down to 6. Enkoe is perfectly fine with swap stalling right now. His hand is atrocious. He is waiting on his combo pieces. I mean, so is Chikuwa, but Enkoe, for him, it matters a lot more. Looks like he's choosing his opportunity to go in now, though.
Yep, absolutely. That is 6 with the Gravestone. Is Barbara at lethal range here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's what Enkoe is fishing for. That instant lethal on the 10 HP from a character, you know, not having enough shields or other healing to really stop it. Chikuwa is debating, what do we move? Okay, yeah, that's good.
Alright, so Enkoe right now, with the cards he currently has in hand, actually has enough dice to do 3 skills this round. But whether or not he wants to expend it is a different story, because once again, unlike the previous Bennett deck, once you use your magic, it's gone.
Absolutely. Just thinking about, yeah, tons of... It's really great that they do have those Rhythm of the Great Genes early, because the one debate about Rhythm of the Great Genes, of course, you have to actually draw it. It's not like your other cards where you can just easily, you know, keep it permanently like Timaeus. So this is going to be, you know, good for them to making sure that they can get those Guild Dreams, but will it be enough gas to push through Chikuwa?
Ooh, 3 actions is quite a lot, but even so, there's a lot of healing in Chikuwa's hand currently. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to pass the turn. Wow, more ramp.
Yeah, no. Vonarana getting that maximum value, taking 2 Omnis, a Hydra, and a Geo. All the dice that you could want for your deck.
Chikuwa maybe regretting that swap a little bit. If we knew that Chikuwa was just going to ramp, we might have just wanted to stay on Chongyun and do our skills.
There we go. Whoa, hey, if you wanted to double dip into Dawn Winery, you probably won't, but hey.
But Chikuwa not happy about that. I think he was looking for those shield artifacts and just unfortunately doesn't have it, or Timaeus to go find them. Either one was fine, but this is the problem of stall decks, right? You don't run a lot of draw because you're expecting the games to go long, and when games go long, you're going to draw through your deck naturally anyways, but when you're not running through your draw, I mean, when you don't run a lot of draws, sorry, and stuff like this happens, you just aren't able to find your pieces in time.
Yeah, most definitely. It doesn't even have a Xingqiu talent, so you're not going to be able to get that damage reduction either just yet. And yeah, once again, Chico's really afraid of going for the Hydro skill because you're just giving Chongyun free freezes, and now that Enkoe has put forward the threat that I am going to try and knock you out with Gravestone early, doesn't want to deal with that extra potential.
The great thing for Chikuwa here is he does have a lot of dice. Enkoe has Gravestone equipped, which is also another thing in his favor, but I mean, Chikuwa has a huge dice advantage this turn. The double Dawn Wander potentially coming out, giving him even more dice to work with, and he's already having double Vanaron to pass more dice. If we go replace the Fatra, which I accept the fact that it's never going to proc,
Yeah.
you can have a huge dice lead over Enkoe.
Absolutely. Thinking of it, a very similar stalemate scenario from the first game, or not the first game we saw, the last game that we saw, right? We're just kind of going back and forth. It's like, okay, who's going to break first? Not sure.
Yeah, very hard to say. Enkoe in this matchup, though, is going to be a lot more careful about going in. Because once he consumes his magic, I keep harping on this, but it's gone. Once you use your magic, you are not getting it back again. So choosing the perfect opportunity to go in is super important. If you go in too early, Chikuwa will actually be able to withstand your pressure, and because you no longer have the dice and the damage to match it, it could chip you down from there.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Oh, hey, maybe the Fortress of Meripede will proc this time around, almost at its maximum stacks, and Ningguang's definitely going to do another skill, and Herald will respond in kind, most likely.
Prohibition won't actually activate until next turn, though, so Enkoe does still have an opportunity to use his magic.
That is a surprise. Moving to Barbara. Okay, thankfully it wasn't a fast swap, but Chongyun's back here to thread it. You know, they won't get a lethal here, but they're going to come very close, and you don't want to have Barbara on the low HP. Xingqiu is more the character that you're willing to sacrifice.
So Barbara, as long as you get that first melody loop off, you're generally okay with sacrificing her, especially in a matchup like this, where if Enkoe expends all of his resources, you will not have to worry about it in the future. So you are fine with Barbara tanking a little bit more HP than usual.
Yeah, and I don't even suspect, even if KDF Enkoe has gilded, which I mean, we can see that, right? And they could definitely discount it all the way. Is there really a point of moving off of Barbara? I mean, like what? Like Enkoe playing gilded is just kind of a dip in their resources that they don't need to do right now.
So the problem here, if we do sacrifice Barbara, is we're left on 2 characters, and Enkoe is playing a deck that is able to freeze, so that will be a problem in the future if we're just not able to do our actions.
Yeah. There we go. At the minimum, Chikuwa always has the dice advantage anyway, so I guess you will swap off regardless. 5 dice to play with. Probably Xingqiu normal attack, eh?
You could just swap. You can just end here as well. There's no reason not to. Yeah, Enkoe will choose to do the same. We might also choose to swap off onto Herald. That way we get to maintain our Golden Troop advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. There's also the option of Boar Princessing into the Heart of Kavarina. Oh, actually, but the artifact is probably important at Chongyun, huh?
Yeah, it's giving us extra dice to work with once every single round, so we don't actually want to replace it just yet.
Yeah, I guess if you are playing slow, it is okay to feed Liban too and then wait for it later, because Chikuwa, of course, is playing a lot slower, but what do we do? Okay, swap to Herald.
So right now, if you are Enkoe, I mean, our drawing setup was really bad. By the way, no Timaeus just yet. So we're fine with the terrible setup we have so far because we're expecting to eventually draw into all of our tools. There's no reason to rush. If we rush, we're not as efficient with our damage, and if we're not efficient with our damage, we won't actually have enough to beat Chikuwa. So we play it slow, we play it steady, and eventually accept the fact that we will win, even if we're going to be in it for the long haul.
So here's an interesting thing. Enkoe ended up playing Rhythm of the Great Dream. Are they trying to avoid overdraw? Because I think they'll miss it by basically just 1, right?
It could be a possibility, but I mean, Herald also will draw a card as well. But Rhythm of the Great Dream, the great thing about it is that when you play it, it won't actually disappear at the end of the turn. It will only go away once you finally use its effect.
Yeah, that's going to be super useful for the fact that you can have a basically permanent reduction. It's just a small hand reveal, honestly not the biggest thing in the world. And Barbara takes up some Matsutake Meat Rolls, one of the strongest healing cards in the game. Oh my good, look at that!
Yeah, and with a flick of his hand, Chikuwa's healed his team to basically full HP, undoing a lot of the work Enkoe has worked towards. And this is the great thing about Stall. It has a lot of healing, a lot of damage reduction. It's able to just ignore whatever your opponent does.
Yeah, and this is where things get super duper spicy because Chikuwa happened to top deck Judgment. So if they drop it out now, Enkoe will not be able to play Liar Song, Boar Princess, and effectively speaking, you won't be able to get those gildeds out either.
And this could be why we also pre-played that Rhythm of the Great Dream. We can just play our second one right now in order to activate the Prohibition stack, as of course, I mean, they don't stack in general. Rhythm of the Great Dream, you cannot have both effects on at the same time because they are team status, and team statuses do not stack. So we can play that to pop the Prohibition and then do our magic after.
Yeah, so Enkoe, yeah, Enkoe's probably actually thinking about it. It's like, oh shoot, they already have a prohibition to attack me, and I've been waiting for a long time. There is a chance they have judgment, and if I don't choose to use any of these resources, I'm going to be locked into 8 dice versus Chikuwa's 10.
The thing is, though, even if Chikuwa has 10 dice, he doesn't do a lot of damage with the 10 dice. I mean, Ningguang is 2 away from burst, so you can skill burst, which is quite painful. Maybe this is actually Enkoe's time to go in. If he doesn't, Chikuwa could eliminate one of his characters. That will make it much harder for him to win in the future.
Yeah, there's another thing that they have to avoid, right? Because this time they actually do have the Calx art, so it only is 1 skill into burst for Ningguang if they so desire.
Ooh, something to note as well is that because of your prohibition, we can't actually get the full discount from Liar Song because we need to play another card to burn it first. So we're only going to discount it by 1. That's quite big.
Yep, now it's Chikuwa's turn. Enkoe decided to not pop off. Will they get punished for it? Let's see.
Good. In theory, I mean, it all really does depend. We're 1 away from Chong Burst as well. We have a lot of magic to work with.
Quite difficult indeed. I don't know. I think it's okay to go for the Ningguang skill line because that way you're going to force Herald out and what, Chongyun freezes you, right? But then I guess you swap. I don't know. I guess it is a little bit of a risk to do that, huh?
Hydro finally on all 3 of Chikuwa's characters, though. You can't cleanse Hydro, so it'll be just here for the rest of the game. That also means we're not scared to skill on Xingqiao anymore.
Yeah, now we can finally start dishing out some damage. Getting that damage reduction online is going to be super duper helpful, while only Chongyun has the Claymore and Sayu is still equipmentless, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were waiting for that second World's Greatest One to go in on Sayu, just not coming forth in time.
Ooh. Snapping a fast swap. I guess it's okay because everyone's applied with Hydro, but ouch!
Looks like he did play that purposefully. He burnt it on purpose. We are just going to go in now. Yeah, we're burning our magic. Okay, Enkoe's going in. We either win or lose this turn.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, thankfully, you know, Chikuwa still hasn't played Passing of Judgment, so that's going to make sure that they're going to be able to continue using their magic, but it's passed back once again. Is Chikuwa gonna do it?
There is a curse and undercurrent applied now to Chikuwa's team because of the burst of the Abyss Herald Wicked Torrent. Whether or not he chooses to finally try to expend the stacks this turn or wait a little bit longer remains to be seen. But yeah, Enkoe has went in with magic, and he's going to try to make the most of what he has this turn. Because next turn Prohibition will activate again. He's going to have to burn more cards for it. And since we decided to go in with the magic this turn, we need to go expend all of it to try to make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like they're going to go probably for, yep, Chongyun skill? Was that? Because that might have been Golden Troop, bro.
It was Golden Troop.
Yeah, there we go. I have the feeling like that's not a normal attack, but there you go. Oh, Chongyun locked with burst. That's a little scary, actually.
Oh, wait, and all 3 of Chikuwa's characters are within range of Wells Gravestone. Wells Gravestone with weapon plus a reaction will do 9 damage, and there is no Lotus in Chikuwa's hand. One of his characters are going to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if we do the perfect line for here, Enkoe, if you want to roll through it, right, is the Liar Song. You also have Boar Princess stacks still available, and a second Boar Princess if you really want it. Put on the second Gilded through the means of the Ancient Courtyard and equip the Gamblers. Enkoe is sitting in a slightly better position, especially since Chikuwa is way too willing to reserve this Passing of Judgment.
Minimum of 2 more actions for Enkoe, assuming he's able to get full magic. As you mentioned, Kojo, there is that Judgment still in hand. If Chikuwa wanted to live, he would either need to play the Judgment to deny Enkoe from using magic further this turn, or fast up to a character, tune a card, and then play the Hydro Resonance to heal a character above 9 HP.
Absolutely. Yeah, that has not come out. Chikuwa is still resorting to swap stalling. I'm starting to get a little worried. This is where Stall Deck is maybe pushing back a little too hard.
This could be okay as well, because the only way Xingqiao goes down here is if Enkoe burns the Chong Burst. And if we burn the Chong Burst, we might not have enough dice to get it back later.
Absolutely. Oh, there is the first Liar Song putting on the Golden Troop. And then we should, yep, there we go. Snap it off with the Gilded. Here we go. Okay.
All right.
Dice 4. Okay.
Even leaves us 1 dice to swap back over to Herald. Oh, not that we can use the Golden Troop because we did just replace it. All right, should be burst coming. Oh, wait, we have Gamblers as well.
Yep, there we go. And there comes the Rhythm of the Great Gene and the Gamblers. That's going to be another reset, like you said. 2 actions a minimum. This is huge for Enkoe.
Oh, we didn't play the Rhythm of the Great Dream? I guess the 1 extra dice doesn't matter in this case.
Yeah, no, looks like they have enough just off of the Boar Princess. Boom. And now it's Barbara alone. Ningguang cannot do anything here.
Okay, well, Hatsutage meat rolls do bring... Oh, they don't actually bring Ningguang out of range yet, but they will suit in the end phase. I guess we're just letting Barbara tank it.
Yeah, Barbara's gonna have to tank it, and then it's a Ningguang solo. Gonna feel very, very uncomfortable, though. Barbara's gonna take a lot of damage here. Ouch.
Yikes. Great play, though, from Enkoe. This has been a play he's been building towards since as early as turn 1, equipping Chongyun instead of Sayu, knowing that the only way he's going to break through all of the healing on Chikuwa's side is that Chong Burst, doing a big burst of damage all at once, so you cannot heal it up slowly over the course of the game, making it so that he can eliminate one of Chikuwa's characters, making his victory that much closer.
Absolutely. It's, you know, kind of the concept of better late than never, because as much as Enkoe really wanted it in that turn 1, it was not able to happen, and now that Chikuwa is starting to swap a little too much, they have the opportunity, even if they have on-demand healing. Hydro from the Melody Loop has been applied to Barbara, and now she's gonna get frozen.
Not just yet, though, because Chikuwa does have turn priority. That makes it so Enkoe cannot immediately eliminate her from the game. This gives him an opportunity to swap onto Ningguang.
Yep, this is actually quite dangerous now because the Jade screen comes down, cannot be broken, and the Calx Arts is available. Ningguang could easily burst down at Chongyun, so you gotta decide between Sayu and Herald who you want to move to.
I think you go Herald, you apply the Hydro, and then you just pass.
Yep, absolutely.
Both characters Hydro. Next turn, you just go into Chongyun's skill, and you kind of just win. Although there is a lot of healing you might need to worry about. You might not want to chunk her out a little bit more to make your job easier next turn.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Herald Prepare skill, though, is going to be able to take care of that, yeah.
Yeah, you want Hydro on both characters guaranteed. It just provides you so much flexibility, but we do need to tune something for that, though.
Most definitely. Probably one of the golden houses, as, you know, at this rate, you have spent your guild. The only thing you're waiting for is your second Wolf's Gravestone, which at this rate, I have a feeling you're not going to Sayu anytime soon.
I mean, Sayu with the Wolf's Gravestone is like your backup carry option if things do go wrong and Chongyun does fall. I mean, Catherine in this game has been pulling so much work, just allowing Enkoe to snipe characters, going over to Chongyun safely without being retaliated upon. Typically, she is a character that's very contentious among the player base. A lot of players think she's unnecessary, but in a matchup like this, she is pulling her weight.
Yeah, she's absolutely pulling her weight, especially with the fact of a swap stall on the side of Chikuwa. There's the first prepare skill. Should be, I think we're gonna just do only one and then pass, right, like you said?
I don't think there's a reason for us to tune our entire hand to do another skill. I mean, it's not like his revive is popped, right? So he doesn't do a lot of damage with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Xingqiu Talent coming a little too late. He's already gone, man.
And no more extra damage reduction on the side of Chikuwa. Our hand is full. We need to start clearing some of these cards, whether by tuning or just playing them.
Yeah, thankfully we have enough rainbow dice to work with, but from here, I guess, yeah, you can't, like, what are you going to use Timaeus for, right? Like, he's not even drawing out artifacts that you necessarily need. I believe it's still Helms on them, right, and not Tenacity of the Millelith.
Barbara, I believe, has a Heart of Cavarina, the 1/1, and Ningguang is the General's Ancient Helm. So there is still a lot of helpful artifacts in the deck if we can pull them out.
Yeah, honestly, I would just definitely put down the Timaeus then. Get Tenacity of the Millelith, because you know that Enkoe is not going to be able to lead you this turn, and make sure you get some dice value into the next one. Really? That is a shocker. You're going to skill?
Skill on the Melody will pop the Herald Revives. That's like a less stuff for us to deal with. Better pop it with 1 damage and get some healing off than pop it with Ning's skill to do 3. So it's just more efficient this way.
Yeah, more efficient this way, but I don't know. I really want to have Timaeus do something here, but you know what? If it doesn't work out, that's a-okay.
You can always just play him later. We still have a lot of dice to work with if we do want to play him. Ooh, okay.
I think we might be getting a little indecisive here, right? Because getting a tune, you know, possibly just to extend the timer, but in general, right, if you have this kind of dice, you should probably snap out the Herald Rewrite before they're going to be a problem later if they ever get talent.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if this swap was the correct play, and as I predicted, Enkoe will just end the turn, going for a Chongyun solo next turn to hopefully have enough damage to win.
Absolutely. It really is a missed opportunity that Judgment really is not effective on Enkoe anymore, because now they have only, what, like a Lotus that you can block, and then, you know, there are some other things later, but that's about it.
Chikuwa cannot end on Ningguang this turn, because if he does, she's going to get frozen, and Barbara cannot make up for the lack of damage. You need to somehow end on Barbara, and even if she gets chunked down, that's fine. If you can fast up into Ningguang and do Calx Burst, and then eliminate Chongyun, Enkoe's going to have a lot harder time of winning. We need to swap over to Barbara eventually.
Yeah, it should just be the Hydra Resonance. You can even split it up a little bit. Yeah, even Tunes Tomatoes. Go for one Hydra Resonance here. Or actually, you don't even need to. Just move over to Barbara, double Hydra Res on top of her, and that way the Matsutake meat rolls healing over time is going to make them both a 10.
Wish me luck.
Barbara already has Matsutake meat rolls equipped onto her, so you might just want to save that second one for a little bit of extra value. Oh, there's no second one in hand, sorry. Both were played already. Thought there was a second one.
No healing from Chikuwa. Oh my. That is quite scary.
Yeah, so smart play for Chikuwa to swap back over onto Barbara, because if we didn't, Ningguang would have been frozen and we couldn't have utilized her burst, which at the moment I believe does do 9 damage, which is a lot. I think it is the Jade Screen on Barbara right now, so even with a Lotus, Chongyun will fall.
Yep, absolutely. This may be the crucial judgment turn. I may have been hampering on it, the fact that it wasn't played during the Gilded Pop-Up, but this is still the opportunity to make sure that you can stop any form of counterplay that Enkoe has.
Well, very nice. We finally drew into that second gravestone. If we want to go into Sayu instead, we might choose to do it. We have double golden houses as well to discount it, but unfortunately, our last Rhythm of the Great Dream was consumed earlier, so we cannot equip it for free.
Yep, but still a 1-cost gravestone is very, very nice. So yeah, actually, yeah, with the fact of being able to open up the other hypercarry, just make sure you skill on Chongyun, and then you're back to square one with a Sayu Claymore equip. It's gonna be a monster to deal with.
It might just be better to go onto Sayu now, equip the gravestone. It's not like we're Chikuwa needs to withstand a lot of damage, but I think as long as he can win this turn, he would have done enough to chip away Enkoe's HP in order for him to take it from there. And also, as I said, Enkoe, once he uses his magic, he's not getting it back, and he's already consumed the majority of it.
Yep, and no more fuel to play with. It decides for Herald skill again, just trying to push the turn back over to Chikuwa so they don't have to. No! The Calx Arts got burned!
Yeah, the overdraw coming in. Not that we need that second Calx Arts. One Ningguang burst is more than enough to win most games. As long as we are able to snipe away that Chongyun, Chikuwa will be in a very fine position indeed.
Absolutely. There we go. Hydro Res, first off. There we go. Now, Barbara and Ningguang are not seeing a fall anytime soon.
Understood.
Okay, swap over to Ningguang. I see.
Yeah, because Herald is locked into that prepare skill. She will tank the hit just fine. Now, though, we might want to swap back. Otherwise, Ningguang will get frozen. And without her burst, we're not very threatening. We don't even have Xingqiu around to do damage.
Yep. Oh, wow. A little bit expensive, but it is technically efficient with the Tenacity of the Mill. This is a very similar idea to Veteran's Visage. Equip it early so that way when your opponent attacks into you, still gain that dice.
Yeah, and if we are expecting Enkoe to hit back, maybe swap into Sayu or something along those lines, skill again on Herald. We just can't open up Chongyun. At this point of the game, even if Chikuwa has very little card draw, we must expect him to have the Calx Arts in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. You've given so much draw, even without something like Wharf earlier. You know, you're not going to expect that they don't have anything. At this rate, I would be surprised if the players don't even have, they probably have 10 or less cards in their hand.
Yeah, not at all. Surprised if that is the case. Enkoe, though, here is put in a tough spot. Chikuwa has been doing a great job absorbing these hits. Will finally go into the Chongyun, but this could be his fatal mistake.
Absolutely. There's that fast swap on Ningguang, and then Chongyun would simply fall, and then there's no more Frost Field available. Honestly, probably should have. I guess Chikuwa has the restraint to never lethal Herald, huh?
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, because you know, Barbara, of course, she only deals 1 damage, so once they proc the revive, they still can't have a free swap over. And it seems to be Enkoe has already burned the fast swap. We saw them break 1 just to make sure that they could use their other cards during the Gilded Pop-Off turn. And now, I guess you don't have another one, huh?
No, you don't. You only have 1 Catherine, 1 fast up in this stack. So after that Catherine stack is used, there are no more fast actions for Enkoe. And also, so because of that Catherine, she forces you to do a fast action the first swap you do. So it's forced to spend 2 dice on the swap stall instead of just 1.
Yeah, and look at Chikuwa sitting nice and clean with the Dawn Winery. Has been able to get 2 free swaps off of all of this shenanigans. Well, there is one thing that's interesting, though. I guess, you know, the best thing that Enkoe can do, if we're definitely doing a lot of swap stall gameplay, right, is just try to reset the counter of the curse.
Oh, very smart. Now that the fast swap is burnt, is safe into swapping on that Ningguang. If Enkoe stays to in order to skill, we can build that burst nice and safely, but if he swaps off, maybe this is our chance to burst. Okay, Sayu here is the correct swap to go to. If we stay on Herald, we get our revive pop for free and also get Ningguang free energy. If we go over onto Chongyun, he just dies the Calix burst. So going over to Sayu, we get that extra value from Gravestone and also get a swirl going as well.
Yep, we'll probably see the Gravestone come out in just a moment. Chikuwa tuning to get enough dice, but also because their hand is way too full, they really need to start getting rid of some cards. Here we go. Skill. And now
it is actually just a normal attack. Does not want to consume the curse of the undercurrent just yet. This way, burst is still a threat, and Enkoe needs to waste more dice on the swap stall.
Yeah, this is quite the surprise. Oh man, Enkoe still moving back to Herald though. My goodness. You know,
Enkoe can never move to Chongyun so long as Chikuwa has at least 4 dice, because that's when the burst can come out, and that's when he will be taken out. And with the way things are going, it looks like Enkoe is slowly but surely getting chipped out. He was not able to break through Chikuwa with that one decisive turn, and this is the consequence.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is one thing I haven't really refactoring in. It's the fact that Catherine, because she's already been disabled from the first move of the match, so that means that, you know, she hasn't actually been riding much fast swap, because you do have the potential to fast swap over to Chongyun, right? Because this is actually where it would happen right now, but otherwise, it's a bit of an issue, you know, without having that fast swap to use.
Yeah, it is a serious concern because Chikuwa, as long as he swap stalls correctly, his Ningguang will never be in threat. That does sometimes mean he needs to expend a little bit of extra dice, but as long as he can snipe the Chongyun of Enkoe, he will win eventually.
Yeah, this is one of the issues of Catherine as the reasoning very early on when we never really use the card. It makes your play very much predictable, and you know, when you have to always do a fast swap on your first move and no other means to redo it, now this freeze line is nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's very hard for Enkoe to benefit here, and I mean, even if both players just swap around and do a single skill every single turn, Chikuwa will eventually win out because he has the shields to tank it. Enkoe does not.
Yeah, absolutely not. Oh, it's a slow burn, but that is how the stall deck is going to go. And look at that! Enkoe is officially out of cards.
Nothing left in the tank. We have used all of our magic, all of our resources. There is nothing left for us. And if we maybe got that Liar Song earlier on our big combo turn, that could have finally helped us broken through, but just coming too little, too late. Now Chikuwa has had his opportunity to heal all of his characters up, has his setup all locked and loaded, and there's just nothing we can do here. It's going to be a slow drowning for Enkoe.
Absolutely. There's even the judgment that never needed to be played in the first place. There's still like a Liar Song and a Lotus. I have a feeling Chikuwa is gonna throw it out at some point just to mess with Enkoe. It's just like, hey, you had like that one, the last card you can play, right? Well, not anymore.
Yeah, and Enkoe doesn't really have any characters to swap style to. No good options. Will just be forced to skill on Herald. If he swapped over to Sayu, now that she's taken a hit from Ningguang, she is actually within burst range. Burst of Ningguang right now does do 9 damage.
Yep, once again pushing them to the checkmate scenario. Chikuwa can now be a little more aggressive, probably just throw a normal attack at Herald, push them up to revive. Yeah, there is no Herald talent in this scenario either, eh?
Yeah, and every single time we do a Herald skill, Chikuwa just swaps the Ningguang as he is locked into that prepared, so he can take 2 hits with his shields on Ningguang safely, getting some extra value on top of that. And yeah, man, the swaps are free because of Don Juan, and this forces Enkoe to spend more dice. And if Enkoe normal attacks on Herald, that is so incredibly dice inefficient that he will never have enough damage anyways.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder at what point Chikuwa gets rid of the Curse of the Undercurrent, huh? I guess it would probably be when Ningguang bursts. I don't know. I feel like you can get rid of it at any time at this rate. You know, you always have Hydro applied to yourself. You can't cleanse it. You know that Chongyun's locked out. He can't actually do anything in this scenario. So you might as well put down a Melody Loop, perhaps.
There's no reason to, though. All of your characters are perfectly healthy anyways. So there's no point in clearing it. It's just spending extra dice for no reason, and you never know when Enkoe might reset it. So just keep it as it is. Don't spend the extra dice.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, it's one of the interesting value propositions from the Herald is that if you already have Curse of the Undercurrent available, there's no point in trying to refresh because there's a maximum stack of 2. You can't go any further than that. So it's definitely something I run into. I'm just like, I don't want to burst because I already have it on them.
Ooh, looks like Chikuwa is changing things up, replacing one of the Vonoras with the Don Wanderer for his swap stall this turn. He's going to be able to carry less dice into the next round, but he will have more of them to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, of course, now that you can see visually that Enkoe is out of cards and has already used multiple of their Gildeds and Liar Songs, etc., this is the chance for you to just, you know, kind of quadruple dip into Dawn Winery, and then once Enkoe is out of dice, start just knocking him out left and right.
So we do have one more free equip of Gilded. We take it off Chongyun and put it back on with the Liar Song and also the Tamea stacks. But after that, after we use that, it's done. We officially have no more magic. And even with the magic we currently have, I still don't think it's enough for Enkoe to actually win.
Here is a fun question. Now that Jade Screen and all of Tenacity shields are gone, does Lotus into Chongyun actually help him survive on at least one? Because right now, we have +1 damage for the Fruit of the Moment. That is the furthest the damage boost goes. Ah.
He lives on 1 HP, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, you just break it with Barbara and then what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, without... Oh, well, they haven't used that Catherine fast swap yet.
That's true, but oh, you don't care about the damage on Barbara.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Just fast up on Chongyun, Lotus, and then like Liar, all of that. You only have 5 dice afterwards. You can only do a single skill, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that is the issue. I'm imagining that without all of that, even the last card being Countdown, so unfortunate because you can't do anything with that.
And there's the Curse of the Undercurrent. This is why we didn't consume that last stack. It makes it we have a little bit of more value to work with. We don't give the extra dice tax to Enkoe.
Yep. You know, I think Chikuwa will actually draw their last card in the next round. So that is going to be quite funny. Let's see what is sitting at the bottom of the deck, right? But now 10 dice to work with versus 1. Even if there's a reset, what is it really going to bring you?
If we are tracking Enkoe's cards correctly, we know he doesn't have any Boar Princess left. So even if he was able to fast one to Chongyun, Liar Song Gilded, he wouldn't actually have enough dice to do a skill. So we should be able to safely swap into Ningguang here. And yes, we are.
Yep. Probably skill. Oh, Gravestone on Desayu. Okay, not the worst thing in the world, but no moves left. Oh no. Goodbye, Herald. It was nice knowing ya.
The reason we didn't use our magic here is even if we are able to do another skill in Herald, it just doesn't matter. Oh, what are we doing here?
I think we're finally going to enjoy our turn to its fullest. Go onto a skill of Barbara, get rid of that Curse of the Undercurrent, and knock out Herald for good this time.
No more Herald to work with, and we can now swap. Oh, we actually can't.
No,
Still
we
one
can't.
curse to work with.
Yeah, even if you have double Dawn Winery, you can only dip in 4 times. And now I believe, you know, I just thought, I think Chikuwa swapped more than 4 times, right?
Chikuwa has swapped a lot of times. But yeah, 4 dice remaining. We can't skill again on Bar. We can normal attack if we want to, but that's kind of bad. I think we should just pass 3 dice into the Tassie Millis over onto Ningguang. She's only on the General's Ancient Helm, so throughout the course of the remaining game, however long or short that may be, could have a lot of value to work with.
Yep. Oh, wow. Goes for the Hydra Res. Really wants to keep Barbara nice and healthy and doesn't even put the Tassie on. I suppose the Vonarana can't take it. Oh, my goodness. It's Egg.
Xingqiu can come back into the game. We could put that Tenacity of the Millith on him, of course, if Enkoe does give us that opportunity. If he ends first, that makes it so Sayu can't get a swirl kill on him. Maybe we can put him back in the game. Not that it really matters one way or another. We are at a significant advantage, and this is the great thing about Stall. Most cards you use have permanent lasting effects. So as long as you don't die, you'll be able to get advantage after advantage, game after game after game. And we can see a deck like Enkoe's, who's only able to use other effects once, struggles to break through if you're not able to do it.
And now we have a very interesting situation here because, like we talked about, there is the Strictly Forbidden and Passing of Judgment still available. And this time, Mortars of Meripede that's finally procced, Lotus, Countdown, and Liar Song are all disabled.
Yeah, no magic for Enkoe this round. He needed to use it last round, but just wasn't able to find the correct opportunity. And now, finally, in this final round, isn't able to use it, and his dice aren't great either. He might be forced to tune his few remaining resources.
Yeah, see, here's the hard part, right? Because of course you can snap, you know, through this one and just use, like, you know, maybe Lotus or even Countdown. I mean, Countdown is way too much cost. But the problem, right, is that in general, like, especially if Chikuwa ends up playing that Passing of Judgment, you can only ever dip into one of these cards. Oh, you hate to see it.
Lotus going away. Not that it matters. All 3 of our characters are within 1-shot range of a fast lock Ning burst anyway, so just get that Gilded Dreams, get it played, get the dice, and hopefully maybe this round we do something.
Yeah, and that is pretty hilarious. Ended up using the those are the golden houses to decost everything, not even the Timaeus, right?
But I think, yeah, didn't even use the Timaeus, but I think Enkoe knows it's over. Going for this last-ditch effort, getting the Chongyun skill down onto Barbara. She is frozen, but here is the threat that he's been playing around for so many rounds.
Yep, here is the fast swap, has the perfect top deck discipline. Here it comes, and Ningguang, I mean, if they, actually no, they have to burst, yeah? They can't do a skill.
Skill only does 3.
Yep.
And if you skill, you can swap off, so no reason not to.
Yep, here we go. Boom, out it goes. Chongyun, 7 damage, clean knockout. There is, oh, wait.
No, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
I guess it doesn't, yeah. It doesn't matter. You could have gone for the normal attack, but regardless, now it's just a Ningguang with 7 dice and still more to play with. So we're going to see Ningguang probably just take the game right here, right now.
There is nothing Enkoe could really do here. I mean, the Currency Undercurrent is cleared as well. Ningguang does so much damage at this point of the game, and when we're running no healing, all of this is just permanent damage too.
Yeah, pretty much. We can definitely tune out the rest of our hand and go in for another skill. This is going to last into the next 2 rounds, but after that, you know, at that rate, I feel like Chikuwa, even with the not really extra dice generation, is going to be able to take the game.
For sure. There's just not much Enkoe can do here. I mean, next round he could get a double freeze, but the problem is he just burned all of his magic, right? Even if he is able to get a double freeze, he doesn't have the damage to capitalize off of it in order to win.
Yeah, most definitely. Barbara will simply heal, and you know, if anything, if Chica was really feeling like it, oh yeah, no, I guess you get 2 Claymore swings. So yeah, it is actually going to be a double freeze. Barbara may be in a little bit of danger, but regardless, I think it's fine.
As long as Ningguang lives, it will be all over for Enkoe, and he even gives the turn priority over on Chico. You can see his defeated face. He knows this is over. There is nothing he can do to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you can see the, oh wow, bottom deck Helm and Lotus. My goodness.
Doesn't really matter. A skill from Ningguang will be enough to lethal Herald, and after that, even if Enkoe is able to double freeze, he doesn't have enough damage to win, and that's what's important.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Herald may have the taxation through the means of their talent and burst, but Chikuwa has the mental taxation on their side. They have remained calm the entire time. Even their heart rate, you know, pretty, you know, below the 100s. Enkoe, unfortunately here, sitting in defeat, just having to watch them slowly be picked apart by Ningguang.
I gotta say, the reason Chikuwa is so calm here is probably because the stall deck is his comfort deck. If he's bringing it to a tournament like this, it must mean he's confident in it, whether that's comfort or beliefs, or if he believes it is an anti-meta deck, and it's working one way or another. Enkoe has nothing left to win.
Yep, Enkoe will still put up the fight, though, as long as they possibly can, but this is the last resource that they have with the Frost Field. Freezes Ningguang. We're going to put Lotus on top of Barbara to make sure we don't fall into Gravestone range. Going to get hit again, and there's going to be a swap, so right back at you.
Nothing Enkoe can do now. That second skill coming down, and with the Jade Screen as well, the second attack of it won't even do enough to kill Barbara. She will live on at least 1 HP.
Oh, and the Calx art!
Oh, wait, Egg Burst? Egg Burst? Let's go, let's go!
There's no way, Chikuwa, you're crazy! Oh my goodness! Here we go. Full HP, let's go.
Enkoe is not happy about that one. You can see a little sigh on his player portrait. He knows it's over. There is nothing he can do. Next turn as well, the Frost Field from Chongyun will wear out as well, so no more freezes to delay the game just that little bit longer, and it will be Chikuwa claiming Game 5 over KDF Enkoe, knocking him out of the Prince Cup Pacific 2024.
Can you believe we're on round 10? We have gone longer in our past cast because we've been casting over this game through the entirety of its lifespan, but a round 10 matchup in this aggro combo meta, oh my goodness.
But it was, even with the defeat, it was still a great showing from Enkoe. he stayed calm. He played around all of Chikuwa's win conditions, but just unfortunately did not have the cards in hand to win. And you can see the sigh of relief. That was a long, long series.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you know, we were definitely critiquing some things here and there. Still had the judgment to the very end. I would have played it for fun. But regardless, right, there was that pop-off turn where Enkoe, you know, had basically full reign to do Gilded despite having to snap through Maripede. And, you know, if was forced to snap through the, you know, judgment procs, would have been a pretty big detriment, would have been able to push Chikuwa forward, but you know, Chikuwa was confident enough to just survive through the entire thing, and here it is, the end of the round. GG's, goodbye Enkoe. Thank you for playing, and you will be knocked out of the bracket.
It was a great showing, though. He did a great job. His counter picks looked just so good, too. Just unfortunately, just stumbled on the final hurdle. That last deck was not able to overcome the stall of Chikuwa.
Yeah, honestly, you know, despite it being a stall match, you know, sometimes we have a little bit of a difficult time casting over these games, but honestly, I really enjoyed that, right? Enkoe, you know, going for the counter pick matchups is going to be, you know, their chance to make it through with victory, but unfortunately, Chikuwa's stall is just a little too strong.
Yeah, but so are our winners. They have managed to brave it out as well with us here on the desk and winning 1,000 Primo Gems that are going to be wired straight to your account just like magic.
Yes, indeed. And my goodness, what a round to see, right? You know, we finally got to see the fullest extent of the capability of Chikuwa's custom Ninga Wong stall, because it's not how they play traditionally. But honestly, Zhang chose a great pick. You know, he didn't even have to do much that last round.
Yeah, I mean, I had my doubts about this deck personally. I thought it'd be rather weak into the current combo meta we have, but it's been doing great so far. It's what let him win yesterday. It let him beat KDF Enkoe today. Do you think we're going to see more of it tomorrow, Kojo?
Oh, absolutely we are going to see it tomorrow. If Chikuwa is winning on this deck, they're going to stick with their comfort pick. But yes, that is going to be the last game that we will be casting today. But don't worry, we have 2 more coming up. And once again, to remind you all that the QR code is going to be right below here. So go ahead and scan that if you want to give us any feedback about our show and the matches, etc., or maybe even some bigger raffles in the future.
Yeah, or maybe even some more events you want to hold. Maybe you have some ideas in that head of yours as well. It doesn't need to be TCG related, just anything you want from these streams. Be sure to let us know in that QR code, and we'll see if we can do it.
Absolutely. There are always fun opportunities that are not just tournaments, but regardless, wow. We're finally at the end.
Long series.
10 games, just like how I casted yesterday, but there is the post-match day. Wow, look at that differences.
Ooh, it's actually fairly close for the most part. Strongest single strike is more or less even. Average actions more or less even. Average rounds as well are more or less even. Average cards drawn is actually favored quite a lot in Enkoe just because of the decks he played. And max dice spent in 1 round, surprisingly going in favor of Chikuwa, who played a lot of stall, as was the Enkoe, who played a lot of combo.
Yeah, you wouldn't suspect Chikuwa being the one to cost out so many dice, but it was really interesting how they were able to always float 5 with Vana Rana and then getting those extra dice eventually from the Tenacity of Mila, so that's probably what is swinging it around into their court.
You know, just looking at the post-match data here, just how close the stats were really did point towards how evenly matched our 2 players were. But with that being said, that will unfortunately be KDF Enkoe being knocked out of the tournament first from the upper bracket, and then once again by Chikuwa.
Now, this is really interesting because the following matchup now means Inagi versus Chikuwa. And, you know, these 2 players are Prince Cup champions in their own right, and they have to knock each other out. But here's the funny thing, right? Enkoe purposely played combo into Chikuwa so they could counter stall. But now, Inagi, the combo master, has to face the same matchup.
Yeah, but, like, KDF Enkoe brought a bunch of combo to counter stall and still couldn't win.
That is fair.
But this is the combo master himself, so it might be different in the lower semis, and Chikuwa, knowing this, might actually change it up. Force Inzaghi to bring a stall counter against his very specific deck, and then just not bring it, and now he's a better matchup.
Honestly, that is definitely a play we could see, but I suspect that players want to stick with their comfort. If they won with it already, they're going to stick with it all the way through. But here is the schedule for the remaining matches. Me and Sumi are done for now, but we have our wonderful casters, Windflower Leah and Staffa, coming up next. We have Z Crimlet versus Dio first up, and Inzaghi versus Chikuwa coming right back at you for the final.
Oh, and what a matchup that will be. I mean, Z Crim is such a historied veteran player, be having so many achievements behind his belt, but Dio high rolled his way here, by the way. Like, his game 5 was crazy. His dice were on another level.
Oh man, that is gonna be really interesting to see. So we are going to just be here, and wow, it's been a wonderful day to cast all these games. You know, despite it being stalled, etc. I'm very glad that we were the ones who were doing this.
Yeah, it was a long series, but I wouldn't change it for the world. It was super interesting at a technical level, just seeing how these players are able to play around everything, even as the mental exhaustion set in, right? Like, Enkoe must have been playing for a good 3, maybe even 4 hours at this point, and still being able to see the lines for Chikuwa to win and playing around them, try to bait him into doing an incorrect play was incredible.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that, you know, even the elusive magic dice can have its counters, the ability to drain all those resources and not ever be threatened, even by Gravestone of all things. That's the one we always fear, regardless of who you are, and Enkoe was definitely looking like it a little bit. They were going to be able to initiate and take out the characters immediately.
I think partially though, it's because of his below average start. He didn't really find his Temeses early. He didn't find his Gravestones that early. But even so, what is done is done. We cannot change it.
Absolutely, yes. But this will be the end for us for now. I'm so glad I got to cast this with you, Sumi. 2 years of this, and now finally on the live stage. It has been a pleasure to work with you on this, and we'll be moving on to a break, but we'll be right back with our other casters.
How are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Wing.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meropide is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you.
What even is this? It's completely inedible.
Suck it up and eat it.
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here. Kitty, where are you?
Worry, confusion,
My flowers aren't.
anxiety.
Look, my plant is dying already.
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. choices are abundant, it all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume
and
is really popular. Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Aster Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. I am your caster for the second half today, also known as Leah. Well, Leah, also known as Leah, aka Windflower. Okay. Staffo, take it away.
Good start. My name is Dafa, everyone, and welcome back to the show. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the exciting games we've been having here in day 2 of the knockout stages. I know we've been enjoying them. My Dodo, he has been enjoying them. Gotta keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't go anywhere.
We've been watching these games over with the players. I'm not going to lie to you, my brain has been melting with this last stall games that, you know, these two players were going at it.
Don't worry, my brain fully melted yesterday. I'm still working on that, but it's okay, right? We'll be fine.
We are getting into some really interesting matchups, though, because with Chikuwa winning that set, he was the Japan Prince Cup champion from last year. He will be up against Inagi, who was the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup champion from last year. So that's going to be our lower bracket match. It's what we're ending the day with. But first off, I do think we're going to be going into Z, Krimlet, and Dio, our last upper bracket.
Yep, this is going to be a match that determines our first grand finalist. So it is a match with a lot of impetus to it after all. And as we can see from our knockout stage brackets, we have managed to narrow down our top 8 to our top 4.
Our top 4 indeed. So just to rehash, it will be Z, Krimlet versus Dio in that upper bracket final. The winner will be advancing to the grand final, while the loser drops down into the lower bracket final and will be facing off against the winner of Inagi versus Chikuwa, our 2 previous Prince Cup champions. So there is a long journey ahead of the lower bracket players, but at least for the upper bracket, we're going to be resolving that right here and now.
Only one player will be able to get that free pathway all the way through the upper bracket into the grand finals without facing defeat even once. So I'm imagining that both Z, Krimlet, and Dio will be very eager to claim that spot for themselves.
Just a reminder about the prize pool, by the way. So making it into the top 4 is honestly an incredible bump up in prizes. 4th place is 3,800 USD. 3rd place is 5,000. 2nd place is 8,000. And 1st place is 16,000. The total prize pool for this tournament is 60,000 USD. So quite the big jump between placements.
Yeah, that is quite a lot there. And the prize pool is going to be a very big prize for all of our players. But I imagine even more so is that pride of being able to say that you are the new champion of the Prince Cup.
And that golden card back, which I think all players here in the top 8 have actually already won that golden card back. It's just when it's going to be issued sometime later, but
and the
they'll
trophy
have
as well, right?
Yeah.
We've seen the video of the trophy showing it off. It's so cool.
And you get like a plaque or something that says Prince Cup champion. Yeah, it's so cool. Kevin Z got one.
Oh, okay. If Kevin got one, then I guess whoever wins here is going to get one as well. So lots awaiting the winner. I'm sure every single one of these players wants that to be them.
I mean, speaking of winners, we also have Primo Gem winners over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. So, I mean, no winners just yet. You have to go enter into the raffle first. But every single match we have here today, there should be 2 winners, 1,000 Primo Gems each. So if you want instructions on how to enter that raffle, maybe you're just joining in with us for the first time over on Genshin Official, make your way on over to that Astro Carnival YouTube channel to enter into that. Also, just make sure you're keeping up with the socials. I believe that our Cat Seals Gathering community tournament has already started. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, first place prize is actually 1,000 USD. There's also unique card backs you could be winning. I think you only have to win 3 games in those tournaments to take it home. So, yeah.
It's really good to see that the ecosystem behind Genius Invocation TCG has been growing more and more over the years.
Yeah.
It's not just these big tournaments, there's plenty of small tournaments that allow you to participate and get your feet started in TCG. So if you have any interest at all, if you've not really tried the game but are interested after watching all of this, or you tried it in the past and maybe dropped it for one reason or another, it's time for you guys to pick it back up.
And maybe you will be casting over your matches, right, Staffa? I mean, it's been a while since we've cast together, actually. You and I were at the Asia Invitational in Shanghai, along with some of the players you're going to be seeing here today. Inagi, Z, Krimlet, and Chikuwa were all actually at the Asia Invitational earlier this year.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. So it is really good to see that their names have managed to make it this far once again. Consistency, very important when you're playing at this sort of level. And Dio going to be that challenger in order to take down the throne.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of challengers, they are getting ready to go here. I love this stage, by the way, the Hotel de Bourg, owned by the wonderful Venegam, if I'm pronouncing these names correctly. But there's Z Kremlet here, getting ready to go. He will be up against Dio in this upper bracket final. So here is our decks here as well. And Whale. Looks like Whale's doubly banned. Actually, no, it's not Whale banned. It's Kuching.
It's Kuching banned, yes. We have to make that important, right? It's not because Whale is strong. It's because Kuching is so overpowered that we've never seen her in so many patches.
I mean, she has 100% ban rate.
Yeah.
Kuching is pick ban right now.
Like, Whale had a 90+% ban rate during the regular season. Kuching has had 100% ban rate so far, so I think statistically, she is stronger than Whale.
Did you catch what decks they picked, or are we too focused on Whale?
No, I was not fast enough to be Kuching those decks.
Oh. By the way, if you're unfamiliar, Staffa and I both like to tell puns, so we're going to be having a pun off. But here's some information on the left about Z Kremlet. We have brand new tags here, by the way. These players chose them today. And showing our Kevin C. Believer and Overthinker, what's not shown is the other tag he submitted, which was a Cardiac Contender, because he has a tendency of having a very high heart rate for all these live events. Actually, I was telling Blep about the Cardiac Contender tag he chose, and he suggested Heart Rate Hero.
Heart Rate Hero. Honestly, not having Cardiac Contender or Heart Rate Hero up there is a travesty in and of itself, but it's okay. We can keep those titles in mind.
I think Mango wins it, honestly, so maybe it's
That's
better.
true.
But here are Dio's tags: Underdog, TCG God, and Mastermind.
Wow.
So it's very interesting considering he chose that Underdog tag because he's in the upper bracket final.
I don't know. I mean, Underdog tag, and then you pair it with TCG God and Mastermind. I feel like there's an inconsistency here.
Well, maybe it's like, I've heard from some players in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament that, you know, they have so many expectations riding on their shoulders and they just want people to think they're the underdog. They want people to think they're like the dark horse or something so that they're not drawing attention to themselves. Maybe it's something similar to that. I actually do know that Dio, other than, you know, inheriting Ting's luck here in the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, he's pretty relaxed here, but I think we're going to see some player stuff in a moment.
Yeah, we have a little bit something for you guys to check out, so let's go ahead and put that up.
Hello, I'm Z Kremlet. I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character from Genshin are Lini and Lynette. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. It does help because I get a lot less nervous compared to the first times I play offline. But with the fast-paced updates in Genius Invocation TCG, the experience and the cards and knowledge of the meta decks at the time probably won't help much. If I ever make it to the finals, the player I'm hoping to face the most is Inagi because I've known him the longest out of all the other players, and we've also met at the previous Prince Cup, and he's also the champion there. So I want to take it this time. I started Genius Invocation TCG right when the update came out in Genshin. At the time, I wasn't playing any other card game, so it came at the right time. And for the new players, my advice is to understand more about the cards and mechanics first before worrying about the strongest deck at the time.
But here are our players' deck selection. It looks like Z Kremlet is going to be running this Herald Claymore deck up against Dio's with Bennett manifestation. It's Fire Station, but with Enjo.
It
Pyro
is
Elector.
Fire Station, but with the Elector right here. And yeah, Dio is the only one who's been running this deck so far. It's an interesting concept to take advantage of aggro, just put a lot of damage on the table, and literally the only time we've ever seen Enjo really being played overall, so it's pretty fun and pretty interesting to see how well it'll match up against a player like Z Crimlet.
You were the one that actually named the Manifestation Double Pyro Deck Fire Station during the Asia Invitational, right? That was you coining that title. I have been using it ever since because I absolutely love it. It's really interesting seeing two different Overload decks for Dio. I think he might be running the same lists that he played yesterday, just having full confidence in them. But usually Freeze has been the dominant reaction for the past few patches, and it looks like Overload is kind of taking over just a bit.
Yeah, I think with the meta changes, we've definitely seen games accelerate, not counting the ones we've seen today, of course. But game states have just become a lot faster, which means that more aggressive decks are prioritized. And speaking of, we get to see Z Crimlet's Herald Claymore, and it seems like he will be bringing the Wagner variant of the deck.
Yeah, so I mean, Kevin Z brought this during the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament, and if you look at that tag there, it says Kevin Z Believer. So obviously the Z in Z Crimlet must stand for Kevin Z Believer.
It has to, right?
Kevin Z Crimlet.
So any player out there whose name starts with a Z is the follower of the Kevin Z religion.
Yes, I guess, you know, the Honored One has started his own group here because Z Crimlet Believer, so many players at the live tournaments have actually shouted Kevin Z out, so I believe it for one. But here is Dio's list. This has been such a joy to watch, you know, this Pyro Lecter making its first time appearance at a competitive event like this. And I mean, it's Overload with Manifestation, right?
Yeah, I think Enjo would be very happy to know that he gets a chance to show up here on the big stage. And we've already seen this deck in action once or twice, but it is very similar in the sense that you want to be able to take advantage of Bennett's burst to empower units like the Manifestation, who already deal quite a lot of damage on their own. And the Lecter has similar mechanics to characters like Herald and Ice Cube, where they can tank damage, but also dish it out quite well.
Yeah, but here is the pre-match data for Z Crimlet, maxing out that stack on the average card draw rounds 1 through 3, 21 cards in 3 rounds. It's actually quite a bit. I mean, drawing out basically your entire deck by round 3 is nothing to scoff at, right?
Being able to do that is very impressive, of course, but we are seeing a lot more of that recently because there's so many tools and utilities being added in terms of card draw, in terms of dice generation, that compared to the past where it would take a very long time for you to draw out your deck, you're able to see it happen a lot faster.
I'm just noticing the average rounds being 3.8. That's actually rather long, and yet it's like one of the lowest points on that graph. So I think Chikuwa is really maxing that stat out because that should actually be on the longer end. But here's Dio's stats. 3.6 on average round set, slightly shorter than Z Crimlet. Yeah.
Otherwise, the stats don't look too different.
Not
like,
too different.
He has less card draw overall than Z Crimlet, but not by too much, just about 4 cards. And like what you mentioned, right, average rounds on 3 point something is actually on the lower end of the spectrum in this tournament, because we are seeing players play a little bit of mid-range here and there. Even on aggro decks, we're seeing them prolong things to make sure characters aren't picked off. And then we have players like Chikuwa who are single-handedly increasing the runtime of the entire tournament.
But I mean, this should be going very fast for this match 1 of this 3rd set of the day. Z Crimlet, the Kevin Z Believer, up against Dio, the underdog. It will be Free Swirl against Overload. And yeah, so Z Crimlet did take top 4 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament last year. He has some other placements in the Catskills Gathering tournaments as well as making top 6 of the Asia Invitational. Meanwhile, Dio does have placements, but in comparison to the rest of the top 4, he's a rather newer player. I think that underdog tag is actually very fitting, though I would argue he's more of a dark horse.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from there. But without further ado, looks like we're going to be jumping into game number 1. Now, as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is an upper bracket match. So one of these players will be guaranteed an instant spot in the grand finals and a guaranteed top 2 finish.
I mean, regardless of who wins or loses here, both of these players will be playing something tomorrow. So we're just going to have to see how the cards draw. Also, Z Crimlet, our cardiac contender, already having 153 pulls. That is incredible. By the way, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. If you head on over there, you can figure out how to enter it. There will be 2 winners per match, 1,000 Primo Gems each. So just a shout out to that. Also, make sure you're following our socials here to stay up to date with all of our news, just in case we have any more live events coming up later.
Yeah, we've got plenty of stuff going on, so you guys do not want to miss it. And of course, the raffle is ongoing as well. So plenty of things to look forward to, but for now it does look like we're going to have priority on Dio's side and immediately skilling on Bennett. Both players going to be starting off on pretty classic openings, Bennett and Herald respectively. And Z Crimlet does have the tools to potentially do some floating, though maybe having all 2 weapons in hand already means that Wagner doesn't have as much value.
I do think Dio acted quite fast there, going for that Bennett skill. Dio's probably going to go for Vanarana Lieben Pass, if I had to guess, judging by those dice. I mean, you could make a case for playing Strat, but that's my prediction. As for Z Crimlet, did play Countdown there, and the Lieben indicates that he should be passing 3 dice over, but yeah, Wagner.
Wagner gonna pull that final weapon out. Surprisingly, despite having 2 weapons very early on, the last one was Will's Gravestone. So Wagner still having value here by being able to guarantee that that is the weapon he's able to grab. And actually going to be able to end a round with turn priority as well by feeding those final 2 dice to Lieben.
That's so interesting. So Z Crimlet taking one of those dice from Lieben and using it to equip Herald Talent. Only 2 dice are going to be passed to Lieben. I guess he is prioritizing that Curse of the Undercurrent just in case Dio is able to proc that revive right now. Of course, we know Dio's probably going to go for Vana Lieben Pass, but Z Crimlet doesn't know that. You know, Dio sitting on 5 dice there. But yeah, Wagner very important here because Wolf's Gravestone is the weapon you really want out.
If you may not have noticed earlier, Dio actually looked at the camera and did a shrug motion. He was straight up motioning to us watching here. And yes, like you predicted, it is going to be the Lieben Vanarana Pass, so not going to play into Crimlet's Herald Talent. And that is actually a really good response as well, because by doing so, you are making it so that Z Crimlet kind of wasted his Lieben ramp for nothing.
Dio drawing that Passing of Judgment. Some players choose to play that Judgment early on in order to basically cripple their opponent round 2 in a match like this that is very fast-paced from both sides. It's something we could see unless Z Crimlet knowingly plays all of his event cards now to play around that Judgment. I mean, this is open decklist conquest format, so all these players know what is in the composition of each other's decks. They are keeping track of everything played, so there's a possibility Z Crimlet already going for that strategize as well, but maybe we'll see that Judgment this round.
Yeah, that information is going to be very useful overall. I'm not too sure if Dio wants to use the Judgment just yet. When you are up against Herald Claymore, this, while still considered an aggro deck, is going to be a little bit slower. You will oftentimes really see things kick off around round 3. And that also depends on whether or not you're able to get the swirl started from the Herald into Sayu initially. Though it looks like Z Crimlet not going to be going for that line, instead going over to Chongyun.
There is the strategize from Dio, drawing out an egg and leave it to me, second copy of that. I really don't think that is what he was looking for. Honestly, looking at Dio's hand now, he has the dice, but not the cards. Nothing there is really, really going to be helping him here. You really want Bennett Talent.
Yeah, Bennett Talent going to be quite important for Dio on round 2. You usually want to have that. If not in your starting hand, then ideally drawn at this stage. Because with the amount of dice that Dio was able to get at this stage with Lieben Vanarana, there is no doubt that he has enough to get Bennett burst out. But without that talent card, it does reduce its effectiveness quite a bit.
See Crimlet swapping away from Chongyun onto Herald, not wanting to go for that skill onto Chongyun because that will put the lightning rod onto him, and basically Dio can just go for a one-hit KO because with a lightning rod, manifestation skill does 3 base, +1, +2 from overload, and then Pyro-Res is in that deck. Of course, we know Dio doesn't have it, but the threat would be there. You really don't want Chongyun falling that early, so Crimlet kind of forced to swap stall right now. I wonder how Dio's going to respond, because do you go for Bennett first with that talent?
It is actually a very interesting sort of situation, because now that I think about it, the reason that Crimlet switched to Chongyun there to tank the second proc of Bennett's skill was actually because Bennett's skill does 3 damage, but his burst does 2 damage. So if Dio had gone for what Crimlet would have expected to be the usual line and bursted there, it actually would not have lethaled Herald. So I think he was playing around those HP breakpoints a little bit. But Dio, like you mentioned, unfortunately does not have Bennett talent. Gonna play Countdown, try to pull it out, does not get it. Ends up burning a card.
Look at his reaction too. He's laughing at himself because he knows, like, what did he just do? Did he miscount? He did. He burned I haven't lost yet. That is actually, I feel like, a very crucial card in a deck like this. But I guess Bennett's burst is already ready to go, and Pyrolector and Manifestation bursts don't come up that often, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah, both Dio and Crimlet reacted at the same time there. Dio realizing, whoops, I miscounted, and Crimlet realizing, why did he miscount? But honestly, out of everything, I think of Burning I Haven't Lost Yet is one of the better cards for Dio to have lost. Compared to something like Quick Swap or Woven or Pyro Res or like Lotus, Leave It To Me, while useful, doesn't have as much value in this particular matchup, I feel.
Abyss Lecter's Revive has not been popped yet, but Herald's has. And that Lightning Rod is on Crimlet's Herald, but also Curse the Undercurrent is on Dio's side now because of that talent activating. But looks like Dio is going to play that Woven to pass through Vanarana just to not overdraw. He's sitting at 8 cards right now. You go over 10, you're gonna keep burning. That's not a mistake Dio wants to make again. Crimlet going for this Golden House. What's he gonna equip?
So Crimlet does have a double Gilded, even double Golden House in hand. The Dunyarzad play is a bit strange.
It's fine. So I think that Crimlet is going to pass that one Omni through Lieben to proc Lieben, and then he's going to draw 4 cards. So he has to play enough cards to draw up to 10 and not burn anything like Dio just did with Countdown.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
That is a fair point, because he has no other companions in hand to play Dunyarzad with, so it's a little bit of an awkward situation. But yeah, it is meant to make sure that you don't overdraw, and does actually play Sack Sword on Sayu, so potentially saving Gravestone for Chongyun.
Or, I mean, you could always Blur Princess and replace later, but it is definitely an interesting line to take. Sack Greatsword will refund 1 Animo Dice to Sayu when she uses her elemental skill, so it's just a really good value card, but it does not have that Wolf's Gravestone breakpoints, right? 6 HP or under, you do 2 additional damage on top of the +1 with Wolf's Gravestone, so it's only just a +1 damage across the board, so kind of trading dice generation for damage there.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't match up to the value that Will's Greystone brings to the deck, because adding 3 potential damage when a character is below 6 HP is ridiculously powerful, and honestly why this deck is constructed in the first place. Yes, Sack Sword provides you dice generation, but it doesn't nearly provide as much aggressive pressure, and is mainly just in the deck so that you have 3 different weapons for Wagner.
Dio's turn to go, though. Does have Fast Swap and the ability to take out Herald. However, there's no gamblers or anything. I almost wonder, do you even want to? I guess we're going to go for it. There's one of the Leave It To Me's going down. It is a Fast Swap over to Manifestation, and honestly, normal attack will do it.
Yeah, normal attack is more than enough here. And this is fine from Dio. Getting rid of the Herald right now is going to make their life a lot easier as well, because there is only a single piece of Hydro application currently on Enjo. So there is no risk of Sayu coming in and swirling Hydro to the other characters. There's no risk of Manifestation being frozen, and he is still at full HP, not to mention with the Lotus being played. this manifestation is completely safe to take out Herald right now.
That Lotus generating an electro die from Chef Mao. Oh, there's the judgment that I was talking about. Looks like it's going to come down this round. You were right that it didn't come up last round, but round 3 is a very crucial round for both of these decks. So Dio is going to be shutting down anything Z Crimlet can try to do with event cards. However, we look at Z Crimlet's hand. There's only one event card there. Granted, War Princess is pretty important.
Yeah, Boar Princess is pretty important, but what Dio is playing this Passing of Judgment to deny is going to be hyper magic combos, things like Liar Song, like Boar Princess, and other things that could enable characters to easily equip weaponry and start pushing out a lot of pressure. Like you said, Z Crimlet only has Boar Princess in hand. That's the only thing that will be affected by Passing of Judgment, so it's not going to hurt as much. But what does hurt is the fact that he doesn't have those action cards to play on this round, because double gilded with only the golden houses to discount it off of means that they're not gonna get as many actions as they would love to have this round.
You can't really Boar Princess and equip a different weapon, but what you could do is play Timaeus for a 0-cost gilded, which is still some dice generation there. I mean, it's +1.
I mean, +1 is still better than nothing. What is unfortunate for Dio's side is the fact that Bennett's talent is still not coming out of the deck. And by now, Z Crimlet should be recognizing that fact, because otherwise Dio would have totally Bennett bursted at some point already. So Gio's just going to be switching between characters, making sure that none of the characters drop below that Wolf's Greystone threshold, just in case Z Crimlet does end up replacing the weapon at some point.
You know, I was talking with the players earlier, and I mentioned to Dio with some of the other players around that I think he inherited Tang's luck from the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament, because he's had some high rolls in,
that is true.
You know, in day 1, and he actually laughed at that. I think he liked that joke, but this game not looking like a Tang high roll for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, not really getting the things that he needs, that Bennett talent most of all. I can't really remember the full deck list and whether or not he has cards to be able to pull it out like Storm Terror, but I don't remember seeing it.
I don't think so. This deck doesn't run a lot of value like that. But he should be drawing into it at some point. As for Z Crimlet, having so many dice at his disposal, but not being able to go for a second action here with Boar Princess. Actually, no, he already played Timaeus and one of the gilded.
Things are actually perfectly fine here. In fact, Z Crimlet is looking very comfortable, because without Bennett Burst, Dio loses a lot of the early pressure that this deck wants to play off of. And because he ended up spending dice to take out Abyss Herald when Curse of the Undercurrent was already applied, which means that Herald really doesn't need to do too much more, that means that Dio is actually kind of stuck in an awkward spot. Z Crimlet is able to quite freely attack here, even finally pulling out that Wolf's Gravestone to play for free. And yeah, this is going to hurt quite a lot.
This is going to pack quite the punch, tuning away the other weapon to go for this Sayu Swirl. There goes Pyro Abyss Lecter's Revive, and the follow-up attack is going to be taking out either Bennett or Lecter. This is not looking good for Dio at the moment. However, I guess the silver lining is that Sayu does have that lightning rod on her, so Z Crimlet's gonna have to be careful going into next round.
I think that is perfectly fine though. Sayu is still at full HP. Once the next round comes around, Passing of Judgment will be gone, so he'll be able to use his utility tools once again. And because Dio doesn't have any dice left, Enjo is going to be the one that needs to tank this hit, which means that the Lecter will immediately be removed from play.
Yeah, I mean, Dio probably going to have to be forced to sacrifice his Pyro Abyss Lecter here. Just, you don't really want Bennett to go down without using Burst, and Manifestation is probably your biggest source of damage dealing right now. You want those overload reactions. Not having Electro would be really painful. You want to be able to take out Sayu with that reaction. So I mean, Dio can't even generate any dice to pass the turn, but it will just be a Sweet Madame onto Bennett.
making sure that Bennett's topped up a little bit more. Ideally, Dio would want a bit more healing because both Bennett and Manifestation are still below that Wolf's Gravestone threshold. And if Z Crimlet, oh, that Gamblers. That is unfortunate.
I think this is fine though, because you know that breakpoint is really important. The Sweet Madame healing Bennett from 5 to 6 means that you can't swing with the normal attack on Sayu to take Bennett out, so it still takes 2 actions to remove Bennett. That is good enough for now. I think healing above 6 isn't actually going to fix those breakpoints anymore, because 1 hit with Wolf's Gravestone will bring it into Gravestone range regardless. So I think the Sweet Madame was perfect. This Lotus is going to be pretty...
It'll help.
It'll help.
It will add another potential action onto Z Crimlet to actually remove Bennett. Dio still has not been able to pull his talent. This is now the time where he genuinely has to consider whether or not you just pop it without the talent card. And it really does lose a lot of value without it.
So is that 2-cost food there egg? I believe it is, right? I think there is egg in Dio's deck. What if you played egg on Pyrolector and fast swap the Pyrolector skilled, and then you sacrifice Pyrolector, go over to Manifestation, Pyro-Res skill with Gamblers?
Pyro-Res skill, that is true. Hold on. If you were to revive Pyrolector, that would be 2 dice. You go over. You would need to switch, that would be, so you would need like 3 dice, then you cost 6 dice to do the skill, which does 3 damage, applies 1 pyro to Sayu, after which you need a 4th dice. No, not a 4th dice if Z Crimlet doesn't attack.
So Curse of the Undercurrent is on Dio's side, so every skill is going to cost 4 or more. So I'm actually not even sure that Dio has the dice for that. We'll be tooting away that Gamblers. Looks like we're just going to be applying Pyro now. And yeah, Sayu is actually within range of a Manifestation skill with Pyro-Res, I think.
Yeah, this is potentially quite painful. We already know that Manifestation skill will do 3 damage. Base +1 from Lightning Rod, then +2 from Overload, and then plus another 3, which would be exactly 9 damage. Tasayu would be within range, which is quite dangerous. Looks like Z Crimlet also recognizes the possibility of that. Actually gonna quick swap over to Chong Yun, so he has the opportunity to freeze Bennett. And if a quick swap into Manifestation happens and Chong Yun gets a lethal, then Sayu can come in and start whacking.
And very importantly, that Lightning Rod is moving from Sayu onto Chong Yun, so a skill will go from Manifestation onto Chong Yun, not Sayu. That is kind of scary considering I think Sayu's the one you really want to take out. I mean, Chong Yun can sweep himself.
Chung can do a lot of damage, but Z Crimlet has already committed Wolf's Gravestone onto Sayu, and unlike the previous variation of Herald Claymore where you run 2 Wolf's Gravestones for both characters, you don't have that here, and Egg does get played.
Yeah, there is the egg bringing back the Pyrolector for the 2nd time, and it will be a swap on over to him. But I mean, Z Crimlet swapping over to Sayu, has that Gamblers in hand, has so much dice generation. You have at least 2 actions here. I really think that Z Crimlet is going to be able to take this one home. Dio ending, passing that Electro Dice forward, and here we go. Golden Troop
on Sayu
to play Boar Princess. You don't have to deal with Judgment, so you can play that Boar Princess and go for a replace with Gilded. You already have a Boar Princess stack.
Yeah, Z Crimlet still has Boar Princess, still has Gilded, still has Liar Song. So he's gonna play all of that right now to generate a ton of dice value. And there is a possibility that Z Crimlet could end right here. Like, with Gamblers, he's going to be able to generate a lot of dice. Yeah, I think Z Crimlet wins.
This is going to be 3 actions. So this Gamblers refresh is going to bring Z Crimlet up to 6 dice. You can skill 2 more times on Sayu. It does not matter what Dio does here, unfortunately, because, I mean, 1 hit to either Bennett or Manifestation will bring them down in range to be taken out on the next skill. We're going to Bennett, but this is not going to do anything. -3, the next prepared skill is going to take Bennett out. There was Bennett.
And there's still another follow-up attack coming, so Manifestation's gonna take a hit. And even if you survived it, Crimlet has more than enough dice to follow up after that.
Oh, ending with the Sayu burst. There it is. Crimlet taking game 1.
Crimlet beautifully played right there and demonstrating to us why he is one of the veterans of the Genshin TCG scene, claiming game number 1 in very quick and easy fashion.
Stay hydrated, Crimlet. I mean, as expected of the Kevin Z believer, bringing Kevin Z's deck to the Pacific Prince Cup tournament and performing super well with it. Game 1 already over here, and I do believe we're gonna have our raffle winners here in a moment as well, as you know, along with Crimlet winning that game. But yeah, what a game 1.
I think it was really wonderfully played right there, and a little bit of luck did end up playing into it because Dio not drawing that Bennett talent at all throughout the entire game really made it difficult for him to actually play for that.
Yeah, but we have our raffle winners finally, so if you see your UAD down below, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each. Congratulations! And if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into our next Primo Gem raffle. So every single game you see today will have 2 raffle winners. We've already had 2 sets go to game 5 today, haven't we, Staffa?
We have. In fact, I think out of all of the matches we've had here in the knockout stage so far, only 1 series has not gone to a game 5. So we've been having really, really close matches all throughout.
So many Primo Gem raffles.
I'm sure you guys are enjoying it. Hopefully, you've been finding this entire tournament entertaining. We've heard that you guys have been actually scanning those QR codes and giving feedback as well. So thank you very much for everyone who's been doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much for submitting your feedback. I mean, of course, everything matters. You have your voice be heard. Tell us what you like and dislike. We definitely appreciate, you know, your feedback because it helps us improve what we're doing here. We love to bring these live events to you. We love seeing our players, you know, perform so well and have a lot of fun here, and we love it when you guys have fun too watching us. So yeah, thank you so much for leaving your comments.
But with that, it means that Crimlet already being able to start off with pretty strong momentum for themselves. Definitely a quicker game than we've been seeing today as well, since there's no stall really being played between these 2 players. So hopefully that is the trend going forward, because I'm still a big fan of these more aggressive plays. I think it's a lot cooler.
You know, I was talking to Crimlet before these matches, and he's someone that, you know, follows the meta and tweaks it to his own preference. He actually dislikes aggressive type decks because they rely so much on getting 3 aligned dice. Like, it relies too much on dice rolls. He prefers decks that don't rely on dice rolls, that you can fix your dice more like combo, hyper magic, etc. But yeah, I mean, speaking of which, we're going to be going into this game 2. Will be Kuki Nali, is that what we're calling it? Finale 2.0 up against the Dio's Pyro Lecter Overload deck yet again, running it back. So, I mean, Crimlet is running an aggro deck, even though he says he dislikes them.
Sometimes you gotta make peace with your enemies, right? Like, sometimes you gotta make sure that you're able to understand every single deck archetype and you're able to bring them to bear in their fullest form so that you're going to be able to counteract anything that comes at you. And I think this is going to be an interesting matchup as well, because compared to Herald Claymore, the Finale 2.0 deck, it does operate on a slightly faster aggressive scale.
It definitely does, except instead of official, we've been calling it Finale 2.0 because during the Asia Invitational, we were both casting actually. This deck called Finale was very popular. For official, Na for Nahida, Lee for Linny, and this is basically Finale 2.0 because that's Kuki Shinobu instead of official, but she normally has her talent card with her, which triggers a revive every single round. So basically, she has better survivability than official. A trend recently has been bringing characters that have those revives, like Pyrolector, like Herald, like Kuki Shinobu. They have taken the meta by storm. I mean, Herald even phasing out Mona, who used to be very popular as well. So it's essentially the same deck, but it has a different anchor.
Yeah, it's definitely a trend where we're seeing a lot of these characters that have the ability to revive come in, because it's a very easy way of countering characters that rely on very slow but very powerful one-hit KOs. But interestingly enough, in the Finale 2.0 deck, there are players that don't bring Cookie talent. Zcrimlet not being one of them, he does have one copy of that, as well as the usual companion engine, and even Chef Mao, who has been making a bit of a resurgence once again.
Well, I mean, Cookie Shinobu has more utility than just her talent. Of course, you bring that Veteran's Visage so you can generate Electro Die with Cookie's skill. And also, I mean, basically you swap and heal a character who's taken a lot of damage. So you can draw cards that way, you can generate dice that way with that Veteran's Visage mechanic. But, I mean, Zcrimlet does take Cookie Shinobu's talent, does seem to find it valuable. I think it helps your survivability a lot.
The reason why some other players don't tend to bring Cookie talent in this deck is because it does operate very aggressively. And when you have aggro decks, usually every single card you bring is meant to promote that aggression. Cookie's talent usually only comes into play a little later into the game when Cookie is able to use her burst, as well as kind of rely on that continuous revive potential. So Zcrimlet bringing it means that he wants to increase his options just in case the deck isn't successful in closing out the game in the first couple rounds.
I mean, in Finale, I believe Linny used to be the anchor. That was his deck. He was the star of the show. You'd often go from Fischl skill into Nahida skill, burst. That is the line you normally take. I think you follow a very similar line with Finale 2.0 because you start with Cookie Shinobu, you skill, you swap to Nahida, skill, burst, and then ideally you go over to Linny after that, and he should clean things up, but that's not always the case, so having that Cookie Shinobu talent definitely helps you. It's much easier to get Cookie's burst off than Fischl's because Fischl's is 3 energy.
Yeah, and it does make it easier for you to get those quickens out as well, because you have a little bit more control over when that Electro is applied compared to Oz, for example. But on the other side, we do have Dio's deck. This deck can have a lot of damage potential. I think we already see the potential threat with Zcrimlet having to kind of play around it to make sure his characters weren't really at risk. But once he realized that Bennett talent was not available, it really reduced the overall pressure that it could apply. So going into game number 2, let's hope that Dio is going to be able to pull that out when he needs it.
You know, Dio doing some cooking with this deck. We have not seen a deck like this with Pyrolector ever, I think. I mean, Bennett and Thunder Manifestation are a core in and of themselves. They used to be more popular together before Manifestation and Bennett both kind of fell off the radar, but Dio really bringing this core back, especially with Angel, our Pyrolector. I really like this deck. I think it's fun. I mean, it's overload like Sino, but
yeah, I think looking at this deck, the concept of it has some similarities to the very common pairing of Manifestation with Signora. Because while Lecter doesn't quite operate in that same way, he has the revive mechanic, so he is able to tank some damage. He has a bit more front-loaded damage compared to Signora, but we have to remember that when he does get revived, he gets a buff that increases all of his pyro damage after that permanently. So I think he takes a position of someone you can switch to tank some damage here and there, and then act as a secondary anchor once you get later into the game.
A lot like Hydro Herald, right?
Yes.
But Pyro. But here we go. This is game 2 of this third set of the day, beginning Zcrimlet versus Dio. And, I mean, so 3 games wins a set, right? So Zcrimlet could be on his way to taking the entire set already if he wins this game, right?
Well, it's a little bit early to say that. We've already witnessed a reverse sweep happen earlier today.
That was a reverse sweep.
So we can't exactly put all our eggs in that basket, but we can cheer for the players, and that's what's going to happen as we jump into game number 2.
Yes, and just a reminder, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. So if you head on over there, you can receive instructions on how to enter for 1,000 Primo Gems each. There will be 2 winners every match, so you better hope these sets go to Game 5 as they have for the first half when Staffan and I weren't casting, because that's how you get more raffles.
Let's have a look at the dice rolls here. Dio, okay, gonna be able to get an okay amount of dice here. Z Crimlet also has a good amount to work with. Z Crimlet definitely had a nicer starting hand as well, having a double Dunyazard, pulling into Liben, Chef Mao, and Timaeus. So this is basically the perfect round 1 ramp, not to mention having veterans in the starting hand and top decking a Gilded off of Timaeus.
Z Crimlet rolling up to this match with the entire squad of friends. Look at all of those companions. Not even running Friendship Eternal in this deck, but might as well be.
That is the companion engine right there. Dunyazard hadn't been popular for a little while because a lot of players were playing different engines like Hyper Magic that even forego food and things like Lumenstone with Treasure. So she didn't really have any space. But now that all of those engines have been nerfed, we are seeing the rise of these old cores where decks used to be built around.
Yeah, I mean, double Chef Mao with a lot of food for dice generation is a very classic archetype in Genius Invocation TCG, and it has been making an emergence as elements of Hyper Magic have taken a hit, such as Lumenstone being at 3 unaligned now. But here we go, leaving 3 dice to Lieben for both these players. Let's see what we draw going into round 2.
Dio definitely did not have as good as an opening hand compared to Crimlet, only having that White Glove and Liben to play as a form of ramp. And because he wanted to make sure he had turn priority to maintain his control over the flow of the game, he actually ended up having to float 5 dice, only 3 of which were caught by Liben.
Wait, I missed that. He floated 5 dice?
Yes, so 3 of those were taken by Liben, and then the other 2 were just thrown away.
Okay, so he ramped 3 of them. Okay, I was really worried for a moment there, but looks like, you know, Dio wanting this turn priority has 4 food cards in hand though, and no Bennett talent yet again. It's still not looking great, especially since Z Crimlet can just overload Bennett off.
Yeah, ideally with this turn priority, Dio should switch to another character, which he does to avoid that overload. Eleni is still a character that is going to do quite a lot of damage, and we've already seen how painful the overload reaction can be on its own.
Oh, you know, Z Crimlet with the double Dunyazad could play Chef Mao and Sweet Madame on Cookie Shinobu and generate 2 dice from that, giving him 12 overall. And then if he swaps over to Cookie Shinobu, after that, he would draw a card from the second Veteran's Visage proc. I mean, that Lightning Rod is on Cookie Shinobu, so maybe you actually do something on Linny to pull it off, though. Oh, it's a Lotus on Linny. Okay.
Yeah, most likely he intends to attack, Yep.
Drawing that Lightning Rod away from Cookie Shinobu, no overload today, and putting it onto Linny. So now whenever Manifestation goes for a skill this round, it will target Linny even if he's off field.
And that is a very important thing to note, because if Dio did have something like Quick Swap or Pyro Resonance, then you could actually just immediately go over the Manifestation and Lethal Cookie on the spot. You want to make sure that you want to make sure that Lightning Rod is taken off, so that cannot happen.
So actually, Z Crimlet probably knows that Dio does not have a fast swap in hand, now that you mention that, because that would have already been something that Dio did. You could have fast swapped away from Bennett and went for a Manifestation skill right off the bat, because it would have done 3 + 1 from Lightning Rod + 2 from Overload. It would have immediately lethal Cookie Shinobu.
So Z Crimlet should be able to more freely switch around with their characters here. And considering that there is already elemental application onto 2 of Dio's characters, if Dio does decide to go over the Manifestation anyway, then Z Crimlet can very easily do a swap to apply Electro with Cookie's skill. And if he switches over to Nahida, sets up very nicely to get those seeds and the catalyzing field going.
Yep, and just as you say that, there we go. We're on to Nahida, and Sanctifying Ring does heal Cookie Shinobu up to 7, generating an Electro Dice from the first proc of Veteran's Visage, and the Electro damage overloads Pyrolector onto Thunder Manifestation. But, I mean, now that Dio is on Thunder Manifestation, do you go for that skill on Lenny?
If Dio had a Pyro Res in hand, they actually would have enough damage to lethal Linny as well. That's just how painful it would be overall.
Wait,
yeah.
No, there's is that Tandoori in hand? Tandoori plus calling in for cleanup.
You're right, yeah.
Gamblers, you could actually lethal Linny right here and now if you're Dio.
3 damage plus 1 from Lightning Rod plus 2
There's Woven
from Overload plus 2 from Tandoori is 9 damage. Dio can actually take out Linny in standby right now.
I think Dio played that Woven for time. He's really calcing this line. He's thinking, is this what he wants to do? That Lotus on Linny might not have been enough. There's the Gamblers on Thunder Manifestation. There's the Tandoori Chicken. Oh no, here's the call-in for cleanup.
Zikrimlet's smiling. He knows that, oh, Linny is dead. There's nothing I can do about it. And that's going to be really big. With the Gambler's proc, he will get an additional action on top of this as well.
This is a little bit dicey for Zikrimlet now, but he's just going to go for Nihita skill as he planned to before. So he swapped over here, but I mean, those Hydro Dice are not really agreeing with him. But he could. He could. I haven't lost yet burst.
I haven't lost yet burst is a possibility, and it would give him enough dice to use Adeptus as well. I think that's the one that he has in his hand. But
it is Adeptus.
Because of the dice, it would require tuning quite a lot of cards to do so.
I mean, you don't go for Adeptus Burst here because it's only going to do 7. Nihita's Burst is base 4. And Adeptus is +3, so without that Quicken, it actually won't take out Manifestation. But we are going to be playing I Haven't Lost Yet and tuning for a Burst.
Oh, they do decide to go for the burst here. Not gonna commit the Adeptus because, as you mentioned, even with that, it would not be enough to lethal Manifestation, so it would be a bit of a waste. Instead, getting Nahita's burst set up to increase reaction damage going forward will be pretty useful because Dio still hasn't been able to pop that Bennett burst, so there's not gonna be a lot of healing out. Ooh. And the other characters on his field are actually dropping quite low.
Okay, so it is a swap onto Cookie Shinobu, a Sweet Madame onto her to draw a card, and drawing that quick swap out. I'm not sure if that's what Zikrimlet was looking for. I think you really want Cookie Talent, but that Overload is going to send Dio's Manifestation actually away because of Seeds Esconda. I did not catch that.
Yeah, the Seeds add that extra damage, and a lot of the time you do kind of forget it exists. And Manifestation is meant to be the main anchor of this deck, so with that gone, Dio will have to depend on the other 2 characters to do most of the damage, which isn't too much of a problem. Bennett actually hurts quite a lot. If Enjo gets his passive popped as well, he actually does hit pretty hard, doing 4 damage on every skill. But Zikrimlet going to be staying on Cookie right now because now that there is no Manifestation, it's going to be a lot harder to proc Overload.
Yeah, Dio's main damage dealer gone. Of course, Bennett can definitely solo on.
Yeah, it is actually hard to say that Zikrimlet has completely won here yet as well, because Linny does still represent quite a good amount of his damage, and if Dio is able to position himself correctly, he can avoid a lot of the reaction damage that will be coming at him by tanking it on Enjo, who hasn't lost his revive yet, but that means that a lot of care has to be taken going forward.
So the question is, does Zikrimlet go for a skill here on Cookie Shinobu? I don't think there's anything that would immediately take her out now that Manifestation is gone. I do think that Dio runs Egg in the bottom deck, if I remember right.
Yeah, he does have an Egg in there somewhere. Zikrimlet just needs to do one sort of skill. It can be skill, it can be normal attack. He just wants to build up burst on Cookie Shinobu. He doesn't have talent yet, but I think he wants to use it for damage instead. I don't actually think he's in a position where he really needs to rely on the revive mechanic.
This is so bad for Dio though. Look at those dice. 3 Anemo, 2 Geo, and you want to go for Bennett first. You don't even have talent. This is Dio's luck from day one, running really low, I think. Also, I believe the reason why Zikrimlet went for a normal attack on Cookie Shinobu there is because if she's skilled, I believe at 6 health, she would take that 2 piercing damage.
That is true, yeah. Zikrimlet doesn't need to risk that right now. Refreshing the ring would be nice, but it is not actually necessary. So preserving HP in this position is a higher value play comparatively.
But it is Dio's turn. I think he's trying to decide if he tunes everything and goes for a Bennett burst even without talent. I feel like he was in a very similar situation last game and he went for it, and it really, I mean, he was in a corner at that point. He's in a corner at this point as well.
Yeah, I think both players do still have lifelines they can play around. If Dio is able to find a Bennett talent within the next round, he can definitely still win. Because the highest damage character on Zikrimlet's side right now, Nahida, isn't really able to take the field due to the fact that she has the final remaining Electro application in the game.
Yeah, but there goes Zikrimlet going for a normal attack on Kuki Shinobu. Dio's Pyrolector revive getting procced, and I mean that pyro damage bonus is going to be coming in, but I still don't think it's going to be threatening Zikrimlet's Kuki. He's pretty content just sitting here going for normal attacks.
It actually also means that Dio can no longer stay on Enjo because Kuki's burst without Adeptus does exactly 4 damage. So Enjo would get lethal here, thus you either have to heal him up a little bit more or you need to switch over to Bennett, which it's still not really the time.
The timer almost ran out there, tuning that Sweet Madame, going for a normal attack. Does 2 damage now because of the buff.
Yeah, the buff from the revive adds 1 pyro damage permanently to the pyro lector. So that's why that does 2 damage. But yeah, Zikrimlet is going to burst here, equips the gamblers, gets that all set up. And Dio is now in a world of trouble.
A world of trouble indeed. I mean, if Zikrimlet swaps over here, it's going to deal 1 electro damage with Sanctifying Ring. And then a skill from Nahida will do 2 base plus 1 plus another 1 from Seeds proccing, bringing Bennett down to 2. I wonder, do you even go to Nahida at this point?
You can now, since Dio has already ended his turn. And that is going to do a good amount of damage. 3 plus 1 from Quicken, doing 4. Getting that capitalizing field stack. Doing an extra from the Seed. And the Summon will also drop him down to 1 HP. So Zikrimlet is basically guaranteed to come out on top.
Yeah, using Sweet Madame on Kuki Shinobu to generate an Electro Dice with... no, it was a Pyro. Wait, there's a Bennett talent.
Here it is.
It wasn't Electro Dice, it was actually Pyro Dice from Chef Mao. Swap back on over to Kuki Shinobu. Just playing it totally safe, but the Judgment and Bennett talent for Dio coming way too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, did you know Bennett's burst is called Fantastic Voyage? Because I'm pretty sure that's where it was.
It went on a fantastic voyage.
It sure did.
It finally found its way home back into Dio's hand. Oh no.
Like you mentioned, this is definitely way too late. Even with Passing of Judgment, Grimlet isn't going to need any action cards to finish this off. There is no way Bennett is going to be able to take out either Kuki or Nahida. The burst will come out, heal him just a little bit. But Grimlet does have a quick swap, so he can very easily go back to Nahida and just do 3 damage.
Kuki Shinobu talent also came way too late for Zikrimlet. Not that he needed it at this point, but yeah, I think if you're Zikrimlet, you're just going to end on Kuki Shinobu and do a whole bunch of normal attacks, because why not?
Zikrimlet doesn't even need to do this. Again, he had a quick swap. He could have just gone to Nahida, and she does enough damage to one-shot Bennett.
Not with Judgment. You do have to slow swap.
Oh, yeah. You're right. So Passing of Judgment does cancel something, but it is fine. Zikrimlet going to take 2 games in a row.
And so quickly, too. I feel like we just got on the caster's desk, Staffa, and 2 games are already down. If Zikrimlet takes a 3rd, he will be taking set 3 and advancing to the grand finals. Of course, this is the upper bracket final, so whoever wins this set will actually be advancing to that finals match where, I mean, you could be dueling it out for 16,000 USD and the champion title. So
An easy grand final slot is what every single player is going to be aiming for, and the best way to do that is through that upper bracket. So Zcrimlet currently at match point in a really, really good spot for himself, but we've already seen players falter in this position in the past, so he's still gonna make sure that he is vigilant.
I mean, we do. Whoever loses here does drop in the lower bracket, is not out of the tournament just yet, so they do have 1 life left. We'll be playing tomorrow regardless, but we have our raffle winners down here below. Congratulations, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each. Thank you on over to the Answer Carnival YouTube if you'd like to enter into our next raffle. We will be going on to a Game 3, and 2 more winners will be announced on over there, but I mean, Game 3 could take it all for Zcrimlet. You said it was too early to say that last game, but look at where we are now.
Yeah, but again, we gotta make sure that we keep our wits about us, right? We never know what may happen. I think that this tournament so far has brought a lot of unexpected situations that no one could have predicted.
I mean, especially in the lower bracket, I'm honestly, like, I'm more than happy to be casting the upper bracket here with you, but the lower bracket matches today were so interesting. We were watching them over with the players earlier, and Chikuwa bringing Stall was so unexpected because Stall is not in a great place right now. I think he's the only one who's braved that and brought it here.
It is absolutely not a meta for Stall, which really speaks volumes to the strength of Chikuwa as a Stall player, just whittling down his opponents until they have no strength left to fight back. We're not going to see situations like that here. Both players have brought much quicker decks as all of their selections, and hopefully Dio will be able to come out on top.
Oh no. Okay, so Zcrimlet, of course, this is open deckless conquest format, so because he's won with the Sayu and Kuki Shinobu decks, he can no longer play them, will be on that Sign Overload deck with Chevreuse, and cannot play anything else for the rest of the set, but Dio is going to be running it back again 3 times in a row with that Pyro Lecter deck. And Dio does have to take a win on each one of his decks here, so he's going to have to win on this deck eventually, but there is something to be said about, you know, playing this deck 3 times in a row. It could be a bad sign.
I am definitely very impressed by Dio's confidence in the deck overall, bringing it 3 times in a row. We've seen a lot of other players who, when they've lost twice with a deck, will actually switch it up just to make sure they regain momentum. So sticking with this is risky, but I can definitely appreciate the bravery.
So I have to mention this because Zcrimlet has attacked Kevin Z Believer, but this is actually how Kevin Z lost to Ting in this same, I think it was the upper bracket final. No, it was day 1, never mind. But he lost to Ting, went 0-3 because he spammed the same deck 3 times in a row and never took a single win off with it.
I do remember that, yes. So it's gonna be hard to say, like, again, I do feel like there is potential in this deck. This, I guess if we call Zcrimlet's deck Sign Overload, then Dio's deck could be called Eng Overload. Eng Overload?
What?
What do you mean what? It's Enjo. It's Enjo Overload. Eng Overload.
But he's the it's Fire Station. You already what? Huh?
A Fire Station, I still remember, like, Fire Station was a little bit different in the past, right?
Well, a Fire Station, it's called Fire Station because it's double Pyro manifestation. So you can change out the Pyro characters and still have Fire Station.
Okay, you know what?
Right?
That's fine. They can be a separate naming. Either way, though, Sign Overload is one of the premier decks of the meta. Sino has gotten big buffs. Chevreuse works really well with him, along with Prospector's Drill as well. So if Dio needs to win against this deck 3 different times just in order to qualify to the grand finals, I think it's going to be a very tall order.
Yeah, Dio has to win with Eng Overload, or else it's Eng Over.
Yeah, he's got to be able to win this, otherwise he'll drop into the lower bracket, and then if he loses that one, then he will be on a fantastic voyage.
Anyway, here is Z Grimlet's Sign Overload deck with Shivrus. Shivrus being a new character in this patch. And I mean, the reason why she is being paired with Sino is because she has those overcharged balls, which is just a lot of pyro application that really didn't exist before. And it pairs so well with Sino because you can just have that pyro application on demand and then go for like a 10 damage overload reaction with Sino and just call it a day.
It is such a painful deck. I think our viewers have already gotten a really good look at Sign Overload overall, but there's just a lot of value built in. Prospector's Drill. A lot of people thought it was an interesting weapon when it first came out. Many people were wondering who is going to be able to use this, then realized that it worked perfectly with Sino, with Shivrus as a support, and we see Sign Overload was born, taking advantage of the talent, things like White Glove, Pyro, Resonance, to be able to hit a maximum of 15 total damage if the conditions are all met.
Z Grimlet said in his interview that his favorite characters are Linny and Lynette, and look at his support cards, Double Countdown, Double Tada. Of course, Tada has a lot of applications in this deck specifically because it can trigger that Prospector's Drill and discard the highest card in your deck, which you try to make it be the overcharged ball, then you have the pyro application go for that damage with Sino. But here is a reminder of Dio's, what are we calling this? Eng Overload, or is it Fire Station? I'll let you pick.
It's a variant of Fire Station called Eng Overload.
Okay.
We go with that. We can call it either way. It's fine. What matters is whether or not Dio can come out on top with it here, because otherwise we will be seeing our first clean sweep of the entire tournament in the upper bracket finals, which would be very unexpected.
It would be very unexpected, and I'm sure for those of you watching at home, you want more Primo Gem raffles, so I hope you're rooting for our underdog Dio here in this upper bracket final. I mean, just a reminder, whoever wins here goes to the grand finals. It is so exciting. There is so much on the line right now, and this is not the end of the line for either of these players. Actually, I do believe that both of them are feeling rather confident, at least Dio is. I heard from KDF Enkoe that day one, he was very relaxed and asked him to go swimming in the pool here.
We've definitely gotten a chance to test out the pool here at the hotel, the board as well. So I think it's very cool. I think it's nice that the players are feeling very comfortable about things, but we are definitely getting down to the wire. It is top 4. Competition is tighter than ever. So we'll find out if Game 3 is going to be where Dio makes their return, or if Z Grimlet will truly leave a mark on the competition.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out if it's Sign Over or Eng Over as we enter our Game 3 here. By the way, there is that QR code on screen, and you guys have sent in so much feedback to us already that I'm actually not going to be reminding you every so often about that QR code, but do note that it is there between the player cams. We'll send you to a feedback forum, and you can tell us what you think.
Oh.
Do you have anything to say?
Anything to say, huh?
Yeah, what are you thinking? I hear your tone of voice. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that if we want to prevent Dio from having a fantastic voyage, we gotta make sure that this is not ended over by manifesting some good luck.
No, it was a chain pun. Oh, we were gonna have a pun off, and I feel like Staffa is just dominating me in this. What is this? I need to step up my game.
No, so does Dio. Too soon?
Countdown to the show. This should just be Dea's skill. You know, I'm gonna handle the TCG gameplay if you're not, Staffa.
Okay. Let's jump back into this for now. Looking at the opening hand, Z Grimlet has a lot to start with already. He played Countdown, so he drew into... I'm not sure which of these he drew and which he started with, but he does have Liban, he's got Resonance, he's got... there's the Bennett Talent!
Oh, first time ever in this set. That is incredible. Wow, we are cheering on getting Bennett Talent. There's another Bennett Talent. Wow!
Now with Dio could just go back into the past and hand one of these to him in game 1 or 2, that would have changed a lot.
It's time for Dio to send Z Crimlet on a fantastic voyage.
Will they be able to? I guess we'll find out. Z Crimlet has already been able to start off pretty good. We're going to have the typical Dea start. Because he is going for the Dea start though, that means that Dio will need to worry about a little less pressure to start with. But since it did match with Countdown, it's still going to be difficult for Bennett to really get this burst out.
By the way, Z Crimlet's still taking the title of cardiac contender here. His heart rate has not gone below 130 this entire set.
It is interesting because some of the highest numbers that we've seen so far, we're not gonna count the nearly hitting 200 because I'm pretty sure that had to be incorrect. So like until now, the highest has been around 160-ish, I think. So Z Crimlet just kind of hovering a little bit below that at all times. Like, what does it mean, you know? Does it just mean that he never panics since he's already in a state?
I think he's just very excited to be here. You know, I was talking to Z Crimlet, and I will tell you exactly what he told me to tell you, my lovely audience. He said, I'm boring, say whatever you want.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. So, I mean, we can make up a reason for his high heart rate, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
A reason for his high heart rate?
He's just so excited to go on a fantastic voyage.
Okay, you know what? That is the official lore canon explanation for why
because we made it up on the caster's desk. This is what happens when you don't give me something to tell the audience.
Okay, jumping back into it. As we can see, Dio is not going to be able to stay on Bennett safely because the moment you have any pyro applied on you in this deck, you are at risk. Cyno is capable of one-shotting a character at full HP, but it still does require him to have things like the drill, like the talent, like pyro resonance.
But is Cyno capable of doing an overload when your character with pyro application is inactive? No, I didn't think so. Thunder Manifestation could do that though.
Yeah, so Dio actually does have some potential of playing around with this deck in this particular matchup. Because compared to before, Z Crimlet is going to be playing a hyper carry composition, which means it's very important for him to keep Cyno alive. And if he's able to get Lightning Rod or Pyro Application on the Cyno, then that does make it a lot easier for Manifestation to perform a similar thing to what we saw to Linny in Game 2.
Dio cooking up some Lotus Crisps there for the Pyro Lector and generating 2 dice with Chef Mao. Looks like Z Crimlet is digging for something. We can't quite see what it is though with Sumeru Resonance. Quick, memorize the cards at the top, the bottom of the cards. What's he gonna put back or what's he gonna draw?
My memory is not what it used to be.
Oh no.
We'll ask the chat to do it for us. Chat, can you guys do this for us? He actually, okay, he threw Fresh Wind back in. That's the only one that I was able to see.
Did he draw what he wants? There's White Glove.
I think he was probably looking for Prospector's Drill.
I guess, wait, I'm trying to think of a pun with the word prospective. I
think that's a difficult prospect.
I mean, he has strategized, so he can go digging for it again.
He can go drilling for it.
Down. Oh no, oh no.
Oh, he's not able to find it though. I'm not sure if he wants the Fresh Wind back. He already threw it in previously to find the weapon.
Well, you know, you leave Mondstadt, it's what you start with. You always return to Mondstadt, so that's just what's gonna happen here. I'm sorry.
That is true. That's what happens when you carry Fresh Wind of Freedom, right? Fresh Wind always finds its way back into your hand.
But
some players would say that's incorrect.
We're gonna find our way back to Dea here, swapping from Shepherds over to Dea, probably just to tank whatever Dio was gonna throw at Z Crimlet. One of those dice most likely gonna be going to Leben, but I have to count cards. 4, 5, 9. Z Crimlet has to play 1 card at least to not overdraw like Dio did earlier.
It is possible to early equip gamblers. You take away a bit of that surprise factor, but it would be perfect for spending 1 dice to leave 1 for Leben and avoiding overdraw.
I don't know if there's like a surprise factor with gamblers, at least in the Sign Overload deck, because
I guess nowadays not really, right?
Gamblers is never gonna go on anyone unless it's like a very strange situation other than Sino. It's always going to go on Sino. Actually, I think one of the most common things to do is equip Prospector's Drill and Gamblers at the same time in early rounds. If you just have them in hand, you don't know what else to do with your dice. So you could go for that equip with one of those dice and pass the other to Lieben, but it looks like Dio is tuning something here. Is he gonna play?
He did tune a Bennett burst. Like, it's funny to see that when he had so much trouble finding it in the previous 2 games, but he does have both this time, so it is fine to tune one to get a little bit of extra time for yourself. Not too sure if a Lecter's skill is really going to help much here, because they are tanking damage is precisely what she's meant to do in this deck.
All right, we are playing that Gamblers onto Sino and the changing shifts and a quick swap. Decrimlet just showing Dio that he has a free fast swap over to Sino at the start of the next round with a Pyro application coming into whatever character Dio ends on. This is a threat, and Dio is going to have to think, who does he want to end on to tank that overload? Probably going to be Lecter, but so unfortunate.
It is a perfect setup from Decrimlet. Under more ideal circumstances, he would have wanted to keep that Leave It To Me changing shifts combo secret, but because he knows he's gonna proc Liven, he actually needs to clear up space for 4 cards in his hand.
Yep.
That's why he has to play it initially, but it's still gonna be difficult for Dio to avoid because he has turn priority.
Is Decrimlet finally going to like draw Prospector's Drill?
Well, Dio didn't get Bennett burst for 2 games, so I guess Decrimlet has to deal with a little bit of a draw unluckiness once in his life.
Well, we have 2 more cards from Lieben, and what are they? Nope, no drill anywhere, no drill in sight. How unfortunate, but looks like Decrimlet is going to be playing Lieben and Strategize, drawing back up to 10. There's Sino talent, but still no drill.
Yeah, talent is good. He wants to have talent as well, but drill is a very important card because it not only offers you that extra damage and a free pyro application through the overcharged balls, it also provides damage reduction. It is one of the reasons why Sino is able to stay active as a hyper carry for so long.
Wait, we just saw something we never see ever. Dea just went for a second skill. It actually applies 1 tick of pyro because her summon's already on the board. We never see that, ever. That does not come up. You never really go for the second Dea skill because you're normally doing something on Sino at this point.
Yeah, it's not really an interaction that a lot of people would remember, but yeah, Decrimlet going to be able to make use of that. He would have wanted to go over to Sino, but no drill means it's a little less safe to do so. And I think that also gives Dio the information that Decrimlet doesn't really have the combination of cards he wants for the Sino overload takeover.
He's really digging for that drill.
Yep. He's drilling deep.
It is Dio's turn to go, though, also with a full hand of cards. I believe that is 10, and let's hope Dio doesn't burn anything again. Now, the question is, unfortunately, Bennett has absolutely 0 energy here. You do have that I haven't lost yet in hand, however, someone has to go down in order to use it. Looks like Leave It To Me is going to be played, but who are we swapping to?
There is the option to go Manifestation. Yeah, Manifestation with... Actually, yeah, Manifestation without Resonance or anything. Lethal's Dea here.
So we're stationing on Manifestation.
We are stationing. I'm not too sure if that one works.
It does! What do you... Wow, just because I said the pun means it doesn't work.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's got to make a little bit of logical sense. Stationing, I guess we're kind of stationing.
We swapped the station, we station there.
I guess
we're stationed on Manifestation.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I can see it. I can see where it's coming from now. Okay. Anyways.
But Dio thinking about all the lines here. I mean, this should just be a skill on Manifestation, but he's probably thinking about the consequences. Like, well, Secretly wouldn't have any overcharged balls yet, right? But it looks like Judgment is going to come down for Dio in this round. And there goes Dea falling to the overload. Shevers coming out.
Now Zikrimlet is actually quite happy that he ended up playing the changing shifts and Leave It To Me earlier, because he wouldn't have access to those anymore under Passing of Judgment. And by doing this, Dio ensures that even if Crimlet switches over to Sino, you're not going to need to worry about things like a White Glove or Pyro Resonance. Thus, there is no risk to the manifestation here, and a pretty good setup from Dio.
And the question is, what does Z Crimlet do now? Because without that Prospector's Drill, it's a little bit awkward. I mean, you could burn through Leave It To Me and Tada and another event card. Will be a fast swap on the Sino, a free fast swap because of the changing shifts and Passing of Judgment, but it looks like we're just gonna go for a 5 damage skill with a talent plus 2 because Sino is over 2 stacks.
It is still gonna hurt quite a bit. The talent card doesn't count as an action card, obviously. Therefore, not gonna be affected by Passing of Judgment. And by doing that skill here, Z-Crimlet ensures that Sino will be hitting those 4 stacks on the indwelling levels at the start of the next round. Therefore, that will be where Sino hits his peak and where Dio needs to survive.
That's sweet, madame. Generating 2 elemental dice from Chef Mao, but unfortunately none of them are Electro or Pyro. This is quite difficult for Dio, though. Does have 2 actions at least, and one more. Okay, wait. Just tune the other copy of Beta Talent, tuning the sweet madame. Are we just gonna go for a skill here?
I think he's just gonna try and do as much damage to Sino as possible, because this is another situation where, and in aggro deck, you're not gonna run a lot of healing, so a lot of damage that you do is more permanent compared to other decks. And since Z-Crimlet has not been able to draw Prospector's Drill thus far, there is no damage reduction, no risk of self-applying Pyro because overcharge balls have not been generated.
Another White Glove on the side of Z-Crimlet, probably just playing cards to not overdraw, even tuning that Tada. And I think we have to play 1 more card. We are at 7, so you play 1 more. Ooh, it's gonna be that. I mean, it makes sense if you played the second White Glove. But now Lieben can take those 3 dice, and Z-Crimlet is gonna have another 4 cards going to the next round. Is he finally gonna get his Prospector's Drill?
Even if he doesn't, Z-Crimlet will be able to guarantee lethal on a character next round, because he will be hitting Indwelling level 4. He's still got Pyro Resonance, so both Bennett and Elector would be in danger. Most likely, Dio will need to end on Enjo so that he can tank it with his revive.
This is so painful though. So Dio can't actually play Pyro Res because he's 1 dice short.
Yeah.
With Pyro Res, Woven Pyro Res, Dio could have taken out Sino, base 3, plus 2 from Overload, plus Pyro Res.
It would have been enough. So it's unfortunate, but I think Z-Crimlet did know that himself. That's why he felt comfortable on the ending turn on Sino, even without Prospector's Drill.
But the number of times we've seen people ending on Sino and Sino going down. Oh, there's the wait!
No!
Wait!
No!
Wait a second.
No!
Wait a second.
That is literally the worst thing you could have happened to you if you are Z-Crimlet right now.
The visceral reaction we had on the caster's desk, going from cheering to seeing the Prospector's Drill drawn, and then it got burnt to a crisp. I guess that's what happens when you play Overload.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. That is actually the worst thing I have seen all day.
It's fine. The Mahamatra doesn't need Prospector's Drill.
Okay. To be completely honest, Z-Crimlet is in a position right now where he could maybe close out the game without using it. But if he had it, it really pushes that percentage closer to 100.
At least Z-Crimlet has Dawn Winery. That's surely very useful here. And
that is absolutely equivalent in value to a Prospector's Drill.
But Dio's turn to act, 10 dice in hand. Also, there are additional dice with a woven, and potentially I haven't lost yet. And basically a free food card as well, because 2 cost with 2 dice refunded from Chef Mao means you can play one of them for free. I think there's a pretty good turn ahead of Dio, except I think half those dice aren't useful.
Yeah, those dice are not the best here. And you ideally would want a little bit more for manifestation too, but I guess right now Dio may want to play around potentially using Bennett as the final anchor. It's most likely going to be difficult to get any other elemental application onto Sino for a while, so doing some damage here with him would feel a little bit nicer.
I think Z Kremlin is forced to go for this normal attack on Chevreuse because Sino is in threat from a Pyro Res skill from either Bennett or Enjo. And Dio knows this, which is why he's just sitting happily on Lecter, you know, chipping away at Chevreuse health. But now the Lightning Probe is on Chevreuse. Looks like we're going to be tuning and going for an Elemental Burst, maybe?
Elemental Burst. Do you want to Elemental Burst on Enzo? It could just be a good way of applying some damage here and there, because the thing is, for Dio now, he knows that Z Kremlin is not going to be willing to switch onto Sino for a while. He has a quick swap in hand, but Enzo will not be lethal either, so he can actually just pop the burst to get some damage out.
Oh, no, it's just a skill. But 3 damage skill is still quite a bit. Chevreuse looking a little worse for wear there. 4 health with that Pyro application on her. And I think Z Kremlin is just going to be forced to normal again. Yep, there it is. Triggering Pyro Lecter's revive. The good news for Z Kremlin is that he can now go over to Sino and play something like Fresh Wind, Woven, and take Lecter
Fresh
out.
Wind is what is going to allow Z Kremlin to come out on top here. The ideal situation is if Chevreuse is able to trade herself for another character. But now that Enzo has revived, a skill from him would do 4 damage. So Z Kremlin won't be able to rely on that. With Fresh Wind, Sino can safely take out 2, but Dio will still have 1 remaining.
Dio actually has 2 actions here, especially if Z Kremlin does go for the kill, because you can't play that I haven't lost yet. But, oh, that timer is ticking down. Looks like we're tuning that copy of White Glove, and there is yet another skill. This will take out Chevreuse. And wait, we don't have any overcharge balls, do we? We haven't done it. Wait, do we have? We don't have any, right?
Yeah, we have not generated a single overcharge ball this entire game. Z Kremlin hasn't been able to play for that line because he hasn't been able to find the drill. And then when he did find it, it got burnt away. So but it's rough.
I actually think Z Kremlin needs to end right now. Wait, we're playing Fresh Wind. Okay, this is a little worrisome. But there we go, Pyro Lecter falling, out comes Manifestation. Does have a Woven to go for another kill here, but I think
he can't end.
He can end?
There is a possibility of ending, or if he Sumeru reses, has he used his other Woven yet?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Hold on, does he? He does get his second Woven. He's got another action worth of dice in hand. No gamblers, unfortunately, to play around, though. So even if he lethals Manifestation here, Bennett can still take him out. Honestly.
Oh, man. Okay, no, you have to end
yes,
first.
You have
to end first, and I think you go for a Lotus Crisp next turn, and you should survive Pyro Res skill.
Is that food card in his hand another Lotus?
It is a Lotus.
It is a Lotus.
It is a
okay,
Lotus.
Kremlin wins.
Z Kremlin should be winning this, and Dio isn't going to be able to do anything here other than end, I think. Ooh,
oh, wait,
egg.
Hold on. Egg. Egg makes a difference here. Egg genuinely makes a difference here. Because these... Dio, does he want to end on Manifestation? He could honestly even tank the summon on Enjo. You just basically want to make... No, this is fine. This is
There
still fine.
is the
This is fine.
overload off of Thunder Manifestation. Bennett is coming out. I mean, Secret is going to be able to take Bennett out here, but I worry about what happens after. I actually think this is Z-Crimlet's game to lose.
Yeah, because if Enjo was not alive, then as long as Bennett got overloaded onto, then Sino would be able to one-shot him, and then Manifestation wouldn't be able to do enough damage to break through Lotus. But if Bennett gets lethaled here, and then Dio still has Enjo alive. Oh, he did get a drill.
There's the Prospector's drill. You don't play Tada right now, by the way. You just play Lotus.
Definitely not.
There's the -9, exactly the damage you need. Overloading Bennett onto Pyrolector, and I mean, Dio can go for a Pyro-Res skill here. Is that Tandoori in hand, or is that Adeptus?
I think it is Tandoori. It is Tandoori.
It is Tandoori. Wait.
Tandoori Resonance does enough damage, I think. Because it's 4 plus 2 from Overload, so 6 plus 9, then 9, 10. 10 damage total.
And that's exactly the health that Sino is at with that
survive?
Lotus. I know, I think Sino... No, Sino does live here.
You know why he lives? He lives because of Prospector's drill.
You finally got it. But I mean, it's too little too late.
It's not enough.
It is not enough. Honestly, you should just play Tada. Play it. He's playing all of his cards. Wait, he's actually just playing all of his cards. Secretly, are you going to play Tada? Are you going to do it?
Is he?
Wait, it doesn't even kill him because of Prospector's drill.
Yup. He just uses all of his cards, gets the damage out there, but the egg saves Dio.
The egg does save Dio. Wait, there's another card in hand now because of Prospector's still drawing it.
Oh my goodness. The egg play saves Dio and turns things around. We are going into a game number 4.
Dio cooking Z-Crimlet with that egg play. And so unfortunate, Z-Crimlet burnt his own food. That Prospector's drill getting burnt to a crisp as he overdrew it. But congratulations to Dio for taking our game 3 here. We are going to game 4, as you said, and that means there's going to be 2 more raffle winners.
Yeah, that was an impressive match, though. I think Z-Crimlet got a little bit of a taste of what Dio had to face in game number 1, and 2, not being able to draw that one card that you really wanted to depend on, because having that drill earlier would have changed a lot in the game. But it does mean that we have more raffles, and for this game, we have 2 winners down at the bottom of the screen.
We do, so if you see your UID there, congratulations, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each. And, you know, make your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. You guys know the drill by now. You know the Prospector's drill. Z-Crimlet, unfortunately, did not know the Prospector's drill in that game, but you make your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube. You can enter into our raffle for game 4. There will be 2 more winners now, so congratulations to the audience for another raffle.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate situation for Z-Crimlet, but it means that we are not going to be getting that clean sweep. I wonder if this is going to be the trend. We just don't get a single 3-0 for the entirety of the Prince Cup.
I wonder if it's going to be a reverse sweep. I mean, at least we know for Dio it is not Enjover.
It is not Enjover. They still have a path to play. They still have a chance of coming back into this. We've already seen it happen once before. So Z-Crimlet's gotta buckle up here and hope that the Prospector's drill does actually appear for him properly this time.
I mean, Z-Crimlet taking that tag, Kevin Z Believer. Kevin Z was our champion of the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament. So if he's a Kevin Z follower, surely he'll rise to the top and become champion himself of the Pacific Regional Prince Cup tournament, right?
I mean, yes, he calls himself a follower, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna follow completely in the footsteps of Kevin Z. Though I'm sure that it would be very interesting to see.
Oh, but here we go. Z-Crimlet still locked onto that Sign Overload deck. It looks like Dio is going to be running the Sayu deck. And we did not see a mirror matchup with this earlier, but we've seen this specific matchup very many times already.
Yeah, Sino is still a very powerful card overall, requires some good maneuvering. I think the Herald Claymore deck has tools to be able to deal with it because you have the Herald that can tank a big hit with that revive, and you do have 2 different potential carry characters. So you're not really based on a single one, and losing one or the other doesn't mean that the game is over for you.
I really don't like this matchup for the Sayu deck because the Sign Overload deck does run 2 copies of Tada, and not only can you do the combo with Prospector's Drill into Overcharge Ball, into Overload with Sino Skill with that, and deal a whole lot of damage, and then say Sign Over to your opponent, but you can also break Freeze. Granted, it does deal damage to you because it is physical damage and it shatters you and it hurts a lot, but you can break the freeze and actually go for an action. You don't have to get freeze locked, and freeze was the dominant reaction for a very long time. So I think Tada is a very crucial card in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, it's already been seen previously in this tournament of really messing with the momentum of freeze decks, because freeze does actually take a little while to really be able to reliably lock down a character, because players are going to try their best to avoid it. And then if after all of that effort you finally get a freeze in just for it to be broken straight away, your game plan is basically ruined. So Dio has to make sure that they play this like properly, make sure that they're not too dependent on freezing Sino, because the Crimlet will always have a way of potentially countering that.
Indeed, but I mean, Dio could very well take this game and say, "Saw you later" to Z Crimlet. No? That sounded like a very pained laugh.
That is actually good. That is actually good. But I do hope that all of us, that we doing all of these puns is not going to herald the end of our sanity at some point.
Hopefully it's not pun-bearable for the audience.
Oh, sorry, what?
Unbearable, but pun-bearable.
Okay.
Pun-bearable. Sorry, I couldn't
that.
even say it seriously. It was so ridiculous. But here is the Crimlet Sign Overload list, just in case you needed a reminder. And I mean, it has 2 copies of Prospector's Drill, but I think we only saw 1 last game.
We actually did see both. The last one did come out in time to keep Sino alive.
No, and he equipped it, but the other one was burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, the other one was burnt to a crisp. That was very sad. But yeah, this is once again Sign Overload. We've already seen its capabilities. You start on Dea, get that damage reduction. You start getting Overload ideally by round 2 so that you have that overcharged ball. Then you equip Sino with talent at Prospector's Drill, and he starts one-shotting characters doing 10 damage consistently with cards like Fresh Wind to close out the game. Z Crimlet was not able to get every piece of this puzzle previously, which really slowed down his early game aggression and made it difficult to punish Dio.
Yes, but this matchup is going to be pretty difficult for the Sayu deck, I believe, and maybe I will be proved wrong, but especially not having Wagner, and Dio's iteration does not have Wagner, it makes it pretty unreliable in some cases because you're relying on drawing out that Wolf's Gravestone at the perfect timing, and so many times yesterday and today we've just not seen that Gravestone in time. I actually was sitting with Z Crimlet watching some previous games today, and there were times where he'd comment, if only there was a Wagner there, if only that was a Wagner, you would be able to draw that Wolf's Gravestone and play it.
Yeah, and that's why Z Crimlet had the Wagner variant of the Herald Claymore earlier himself.
The Kevin
right?
Z believer, he's going to follow Kevin Z's
He's
deck.
going to follow those. He does believe, and yes, Wagner definitely adds a lot of consistency to the deck overall. So Dio running the previous variant with no Wagner and double Wolf's Gravestone means that he could be punished if he's unlucky enough to not draw the weapons, but has a little bit more overall carry potential if he is lucky enough to get them both and equip them onto Sayu and Chongyun.
Sorry, I'm silent. I just thought of a pun with the word punished. Because Sino punishes evildoers and he tells puns.
Yes.
I'm not going anywhere with that.
Okay. It seemed like we were setting up for something.
I was thinking of something to say later, but anyway, so we've already said everything there is to say about this deck. It does have both Sayu and Herald's talents, which not every player chooses to bring in that deck, by the way. So sometimes you'll see 2 copies of Sayu talent. Sometimes you'll see only Herald talent, no Sayu talent. Sometimes you'll see 1 Sayu talent, 2 Herald talent. And it really just is player preference at that point. But we're going to have to see what is going to come out on top here. Z Crimlet versus Dio, the Kevin Z believer up against the underdog. This is round 4 of the upper bracket finals.
Dio was able to come out on top in game number 3, so that means he's managed to find a little bit more momentum for himself. But luck has already played a role in every single game of this series, so we will see who Lady Luck favors today.
We have double Lieben, so honestly, Z Crimlet is doing pretty good already. But there is a raffle ongoing over at Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. If you head on over there, you can enter for 1,000 Primo Gems. There are 2 winners every match that we will be announcing at the end of every game. So we are in game 4 of this 3rd set. There is an entirely new set, best of 5, coming up after this as well. So make sure you're staying tuned for all of that. But I just want to point out, Dio's heart rate was actually pretty high going into the beginning of this game. It was at like 120 or something. I think he's normally been pretty low, but maybe the nerves are finally getting to him, though it did drop.
It does look like he's calmed down a little bit more here, so that is good to see. We want to make sure that the players are feeling a little bit more comfortable as we get on into the more climactic moments of the series. You mentioned that having double Lieben is pretty good for Z Crimlet, but I think that Dio having the Dunyarzad Timaeus start along with Golden House and Strategize is also maybe even in some ways better.
Ooh, will be a Chongyun start for Dio, not going to Herald and Ramping 8, as is so popular with this deck. Looks like we're even going to be rolling away those Hydro Dice, not even thinking about swapping back over, but Dio has a lot of great dice here. As for Z Crimlet, not really.
Yeah, he has enough to skill on Dea, and then I think after that he's just gonna be feeding cards into Lieben because the rest aren't really usable. And Dio actually just pulled out Lieben himself, so his opening hand is pretty good.
This is really perfect for Dio. Looks like we're gonna be going Dunyarzad into most likely. Wonder if you play Lieben and try to find a second Dunyarzad. I don't remember if Dio has double Dunyarzad, but I think he does. I think he does as well. So if he does get lucky and gets the second Dunyarzad, then they can play that with Timaeus to play for a really strong companion support opening. You could play Lieben and see his player cam there. But there we go. Oh, draws it to Timaeus, and he's laughing. I don't know if that's what he wanted. If he got a Dunyarzad though, could have played the Dunyarzad and then played the Timaeus.
You can actually just play double Timaeus anyway.
This is pretty good though. This is pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't get a second gilded, but he did get 1, and that means that he's going to be able to play that straight away on round 2, something that Z Crimlet himself should probably be expecting. And now, ordinarily when you play a start like double Lieben, you usually will be the one to end first, but because Dio was able to get so many good opening setups, he was able to get turn priority regardless.
Actually, I think that's exactly what Dio wanted now that I think about it. So, Dunyarzad into Lieben into double Timaeus is kind of the ideal start for Dio if you think about it. He's going to have ramp going into this turn and also additional ramp from the Gilded Dreams. And it is unfortunate that the Gamblers was not a second Gilded. That would have been the ultimate high roll.
It would have been, but he did end up getting a double Liar Song now as well. So plenty of dice to play with at this point, doesn't he? Oh my goodness.
Hello?
Okay. I guess all the bad luck that Dio was having initially is really hitting him now.
Maybe it was the situation where he used all of his bad luck in the first 2 games just so he can manifest it in these last 3 games. But there is the heart of Cavarina going on to that Herald. And we are swapping on over to him. Z Crimlet going for a Strategize. Draws out Catherine and Countdown. I don't play Countdown now, do you?
It is possible, but risky, because it does mean that you're leaving yourself at a dice disadvantage against Dio. There is some leeway to potentially do that, because as long as you switch away from Dea after tanking a Hydro hit, then you will be fine. But the positioning of that means that Grimlet would have to actually skill on Dea or switch to Chevreuse to do so.
This feels a little painful for Z Krumlet this round because Dio with 9 dice, 2 Tamais at 3 stacks, 1 Gilded at least, Liar Song, etc. really has a big turn ahead of him, and I'm sure Z Krumlet knows that, seeing the double Tamais on the board, but it looks like we're going to be playing Sumeru Resonance. Not sure what we're going to put back, but Z Krumlet certainly looking for that Prospector's Drill.
Yeah, gonna be looking for it again.
Oh!
I think he did get it.
Finally!
Yeah, all right. So this is good. This is a good setup. He's got talent. He's got drill. No Pyro Res, unfortunately. But if it is able to get a overload set up, then it will be very nice for him.
Another second Dea skill. This is so interesting. I feel like this is not a line that is commonly taken, but it does apply Pyro on hit if that summon is already out on the board. So Abyss Herald sitting there with Pyro application just like Tongyun.
Yeah, this is good for Z Krumlet because Dio wants to stay on Herald. They want to at least skill on Herald once so that they're able to apply the Hydro that Sayu can swirl later. So if Dio does follow this typical line, Z Krumlet can quick swap over to Sino and get an overcharged ball. He unfortunately doesn't have enough dice to play Talent and Prospectors on top of that. But I think just getting the ball will already be a pretty good spot, and then maybe you can switch back to another character to end turn.
I don't know. I really feel like even with Prospector's Drill, it is not a great spot at all to be in for Z Krumlet because Dio has so many actions this turn that he has not taken yet. But here we go. It will be a Leave It To Me. Quick swap on over to Sayu with Talent. This will be proccing Herald Revive and overloading onto Sayu, interrupting that prepared skill.
Dio now can play Curse of the Undercurrent. It won't affect Z Krumlet this turn because he is going to be looking to end after this. He will either end on Sino to take advantage of Dea's summon, applying Pyro straight away, or he will try to switch off. One or the other. Curse on the Undercurrent is something he will have to deal with the next turn, and that could be quite annoying.
This is really rough for Z Krumlet. I think he just realized that he might have made a slight mistake. He wants to leave 1 dice to leave him, but he's forced to swap off to Chevreuse here. But yeah, Chongyun going for skill, deploying that Frost Field, setting up that Chain Freeze potentially for Sayu next round. And I mean, that Frost Field is going to have 2 round durations as well.
Yeah, good move from Dio there, going over to Chongyun, because if Z Krumlet did greed out to give that 1 dice to Liben, then Sino would be at risk of being instantly frozen next turn. Krumlet doesn't actually know if Dio has a quick swap that he could do so quite easily with. And Krumlet did actually have to throw back the Tada earlier with the Sumeru Resonance, so he doesn't have a way currently to break freeze either. Therefore, he has to switch over to Chevreuse without proccing Liben yet.
Timer is ticking down for Dio. I wonder if he's considering going for another action or if he's just going to lay down that Liben. Looks like Liben is going to be collecting that Anemo dice, and we're going to be passing on to next round. I would have personally... Well, maybe there's no companions left in Dio's deck. We don't have the decks in front of us, so we can't track. But you already have your double Tamaya, so maybe you don't need to Dunyarzad.
Yeah, Dunyarzad is actually not important anymore. She can be used as tuning fodder at some point. Dio is in a perfectly fine position. This deck will usually be able to do quite a lot of damage in round 3 anyway, and he still has Gilded, Golden House, double Liar Song. Looks like he is going to play the Gilded right now too.
Yeah, we're tuning that Dunyarzad actually and sending those 3 dice over to Liben. And at the start of next turn, Dio can actually pull back that Gilded with Liar Song and get the 2 discount. And it should consume that first Tamai's 1 stack that he's about to get. And then you can play Gilded again for free if he draws into it with Liben.
Dio's in a great position overall. It should go. Oh, wow.
Wait.
He is going to Liar Song it right now because he can take advantage of that discount straight away, and then he could play the other Liar Song at the start of the next round, is what I assume he's thinking.
Ooh, there is the Wolf's Gravestone finally coming out for Dio, and that is going to be huge, I think. Z-Crimlet also going to have to deal with that Curse of the Undercurrent.
Good dice though for Z-Crimlet.
Great dice.
He's finally able to get, oh wow, Dio as well. So both players high rolling on their dice. Dio getting the Wolf's Gravestone precisely on the turn that he will most likely want to use it too.
Chimera Res, what are we looking for? Most likely...
He already has Drill, so probably like Pyro Res.
Well, he has Pyro Res.
Or Tada.
I think Tada. I think you want Tada.
Does he have Pyro
Maybe,
Res?
I think you want Gamblers as well.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Tada or Gamblers would be very useful. Gamblers is most likely what he's looking for, but Tada would be a bonus just in case Dio is able to set up a situation where Sino is frozen.
I think Z-Crimlet drew a Pyro Res with the Chimera Res.
Oh, did he? Oh, he threw it back.
Wait,
okay.
never mind.
Yeah, he did actually throw it back.
Woven, no Gamblers, has Fresh Wind. Maybe it was Fresh Wind he was looking for, but drew 2 Lotuses, which feels really bad, honestly.
Yeah, 1 Lotus would be useful. I don't really think you need 2. Fresh Wind is another likely possibility he was looking for, but his face doesn't look the most satisfied, so I don't really think
I
he
think
found
his cards
everything he
were
wanted.
better before. Does have Tada, does have Prospector's Drill, does have Fresh Wind. No Gamblers. No Gamblers.
Tricky. Z-Crimlet really needing that Gamblers to be able to start chaining things off. Hold on, let me think real quick. Has Prospectors been procced yet? Not
No,
yet.
it hasn't even been equipped.
Oh yeah, it
So
hasn't been equipped.
you equip it, you can fast swap over to Sino. So, but that's gonna be 3 dice already. Well, it's just gonna be a slow swap on the Sino.
Did he throw back his overcharge ball?
Yes, that is what he threw back. He threw that back. Indeed.
Not too sure how I feel about that decision. Because, yeah, he doesn't need it right now because Chongyun already has Pyro. But it means that you cannot proc Prospector's Drill with Tada for yourself and guarantee the discard. There's a chance that any of these cards could be lost, including Fresh Wind.
When does Z-Crimlet even get to equip Prospector's Drill? I feel like he's always been at a dice disadvantage for this entire game. Because Dio has had tremendous amount of ramp starting from round 1. There's the Board Princess though, and I do think that Dio is just going to be... He should equip that Wolf's Gravestone onto Sayu, but you need to do some elemental application to Sino first.
Yeah, I think it's quite okay for Dio to just go ahead and attack on Chongyun here. He will likely get lethaled just based on the number of cards Z-Crimlet has from Dio's perspective. But once that happens, then you can either go to... okay, going to Sayu instead.
Slow swap onto Sayu. Sayu is currently under no threat. I think Dio has decided that even if Z-Crimlet has like Prospector's Drill, Overcharged Ball, Tada, etc., that probably wouldn't be able to make full use of it without 2 Wovens because it costs 2 to equip Prospector's Drill, and then you have to have all those other cards in hand just to go for a kill onto Sayu. But it will be an elemental skill, -5 electro application onto her. Only 2 dice left though because of the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah, that is still fine. Z-Crimlet, though, again, quite unfortunate not able to get the Gamblers earlier, because if so, it would be quite okay to go ahead and equip that and maybe feed the final dice to Lieben. Though I suppose he would need to switch off of Sino currently. Dio has a lot of dice left to play with this round, and he most likely will have components of the Magic Engine as well from Crimlet's perspective.
I mean, Dio just goes for the win here. Like, all you really need to do is equip Wolf's Gravestone and go. But I think Dio has to be a bit careful just in case Z-Crimlet does have additional dice generation. Yeah, it's going to be a swap over to Herald for now. Just waiting for Zekrumla to use the rest of his dice and pass his turn. Zekrumla probably knows this is going to be over pretty soon. I mean, like, it looks like he has the HP advantage. However, Dio has an incredible dice advantage.
Yeah.
Zekrumla having nothing he needs. Look at that reaction from him, too. He knows this is so bad.
Yeah, he has to swap off of Sino here, because leaving Sino exposed when Dio still has 8 dice and potentially more magic in hand is basically conceding yourself. Even then, going over to another character doesn't guarantee that they will be able to survive, because if Dio does go for a few attacks, has Wolf's Gravestone equipped, if he has more magic, he can actually just win this turn alone.
Okay, so this is really perfect for Dio. Going for the Herald skill does consume that cryo application. However, this is a prepared skill, so Zekrumla, this is where he's either going to use the last of his dice swapping, or he's just going to end and pass to Lieben. Dio's gonna know it's completely safe to go over to Sayu at this point, and the Hydro application from the rest of Herald's prepared skill will finalize on whoever Zekrumla goes to. So this is going to be perfect. He even drew that Heart of Kavarena, so that's going to be used with the Poor Princess. He's already played for a lot more dice generation. Zekrumla going for a Lotus Crisp here on Chivers just to tank the rest of this, but this is going to be it. This is actually going to be it.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot. Dio still has Gamblers in hand as well. Still has a good amount of potential dice reapplication with Liar Song and Golden House and Rhythm of a Great Dream. I don't think he'll have exactly enough to completely finish off Zekrumla, but he should be enough to do enough damage that guarantees a victory.
There we go. Golden House is going to be a free gilded if he chooses to equip it. There we go. It is on to Herald, actually. Interesting. I wonder why. Heart of Kavarena replacing the gilded on Herald. Are we gonna go swap the Sayu and equip Gravestone, or no? Are we sweeping on Herald? There's the Gamblers onto Herald.
Does Herald really do enough damage?
He does. So every skill is 5 damage because of that Hydro Infusion after his revive was procced. So it's 3 on the first hit, 2 on the follow-up. This was plenty enough. Now Dio has 3 actions. Is this actually just going to be a Herald sweep?
I think it is. And it's so rare to see something like that because, yeah, Herald does do quite a lot of damage, 5 overall, but he's usually used more as a frontline tank rather than the anchor. So getting to actually witness him commit a, well, do this basically is very unique.
Why not swap over to Sayu? You could use Rhythm of a Great Dream, Gravestone, and just, no, we're actually just sweeping on Herald. This won't actually take out Dea here, but it does leave her on 1.
Yep, and then once Dio goes for another skill, Gamblers is going to proc again, giving him enough for another 3 actions, which is more than enough to take out Sino.
Actually, so Dio's gonna have 2 dice to work with here, but it doesn't generate another action. So Dio is gonna have to float 2 dice. But it's fine because it's
that
just
way.
Sino solo.
Yeah, there is no way Zekrumla comes back from this. Sino is strong, yes, but he's not going to be able to solo against 3 characters, even with Fresh Wind of Freedom.
Surging tides, the end is nigh. I cannot believe we're seeing a Herald sweep here. Zekrumla is just leaning back in his chair, watching the end of this game go by. Honestly, this has to be a huge hit to his mental.
Yeah, this is gonna mess with him quite a lot, and we've already seen trends like this in the past.
Okay, but here's the rhythm into Wolf's Gravestone. You could have done that before, but it feels like it's adding insult to injury bit. It's not even going on Sayu, it's going on to Chongyun. Oh, there's the fast swap. Like, as if Dio needs anything more in this game. This is Dio's game to win. We are going to be going on to yet another Game 5.
Oh my goodness. The Prince Cup has continuously been providing entertainment to all of us here. Because it seemed like Grimlet had such a handle on this series in the first 2 games. And all of a sudden, it seems like it's going to be evened up.
It is going to be evened up, and this could be another reverse sweep on our hands. There's the Prospector's Drill, here is the Gamblers, and there is maybe the Fresh Wind. Are you going to go for it?
Does he still have a Lotus? Is that still a Lotus in hand?
It is a Lotus, but it's not going to do anything because the thing is, with the fast swap, you could always just go over to Chongyun and freeze.
Yeah.
So it is over no matter how you push it, but secretly shaking his head, finally drew the Pyro Res, has everything he needs, but it's way, way too late. His heart rate skyrocketing. He knows it's over. Heart rate hero.
Ooh,
cardiac contender.
The cardiac contender himself.
Pulse
not
racer.
able to contend in the Pulse Racer. That's an interesting one.
Not able to contend. Wow.
Dio going to be able to come out on top in this one. Grimlet, he used the countdown too. If he didn't use the countdown, with Fresh Wind, he could have taken out 2 characters, but without that, can only do so for 1, which means Dio can very safely close things out.
Not even going for Fresh Wind play here. There's not enough dice left for 2 actions regardless for Grimlet, but here is the fast swap, the Gravestone already on Tongyun. A skill will take it, Sino falls, and Dio takes game 4. We are going on to a game 5, everyone.
Oh my goodness. Once again, we are going to a full series here in the upper bracket finals. Dio not willing to just roll over and allow himself to be taken out from the competition. And we are going to be pushed to yet another best of 1 to determine who will be our first grand finalist.
Yeah, so I mean, that is a great reminder. This is the upper bracket final, so whoever wins here will be advancing to the grand finals, that best of 7 tomorrow, and they will be taking home minimum $8,000. But speaking of winners, we have our raffle winners down here below, so if you see your UID there, congratulations. You've won 1,000 Primo Gems, yay! So make your way on over to the Ask Carnival YouTube channel where you can enter into our next one, because we're gonna have 5 in this set. Yet again, that's 15 Primo raffles already today.
You guys are eating good. You are getting so many games to watch. You are getting so many raffles to participate in. And I'm really hoping that these players are going to be able to keep their energy up, because it is also very grueling to have to play so many games in a row. And now that Grimlet has lost his chance of going to grand finals twice in a row, I'm a little bit worried for him.
I mean, if he loses here, it is not over yet. He does get knocked down into the lower bracket. Whoever gets knocked down in this 5th game will still be playing tomorrow, but they are going to have an upwards battle because, oh, it's going to be rough. They're going to have to play in the lower bracket final first just to make it into the grand finals.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play 2 games in a row, basically. That's why the lower bracket path is such a thorny one. It is a path that these players want to avoid at all costs. Many players did not really have that choice. They qualified through and made it into the lower bracket to start off with. So we're going to continue the journey on later. But for now, 1 more game. What are your expectations, Leah?
What are my expectations? I mean, Dio's luck has been all over the place. Really, some games have been incredible high rolls, and then some games have been the lowest of low rolls. I mean, I guess when you think about it, it just averages out to average, right?
It kind of does.
But in extreme ends.
It is funny that it's averaging out due to the fact that we are seeing both ends of the spectrum. And I feel like Grimlet has kind of been facing that himself, not really getting the combination of cards he's been looking for in the past couple of games. But if I am not wrong, this last match should be a mirror as well.
I think it is a mirror now that you mention it. We should see very shortly here what decks we're going to be going into this last match with. See Grimlet bowing his head, probably in exhaustion, but it is that mirror matchup. Both these players are locked onto their final decks as they have already won with the other 2 they brought today. And look at Dio as well. He's leaning back in his seat. I believe, there's so much at stake here. There's so much at stake.
I think we are just straight up seeing anxiety in
Yes.
both players. They've made it this far, and one game determines whether or not they are going to have a difficult path into the grand finals. I would not want to be in their shoes for sure.
Definitely. I mean, it's cases like this where it is great being on the caster seat where we could just watch it unfold and not have to experience all those nerves that these players are going through. Yeah, just in case you needed a reminder, these are all the decks these players brought today. They are locked into the Sign Overload mirror. One way or another, it's Sign Over.
One way or another, it is Sign Over. Will it be Z Krumlet, the Kevin Z believer, or will it be Dio, the underdog?
Well, you know, that's the tags we see here, but it doesn't show the other tags these players brought. I do believe Dio brought TCG
He did
God.
put TCG God.
But, like, there is such at like opposing ends. Honestly, we've seen that too in his gameplay.
You know, you are right. Maybe that was a sign. Maybe that was fate already telling us to be prepared for what we were about to see, because it has been incredible. Like in Game 4, Dio basically had the best start he could have asked for. Really good dice rolls over and over again. Z Kremlin not really able to find the combination he wanted and being forced to spend dice rotating around characters, which meant he couldn't really pressure on Sino and just delayed the game a bit too long.
I do believe that this is Dio's first live event, by the way, so he has had some online placements. He was 4th in 2024 Season 1 of Cat Steel's Gathering, took top 8 in 2024 Season 4, and has 3 top 16s across different Asia Cat Steel's Gathering tournaments, but no live event showings yet. As for Z Kremlin, he has had 2. He has went to the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year and got top 4. His champion, Inagi, is actually in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, he was also in top 6 at the Asia Invitational. So this is not Z Krumlet's first time on the big stage. He does think that he's pretty much like a regular guy and that his performance is very based on roles, but there's a reason why he's here in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, this is not his first rodeo, Z Kremlin. While maybe not quite as well known as some players like Inagi, has been a regular mainstay in the TCG community for a long, long time. And the fact that he is battling here in the upper bracket demonstrates that he's a little bit more than just the regular guy he says he is.
Z Kremlin, by the way, so I love seeing the tiny details in these lists. Z Kremlin has 1 copy of Dawn Wiring, 1 copy of Changing Shifts instead of 2 Changing Shifts, preferring to have some more consistency with, because that really helps against certain stall decks, having Dawn Winery. You can keep up with the swap stalling.
And the Changing Shifts did combo well with the Leave It To Me earlier to counteract the Passing of Judgment by being played earlier, though that wasn't initially the plan. I think what's funny is that earlier when we were watching games with him, every time a player was bringing out Catherine, he was saying that it was a bad card.
And he included it here. Wait, you're right. He does say it's a bad card. Okay, I think that mentality just stuck around because, you know, before the time of the Asian Invitational where players started sneaking in single copies of Catherine, it really was seen in the community as a card you never played because Leave It To Me was just that much better. But with Passing of Judgment and other things like this that really shut down your event cards and Fortress of Maripede, having a copy of Catherine is pretty consistent and reliable, so he can say he dislikes the card, but he knows why he plays it.
Yeah, he does play it for a reason, so we could definitely approach him about that after this. Dio also having that 1 copy of Catherine for that potential consistency, but also switching some things up, instead having a Lear Harbor Wharf and Vanarana in their deck.
I feel like that Leeway Wharf is to play around any potential mausoleums, because I'm not sure why you would take Wharf over another form of card draw here. Treasure Seeking Sealy used to be a very popular form of card draw, but it actually fell out of popularity due to it giving you 3 cards and just being a little bit too slow to actually proc because it takes 3 actions to give you those 3 cards. But Mausoleum really counters Treasure Seeking Sealy, so I would suspect the Wharf is there to counter Mausoleum.
But we haven't seen Mausoleum in quite a long time.
I know.
So yeah, the inclusion of this card is interesting.
It's forbidden.
It is forbidden.
That's the knowledge I have on it.
That is true. That is not like you definitely had a big taste of forbidden knowledge yourself. I think that was something even the community saw. I think you posted pictures of being on the receiving end of forbidden knowledge.
Minty, literally in the top 32 of the Pacific tournament. Of course, unfortunately, Minty was already knocked out of the top 8. He was here in this tournament, though. Minty drew into how many forbidden knowledge in that turn?
I do not remember.
But that was probably the highlight of the Pacific tournament. I think it was either
Stove
God or Countdown, but he played it and drew out like 4 or 6 forbidden knowledge or something like that. It was incredible. It was just pure forbidden knowledge into his hand.
Well, we're not going to be seeing too much of that here, so let's see whether the knowledge these players have will be sufficient to carry them into the grand final.
And let's see whether or not you will win our 1,000 Primo Gem raffle over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. You should head on over there and listen to the moderator's instructions for how to enter. I do believe it's let's go, the player you think is going to win or you want to win, and your UID in the same message there. This is our last raffle for this set, but there is a whole new set of matches coming up after this, so if you're not in on those raffles yet, better start now.
We're still in for a long night, so you guys will still have plenty of opportunities, but that doesn't mean you need to wait. You can go ahead and get started right now, just like this game. Zircrimlet and Dio both gonna be skilling on Dea to begin. Their remaining dice not the best, but Dio gonna be able to use that Lear Harbor Wharf and Aliban straight away to a very nice ramp start.
Dio is about to draw 6 cards. 6 cards, because it's going to be 2 from Wharf, 2 at the end of turn, and 2 from Lieben going into next round. Dio's going to have so much setup here in comparison to Z Crimlet, who actually went for a more aggressive play. Dea's skill didn't into swap to Sino skill and swap back to Dea. This is actually going to overload Dio off of Dea onto Chevreuse.
Yep, Z-Crimlet didn't have quite as good of an opening ramp compared to Dio, so he decided to go for the aggro play instead, since Dio ended turn early.
Z-Crimlet just draw double woven, and it's not like the best thing to draw, but I feel like could go for a sneaky play with double woven.
It can enable sneaky plays. You are right, you don't usually want double woven to be your draw this early on, but used correctly can really catch people off guard, because no one would expect that so early too.
Ooh, there is the Tada for Dio. Unfortunately, no Prospector's Drill, but does have a Sumeru Resonance to go fishing for it. Now the question is, what is he going to prioritize here? Z-Crimlet Dea does have that Pyro application, and there is the fast swap in hand, but I don't think there's any way to take her out. And also Dea isn't really the character you want to expend a lot of resources on regardless. So maybe play it safe, fish for that drill. What do you think?
I think fishing is the way to go. You play Sumeru Res, try to look for drill or talent. I don't really think you need things like Pyro Resonance to take out Dea right now, because like you mentioned, she doesn't really hold too much of value in this deck. Unless he also gets something like Gamblers, then maybe they can go for it. But otherwise, going for Prospectors, proccing Overload is the goal.
The bottom player played Sumeru Resonance, so we can actually see what gets put back this time. And instead of fishing, we should call this drilling. We're digging for Prospector's Drill.
I mean, we can still call it fishing.
We can, but then you don't have the fun.
I mean, you have a card that's called White Glove and the Fisherman.
Oh no!
Does it have relation to the searching? No.
Well,
but it exists.
If he puts back the it didn't put back. Wait. Nope.
No, not able to find drill. Not able to find talent.
No talent, no drill. Does have Pyro Res. I wonder if Dio goes for a strategize here. He's currently strategizing.
You can. You
can
go ahead and strategize, like, because you really only need one or the other. If you can get both talent and drill, it is great. But if you can get one of them, drill preferably, oh my, okay.
Oh no. So Dio playing strategize and draws into more card draw with Countdown. Are we going to expend all of this dice now to look for things? Like, what do you do here?
Round 2 for Sign Overload, if you got lucky, is getting that overcharge ball at the beginning and then immediately whacking someone real hard. In a less than ideal situation, you want to at least have an overcharged ball. So you can just go to Sino and hit, but it would mean spending a quick swap, and that's not really worth doing. Oh, well, guess he's gonna do it.
Looks like it's happening anyway, because that is a leave it to me going down. I really doubt you're gonna be swapping over to Dea here and skilling. This should be heading over to Sino and generating one of those overcharged balls.
At the very least, Dio still has a little more components in hand already. They have Pyro Resonance, they have Tada, so when Prospector's Drill comes out, then the overcharge ball can immediately be used. That Lear Wharf.
Wait a second, we're actually going for this? This is Pyro Res. That is 3 plus 2 plus, wait, calling for cleanup.
Oh,
this
it's just enough.
actually takes out Dea here. This should be -9. There she goes, falls down. Shivers comes out, but now Theo is stuck on 3 dice. Do you have an overcharged ball, though?
I forgot to calculate the called in for cleanup. Yeah, that does actually just perfectly reach the break point. The criminal gonna strategize again, but not getting the cards he wants. You can see it on his face. You can really see it on his face.
Oh no, he's not really happy. He leans back in his chair and just looks at the beautiful hand he has. Ta-da!
Ta-da! Not the ta-da you want to hear. That's for sure.
I mean, look at those dice as well.
Yeah, it's really bad for a Z-Crimlet right now. Even having to go to Sino already is not good.
It's not good. However, there is the option to just play the overcharged ball and go for a normal attack to immediately trigger an overload on Dio Sino.
And if Z-Crimlet had like Talent or Pyro Res, then he would actually be in a position to directly threaten Dio Sino, but he doesn't have those. And we can immediately kind of see the value that Lear Wharf does bring to this deck, because this entire game, a lot of these combo cards have just been missing outright. Prospector's Drill feeling a lot more prospective than it is like in hand. So having an extra bit of card draw helps a lot, especially since Dio was able to get it in his starting hand as well. That is what's making a big difference right now between him and Z-Crimlet.
Ooh, tuning the overcharge ball, tuning the Tada, going for a skill here. -4 to Chevreuse, applying that Electro, and now is Dio going to spend another dice to swap, or is he simply going to pass these through Vanarana and end? So, he could end. He'll draw 4 cards, 2 from Wharf, 2 from end of turn, and if he doesn't already have Prospector's Drill, he will, most likely, chances are he'll draw it going next round.
He'll have still a good amount of card draw because of that Lear Wharf. Dio can switch. He actually has a Woven in hand, so if he really wanted to pass it on with Vanarana, he still can, but not much reason to do so.
Lotus. This will be a Lotus pass, so this will eat up that Pyro application from Dea's summon and basically protect Chevreuse from totally getting annihilated here. But Z-Crimlet's still on 4 dice, wondering what he's going to do. Did tune that overcharged ball, so now he doesn't have one.
He will get one off of the summon in end turn at least, so he'll still have one to play with come next round. But he really does wish that he had hold on, double woven.
There's the calling for cleanup. Wait, is this going to take out Chevreuse? This is enough. Wait, no.
Wait, no.
What?
What? He normal attack.
Oh, because the summon. No, the summon do it. It's gonna be 3. Chevreuse is gone.
I mean, yes, but hold on. I feel like I'm missing something.
So 1 damage from Dea's summon, and then +2 from overload. So Chevreuse is about to fall. Watch. Boom!
This can't be.
And
but
now
if he just
out.
used skill, then Chevreuse would have fallen. He would have overloaded automatically onto Sino, and the summon would have applied Pyro to him.
Yes.
Right? Like, that would have been better.
I think so. Wait, so Chevreuse skill is what
Chevro's
base?
skill is 2 base.
Oh no, it wouldn't have been enough, right?
2 base with the double,
Two plus
double,
two plus
called in
one.
for cleanup.
It wasn't double, it was only 1.
Oh, 1.
It was only 1, so it was 5 damage.
5 damage.
Chevro's
Okay,
skill.
okay, okay.
It's only 5 damage, so Secret Criminal had to go for the normal attack there, had to let Dea's skill finish Chevro's off, and now...
I don't have a math degree. My bad.
Seems like you need one to play TCification TCG at times, but Dio's turn now. There is that pyro application on Z. Crimlet's Chevro's has the perfect dice, honestly, to be going for a kill here. Has Overcharge Ball, has...
Despite all of that card draw, still doesn't actually have talent or prospectus. It's kind of ridiculous. He does have double countdown, so he has a way of drilling for it. But if he does that, will be lacking in terms of dice count afterwards.
There goes the tuning. It looks like it's just going to be a skill without Prospector's Drill on Sino. And now the question is, are we going to be playing Pyro-Res? There's a Wolven. Pyro-Res, calling for cleanup. Wait, countdown.
Okay, there we go. There's the Prospector's Drill.
There's the Prospector. So I feel like Dio has drawn out basically his entire deck by now, but this should be enough.
If you equip Prospectors and attack, unfortunately right now it wouldn't actually provide you a damage buff.
You have Tada. You equip it, go for
unless
Tada.
you go Tada on yourself. That is an option. It wouldn't mean throwing away the Overcharge Ball and Chevro's, who already has Pyro applied though. So it's a question of whether or not you prioritize the Pyro application onto Sino later or the +1 damage onto Chevro's now.
I actually wonder if you don't want to do that now that you mention it. Sino does not have Gamblers. You have to actually spend 1 dice to equip Gamblers onto Sino. It feels like a lot of investment. Dio has spent so much of his dice actually just going for card draw, and I do worry that he's not... Well, he's going to summon another Overcharge Ball, and he has another Tada in hand, actually. So, two usages of Prospector's Drill to discard. It will discard the second ball.
He doesn't need to use Tada here. Pyro Residence with called in for cleanup would do exactly 9 damage.
Yeah, it should. It should be fine. Playing White Glove here. Probably just to... Okay.
Yep, Gambler is called in for cleanup to do 9 damage. Take out Chevro's. Then if Z Crimlet attacks into Sino, he will be giving him that Prospector's Drill charge, which would be very bad.
It would be very bad, but there it is. -9 taking out Chevro's. Sino comes out, and there's not enough dice to go for another action, actually.
Oh yeah, you are correct.
So this is what I was saying. There was too much investment in that turn just now for Dio, but Secretly not having enough dice himself, honestly. Already used both Wolvens, so what is going to happen here?
I feel like Secretly may have made a mistake. I don't...
The countdown was a bit greedy.
I think the countdown was greedy. He had 2 actions there. When Dio is only on 2 dice left, and you already know this deck probably doesn't have a way of getting another one, he could have double attacked Dio Sino. I don't think it would have done enough to lethal him, but it would mean that Dio cannot end turn on him because the summon would take him out. He cannot do that anymore.
Well, I don't know if the summon would only do 3 damage max, so you would have to bring Sino down to...
Yeah, you can do that because
you could with 2 action. Okay, 2 actions.
With like
possible.
talent and skill, you already would do 7 damage.
Wait, Sumeras, what are we looking for?
I don't like what Zekernl is doing right now. I don't like what yes, you can find things like Pyro Res and Prospectors, which he does finally get Prospectors. I guess he wants to equip Prospectors and end turn early so that he can attack first. But then Dio just goes to Dea.
Okay, Lotus, Gamblers, and then pass. And he's praying. Look at that player cam. He is praying. This is the final game of this set. He really wants to win it and advance to the finals now. And what does Dio have up his sleeve? We know there's nothing really here. But the thing is Z Crimlet with turn prio, if he can take out Dio Sino in one hit next turn, and I think he has everything to do it.
Z Crimlet was probably also hoping to get Fresh Wind.
He could draw it.
I got you, boss.
If he can draw Fresh Wind, Z Crimlet has a very good chance of winning this.
Fresh Winding it. No?
Not that one, I think. Not that one.
Okay, hit me with some fresh puns. Oh, there's Sino talent. You don't
Hold on,
need it. You already have Sino talent.
Oh,
wait,
Dio
no,
got
there's
fresh
the
wind.
for Dio.
Dio, oh, well, he doesn't need it though.
He doesn't, exactly, he doesn't need it.
Oh man, luck really likes to play tricks on you sometimes. Dio doesn't need it, he gets it. Crimlet needs it, he doesn't get it. I don't think he has any other way of drawing cards too, because he's already used double Sumeru Res.
I think you have to Prospector's Drill and ta-da. You have to tune the talent so you...
You have the Lotus, yes.
Yeah, there's a Lotus.
You have the Lotus to survive Dio's Sino. So now Dio needs to one-shot Z Crimlet Sino or he loses. It will be determined in this action.
14 health, right? So it's 10 plus 1 damage reduction from Prospectors plus a 3 from Lotus.
Yes.
You need to fish out that Pyro Res. There's
Oh,
talent.
There's
There's talent.
the talent. Okay, hold on.
But where's... Okay, so...
He does 5 damage base. Plus talent is 7. Plus overload is 9. He doesn't have any called in for cleanup or Pyro Res. Crimlet can win here.
You can't even... Ta-da! You can't... it will discard the Sino talent. Look at Z Crimlet's player cam.
He is praying so hard. Z Crimlet is praying so hard.
Don't have it, Dio. Don't have it, Dio.
Dio doesn't have enough. He does not have sufficient. Hold on, hold on. If he plays Sino talent,
okay,
then Tadas, then he breaks Lotus. Right?
But, so, when Z Crimlet is hit...
No, but yeah, if you play talent, you immediately skill.
That
but he has his own Lotus.
He has his own Lotus.
Okay, so this won't do enough.
Okay, -5. There goes the overcharge ball. It's going to eat through the Lotus.
Now we calculate for Z Crimlet. Z Crimlet does 5
Oh, the
base.
Catherine Gobber! Wait, the Catherine Gobber, the Pyro Res is still there, the Pyro Res is still there, the Pyro Res is still there.
Oh my god, it burnt Catherine out of Z Crimlet. You cannot say Catherine's a bad card anymore. Catherine just saved you, Z Crimlet. Okay, hold on. So, Dio's Sino also has 14 HP. 5 damage base.
No, it doesn't because the overcharge
Oh yeah,
ball
overcharge
just
ball.
hit him.
It broke the Lotus. He has 11
Res,
HP. I think Z Crimlet wins.
This should be it. No, it's not.
No! No! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No!
It wasn't.
Oh, there's the fresh win! Oh my god!
So off stuff.
My math is not good. My math
is good. But there we go. Dio taking game 5. Z Crimlet falls down to the lower bracket. Look at Dio praying.
Oh
he is
my
so
goodness.
happy he won that.
In
Oh
his
my
first ever offline tournament, Dio has secured himself a spot in the Prince Cup Grand Finals.
What a game. I'm trying to calc the line there. Why did it do 1 less damage? I think it was the Prospector's Drill.
I am really not
10.
because like
it did 10 minus 1.
It
So,
does 5
9.
base. Oh, the talent was already used earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the talent was used earlier, so it was 1 or it was missing 2. I don't know.
Regardless, we have one of our grand finalists decided already. It is, in fact, Dio, the underdog, and the TCG God make his way to the grand finals tomorrow. We'll be in that best of 7, and Z Crimlet falls to the lower bracket. He is going to have an uphill battle starting tomorrow because he's not going to be facing off in the next set. It's actually going to be our 2 previous Prince Cup champions from last year. We'll be getting into that in a short moment here, but We have our raffle winners down here below as well. You've won alongside Dio. Congratulations, 1,000 Primo Gems to the both of you. There will be a new set of matches coming up, so make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube if you want to enter into our next raffle. But our math was so wrong. I'm trying to figure out where it went wrong.
I'm sure the comments are telling us right now where it went wrong. But yeah, it was so close. A single point of HP would have made all the difference. If that fresh wind came one turn earlier, it would have made a difference. Dio has managed to secure the reverse sweep. And that's the second one we have seen today.
That is the second one we've seen today, and that's the third Game 5. But we've had 3 sets of matches today, and all 3 have gone to Game 5. So maybe it's going to be a trend. Maybe our Prince Cup finalists will actually go to Game 5 as well. But for now, let's look at our post-match data here. Dio taking the victory. And honestly, Secret had way more setup. Look at the difference in the average cards drawn through rounds 1 through 3. It's so different, and yet took the loss.
Yeah, Secret had an average card draw that was higher than Dio throughout the series, but when it really mattered in that final game, that Lear Wharf allowed Dio to dig through his deck a lot quicker and allowed him to have a better opening, thereby allowing him to access his resources a little more safely and break certain breakpoints. Secret caught up a little bit later because neither player was lucky enough to get all the pieces of their combo, but I think it was actually that extra card draw that allowed Dio to close things out.
Indeed. I mean, we were wondering why Liyue Wharf was in there. It was not to counter Mausoleum. I mean, maybe it would have some use against Mausoleum, but honestly, I feel like it just gave Dio all the resources he needs in an otherwise aggro deck that doesn't have too much card draw. But set that aside for now. This is our schedule, our updated bracket. Dio advancing to that grand final, and the winner between Z Crimlet and whoever wins between Inagi and Chikuwa will be meeting him there. But we still have so many more games to go before that final happens tomorrow.
Well, there are still a few more matches to go, and I am really excited to see what will happen. Z Crimlet, although he lost here, like you mentioned, it's not over for him yet. He will still have a chance to play for that second grand final slot tomorrow. But the last match of the day is going to be between Inagi and Chikuwa.
Look at the knockout stage. Look at the scores. 2-3.
It's ridiculous.
2-3. So by this pattern, if this pattern continues, it should be 2-3 in Chikuwa's favor. We're gonna have to find out. So both these players here, Inagi and Chikuwa, both took Prince Cup championship titles last year in their respective regional tournaments. So this is nothing to scoff at. Like, this is going to be such a hyped up match, actually. I am so excited to be casting over it. And this has been a narrative that has been building from the very start of this top 8. You know,
It's really amazing what we have seen so far. Like, I'm also a little bit scared because Inagi and Chikuwa have been very consistently getting to Game 5, but we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I think for now, we're going to head to a short break as our players prepare to go into this last set.
We'll see you guys then.
Kitty, where are you? Worry, confusion,
My flowers are
anxiety.
How come my plant is dying already?
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. When spices are abundant, it all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume
and
Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. Once again, my name is Leah, also known as Windflower Leah, and Staffa, my co-caster, my wonderful co-caster, is doing a lovely dance next to me. So,
Hey.
why are you dancing?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were gonna. You're not dancing because we're about to go into a wonderful
You remember
set.
what I mentioned earlier about my brain already having melted yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw that in as the reason.
Okay. Well, I would like to do a dance because we're going on to our last set of the day, and maybe we'll have a game 5 yet again, but it is our 2 Prince Cup champions from last year, Inagi versus Chikuwa in this lower bracket. Well, not final yet. It's like the final before the final?
It's a semi-final.
The semi-final.
I guess.
Anyway, so make sure you're following our socials, by the way, and you can scan that QR code as well if you want to tell us how we're doing. But if you keep the date on our socials, you can see when we're going to be having our next live events, when there's tournaments open for registration. If you want to make your way to the grand stage where these players are, that is how you do it. You start with those community level tournaments, which, by the way, the Cattails Gathering Tournament does have a first place prize of 1,000 USD.
So yeah, there's plenty of opportunities for you guys to participate, and we have already seen so many newer names, newer players give the veterans a run for their money. So you never know that you could have a chance of being the next one to make it up here into the live stage just like this.
Yeah, and honestly, just once again, the stage is so beautiful. I think this is our first Fontaine stage as well. We've normally had the Cat's Tails Tavern, but you know, this is Hotel de Bourg.
It's very impressive that we were hired to come all the way over here.
No, to Fontaine.
Yeah.
It's nice to be
It's
in
cool,
Fontaine.
It's nice.
It's very cool.
It's a little bit hot.
I thought you just said it was cool.
It's cool to be here, but it's a little bit hot.
But if it's cool to be here, that means you're chilly, right?
Not necessarily.
I'm getting mixed feelings.
Cool doesn't only mean cold, Leah. You have to realize that words have different definitions sometimes.
It sounds like you're very lukewarm on my puns right now.
Puns in the first place mean multiple things. That's how they work.
Anyway, so do you have any expectations just based on what we've seen from these two players so far for the decks? Because every single set of matches, these players can resubmit their decks. So even if they brought something before, they might not bring it again. There is a chance to counter your opponent.
Well, there is one deck that a particular player has been bringing multiple times, even though it shouldn't be good in this meta, and despite that has been overcoming the odds.
Chikuwa, right? Chikuwa,
Yeah.
this little stall game we've been playing.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about stall still. Still not a big fan of it, but I think we can go ahead and welcome both players onto the stage for the last match of day 2.
Yes. Chikuwa there with the heart sign. It's so adorable. But of course, you know, just to drive the point home again, these are two Prince Cup champions going head to head so far into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed that they have made it this far, and it really goes to show the experience and accolades they have under their belt. You have to remember, Inagi here actually did lose his very first match in the group stages, so he's been playing from the lower bracket since the beginning.
He has. By the way, you see the tag there, Sloth. These players were able to choose their own custom tags going into today, and you actually see he has his Sloth plushie there with him, giving him hope. I remember he said during his player interview that he gave it a last name, Lumine, and has been praying to it for good luck since, and maybe that's part of the reason why he's made it so far. His beloved Sloth that he brings to every live event, just giving him that luck.
I think it was Lumen, right? Not Lumine. Because he mentioned that he prayed to it to get Lumen Stone.
Oh.
I think that's what it is.
Well,
Sloth
Lumen's still
Lumen.
not playable anymore. I thought.
Yeah, no, but this was in the past, right? You're not gonna change his name now.
Okay. Well, Lumen. Sloth Lumen, that is the full name.
We're gonna have to confirm with him just to be sure. But on the other side, we have Chikuwa, Dice Magician, Mathematician, and just honestly, right? Chikuwa is a very adorable guy. You already mentioned he's got cute poses, he's got cute mannerisms.
He
I
has
love
great
watching his reactions.
He's so happy when something goes
But
his way.
so far, in the knockout stage, the players that have looked the most dejected upon their defeat have been
I'm
against
Inagi.
Chikuwa.
I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character is Kazuha. The group stage was particularly tough for me. I lost the first best of 3, and I went to the lowest bracket right away. So to qualify, I had to win 4 best of 3s in a row, and 3 of those were on the same day, back to back to back. So it was really tiring, but I was very proud of myself. So after my first loss against 8, I reviewed my games, and like every other Genius Invocation TCG player, I told myself that I got unlucky. So what I did was, the community knows me for having a Sloth plushie that I bring to every live tournament for good luck. So I took my Sloth and I gave him a last name. So I called him Sloth Lumen. So at the beginning of every other game, I would take my plushie and pray, and I was blessed with Lumen Stones in my starting hand every game. With every live tournament I go to, my goal was always to make it to the live tournament. So once I'm here, I'll just do my best and enjoy myself. There's not really a particular player I want to face. Being in the lower bracket, if I'm going to win, I'm going to have to basically face every other player.
And, you know, I spoke with Inagi a little bit. He wishes he was in the upper bracket because he's the only player in the top 8 who actually lost in the very first set in the top 32. And he had to win 4 best of 3s, 4 best of 5s, and then get into the best of 7 grand finals total to win it all. So he thought it was next to impossible. But here's our deck selection for these two players. And what do we see at the top there for Chikuwa?
Yeah, that is the Ningguang style deck that has been taking names over and over again. Before I was interrupted by Inzagi's interview, I was mentioning that Chikuwa has had the most dejected opponents thus far, just due to how much stamina it takes to go up against Ningguang style and how bad it feels to expend all that stamina just to lose.
I mean, when you think about it, these two players have already played one set of matches today. This has been a very long day for them, and they're here again at the tail end of the day, facing off against each other in what's probably going to be another long set of matches, because that is the name of the game, especially with Chikuwa bringing that stall list up there with Barbara, Xingqiu, and Ningguang.
This deck list has had some trouble against certain players, but it has been able to bring Chikuwa to victory every single time thus far. Besides that, he's bringing the crab variant of the Sino deck, which can be quite difficult to deal with in its own right. So will Inzagi, with his protagonist energy, overcome this obstacle?
We are going to have to see Inzagi running the double Wolf's Gravestone, no Wagner weapon package, as some other players like to bring, like Z Kremlin does have that one copy of Parametric Transformer and Seed Dispensary. This list looks pretty optimized, even running Dunyarzad Engine with Timaeus and a bunch of artifacts so you can actually draw them out when you play Timaeus.
Inzagi bringing one parametric is a little bit of a change compared to what we've been seeing thus far. He very often likes bringing 2 parametrics. I think it was mentioned that it was one of his favorite cards, so it looks like he switched things up a little bit, because there have been many occasions where both parametrics came out way too soon.
I'm not sure what he cut the parametric for. We would have to compare those lists, but I do notice there is a significant lack of Rhythm of a Great Dream. Instead of having 2 copies of Golden House and an Ancient Courtyard for reduction. Also, there's no Sayu skill here. You do have 2 copies of Wolf's Gravestone and that 1 copy of Herald Talent. No Sayu.
I do personally like having Sayu talent in this variant of the deck, because unlike the Wagner variant where you have Wagner to be able to pull weapons out, this deck has a bit more trouble in that, so Sayu talent makes up for it a little bit, but Inzagi is not running that, so Wolf's Gravestone, will we get to see it, is the big question.
There is a singular copy of Leave It To Me as well, and I feel like in a lot of matchups, having that quick swap is really crucial for going for that, you know, that one action that really drives home the game for you. And so having it be 1 in 30 chance to draw it out is going to be...
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad, right? Having double Leave It To Me is a pretty common choice. But as for Chikuwa, they are going to be bringing the Bennett Cube deck, making sure that they're able to use Electro Cube and Herald's follow-up attacks in conjunction with Bennett Burst to make big burst damage. We have Storm Terrors in order to more easily pull Bennett Burst out, Opera Epic Place, and the very interesting choice to include that Arcane card there, the Day of Resistance, Moment of Shattered Dreams.
So there's 2 things I want to say about this deck. The first thing is that I believe it was KDF Enkoe who was playing it earlier and had literally 9 dice discounts between the double Storm Terror's Lair and the maxed out Golden Troop stacks on, I believe it was Bennett. It was literally a 0 cost talent burst. That was, and then it was it was 0 cost Electrocube skill when it's normally 5 costs. That was incredible to watch. But the other thing I want to say is that usually that deck is brought actually as a whale counter. But no one's letting whale through even though it's a whale counter.
Yeah, I think it was explained earlier when we were talking with some of the players that even if it's supposedly a whale counter, whale is still very difficult to deal with, and if you don't find the right conditions, whale still kind of overpowers you in general. I think players have an agreement overall that whale is still too powerful despite the recent nerfs. I just don't want to play against it at all.
That is honestly understandable considering how beastly of a deck the whale can be. Well, actually, it's not whale, it's Kuching. Kuching,
Yeah,
100%
that's right.
ban rate.
It's
She's just
Kuching.
so powerful.
It is not whale because, yeah, Kuching is the one with the 100% ban rate.
I mean,
My
they both
bad.
have 100% ban rate, but Kuching was first on
If
the
we
list.
average it out from the regular season, then whale doesn't have 100%.
True,
ban rate. Yeah.
true. Kuching has the highest ban rate in all of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, including the top 32.
Yeah, back to things. Chikuwa actually did start with double Storm Terror's lair in hand. Opera Epic Place is nice to have to start with, but double Storm Terrors is a bit much. And that means they don't really have any of their companions to play around either.
So, I mean, Storm Terror is going to be good because you can draw out your talent cards, but it looks like it's going to be Countdown to the show instead of any of those Storm Terrors. There's the other Opera Epiclase showing itself, and this is probably just going to be a Bennett skill for now. I don't think you are... You can play Strategize, I guess. Probably want to play Storm Terrors instead. Yeah, there's the skill.
Yeah, if you play Strategize, you would be left with one awkward dice that you don't really have a good way of spending. So yeah, going for Storm Terror should be the way that Chikuwa wants to end his turn. Inagi, though, does have Dunyazard into Liban. Pulls out a Timaeus, too. Not able to get that second Dunyazard, but does get gilded. So very nice start for Inagi.
This is going to be really good heading into next round. I actually think that Inagi can also go for a skill on Herald here. And or you can even do like parametric talent pass, actually, now that I think about it. Both are valid options. Yeah, okay, so it is going to be a parametric talent pass. But you could go for a skill and apply Hydro.
Yeah, both options are good. I think if Inagi had a quick swap in hand, he could have considered going for a Herald skill, because then you could instantly quick swap the Sayu and spread that. But since he doesn't, he goes for the more slightly greedier parametric play. Chikuwa does end up getting that Bennett talent, so that is nice as well from the Storm Terrors, meaning that he will be able to play it once the energy is full.
You know, Inagi's had a high heart rate this entire day, I think. Lots of very nervous, anxious moments for him in this tournament. He has made it to Game 5 today already and is definitely feeling the stress at this point. But he's contending Z Crimlet for the title of Cardiac Contender.
He does seem to be. Inagi, I feel like, is a player that has been dealing with a lot of pressure because he has very high expectations of himself, and he knows the community has very high expectations of him as well due to his past achievements.
That's what happens when you are a Prince Cup champion. We saw the same thing with Robot Wizard. Inagi said something very similar to me when I was speaking with him, that basically you have the title of Prince Cup champion and it feels like you're expected to perform. Also, on top of the Prince Cup champion title, he also has taken first place in Asia Cattails Gathering 2024 Season 4, Asia Cattails Gathering Season 2, and 2024 Season 2. So basically 3 first place in the Cattails Gathering on top of his first place at the Prince Cup. So lots of first place under his belt.
A very decorated list of achievements, which shows like the longer this list goes on, the more pressure that eventually gets piled onto you. Inagi has been able to work his way out of many close scrapes so far in the knockout stages, but it does lead you to question how long that luck will be able to last.
Indeed. I mean, Chikuwa, also being a Prince Cup champion, probably has those similar expectations riding on him. He was also there at the Asia Invitational along with Inagi and Z Crimlet, and he is someone that the community expects to be a high performer as well. So maybe that's why he takes stall.
Well, it does seem to be working out very well for him so far. Many players have been trying to counteract it with their deck choices, and yet Chikuwa has been able to just outlast them regardless. As of the current state of the game though, the Herald has already skilled onto Bennett. So Chikuwa, he could have made a decision of maybe like not tanking the next hit on Bennett, or right now maybe considering switching.
I think you could. So Chikuwa can tune and play Bennett Talent, and then Opera Epiclase is gonna doubly proc. Because the equips are going to be more than Inagi's, I believe.
Interesting. I mean, bursting makes sense. Chikuwa knows that there's a risk Inagi can quick swap to Sayu and then swirl the Hydro off.
Indeed, but it is Inagi's turn to go. The parametric is about to proc, so I mean, something Inagi could do, knowing that those Opera Epiclases are going to proc, he could actually go for a Gilded equip sooner than later, just so that Chikuwa doesn't get those dice, and then he can proc his own parametric transformer.
That is true. Inagi could potentially have quite a lot of dice here. Unfortunately, only Golden House to discount the Gilded. But to ensure that the Opera...
Ooh, a countdown. All right, Drew Wolf's Gravestone. There's the other Timaeus as well. What is Inagi's plan here?
Having another Timaeus is great, because you do have that Gilded to combo with it next round. And Wolf's Gravestone, we asked earlier, are we going to see this card? Looks like the answer to that was yes. Seed Box will even make Timaeus free, so playing it is basically a no-brainer. But then after that...
Gamblers. We don't have any quick swap, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Countdown was with the hope that he could pull out a quick swap. But this is where having only one copy of it in the deck does kind of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 in 30 chance to draw. You have 30 cards in your deck, so if only one of them is that quick swap, then it is kind of tight. And unless you're drawing out your entire deck by round 2, it might not come in time.
Inagi has already equipped Wolf's Gravestone. I was thinking maybe you could consider actually switching to Sayu, like slow swapping, and then just to like test the waters and make sure Chikuwa doesn't have another dice in there somewhere. But this actually makes a lot more sense. You go for the skill on the Herald. It means that Chikuwa either has to tank the full damage on Bennett and risk potentially getting taken out by a Gilded proc later, or switch off, after which that second hit would apply Hydro anyway, and then Sayu is set up for a swirl.
Yeah, so Sayu getting the Wolf's Gravestone is again just to block Chikuwa's double Opera Epiclase from proccing right now. So basically Chikuwa does not have another action and is going to be forced to either swap off or end on Bennett. You probably don't want to end on Bennett, especially considering Inagi has 4 dice in hand. You don't really want Bennett to be going down. Wait, this is going to be an end.
Ooh, drawing out Golden Troop is actually really nice as well, because you can just equip that now onto Electro Cube. Not gonna do it.
Not equipping it onto Electro Cube? Wait, why not?
That is weird.
Preferring the Gilded, I guess. But why? I really don't understand that, actually.
Even if you want to use Gilded on Electro Cube at some point, equipping the Golden Troop on the Herald is still fine. Like, the earlier you get this artifact on a character, the more value it has, and it is free.
I think you want to put it on Electro Cube, and then you just have a giga discount between Storm Terror's Lair and the 2-cost Golden Troop, because, yeah, and especially with Bennett Burst, you could go for a really high damage rock, paper, scissors combo with Electrocute, but Inagi doing some magic here. Sayu is cosplaying Linny and Lynette a bit as we go for a prepared skill, generating more dice with the gamblers.
Inagi was able to apply Golden Truth's reward, replace with Gamblers to take advantage of the Boar Princess stacks, thereby getting enough dice for an attack. And with the Gamblers equipped, gets that Gamblers reset as well. Chikuwa now has to be careful about who they decide to take this damage. Both Cube and Herald do have Revive.
Wait, it doesn't matter. Wait, this is over.
But Sayu will do enough damage to proc that.
This is actually just over. So you tune, you go for another prepared skill. This is going to proc Electrocube Revive. The follow-up is
you're
going to
right.
take out Electrocube, generate 2 more dice, you tune the Gilded Dreams, and you go for another skill to take out Herald. This is it. Actually, you just whack with a normal... No, you have to prepare skill because Herald's will survive. But look at Chikuwa's reaction. He knows this is already over. It's over so fast.
It's a Sayu OTK.
It is a Sayu OTK. OTK meaning 1 turn kill. That is what this deck is supposed to do. Inagi just sitting there, hydrating, drinking that water, trying to calm himself down as his heart rate is so high right now.
He got really excited. It went up to 170 at some point, and
Wow.
you are right, he really is challenging Z Kremlin for cardiac contender here. But game 1 went really
contending.
fast, yeah.
He's contending for cardiac contender.
Is he intending for contending?
Anyway, so congratulations to Inagi for taking game 1, and this is what happens when you have 2 Prince Cup champions up against each other. These games can go by pretty fast. These players know what their lines are, so veterans, 2 veterans going at it.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see because we were already thinking, okay, Inzagi's in a pretty good spot, but is he going to be able to end this turn? Probably not. He should be able to close out next turn. And Inagi just says, nope, I can't find the line. I have the board princess replaced with gamblers for multiple resets. I have gilded to be able to generate just enough dice for those follow-up attacks. And that means it's perfectly calculated to win game 1, just like you guys have just won this raffle.
Yeah, so 1,000 Primo Gems going to the both of you if you see your UID there below. Congratulations! And there will be yet another raffle over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. So you make your way on over there. You can enter into it. There's 2 winners per game, and we will be announcing them here below us. So we're gonna hope we go to yet another game 5 in this set, right, Staffa?
Sure. Sure we do. Of course.
Anyway, so looks like we're already getting ready to go into game 2. These players getting ready to go. I wonder what is going to be chosen. So I do think that Inagi and Chikuwa both brought the same exact decks that they brought in previous sets. I don't think there's been any change up from either of them. Looks like Inagi is going to run it with that Sign Overload deck with Chevreuse, and Chikuwa could play that Bennett deck again, but he's actually going to change it up and go with Spicy Crab, another Sign Overload.
We have actually seen a lot of players in this precise matchup have difficulty on the original Sign Overload deck, because piloted correctly, the Crab can build up so much shield that even the one-shot potential from Sino is not able to take it out. And then you will have double carry potential with the Crab and Sino, which increases your options and flexibility. Inzaki going to try and face this challenge and see if he is one of the first to defeat it.
Indeed, and I mean, this is not quite a mirror matchup, but I wouldn't say that Chikuwa is playing a stall list. Crab is more like a mid-range list. You have those overload reactions for a lot of damage, but ultimately you're trying to build up those Crab shield stacks so it can do really high damage bursts as well.
We've already seen how many shields this Crab is able to build up, and some players have gotten quite lucky with it in the past, being able to equip multiple tenacities on round 1. When that happens, the Crab is able to stack up so quickly that a lot of players aren't able to keep up. So having a lucky opening draw does contribute a bit.
I guess, you know, if you equip Tenacity of the Millilith early on Crab, it becomes quite tenacious as the game goes on.
It does become quite tenacious. It's got that hard exterior. It's able to deal with a lot of pressure from external sources. And it's not so easily overloaded by the weight of the world.
And of course, you also have General's Ancient Helm for additional shield stacks. It is the lesser version of Tenacity of the Millith. And the main difference is that it's 2 costs instead of 3 costs. And when you're hit and you have Tenacity of the Millith on, you get a dice corresponding to the active character that has an artifact equipped. But General's Ancient Helm doesn't have that. So normally you want to put General's Ancient Helm on the General Mahamatra because you're not always going to have him be the active character.
That is true. He is a general. Is he ancient, though? I guess the helm is...
Hermanubis is ancient.
That's true,
The
but...
spirit indwelling him is ancient.
I guess the helm itself is ancient, not the person wearing it, right?
It is,
It's the general's ancient helm.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, so this is Inagi's list for Sign Overload with Chevreuse and Dea. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary here. You have Sino's Talent for the +2 damage bonus. You have Prospector's Drill in combination with Chevreuse Overcharged Balls. And also, of course, Tada to self-proc Prospector's Drill if you'd like to. White Glove and Fisherman for some additional damage bonuses. Fresh Wind of Freedom, so you can go again. It's like hit the go again button.
Yep.
You get a kill, and yeah. Pyres, Wolvens, Gamblers.
Yep. Pass go, collect 200. We also have macarons. I'm surprised that one got you so out of
I didn't expect that.
Out of everything. But yes, there is also macarons. We've actually seen this card work quite well for Inagi before, because it actually does combine quite well with things like Prospectors and Tada, because it heals you for 1 HP every time you take damage.
It's a pretty sweet addition.
It is a sweet addition. If it's played correctly, you can give your opponent their just desserts.
I think, you know, Sino is definitely getting ready to render his punishment. That one didn't really land.
Yeah, I think that one was a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out a way to deliver that pun anyway. So here's Chikuwa's Sign Overload deck, but with Crab and Toma instead of Chevreuse and Dea. So instead of being a very fast deck, this is more mid-range as you're looking to stack those shields up on Crab.
Now, compared to the Sign Overload deck, where Sino is the main carry here.
Still Sign Overload.
Yeah, I guess it is by definition. It is still Sign Overload. It's just not the exact same characters. This is Sino Crab, and so Sino is a bit more of a secondary carry with the tag the Crab acting as the main tank. So it means that Chikuwa can take his time a little bit, build up shields on both Toma and Sino, especially with the helms like you mentioned before, and then once the Crab becomes this unstoppable beast, it becomes very difficult for Inagi to be able to take it out.
I think there's two game plans with this deck, because, I mean, you can go for a bunch of Crab shields into Crab bursts, and that's traditionally what we've seen, but I think you can also run this deck in a way where you're kind of using Crab as a meat shield, and you do go for the faster damage on Sino. So I think it really just depends on what your opponent is playing and how the cards and dice align. You'll probably be adjusting your game plan accordingly, because if you see that line where you can fast swap the Sino Pyro Res and take out your opponent's carry, you're going to do that over stacking shields on Crab. But here we go. We are getting into game 2 already. This is our last set of the day, and with this match comes another set of raffles. So make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel for 1,000 Primo Gem raffle. 2 winners at the end of this match.
Yep. You guys should know the drill by now, so I don't think we need to explain it
the Prospector's Drill.
The Prospector's Drill, yes. So I don't think we need to explain too much to you guys right there. I will note as well, Chikuwa's Crab deck is actually running Fresh Wind, so it does have a little bit of that increased flexibility if it wants to go for more aggressive play with Sino. Inagi, already having Prospector's Drill in his opening hand, has outpaced both Z Crimlet and Dio by quite a lot because of how difficult it was to get this card in the previous match.
Inagi having Prospector's Drill is so good, but Chikuwa has Tenacity of the Millith, which is arguably just as good, if not better. So we're gonna have to see what is going to reign on top here. But you know, Tenacity of the Millith is a card that you absolutely want equipped as early as possible, because it just appreciates over time with those shield stacks and with the dice given back to you.
Oh, and Chikuwa going to be starting on Crab as well to try and absorb that initial Pyro hit from Dea Summon to avoid easy pickoffs with Overload later on. Even having that turn priority, gonna go ahead and try to ramp. Double Timaeus is a bit unfortunate, but still workable.
I think that's pretty good. This might just be a full ramp turn for Chikuwa. I mean, you could equip Tenacity of the Millith up front. I don't think You wanted the gamblers. I think if you're Chikuwa, you really wanted that to be yet another tenacity, though. Unfortunate. Or General's Ancient Helm.
Yeah, either would have worked. So getting the gamblers is a bit unlucky, but honestly, very solid start here for Chikuwa. Feels quite safe ending on Crab as well to be able to tank that pyro hit. As mentioned, Inagi actually has a chance here to catch Chikuwa off guard, but doesn't really have the cards to do so. If he had things like a talent and pyro res, there genuinely could have been a chance to just whack Crab straight away, but nope, gonna ramp with Liben.
Gonna ramp with Liben, Prospector's Drill going down onto Sino, and there is Pyro application on the Crab. So one thing you should know is that Chikuwa's deck is normally gonna be running that Crab talent, and not only does that yoink shields from your other characters who are holding them, which is why you bring cards like Tenacity the Millith and General's Ancient Helm, but it cleanses other elements on Crab. Doesn't cleanse Pyro though.
Yeah,
it applies
because it applies Pyro, so it cleanses other things. Chikuwa actually just rolled on the 5 Omni base, so that's kind of insane. Though Inagi does have definitely workable dice as well. Chikuwa gonna be able to pull out that Sino talent, and with Pyro res, will immediately be able to pose a threat to Inagi anytime any Pyro is left on a character.
Unfortunately, Chikuwa does not have overcharged balls from Chevreuse, so the Pyro application is going to be a bit different for Chikuwa. Will have to either be skilling on Crab or Toma first, or you skill on Sino and swap off, but either way, it's going to be a bit slower to get those overload reactions going, despite having the double Pyro resonance in hand there and Sino talent. As for Inagi, Inagi has that Prospector's Drill equipped already. Now just needs a way to proc it. Doesn't have Tada in hand, but if Sino gets hit at all, you need to do an overload reaction first to generate a ball.
If Inagi wants to, he could even potentially Sumeru res to try and look for talent and Pyro res. Crab is currently at 14 effective HP, which is probably still a little bit too high to one-shot even with all of that, but the lower he can get it straight away, the more difficult it will be for Chikuwa to leave it as the active character to tank damage.
Yes. I mean, you could definitely Sumeru res here. You could also probably play Countdown. I mean, look at all those dice that are...
You can actually count down first into Sumeru res, just in case you don't get anything good. It will cost a good amount of dice, but Inagi has 10 to play with compared to only 5 left now on Chikuwa, so it's a possible play.
Ooh, wait, this is a Catherine. That is a fast swap on over to Sino. And are we just gonna go for this without any Pyro res? We are. There is the skill, eating 5 of those shield points and overloading Crab onto Chikuwa's Toma. Uh-oh, there is an overcharge ball as well because of that overload reaction going down.
Yeah, this is fine as well. Inagi doesn't actually need to look for things like talent and pyro res. It's just an extra bonus of trying to whittle down the Crab as much as possible. Because like I mentioned earlier, he's not going to find enough damage to get rid of him straight away. So his goal was just to get that overcharged ball generated right off the bat so that that will be available, especially since he already has Prospector's Drill. That makes it difficult for Chikuwa to directly attack into him. Sino is already prepped and ready to stand as the active character.
Instead of playing that countdown, Inagi swapping over to Sino and then Sino getting hit did trigger the first instance of that Prospector's Drill, which did discard that countdown. So basically there is a 2-cost countdown in the top of Inagi's deck right now waiting to be drawn. And that could keep getting discarded as well. Actually, there it is.
Yep, he already just redrew it right there. So that is pretty good. Inzaki's set up in a very, very comfortable position right now.
And if Chikuwa hits Sino again and triggers the second and last instance of that Prospector's Drill for this turn, then it will actually either discard the overcharged ball or the countdown because they're the same cost. But Johnny nodding his head, I think he's pretty happy with the position he's in right now.
Yeah, compared to what we saw from Sign Overload earlier today, I think Inagi has had one of the smoother openings we've seen. Chikuwa gonna go ahead and end his round, capture the last dice with Vanarana, and make sure he has turn priority using a Lotus to protect Toma just in case Inagi has more actions under the hood. As for Inagi, he can go ahead and switch, position himself in a better spot, maybe play the gamblers, yeah, to spend that last dice, and yeah, he's gonna be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, the White Glove going to be sending in the Cauldron for cleanup cards that will be boosting damage when they're played. Every one of them gives +1 damage. They do stack into Inagi's deck. And of course, the Gamblers getting Sino set up for a huge, juicy turn. Meanwhile, Chikuwa getting overloaded off of his Toma and onto Sino by that Dea summon.
Inagi Sino is already at 4 stacks. That is when he's going to hurt the most. Chikuwa's unfortunately still only on 2, but he does have talent, so that makes up for the difference in damage a little bit. And with talent and Pyro Res, Chikuwa may actually... Yeah, Chikuwa can lethal Dea here.
So you don't even equip the... Oh wait, it's just a swap on the crab. Interesting. So Dea isn't very important to take out.
Yes.
Dea doesn't do anything on her own. Like, you can take her out, but you don't even want to like Gamblers to place on side or anything because you already have, I believe that's Golden Troop contributing to Sino. That's why his talent only cost 1 there. So basically, I guess Chikuwa is just going to wait, wanting to use those resources on Sino instead.
Yeah, and not to mention, if he did decide to go for the lethal on Dea, it would immediately switch over to Chevreuse due to the overload, and then Inagi would be able to apply Pyro through her instead and set up for the one-shot. So Chikuwa doesn't want to give that positioning away.
Indeed, but noticeably, Chikuwa does have the other Tenacity of the Millith in hand, could actually go and equip it onto Toma at some point. I don't think he'd put it on Sino, but looks like Inagi is going to play that 2-cost countdown, and now the highest card in his deck is actually that overcharged ball. So when Prospector's Drill is hit, it will discard that ball and apply pyro damage to Chikuwa's characters. Unfortunately, he tuned a fast swap, so he can't fast swap over the Sino, but just like Catherine.
Yep, this is where Catherine's useful. Having that consistent fast swap around, it's basically like ending your turn on Mona every single time. And he does have to da, so he's gonna...
There we go, Pyro application. This is gonna bring Crab down to 12 HP effectively. Can Inagi take Crab out? No talent. There's
no talent. I don't think it would be enough. It would be 3, 5. Yeah, he's gonna try and look for talent, Pyro Res, anything like that. Let me think for a moment.
You probably need Pyro Res as well. Okay, wow, put everything back. What did we draw? There's Wolven. Wait, is that Tandoori? Hold on.
Wait, it might be.
Hold on. Is that Pyro Tandoori? Hold on. Hold on.
Does Inagi have enough? He doesn't have talent. Hold on. 3 base, +2 to 5 due to the stacks. +3 from Pyro Res, +2 from Overload.
+1 from Called In for Cleanup.
That would be 11. But if that is Tandoori, then that would be 12.
I think that is Tandoori.
I wasn't watching close enough.
There's the Called In for Cleanup.
Is this enough? There's a possibility my math is wrong. We'll find out. Yup.
Wait.
My math was a little bit wrong.
You don't even need the Tandoori.
You did not need Tandoori.
Did not use the Fresh Wind also, but it doesn't matter. The Overload sending Crab onto Toma, and there is no way currently for Chikuwa to go over to Sino as a fast swap. This is going to be a very fast game too.
This is great. Inagi is in a perfect position right now. He still has Fresh Wind, so he can use that next turn as well. So the only thing that Inagi needs to worry about is whether Chikuwa can threaten his Sino with his remaining 7 dice. But I think as long as Inagi just switches off to another character at this stage, it is absolutely fine.
Dougie is 1 dice off going for Tandori's skill on Toma. Yeah, it's just gonna be a swap on the Dea for now. But, man, also has the other Leave It to Me in hand. Not that you even need it, you have Catherine. Like, honestly, like, Chikuwa, wait, okay, swap the Shivers, swap the Solid. Okay, I see. Because Chikuwa has so much dice in hand, trying to just avoid the worst happening.
Yeah, at this point, Chevrolet, we're not going to have too much utility anymore. Chikuwa will finally start attacking just to get some damage onto the board. Inagi will be forced to end turn here unless he wants to use Woven just to continue switching. But I personally don't think... Actually,
I think you do.
You do actually need to.
I think you actually want to Woven and swap to Sino because... Oh, actually,
no, but if you swap to Sino, there is the chance he just gets one shot.
This is really worrisome though, because there is the Gambler's replace, and Chikuwa is re-equipping talent there for the damage bonus.
Okay, we have a problem. We actually do have a problem. Sino right now does enough damage to take out a Dea. That will give another reset, so another action. But he does need enough dice to attack with Pyro Res to take out Sino in 1 hit.
Oh, you're right. Here comes Sino, the last character left, but Chikuwa is 1 dice short of using Pyro Res. Does Chikuwa have the damage here? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's just slightly short. That Pyro Res would give him enough, but he doesn't have enough dice to Pyro Res and attack.
And on the side of Inagi, he has the Fresh Wind of Freedom ready to go and Tandori. Okay, so yeah, Chikuwa going to be forced to swap over to Toma, going to be eating that Pyro application from Dea's Summon, but we know that Inagi has the Fresh Wind of Freedom.
The big problem... Okay, hold on. Without Pyro applied to Sino, would Inagi do enough damage to take it? Oh, well, he just got his talent card, so that means he has the +2 damage on both
there
hits.
It is. But I mean, I think in the first place, you Fresh Wind normal attack. A normal attack would take out Toma.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Sure
Yeah.
Attack would take out Toma. And then you can stack the damage from the Tandori, plus the skill, plus everything else onto Sino.
Yeah, I think this should still be Inzagi's game regardless.
Look at those dice.
His dice are really, really bad.
His dice are really bad, but he does have that Gambler's Refresh coming. Like, this is Inzagi's game to win. This should just be a normal attack here.
Normal attack. Yeah, normal attack should definitely do more than enough damage to finish off Toma. After that, you would still preserve the skills extra damage. Yeah, he's gonna pop the Fresh Wind.
Normal attack, right? You just go for normal attack for now. Strategizing first. What are we looking for? Oh, there's a Cauldron for. There's a Pyro Res. That is more. That is enough.
Yeah, that's more than enough.
But I think you really
Pyro
want
Res actually isn't even necessary here because Sino doesn't have a Pyro applied to him right now.
You just play the ball.
You play the ball ordinarily.
Just play the ball. You just play it.
Yeah, I guess with Woven, he can actually play the ball and attack twice.
Woven.
He has 2 Woven, so he has enough to play the ball normally and attack twice.
Yeah,
you are correct.
You just play the ball. We
are
correct. Playing a game of ball. The ball is in Inzagi's court now to take the game.
And he's going to throw it at Chikuwa really, really hard.
He is going to throw it at Chikuwa really, really hard. It's so hard that it goes very fast and it became hot.
Yeah, it causes friction burns.
Yeah, friction burns.
So it applies Pyro through friction burns.
And that's why it's an overcharged ball. But Toma falls. Sino is out here, and this is going to be Inzagi's game to win. Just play the overcharged ball. You don't need to you just play it.
Yeah, play the overcharged ball, Pyro Res, attack, and that should be the win quite easily. Oh, wait. If you play the ball, then you pass the turn, though.
Oh, yeah, wait, you're right.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Wait, that's why.
You can't do that.
You can't just play the ball. You can't just play the ball. So, okay, back to the drawing board.
3, 5, 2, White Glove. If that is Tandori, then he has enough damage.
It is Tandori, so
he should still have enough here to take out Chikuwa Sino.
Yeah, it's 5 + 5. 3, 2. Yeah, it's 5 + 5. It's 5 + 5. You could also Sumerez and go look for the other Tada.
Yes, you can do that
Oh,
too.
here we go. Zagi's
Okay.
gonna do it. Where is that Tada? Oh, that's not Tada. What are we gonna put back to look for Tada?
I don't think he needed it, but yeah, if he gets the da, he guarantees a win right here.
3 + 2 from talent, +2 from Tandori,
+2 from stacks.
+2 from stacks, +1 from Cauldron for cleanup. Isn't that lethal? Like that is
Yeah, like
lethal. We're
with
not
Tandori, it
miscalculating
is
that, right?
enough. With Tandori, it is enough.
Oh, there's the Tada.
Okay.
You have countdown. You have to. Okay, you have 1 animal dice. You can choose the countdown. You can choose the countdown.
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
This is fine.
He
Now
got
you
the
play
tada. He can throw the ball in, and then with the rest, that is more than enough.
That is more than enough. I don't think he needed to do that, but there we go. Ta-da! We are... Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Pyro to Chikuwa,
Friction
Sino,
birds.
friction birds. And now this should just be plenty. Wait, what are we looking for? Strategize.
He's just trying to greed here. He's just trying to see how much damage he can pile on onto this hit.
And it is -12. Definitely overkill. Chikuwa Sino falls, and game 2 belongs to Inagi. Look at them waving with the sloth. Sloth Lumen.
It's Sloth Lumen right there, and it seems to be working out quite well for Inzaghi. 2-0 so far, which is quite a difference in the trend actually. Inzaghi has, in this tournament, only been able to find a lot of success when he's been pushed into a corner, so now he's actually in the lead.
He is in the lead, but I mean, we have seen how many reverse sweeps today? 2?
Oh boy.
So it's not over just yet. Let's keep in mind that both of these players are previous Prince Cup champions from last year, so they are both here with something to prove. Unfortunately, this is the lower bracket, so if Inagi does take this game 3, then Chikuwa will completely fall out of the tournament in 4th place, but we have our raffle winners down here below, so congratulations, 1,000 primos each for each of you.
Yep, look closely. Check whether one of these is your UID, because you have become one of our raffle winners. And we've still got more games ongoing, so you guys don't have to worry. There will be more raffles to look forward to. But now the question becomes, we asked this earlier with Z Crimlet versus Dio, are we going to actually get to see a clean sweep?
I feel like whenever you ask that, it doesn't happen. So
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Mustafa.
Maybe I need to stop asking.
No, actually, I think our audience appreciates you asking because you are manifesting 2 more Primo Gem raffles.
I guess, but at what cost?
No cost. We're having fun here on the caster's desk.
Of course.
Okay, maybe at the cost of our players' sanity, because this
My
has
sanity
been
too, actually.
a very long day today. This is the second set these players are playing on the big stage, and so, I mean, they're used to it. This is not their first live event for either of them. These are veteran players that have been here before, maybe not to Fontaine. But they've been here before, and they're used to playing these long sets. They're used to coming back for more, but Game 3 could take it for Inagi, or we could be set up with yet another reverse sweep from Chikuwa.
Now that Inzaghi has already won 2 games, though, it means that he only has 1 deck left. He needs to win with this 1 deck in order to move on into the next stage, and that remaining deck is a slightly different one. We got Bennett with Electrocube and Azdaha.
So this Azdaha deck is pretty similar to Herald. I think the core is that Bennett cube.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Bennett Cube is the core because I think a lot of people are familiar with this by now, but Bennett's Elemental Burst is a +2 damage to every skill, and it actually counts individually for each attack during a follow-up. So since the Electrocube has a 3-attack follow-up skill, then it means he's able to +6 damage to the cube.
Indeed. So, I mean, Electrocube having a prepared skill with 3 different actions in it. So you skill, and then there's 2 follow-ups after that. Each of those will be buffed by that Bennett burst, especially if you have that talent equipped, so it does not matter what HP your cube is at, you get the damage bonus. It is just so good, and that's why you take a bunch of discounts like Golden Troop and Storm Terror's Lair and things like this. So your rock, paper, scissors combo does not cost 5. It might get like a 9 dice discount like we saw earlier for KDF and Enkoe.
Other players will usually bring the third character as Herald because he also has a prepare skill, so he can take advantage of Bennett Burst as well, and is just a generally good character to act as a start and to tank damage. So we do see Chikuwa, he's going to be bringing the Bennett Electrocube Herald deck. And it's going to be interesting to see the difference in dynamic between this deck with Herald and with Ezreal.
So something that doesn't come up too often is that you cannot have any repeating characters in your decks. This is a tournament rule, and so basically Inagi is forced to separate Herald from this Bennett Electrocube deck. I mean, you see all the important characters in this tournament are not always in the same decks, and players are just prioritizing different things.
With Inagi wanting to put Herald in the Herald Claymore deck,
Yes,
that
exactly.
means that he doesn't have it available for this one, right? Ezreal can be a pretty solid anchor and secondary carry. We've already seen it in the past with Double Dragon, but it has been a while since we've really seen Ezreal being played again here in the knockout stage. So let's have a look at Inzagi's deck list.
Yeah, so Inagi running double Parameter Transformer, double Seed Dispensary, has Aishaha talent, basically a lot of forms of dice generation and discounting things like Tamaya Storm Terrors and Parametric for additional dice generation. Of course, you have the artifact package. You have 6 different artifacts that when you play Tamaya, you draw one of them out. And of course, you have Stove God and Storm Terror's Lair, so you can draw out both the Aishaha and Bennett talents at your disposal. And yeah, just dice generation discounts all the way down. 1 copy of Tada, how interesting.
Yeah, that's just in case you get matched up against a freeze deck, so you have some way of breaking your character out and reversing momentum. The fact that Inagi does have that Stove God and double Storm Terrors means that he will never really run into the issue where he doesn't have Bennett talent available when he wants to burst. And we have seen how effective Ezreal can be with his talent in delaying turns, passing priority over, and absorbing those elemental applications for himself.
You can see how important Bennett talent is here because you have 2 copies of it, you have double Storm Terror, and you have Stove God. There's so many ways of drawing that talent out as well as just having double the chance of doing so. And same thing in Chikuwa's deck here, but instead of Aishaha, we do have Herald as the anchor and secondary carry. But Chikuwa choosing to bring some slightly different cards, has 1 copy of Liu Su, which is really interesting to me. So that is a card that hasn't seen a lot of gameplay since Shenhe SC was popular, but essentially it's 1 cost to play and you swap to a character that doesn't already have energy and they gain an energy point.
Yeah, it's a card that changes your starting line depending on whether you have him in your opening hand. Because if you happen to start with Liu Su, then you don't actually want to open on Bennett. You want to open on someone else, Herald for example, and switch over to him so that he immediately gets 1 energy just for the cost of 1 dice for switching.
Yeah, and then you can get Bennett talent off a lot faster. Of course, you go also having things like Opera Epicleus also has that 1 copy of Tada, and it's really interesting because neither of these players are playing freeze in this case, so I'm not sure when Tada is actually going to come up. I feel like that is just half of a Bestis at this point.
Yeah, Tada is not going to be very useful in this matchup unless you want to play it the same way some players use Forbidden Knowledge in the group stage and lethal a character for a quick swap. That is probably the only possibility.
Honestly, it's really fun when that happens because it's like, why are you hurting yourself the quick swap? But here we go. We are getting into game 3. This could very well be the last game of the day because if Inagi wins this, he will be advancing to the lower bracket finals at the start of tomorrow's stream. But Chikuwa could very well come back with a reverse sweep. We're going to have to see. Audience, who do you think is going to win? Because I think to enter our lovely raffle over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, you actually have to vote for a player.
Yeah, you do have to make sure you include the player's name and your UID. The instructions will be in the chat over there. So if you guys don't know how to participate, that is where you will be able to do so. But as we jump into game number 3, looking at the opening hands, Chikuwa actually has a pretty nice one. The Golden Troop with Timaeus and Alibin.
Chikuwa throwing away that Bennett talent, very interesting. I feel like that's also really risky because I know we've seen quite a few number of times today where Bennett does not have his talent when you need it. I think, especially in Dio and Z Crimlet's matches, that was the case. Where was the Bennett talent? So hopefully Chikuwa will draw into it later. But Inagi, I won't hold you back. Having Storm Terror's Lair and also Seed Dispensary to discount it, will be able to draw out a talent immediately. Also keeping Stove God in his hand to immediately draw out another talent. I think Inagi will have Bennett talent, guaranteed.
Chikuwa does have first action, so as if the players match each other in terms of actions, it means that Chikuwa will always have the slight lead, and Inzaki is the one that has a little bit of pressure to try and break out of the usual line to ensure that they do not fall behind.
Indeed, but here we go. This is it. We are getting into what could potentially be our last game here. As you said, Chikuwa going first, and I wonder if we're going to see this Tamias played. No, we're just immediately going to a Bennett skill.
Yeah, I get the feeling Inzaki is going to do the same thing. Yep, gonna go ahead and start with that. Neither player wants to reveal what ramp they have in their hands, so they just go for what is the most obvious play first.
And here is finally the Tamias drawing out the second Golden Troop, and both of them are free. That one is gonna go on to the Electrocube, and the other one's gonna go on to Herald, and Lehman's gonna collect the last dice there. So basically, the 2-cost Golden Troop is going to be giving 2 stacks per round to every... So the character equipping artifact has to be inactive to get the 2 stacks, and then every stack will discount a skill by each stack. So next round, Herald and Electrocube skills will cost 2 less each. That's what I'm trying to say.
Going to be very nice to have. We've already seen how effective this can be. Like, Golden Troop was a card that didn't see a lot of play until recently, but players realized that, oh, some characters are going to be on standby for quite a while anyway, so having this artifact means that once they do get their turn to act, it's going to be a lot cheaper to use their abilities. Inzaki, he's not going to have nearly as much ramp comparatively. He does have his own Golden Troop. Ooh, Stove God ended up pulling out as her talent instead.
That's fine.
So a bit unfortunate, but he does have Storm Terrors, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh,
wow.
Drawing independent talent. How lucky. But yeah, so I think Inzaki is totally fine with this, going for the Golden Troop just to kind of try and match Chikuwa's double Golden Troop. And then playing Lieben passing. He does have Seed Dispensary into Storm Terrors, which will draw him that Bennett talent. They'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, there was an option for Inzaki to instead go for a second skill on Bennett so that he can pass Chikuwa in terms of energy momentum, but since his dice weren't particularly good, he kind of had to give them to Lieben, and there was the risk of just being completely outscaled by Chikuwa with the double Golden Troop. Therefore, this is the line he decided to go for.
I think this is better. This is going to allow Inzagi to match Chikuwa just a little bit better because you have the dice from Lieben as well as the singular Golden Troop. Draws out that second Storm Terror. I really don't think you need that, but Chikuwa going for that strategize, drawing Golden Troop and countdown to the show. Huh. Use normal attack, right? I think you just... Oh, we're gonna skill.
Yeah, I think you could just continue attacking on Bennett for now. Chikuwa definitely in the driver's seat for this game, having the stronger start as well as turn priority. Inzaki actually in a little bit of trouble. He hasn't been able to match Chikuwa's ramp, and the longer this stalemate goes on, the worse it's going to be for him.
Yeah, you have no good way of getting that second energy, and Bennett is in a world of trouble because a fast swap over to Herald or Electrocube could take Inzagi's Bennett out. So he has to be really careful about what he does here. I wonder, I think you actually need to go to Aishaha and play talent. Yep, there we go. Swapped Aishaha. Good.
Slow swap to as the hub plate. Yeah, you know what? You are correct. Because Inzaki is not going to be able to outpace Chikuwa for this turn, so instead, delaying the turn and getting more dice for himself to use by the end phase will be more effective of ensuring that Bennett is actually able to get his talent out safely.
Chikuwa also swapping away from Bennett and onto Electrocube, knowing that Inagi is playing the swap stall game. I don't think Chikuwa wants to commit all of his dice either, though I don't think he's going to be going for any sort of skill here on Electrocube because he does have this leave-in with 1 stack. He probably wants to pass 2 dice over to, but probably going to have to play by ear depending on what Inagi does. Maybe he'll be forced to do something.
Yeah, the ideal for Chikuwa would be to switch back to Bennett and turn, because you would give 2 dice to Liven and then you continue getting stacks on the Golden Troop. But because Inagi has so many dice to play with, that cannot be the line that he goes for because it leaves Bennett vulnerable for too long. I think he unfortunately will not be able to give Liven a lot of dice this turn. He will need to swap stall to make sure he doesn't end turn too early.
I think Chikuwa might just actually end on Herald because you really want those Golden Troop stacks on Electrocube, and you already have 2 stacks on Herald anyway, so it's not the end of the world if you don't get the other Golden Troop stacks. It's just one dice for a skill right now. I think it's better than ending on Bennett, who could very well be lethal this turn by Inzagi's 10 dice.
Yep. So yeah, Inagi will continue swap stalling here. Going to the hypostasis is fine, and Chikuwa will end on Herald to make sure Lieben gets his 3 dice. And Herald is the most disposable character here, though it seems like he's still not very happy with having to do this.
Wait, Inzagi's not even gonna go for Bennett Burst. He's gonna build up this rock, paper, scissors combo.
Well, that is actually the highest damage ability that Inagi has available. With this, he would actually be able to take out Herald straight away, so no threat of Curse of the Undercurrent. And Chikuwa would have to go over the cube to make sure that Bennett doesn't take more damage.
Do you actually just swap to Aisha here and skill and absorb?
Can.
Yeah, you can. We're going to absorb this Electro. This is also, for every stack of absorption Aisha gets, that is +1 damage to Aisha's burst. So, and also you get a crystallized shield from a Geo reaction. This is really scary. Chikuwa can't really go to Bennett either because that Electro skill from Aisha would overload Bennett off. This is
oh wow.
Oh, wait, we are going to Bennett.
He actually does it.
So it's 3 + 2, 5 damage. I mean,
5 damage.
Chikuwa does have a fast swap.
Yeah, he does have a fast swap and burst, so I guess Chikuwa's fine with eating the damage because it would end up overloading him onto the cube anyway, so Bennett won't die. But yeah, it means he would be playing around a cube solo.
This is basically what Chikuwa is going to have to go for. I think this was a very heads-up play from Inagi. Instead of going to build up Bennett Burst, just uses the Electro Cube to take down Herald before there's any Curse of the Undercurrent funny business with Herald's talent. And this basically guarantees that Inagi is not going to be shut down going into next round. Chikuwa's Bennett also very low because of Aisha's Electro skill. And yeah, this for Chikuwa, we already know the line. It's going to be fast swap over to Bennett, burst with talent, and then it's going to be up to Electrocube to solo it all.
Chikuwa actually did just draw a Lotus, so playing that on Bennett would keep him alive, but I actually don't think it's very worth it, because you won't have a quick swap anymore back into the cube, and Bennett would just eat more damage anyway. So if he wants the Bennett burst, then sacrificing Bennett for it is actually the correct decision, because then you can use Lotus on the cube to maybe trade a bit better against Inzaki. But 1v3 on the cube is going to be very difficult.
It is going to be very difficult. I mean, Bennett could survive an Aisha burst with that Lotus. Will heal 2 with that talent burst. So 4 + 3 is 7. I don't think Aisha burst takes out Bennett here. It is a fast swap over to Bennett. We already knew this line was coming. It's just, how is Chikuwa going to play it? Is he going to just sacrifice at Bennett, or is he going to go for the lowest crisp?
Yeah, it depends on how much he wants to preserve him. Because if he does keep Bennett alive with Lotus, it means he won't have it for the cube to more easily trade against Inzaki. And he would have to slow swap back onto the cube too. So the cube would be eating a good amount of damage before he's able to start DPSing.
Chikuwa, after doing this fast swap, really...
Looks like it's a sack.
Yeah, it is going to be a sack. Was really thinking about what is the best possible thing to do here. Doesn't want to use any additional dice to protect with Lotus. Saving that Lotus for Electro Cube. Now there is Pyro Affliction on Aishtaha, but Aishtaha also absorbed the Pyro. I wonder if Inagi just goes for the burst here.
It is an unfortunate breakpoint because burst does 6 damage, so you would just be wasting 2 damage there, but skill only does 3. So Chikuwa was quite comfortable with sacking Bennett here because it would also force Inagi to actually have to trade as the hub burst in order to take him out.
Inagi, I saw him in his player camera. He's definitely calcing the lines and kind of talking to himself as he thinks about what is the best thing to do here. Bennett is within lethal range, but then what do you do after that? Because you're going to be dealing with this Electro Cube solo with Bennett Burst and Golden Troop discounts, which is really scary on its own. Even though Herald and Bennett will fall, I mean, the whole point of this is to get that Bennett Burst and go for the Rock, Paper, Scissors combo on Electro Cube. So, but it looks like Inagi has made his decision. This will be Tamias. Trust that Golden Troop. Not sure if that's what he was looking for.
Yeah, I don't really think you need another Golden Troop at this point. You will go ahead and tune. So probably we will see the Azlaha burst here. And then after that, it's gonna be the Cube 1v3. But actually, with Pyro on both Azlaha and Bennett, Chikuwa's not in a completely lost position.
Actually, so Tamias costs 1 to play. I think Inagi was just playing Tamias for the sake of playing Tamias. Because you get the discount, you're going to equip Gamblers to full cost anyway. So you play Tamias for 1, you get free Gamblers, and you also draw an artifact in the meantime, so it's just net positive.
Yes.
But yeah, there is the Gamblers, and Aishtaha is going to be taking Chikuwa's Bennett out here with his burst, -6. Bye-bye.
Chikuwa, not too sure how much this Rock, Paper, Scissors has been discounted. I think it has been 3 turns, so it should cost 2 currently, which will allow Chikuwa to go for Rock, Paper, Scissors into 1 more skill. Therefore, Inagi actually won't be able to delay the turn until Chikuwa is forced to end.
I think the unfortunate thing here for Chikuwa is... Oh, the Herald
that's a bit late.
Is way too late. I'm actually... Oh, you play
doing it the
discount. For the discount, yeah. You don't need the talented draws. But the unfortunate thing here is that you're not going to heal on Electro Cube from Bennett Burst at all. Because I don't think it heals on the follow-up, right? It only heals when you first cast.
It heals on the first cast, so
yes.
It would only be the 2 HP from the initial. But with Bennett Burst, like we mentioned, that is a lot of extra damage being put onto the Electro Cube.
Oh my, it is a mirror Rock, Paper, Scissors. Who is going to win? I mean, Chikuwa does more damage with this combo.
He does, but Inagi just straight up has more characters alive. So I think he's perfectly fine with trading here, because all he's doing with the cube is whittling down Chikuwa's character and allowing the rest of his team to clean up.
Actually, so do you... No, I don't know if Inagi has another action here. No, but you tune Electrocube Burst, that's it. Oh, the Lotus!
Ooh, the Lotus. Chikuwa's gonna try and keep the cube alive, but I don't think it's gonna be enough, actually. I really don't think it's enough. You could actually just rock, paper, scissors combo again with the cube.
That's what we're gonna do. We are tuning everything. This is going to be another rock, paper, scissors combo. I mean, you're always gonna win at rock, paper, scissors if you can go again more times than your opponent.
And Inagi, he's already taken off his headphones. He knows.
Oh, he knows. And there goes Chikuwa's Electrocube. Unfortunately, getting swept 3-0 by the previous Prince Cup champion, Inagi. Taking on his fellow Prince Cup champion, Chikuwa. Look at him waving high with Sloth Lumen. That was the clean sweep you were hoping for, Staffa, but so unfortunate for Chikuwa, falling out of the tournament at 4th place with the 3,800 USD.
I was definitely hoping to see a very impressive game and maybe a quick one as well, but I certainly wasn't expecting it to actually happen. Inagi really seems to have locked in for this match. We were wondering if the players would have any problems with their mental or their stamina, considering it's very late and they both already played full series earlier, but doesn't seem to have mattered too much. Inagi all smiles. Chikuwa put up a good fight, but this is the end of his journey.
It is the end of his journey, and you know that sportsman-like bow and handshake just goes to show that these two players have gone through so much together. They are friends outside of this tournament, both previous Prince Cup champions from their different tournament regions that they've played in, and have, you know, participated in the Asia Invitational together as well. But we have our raffle winners down here as well. You have won alongside Inagi. Congratulations if you see your UIDs there. These are the last raffles for today, but they should be back tomorrow as we head into our grand finals.
It is going to be the final day of the Prince Cup Pacific 2024 tomorrow. We'll have 2 more matches with our top 3 players now.
Top 3?
So it's going to be really exciting. You guys definitely do not want to miss it.
And you know the prize difference between first through third, I just want to remind you all what is at stake here. Third place is 5,000 USD, which is a huge jump up from 3,800, which is what Chikuwa finished at today in 4th place. Second place is 8,000 USD, and then first place is double that at 16,000 USD for the Grand Championship title. And of course, all these players getting that golden car back, and you know, if you win, you get that. You get the title. You get like the bragging rights.
You get the title, you get the trophy, you get the money. It is incredible and an amazing experience as well. Many of these players have won championships before, so they're going to be eager to reclaim that title moving forward. And the competition is just going to heat up even further. It also means that the next match is going to be Inagi versus Z Crimlet, and these two are really close.
Wait, you're right. They
Yeah.
are very close. So, I mean, just a reminder. So, the specific Prince Cup tournament that both these players participated in was the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year. Inagi was the grand champion of it, while Z Crimlet took top 4. And, I mean, both these players were at the Asia Invitational tournament as well. They are very good friends, probably practice partners, and to see them match off against each other in the lower bracket final, that is going to be heart-wrenching for the first set of matches tomorrow. But here's our post-match data from this set.
Inagi got a 14 strongest single strike, and that's because he just pushed all of the cards together for one final hit at the end. Otherwise, having very short average rounds compared to Chikuwa, since Chikuwa prefers stall, and having quite a lot more average card draw as well.
Lots more actions taken per turn, almost an entire action on average for Inagi, as well as more setup overall. 7 cards more on average drawn by round 3. So, I mean, Inagi, I have not had a chance to hype this up yet. He is the combo master. Every tournament he has performed well in has been when he's played combo, not aggro, not stall. And actually, he's often cooked his own combo decks in the past to counter meta. Something he told me personally was that it's actually harder to do that in this meta because Freeze is so dominant. And instead of playing his own combo cooks to counter the meta, he's forced to play Freeze himself, unfortunately. But
yeah, I think the meta has switched up once again a little bit, so Freeze definitely getting seen a lot less, and Inagi got to play quite a bit of combo here, resulting in a clean sweep and the first and only 3-0 of the tournament.
yeah, so I mean, on top of being a combo master, he's also a combo breaker, because look at the score difference. 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, now 3-0. Combo breaker.
I mean, if you're the master of combos, then you know exactly how to break them. And I think that makes a lot of sense. With Chikuwa being eliminated in the lower semi-finals, we have Dio, Z Crimlet, and Inagi as the top 3 players remaining from many arduous weeks of the Prince Cup.
You know, instead of Dio being an underdog, I feel like it's more accurate to call him a dark horse or a rising star at this point. He has proven that he is worthy of being in that grand final, and we're going to find out starting tomorrow who is going to join him. Z Crimlet versus Inagi first thing when the stream starts. Honestly, these top 3, and honestly top 4, so many expectations riding on everyone's shoulders. I wonder who's going to be taking it all home tomorrow.
The fact that these players have gotten this far is truly impressive, and we can mention the schedule for tomorrow as well, because it's gonna start a little bit later. The losers bracket final will begin at 3 p.m. GMT +8.
3 p.m. indeed. I mean, it's going to be a shorter stream overall, so it makes sense to start a little bit later. We are going to have a best of 5 here for the losers bracket final, and then the grand final, Dio versus the winner between Z Crimlet and Inagi, will be a best of 7. Now the question is, can the Kevin Z believer, can the cardiac contender, the overthinker Z Crimlet, take it into the grand finals, or will our protagonist, who fell down in the first set of matches in the top 32 and has crawled his way to the lower bracket final in the top 8, will he be able to make it into that grand final? Inagi, wow.
The lower bracket meta is real here for Inagi, and he has been demonstrating pro tag energy for a very long time, but I feel like every single tournament, it just gets stronger and stronger. Literally the main character that gets defeated in the beginning and grows stronger with every single challenge.
You know, I told him earlier today that the reason that all of his games are going to fit, like his sets are going to 5th grades, both yesterday and today. It's because he chose the protagonist tag. And so he has to be like enduring these like really hard battles. It strengthens his resolve. And he's like, oh. But now he finally had that 3-0 sweep.
He has to overcome insurmountable odds to truly be the protagonist. He has to earn that title, and honestly, I feel like he has.
He has, but I think that's going to be it for us here today. My name is Leah, also known as Windflower Leah, and with me here is Staffa. We'll be seeing you all tomorrow for the grand finals of the Prince Cup.